Chapter 1: A Life Like Death. The sun slowly rose in the Guangdong province of China. In a complex of abandoned apartments scheduled for demolition, an alarm was ringing at 6 a.m. in the morning. The sound was coming from an almost broken-down apartment, a door you couldn't close properly no matter how hard you pushed, with a chair behind it in a 45-degree angle acting as a lock for the door. The apartment was medium-sized, around 80 cm, yet it was almost empty inside. A bed mattress was in the middle of the living room along with a small-sized table with an alarm clock on it. On the side of the room were 10 big water bottles along with some packs of instant noodles. A body could be seen moving under the blanket that was covering the mattress, reaching for the alarm clock on the table. Ugh, that person groaned after he tapped the alarm clock once. A malnourished body revealed itself from underneath the blanket as it slowly rose from the bed. A young man seemingly around 16 to 17 years old rose from the mattress as he walked towards the bathroom. The water was cut off since the apartment was abandoned, so the young man couldn't even take a shower in the morning. He grabbed a half-empty bottle of water from the table with the alarm clock on it, and used it along with his toothbrush to wash his teeth, and when he finished, he then gulped down the rest of the water from the bottle. Then he grabbed his work clothes from the table and put them on as he left the apartment. It was around a 20-minute walk from the apartment complex until he reached a huge construction site with a lot of warning signs of danger and work in progress. As soon as he walked towards an 8-story half-finished building, the young man heard a voice from behind him shouting, "I rock." The voice belonged to a 45-year-old man. "Good morning, uncle," said Rock. Of course, Rock wasn't his real name, but a nickname given to him by the people working in the construction site with him, as he didn't like to talk that much. Rock didn't have a real name from his parents. He was an orphan, and he grew up in a house complex owned by the government for orphaned children. The government sends food to those houses once a week, but it wasn't enough for the kids there to feed themselves. The orphanages were all full, and that's why the government created these houses and sent food to the children, but a lot of them still died due to hunger or illnesses, as there was no one to take care of them even when they were ill. Rock stayed there until he was 12. He could fight the other children for the food, but even then it was not enough to feed himself, so he decided to leave. He attended junior high school in a public school not far away from the house he lives. It was school in the morning and construction work in the afternoon. Usually people in the construction sites didn't allow kids at work, considering it was illegal, but due to the low wages, few people went to work at those construction sites, and since lower manpower equaled slow production, the construction manager accepted even a kid like Rock with skinny arms and legs, and allowed him to work there, for a pitiful amount of money as his wage, of course. Rock wasn't dissatisfied, as he would finally have enough money every month to feed himself at least. This situation occurred until Rock graduated from high school, but he never stopped working at the construction sites, as that was his only way of income. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel aggrieved. Even working for his food in construction sites without proper security measures was considered normal to him nowadays, but he still hoped deep inside that his luck would change one day and his life would take a turn for the better. For the past half a year that Rock has been working on this construction site, this uncle has taken care of him plenty of times, either by sharing with him food or drinks, or taking care of helping him during work when needed. Needless to say that Rock felt extremely thankful to this man, and he also helped him during work whenever possible as well. "Ha, kid. I knew you wouldn't bring breakfast with you again. My wife gave me extra again today, so let's share it together." As soon as he finished his sentence, he grabbed a plastic bag and took out 2 big water bottles along with 2 sandwiches and 4 rice balls. He split them at 2 portions and gave one to Rock. The man knew Rock wasn't one to accept charity so easily, so he said, "Hey kid, we have to eat up to start working. You still need to take care of me, as this job is really dangerous, so eat up." Rock still didn't respond, until the man spoke again and said, "You will treat me to drink again when you get your wage, okay kid? Let's eat." Then, without even looking at Rock again, the man started eating the food. Rock didn't say anything, but he also started eating, keeping this gesture of this man deep inside his heart. This middle-aged man was the only one who had ever shown any form of care for him, in the 20 years of his life, and Rock would never forget this kindness. After they finished their food, they started their daily work, but little did they know that this would be the last day of Rock's life. Chapter 2: Death and Life. Rock and the middle-aged man were among the first ones to come to work every day. The man's wife was pregnant for 6 months and his child would soon be born, so he had to work hard to make ends meet, both for his wife as well as his unborn child. Time flew and soon, noon arrived. Rock was about to finish with the 5th floor and take a break for a few minutes to rehydrate himself, since working under the scorching sun for hours was never good, especially with a body as weak as his, when coincidentally the middle-aged uncle also stopped for a break. They started descending the half-completed stairs that connected the 5th floor to the 4th, and they had to cross atop a wooden plank to reach the 4th floor. While they were walking atop the plank, a huge rumbling sound and a tremor started to shake the entire building. Who could expect an earthquake at the worst possible moment, especially one of such magnitude that started shaking the entire structure of the building down to its foundations? Rock saw the middle-aged uncle walking unsteadily to the other side, terrified of the earthquake that was taking place, but before he could get to the other side of the plank, his right foot slipped as he lost his balance. No. Just as he was about to fall down and crash, from the 4th floor directly to the ground, Rock rushed from behind and pushed him using all of his strength, causing the middle-aged man to almost fly to the other side, saving his life with that push. Just as the men landed on the other side, even more intense rumbling came from the gap above Rock's head. A huge mass of debris buried him to the ground and half of the building itself collapsed. The middle-aged man starting to roar and cry, and as soon as the rumbling stopped and the opposite side of the building collapsed while the one he was on miraculously stayed intact. He ran down as fast as he could and used his bare hands to remove the pieces of rock, glass, and concrete that buried Rock. But it was pointless. The debris was practically a tower at this point, since half of the building had collapsed. It was already a miracle that the other half stayed standing and didn't fall along with it. The middle-aged man was still crying, his hands bloodied from the pieces of glass stuck in them, but he was still removing the debris hoping to save Rock. He felt so guilty that the kid exchanged his life so he can stay alive. He kept going until the other workers came over and stopped him. Rock had seen the debris fall on his head and understood exactly how unlucky he was, as this was practically certain death, yet he didn't regret saving the man. The middle-aged uncle was the only one who had shown care for him, and the thought that went through his mind as he was being buried by the rocks was, "Oh, it's good since uncle lived. But it's truly unfair that my life will end like this." The rumbling continued for a while and Rock's vision turned dark as he blacked out. Rock tried to slowly open his eyes as his mind started to regain its consciousness, only to discover that his head was about to split apart from a terrifying pain he was feeling. He started wailing left and right as he couldn't feel anything other than the splitting headache that was about to rip his mind apart. What Rock hadn't noticed was that his body wasn't buried under any rubble or debris, but was lying on the ground with his face up, on a patch of red grass, right in the middle of a huge thunderstorm with thunder and lightning striking the ground all around him. The bones on both his arms and legs were broken, his head bleeding from behind, and his clothes were tattered and full of blood. There was a huge wound on the left side of his chest, probably made from a sword or a saber judging by its size. Luckily for Rock, it was still a few inches away from his heart. He felt as if something was forcefully being stuffed in his brain, but there was not enough room for it to fit and his brain was about to burst. Just as a bolt of lightning was about to strike his head and end his life for the second time today, a space tear appeared above him as the lightning was swallowed and disappeared inside it. At the same time, a stone slowly left the space tear in the air, and as soon as it appeared, heaven and earth suddenly fell silent. A few miles away, the people of Blue Forest City had all gone still. Pedestrians were frozen mid-walking, people inside the restaurants were frozen while they were chatting and laughing or eating, stall owners haggling to sell their merchandise were immobilized, and even the fire in the taverns and the food that stall owners used to cook were all in a frozen-like state. Bolts of lightning all around Rock were stopped in place like a painting in the air, as if the very heavens themselves were afraid to move the moment that this stone appeared. The triangle-shaped stone released a blindingly bright azure light that destroyed the black clouds and the bolts of lightning frozen mid-air around Rock, along with everything else in a radius of 1 mile of rock. Rock suddenly felt the change in the environment around him and finally opened his eyes, forcibly suppressing the head-splitting pain he was feeling, which had slowly started to ease, only to see a blue-like light from a triangle-shaped like stone right above the space between his eyebrows, plunging itself right inside his head. Chapter 3 Shun Long. As soon as Rock's eyes met the stone immediately plunged itself right into the space between his eyebrows, bringing a pain so unbearable that if he could compare the pain he felt previously to a small stream of ice slowly entering and chilling his brain, then this one felt like an entire ice mountain that was about to crush him wholly. Not a single person in the entirety of Blue Forest City noticed that everything was in a frozen state a few moments ago and that their lives had returned back to normal only when the triangular-shaped stone had entered Rock's glabella. However, the most miraculous thing wasn't that there was not even a single drop of blood when the stone pierced Rock's head, or that it had disappeared without leaving behind the slightest sign or even a single scar, but that the body, which was full of injuries just moments ago, was now magically healing itself at an extremely rapid rate. The broken bones on his arms and legs were being glued together by the blue-like glow that was being emitted from the triangular-shaped stone inside Rock's body, easing the pain his mind was feeling and nourishing his body while it was healing all of his injuries. Even 3 badly fractured ribs of his were rapidly healing along with that horrible injury on his chest. The flesh on his chest was healing and mending itself so fast that the whole process was clearly visible to the naked eye in one moment and almost over in the next. Anyone seeing this spectacle would be left with their mouths gaping, as all they would think would be that the gods themselves had come to personally fix that badly broken body to perfection. Even the best alchemist of Blue Forest City, Master Lu, couldn't produce a medicine that could heal an injury like that in the blink of an eye. Forget about healing it in the blink of an eye. Even if Master Lu concocted his best medicines, it would still require at least 1.5 months for an injury like that to heal. Don't even mention the internal injuries or Rock's broken bones, as it would be unknown when and if they could be completely healed by such a medicine. Perhaps only an alchemist superior to even Master Lu could possibly bring them back in perfect condition. An incense stick of time went by, and although Rock's injuries, be they internal or external, were fully healed, he had yet to open his eyes. The first time he opened them was when the pain had just started subsiding and a new set of memories started to integrate themselves into his mind. Only then did Rock come to understand that this body of his wasn't the same as the one he had back on Earth. He could see, in this new set of memories inside his brain, his own face and body. He didn't have a malnourished body anymore, and although it wasn't burly, it was paired perfectly with his own face and height. His body was 173 centimeters, 5.8 feet, tall, with a pretty handsome face and sharp defined features. He fully understood everything about his current body and where this new set of memories that appeared in his mind and merged together with his old memories came from, the moment that his headache had finally subsided. This body originally belonged to Shun Long, and Shun Long's father is Shun Fong, a strong formation master of the Sky Fortune Kingdom and the strongest one in the entirety of Blue Forest City. Rock was currently lying on the ground, his face pointed towards the sky as more and more memories were flooding in his brain. His current position was now almost 3 miles away from Blue Forest, the place which Blue Forest City took its name from. The Blue Forest was a very famous place within the Sky Fortune Kingdom. It was the only place in the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom that could be considered both heaven and hell at the same time. It was extraordinary in the sense that a lot of treasures could be found inside it. Medicinal ingredients, rare materials that formation masters needed, treasures to increase your cultivation, everything could be found inside if you were lucky enough. But not just anyone could waltz inside and take these things. People usually formed strong teams before even thinking of going inside the Blue Forest, and even then, the death rate was above 50%. How could treasures be so easy to pick up? People would have swept the entire place clean long ago if it was that easy to take these things from the Blue Forest. Blue Forest wasn't only filled with treasures, but also with powerful magic beasts that lived there, so if you wanted to become rich by adventuring in there and seeking your fortune, you first had to be strong enough. Powerful magic beasts that could kill even the strongest warriors of the Sky Fortune Kingdom were lying in wait deep inside the Blue Forest, having formed their own territories, but some treasures were enticing enough for those people to risk their lives so they can get their hands on them. After all, the most commonly shared thought was, if I can find a priceless treasure and sell it off, wouldn't I be able to live comfortably and luxuriously for the rest of my life? Shun Long had 2 bodyguards with him that had been assigned by his father to protect him at all times, and he took them along with him this time as he traveled towards the Blue Forest. Normally Shun Long would never do something so foolish as to go to the Blue Forest himself, since that was simply asking for death, but this time it was different, as rumors had started to circulate in the Blue Forest City of a precious treasure that could potentially help him open up his blocked meridians and allow him to start cultivating. However, on their way to the Blue Forest, Shun Long's group was attacked by 5 people dressed in black robes and masks, and in the end, both of Shun Long's bodyguards and their horses were killed, and even he himself was almost beaten to death when the lightning storm appeared in the sky and scared off his attackers, but in the end Shun Long still died to his injuries. However, before his soul could completely dissipate, Rock's soul entered his body and inherited his life memories along with his feelings before he died. Rock finally moved his new body as he sat up from the ground and slowly organized his thoughts properly. After that, he took a deep breath and then exhaled, before saying in a low voice, unknown whether he was talking to himself or someone else, "Your soul died, but your memories and your feelings all live inside me. I am me, but I am also you. I have lived nearly 20 years full of misery and pain, and you have lived 16 years of scorn from your peers." His voice was growing louder each passing second as he continued. "From today onwards, I, Shun Long, will live to become rich, so I will never feel hunger again, never to feel the pain from my past life. This is my oath to the past me. I, Shun Long, swear to live to become strong enough to soar free and unrestrained by anyone or anything, never to be bound and constrained by others. So what if I can't cultivate because of these blocked meridians? I refuse to allow myself to be killed again. From today onwards, I swear that I will rather break than bend in my life. From this day on, I am Shun Long, and this is my oath with both the heavens and the earth as my witnesses. As soon as Shun Long finished venting out years and years of suppressed emotions that could no longer be held back after 2 consecutive deaths, the triangular stone inside him started vibrating intensely, as if influenced by Shun Long's words, when a shocking set of images appeared in his mind. Chapter 4 Monarch's Hourglass. As soon as Shun Long finished his words, the triangular stone inside his mind started vibrating intensely as if influenced by Shun Long's words, and a shocking set of images appeared in his mind. There were no words, only a very ancient set of images that depicted a person without a distinctive face breathing in a strange pattern. At one time the person was taking a deep breath, and then he repeatedly exhaled in 5 or 6 smaller breaths. The scene changed, showing the same person again, inhaling 6 or 7 times in one breath and then letting it all out through 2 smaller breaths. It looked as if that person was trying to follow a set of breathing pattern. The images then slowly changed and that person stood up and slowly lifted a huge ball-shaped white mountain that had just appeared out of thin air on the ground beside him using both of his hands, and then he slowly lifted it in the air above his head. Everything shook after that, as the scene grew blurrier until it completely faded away and a set of words magically imprinted themselves deep inside Shun Long's soul, Monarch's Hourglass. These words weren't written in any known language that Shun Long had ever come in contact with, neither in this one nor in his previous life, and although it all appeared to be a bunch of indistinct ancient symbols and were even slightly blurry, Shun Long was able to clearly understand that the meaning these symbols formed was Monarch's Hourglass, as if it was already something carved in his soul. Shun Long's consciousness returned to his body as he hurriedly looked to examine the back of his head. He clearly remembered being hit at the occipital bone, which is located in the lower back of his head, but not only was there no blood flowing from it now, but there wasn't even a single bump to prove that he had just been brutally beaten to the ground just a few hours ago. The blood that had dyed red that patch of grass he was earlier lying on, had long since vanished from the moment when the triangular-shaped stone had emitted the blue light to obliterate the lightning that was in the air, along with everything else in a radius of a mile around Shun Long. Not just the grass, but everything in an area of 1 mile around him was a barren ground without the slightest vegetation anymore, a stark contrast to the area beyond that which was full of grass and flowers. It looked as if something had completely erased every trace of life in an area around him, and even the corpses of Shun Long's 2 dead bodyguards and their 3 horses weren't an exception to this. Thankfully for Shun Long, his clothes weren't affected by this or they would have completely disappeared, but even if they weren't affected by that, they were still in tatters due to the assassination attack from earlier. The robe he was wearing was practically almost destroyed now, as the part covering his chest had already pretty much disappeared, leaving the entire left part from his chest exposed, all because of those vicious attacks he had suffered earlier that looked to take his life. His right sleeve was completely torn apart while there were multiple sword cuts on the part that was covering his abdomen. Shun Long guessed that the reason his injuries were magically healed was most likely due to the triangular-shaped rock, and he was endlessly grateful to it, or his life would have been over before it even begun. Although to outsiders he would seem to be in a terrible condition due to his clothes, his body didn't even have a single injury on it and was actually full of energy. Shun Long finally stood up, and started running at full speed towards the northeast for half an hour before finally stopping as he was left panting. Blue Forest City was situated at the north of the Blue Forest, and Shun Long had noticed earlier that his assassins were fleeing towards the northwestern direction when the thunderstorm arrived. So although running towards the northeast would take a longer time for him to arrive at Blue Forest City compared to if he run straight north, this was much safer since his goal right now was to stay alive. Shun Long wasn't an idiot, although he knew his assassins would probably not come to find him, as they would most likely assume that he had already died due to his injuries. And even if he somehow wasn't dead with those injuries that they had inflicted on him, he would still die in that thunderstorm. But Shun Long still wouldn't take the risk, as in the off chance that those people returned to confirm his death and ended up finding him alive and well, they would definitely finish the job this time. It took Shun Long 5 hours to reach Blue Forest City, and although the previous Shun Long had lived here for his entire life, this was still the first time for Shun Long, who had only seen the Blue Forest City inside his memories, to lay his eyes on the city for the first actual time. The city's outline was huge and groups of people were coming and going to and from the city gates all the time. Even though it was already nighttime, the activity in Blue Forest City was just as bustling as it was during the day, with people everywhere on the streets and the taverns. As the city closest to the Blue Forest, its city walls were at 10 meters, 33 feet high and 3 meters, 10 feet thick, and even if an Earth-rank magical beast came to attack them, it wouldn't be able to shake them in the slightest due to their special formations. Shun Long followed the people entering the city gates where both pedestrians and carriages could be seen entering, and relying on the memories in his brain he followed the road leading to his home. People in the city didn't even spare him a second glance, as it was far too common for people to come in the city with tattered clothes and in some rare cases without any clothes at all after they had gone to adventure into the Blue Forest. After all, these people wouldn't connect this boy who was wearing cut-down rags to the son of the strongest formation master in the city. After a few twists and turns, Shun Long was still on the main road when he arrived in front of an estate that had 4 meters, 13 feet, tall walls around it, and 2 strong warriors were standing guard in front of the main entrance. Both of them were probably around 25 or 26 years old, and if Shun Long had started cultivating, he would understand the auras they were emitting, which was at the peak of chi condensation. When the guards saw the young men in ripped clothes approaching, one of the two took one step forward and raised his left hand as he was about to shout, "Halt," with his right hand rested on his sword ready to unsheath it if that person kept walking towards the estate. Shun Long paid no mind to the guard as he kept walking towards the entrance of the estate, and when the guard noticed the young man's face, recognizing that it belonged to the young master, he hastily knelt down on one knee saluting. Just as Shun Long was about to walk through the estate gates, a rumbling sound could be heard from behind him along with an enraged voice that was heard a few meters away from the estate, forcing Shun Long's steps to come to a halt. Chapter 5 Parents. The roaring voice shook the entire Shun estate to its core, and even the servants and the guards inside all hastily knelt down in fear. Outside of the Shun estate, the pedestrians around went pale from fear as a carriage rushed quickly towards the estate's gates. The carriage stopped a few meters away from Shun Long, and the driver quickly reined in the horses and hastily fell on his knees, when the door of the carriage was suddenly kicked from the inside, and ended up flying through the air until it collided with the estate's walls and instantly broke into fragmented pieces of wood and scattered to the ground. From the inside of the carriage, a furious man in his early 40s jumped down, the ground slightly shaking from the impact when he landed. The man was tall, over 1.80 meters, 5.11 feet, and dressed in luxurious blue clothes. His facial features were sharp and he had thick eyebrows, his nose was straight and his body build was burly. His black eyes had almost turned scarlet at this point, and his hair was standing on edge from the rage and aura he was exuding. He furiously walked towards Shun Long, each step of his shaking the earth around him, and before Shun Long could react he felt his shoulders being pressured so badly that his bones were hurting from it. The man stared deeply in Shun Long's eyes and then roared at the 2 guards who were standing guard in front of the estate earlier, but were now kneeling on the ground in fear, in a voice so loud that it could be heard through the entire Blue Forest city, "Summon Alchemist Lu." Then the men didn't even wait for Shun Long to speak as he dragged him to the main hall of the estate and forced him to lie down on a bed that the servants had just brought over to the hall. After he checked Shun Long's body thoroughly for any injuries but not finding anything in the end, the men finally exhaled in relief as if he had been holding that one breath this entire time. Shun Long hadn't cried in his past life, no matter what hardships he may have suffered, no matter how terrible a pain his previously malnourished body may have felt, but for the first time in his life his eyes turned red as 2 drops of tears spilled from the corners of his eyes. Then in a voice choked and full of emotion he finally said one word. "Father." A word he never had the chance to utter in his past life, and also a word he had always strongly felt that he would never want to say in his life. Even though the original Shun Long had a deep relationship with his parents, Shun Long now wasn't just the previous Shun Long's soul. An abandoned orphan who had to work for everything his entire life, never having a single person to show him what true family love and concern was like, finally had all his mental barriers broken after seeing the concern and love along with rage in Shun Fang's eyes, and he could truly feel that deep affection and care that this man was harboring towards him. Just as Shun Fang was about to ask his son what had happened for him to return home in such a state, a beautiful woman in her late 30s entered the hall. As soon as Shunan noticed her son's destroyed clothes, she instantly assumed the worst and rushed to hug him as her eyes instantly burst in tears. Shun Long felt a feeling from Shunan similar to the one he was feeling from Shun Fang. Mother, he thought inside his head, and truly felt what motherly love felt like, as he used both of his arms to hug both his father and his mother. An unclocking sound could be heard inside his mind, as an ancient book silently appeared next to the triangular stone in his mind, but Shun Long had no time to check it as his parents both sat in front of him, and Shun Fang finally asked, with hints of anger obvious in his voice. "I only left Blue Forest City for 8 days, what happened while I was gone? How did my son got hurt so badly, and where are Gu Yi and Gu Shi?" Shun Fang and Shunan both wanted to know how their son ended up in such a state, especially with Gu Yi and Gu Shi. Could it be that Gu Yi and Gu Shi didn't do their job properly? but they had both always followed Shun Long whenever he left the estate. "Father, Gu Yi and Gushi both died protecting me today," Shun Long said, his voice stone cold, but a hint of furious anger could be discerned from it. "What happened?" Shun Fong and Shunan asked, shocked. Gu Yi and Gushi were both Shun Long's bodyguards, and Gu Yi was even an early rank 2 Earth rank expert, whereas Gushi was a peak rank 1 Earth rank expert. Even in the entire Blue Forest City, Gu Yi and Gushi were considered relatively strong experts, which is why Shun Fong would have never believed this if this had came out from the mouth of anyone else apart from his sons. Cultivation started from Qi condensation rank 1 to rank 9, and the levels in each rank were divided into early, mid and peak. After the Qi condensation level was the Earth rank, so 2 strong Earth rank cultivators dying was a truly shocking matter. Rumors were circulating that someone in the outskirts of Blue Forest found a red pine fruit, answered Shun Long. "Father, you know that my meridians are blocked and I can't cultivate, but if I could find the red pine fruit and ask Master Lu to concoct the meridian opening pill for me, I could finally start cultivating." Before Shun Fong had a chance to interject, Shun Long continued. "I know you have always felt bad because I can't cultivate and have also searched for the red pine fruit and other solutions for me, even if you have never said this yourself. I know it's true," said Shun Long. Shun Fong didn't say anything and his face turned slightly red. He didn't want his son to find out, but he had always felt regret that Shun Long was unable to cultivate, so he had always searched for possible solutions both inside Blue Forest City or in the imperial capital. Shun Fong himself had ventured into the Blue Forest plenty of times, but so far he had never found what he needed for his son. So this time, hearing that someone found the red pine fruit while you were in the imperial capital, I couldn't stay still, so I asked for both Gu Yi and Gushi to come with me together to the Blue Forest. After all, my plan was only to search around the Blue Forest's outskirts, and with 2 Earth rank experts accompanying me, the chance of running into danger was truly low. But who could have known that we would get ambushed on the way by 5 masked people wearing black robes, said Shun Long in an angry voice. Shun Fong and Shunan understood. If 5 masked people ambushed and attacked 2 Earth rank experts, then most likely the person behind this assassination was someone who wanted to harm the Shun family by killing off their heir instead of just finishing off his 2 bodyguards and then kindly letting Shun Long go. Shun Long explained how these people encircled and attacked their group, and how in the end they got scared off by the sudden lightning storm and ended up fleeing before finishing the job. Shun Fong and Shunan were both glad and sighed in relief, thankful for their child's luck and how he managed to escape from such a death trap, when suddenly a guard entered the hall, knelt down on one knee and said, "My lord, Alchemist Master Lu has arrived." Chapter 6. Are you sure? "My lord, Alchemist Master Lu has arrived." "Quickly invite him in," Shun Fong said in slight anxiousness. Although he had learned the majority of what happened to Shun Long when he went to the Blue Forest, and despite the fact that his body had no obvious signs of any injury, Shun Fong and Shunan couldn't help but worry with fear for any internal injuries inside their son's body, so having Master Lu examine Shun Long was extremely urgent to them. When the doors of the main hall opened again, Shun Fong and Shunan stood up while Shun Long remained in a sitting position on the bed in the center of the room. This wasn't because he wanted to intentionally act rude, but that Shun Fong had instructed him that until Alchemist Lu had verified that his body is truly healthy and uninjured, he is not to move from his position. Shun Long could feel the concern his parents were showing him, so he couldn't go against their wishes right now. A white-robed young man in his late 20s walked inside the hall. This was Alchemist Lu, a genius of the Sky Fortune Kingdom and the best alchemist in the entire Blue Forest City, while being only 28 years old. "Greetings, Alchemist Lu," said Shun Fong while cupping his fists. "Greetings, Formation Master Shun," said Lu when as he bowed slightly to Shun Fong while also cupping his fists. Alchemist Lu's full name was Lu Wen, and he was known to be a slightly arrogant but extremely talented alchemist. At the young age of 28 he was already a certified rank 2 bronze alchemist. After all, people needed alchemists to help them concoct pills either for their cultivation or to treat injuries, so Lu Wen, knowing that people needed his skills, and were always acting respectful around him, satisfied his vanity and slightly fueled his ego. However, even though Lu Wen was a slightly arrogant person and considered himself to be standing above the others, being a rank 2 bronze alchemist, he didn't try to put on any airs in front of Shun Fong, as Shun Fong's status as a formation master didn't lose out in front of his status as an alchemist. Moreover, Shun Fong was a peak rank 3 bronze grade formation master, which even made his status higher than Lu Wen's own. Alchemists and formation masters truly were 2 of the most lucrative and highly sought occupations in the continent, so people of these occupations considered themselves to be standing above the rest. However, alchemists and formation masters also needed each other. Alchemists sold pills that enhanced people's cultivation and could help them treat their injuries, deal with poison etc., whereas formation masters could create formations around the alchemists' rooms to isolate noise so they don't get distracted during the refinement process, or create defensive formations that could help them protect their homes, but most importantly, they created the cauldrons that alchemists used and engraved the formations inside them that assisted the alchemists with the concoction of their pills. Formation masters also often helped the alchemists with the maintenance of their cauldrons. After all, it was common for alchemists to fail in their concoctions, with their cauldrons occasionally blowing up and harming the formations inside them, so if the alchemists didn't take good care of their cauldrons and the formations inside ended up fading, the cauldron would eventually end up as a useless mass of iron. Formation Master Shun, I heard from your guards that something happened to young Master Shun. Please allow me check his condition. Lu Wen went straight to the point as soon as they finished their greetings. Shun Fang was happy that Lu Wen got straight to the point of his visit, as he also didn't like useless talk, and said, "Please, Alchemist Lu," as gestured for Lu Wen to move towards the center of the hall where the bed that Shun Long was sitting on was placed at. Lu Wen saw the weird appearance of young Master Shun's and was taken aback. Shun Long hadn't had any time to change his clothes, as Shun Fang had dragged him to the main hall as soon as they returned in the estate. Then his Shunin had also entered the hall and they bombarded him with a barrage of questions. By the time he had finished explaining what had happened, Alchemist Lu had already arrived, so it was too late to change clothes now. Lu Wen's sharp eyes could easily tell that Shun Long's clothes were destroyed by some kind of sharp weapon, most likely by a sword, but what he couldn't wrap his head around was this. How is this kid's body fine if he was attacked by sharp swords or sabers when the entire Blue Forest City knows that he can't even cultivate? What Lu Wen didn't know was that Shun Long's parents also had the same question, but before they could ask their son, the guards had already announced his arrival. Lu Wen examined Shun Long's body thoroughly but found no abnormalities. It had to be known that alchemists excelled in using their spiritual strength, and that the most important requirement to become an alchemist was to have a good amount of spiritual strength along with a strong affinity for fire, whereas formation masters could use both their chi combined with their spiritual strength, while the most important requirements for them were a decent amount of spiritual strength along with a strong affinity to control the earth. However, although it may seem as formation masters and alchemists both needed a good amount of spiritual strength as a prerequisite, in reality alchemists needed more than 5 times the amount of spiritual strength that formation masters did. That was because alchemists could use only their spiritual strength when they refined pills, and they couldn't borrow any form of external help like their chi, the same way that formation masters could, so the amount of spiritual strength an alchemist had was paramount to them. Although Lu Wen was only a bronze rank grade 2 alchemist, his spiritual strength was a good 3 to 4 times higher than Shun Fang, and he could directly use it to examine Shun Long's body from the inside. The moment Lu Wen started examining Shun Long's body using his spiritual strength, his jaw involuntarily opened wide. As soon as he finished the examination of Shun Long's body, Lu Wen couldn't help but blurt out, "Are you certain that your son is a cripple?" Chapter 7 What happened? Are you certain that your son is a cripple? You certain that your son is a cripple? Your son is a cripple. Cripple. These words repeatedly echoed inside Shun Fang's head, and as if a dynamite had exploded, his aura burst out of his body, like a torrential wave that was looking to submerge and drown Alchemist Lu. Even the quiet Shunin frowned as her gaze towards Lu Wen instantly turned icy. Shun Fang hated it when people called his son a cripple. There was an incident a few years back at the Imperial capital, when another rank 3 bronze formation master called Shun Long, a useless cripple unable to cultivate, in front of Shun Fang, and as a result Shun Fang broke that person's legs and ended up almost entirely crippling him. It was only after a lot of people pleaded on his behalf for Shun Fang to let him live, that Shun Fang ended up letting him off, but not before he had finished venting his anger on him. In the end, that formation master was almost crippled with shattered arm bones and fingers and both legs broken. But luckily for him, Shun Fang didn't go any further, else even if this formation master hadn't died, he would surely have ended up as a cripple. Alchemist Lu knew that what he had said was wrong and that Shun Fang would never allow anyone to insult his own son, let alone in front of him, which was why he burst out like that. If Lu Wen wasn't invited by him to check up on his son, he would have already sent him flying in the air with a single slap, but even now, it was still nearly impossible for him to rein in his temper any longer. Shun Fang even felt that Lu Wen was almost intentionally provoking him by mentioning his son's matter like that, and not only just in front of him, but in front of his son and his wife as well. Alchemist Lu knew that things were slightly bad now and that he had made a blunder, so he quickly said as he bowed his head as a form of apology in Shun Fang's direction while cupping his hands at him and the frosty Shunin behind him. "Please calm your anger, Master Shun, and listen to what I have to say. It was rumored that young Master Shun's meridians were blocked and almost crippled, that he could never cultivate unless he consumed a meridian opening pill or some other heaven-defying pill if he wanted to ever unblock his clogged-up meridians, right? It seemed as if Lu Wen was talking to Shun Fong but also to himself, as if he was looking to verify that what he was saying was correct while he continued. But I have heard that in the past, even Master Fu himself, a rank 3 bronze-grade alchemist, had personally come to examine young Master Shun's body and ended up saying that this condition was incurable without special pills like the meridian opening pill, as all the meridians in his body where the qi is supposed to flow from were all filled with blood, and that was blocking every attempt of qi circulation or absorption. Shun Fong didn't answer and just plainly nodded. His anger also had already eased a great deal, but his heart was now aching with pain for his son's condition. "What is your point, Master Lu?" asked Shun, somewhat irritated. It was obvious that she hadn't forgiven Lu Wen's previous transgression of calling her son a cripple. Lu Wen continued as if he was in his own world right now, his eyes having an absent-minded look in them as he looked at his own hands, almost as if he was pondering something, and after a few moments of silence he continued saying, "There are two things that I don't understand," said Lu Wen as he turned his head to look at Shun Long properly for the first time since his visit. Looking at Shun Long's deep and unperturbed black eyes, Lu Wen's brain kept pondering possible scenarios as his gaze then lowered to observe Shun Long's destroyed clothes, especially the area around the left side of his chest that had almost no fabric left on it. Lu Wen took a breath as if he was organizing his thoughts and then said, "It is obvious that young Master Shun was attacked at some point today. I also normally wouldn't ask why or how someone who is asking for my services got injured, but there are no injuries in your son's body internally or externally. But if that was all it was, then it wouldn't have been that big of a deal, but the most shocking thing is his meridians. Your son obviously has never cultivated in his life, but his meridians right now are completely unblocked and unclogged, free from any blood that was hindering the qi from circulating inside them. Do you understand what I'm trying to say here? There is no way your son is any longer a cripple." When Shun Fong heard Lu Wen's words, not only did he not get angry at the mention of the word cripple anymore, but his eyes teared up as he turned around to hug Shun, who was behind him, and also started sobbing, their eyes both moist with tears of joy. Lu Wen turned his gaze from Shun Fong back to Shun Long and was shocked to see that same unperturbed expression on his face, as if what he had just said now didn't concern him at all, or perhaps Shun Long already knew that and that's why he didn't seem to feel any surprise from Lu Wen's words, and was instead looking at his father and mother with a slight smile hanging at the corner of his lips. Lu Wen was now fighting internally with himself, but in the end he couldn't hold himself back any longer and asked in a voice which fully betrayed his curiosity, "Young Master Shun, can you tell me what happened to your meridians?" Chapter 8: Shun Fong's Scheme. As soon as Lu Wen finished his words, Shun Fong and Shun both looked over at Shun Long. They too wanted to know how their son was healed. Actually, Shun Long didn't have to answer Lu Wen's questions and satisfy his curiosity if he really didn't want to do so, but this was still part of Shun Long's plan, so he decided to nod and explain what had happened. His parents were also curious as to how Shun Long had healed, since he had mentioned earlier that his body was originally full of injuries and he was even brought on the brink of death when those masked people attacked him, before they eventually fled the scene. Earlier, Shun Long didn't have the time to finish his explanation when Lu Wen arrived at the hall, so he could only postpone it, but since Lu Wen asked, it was the perfect time to present his explanation. Shun Long turned to look at his parents, who nodded at him, and he then started explaining. "Originally I was attacked by some people and was left to die bleeding on the ground when a thunderstorm erupted, a few hours ago about 3 miles away from the Blue Forest. Then just as I was about to die, an elderly person that was flying close to me, grabbed me and rescued me from the storm. When he saw the injuries on my body, he gave me some mysterious pill, and when I swallowed it, my injuries started healing instantly. Then after an incense stick of time had passed, my injuries had already healed and not even a scar was left behind. It was truly miraculous. But then the elder abruptly left as soon as he saw that my injuries had healed, and I didn't even have the time to ask for his name as he soared in the sky and flew towards the east." Shun Fong, Shun and Lu Wen were all speechless. How could this kid's luck be so good? All three of them thought at the same time and didn't even doubt his story, as it made completely perfect sense. So that's how he stayed alive and his injuries were healed along with his meridians. Alchemist Lu was so jealous when he heard this that his face almost turned green from envy. How high level of an expert would that person have to be to casually give away such a miraculous pill to a kid he had never even met before? It had to be known that cultivators needed to have at least reached the heaven tier if they wanted to fly in the air. Chances are that such a person was also an alchemist, since he could produce such a miraculous pill so easily, or at the very least he had to have a close connection with a high-level alchemist, so if Lu Wen could meet such a person and obtain even the slightest guidance from him, his benefits would have been immeasurable. On the other hand, Shun Fong and Shun En's faces went red with excitement. Not only had their son met a high-level expert who had healed his injuries, but that person had also solved the problem that was plaguing their son since his birth. When Lu Wen got the answer to his questions, he sighed in a tone filled with envy and regret, as he turned his sight from Shun Long to Shun Fong and Shun En, cupped his fists and said, "Formation Master Shun, congratulations, young Master Shun will definitely soar in the future now that his meridians are healed. I will take my leave for the night if there is nothing else." Shun Fong also cupped his fists at Lu Wen and said, "Alchemist Lu, thank you for your help today. Accept this gift of mine as a token of my family's gratitude since you came here so late in the night." Shun Fong then clapped his hands 2 times and 2 guards opened the doors of the main hall with another 2 following behind them, while carrying a big, heavy-looking iron cauldron. The cauldron had runes and lines carved on its outer surface while its lid was made of pure silver. As soon as Lu Wen saw the cauldron, his eyes shone with desire and he couldn't wait to return to his home and throw away his old cauldron and replace it with this one. Although Lu Wen was a genius alchemist famous in the entire Blue Forest City, his current cauldron was only of rank 2 bronze grade. Whereas the cauldron that Shun Fong had just gifted him was already a full rank higher, a pinnacle rank 3 bronze grade cauldron. As an alchemist, he could obviously tell the grade of this cauldron even from a distance. It was said that only pinnacle rank 3 bronze grade alchemists had such cauldrons, and even some silver grade alchemists were using top grade 3 bronze rank cauldrons as well, since finding a silver grade cauldron was truly extremely difficult. Help Alchemist Lu arrive home safely, Shun Fong ordered the 4 guards that had just entered the main hall. I also hope that Alchemist Lu will not speak to anyone of today's matters, Shun Fong said casually, but this was actually the most important part of their conversation. Lu Wen was extremely happy and knew that he owed Shun Fong a huge favor for this, as a grade 3 bronze rank cauldron wasn't something you could buy easily, let alone one that was at the pinnacle of its grade. Lu Wen answered, "Please be at ease, Formation Master Shun. I Lu Wen am not that kind of person," answered Lu Wen as he cupped his fists one more time and then followed the guards outside. He also understood what Shun Fong's words meant and knew that he couldn't divulge today's matters regardless. Just the fact that the expert who saved his son, Shun Long, could fly into the air, meant that that person had to be at least a heaven-grade expert. It was also highly probable that that person was also a high-grade alchemist as well, and so Lu Wen couldn't and wouldn't casually discuss such a person's private matters for fear of bringing a disaster upon himself. When Lu Wen left, Shun Fong looked at his son with eyes full of happiness and gratitude as he said, "Little brat, your father knows that your body is alright and I am finally at ease, but you went through a lot of stuff today, so you should go and rest. Tomorrow we will go together and choose a cultivation technique that suits you, ha ha ha." Then, without waiting for Shun Long to reply, Shun Fong quickly and happily left the hall with Shun En by his side, both of them smiling happily. The servants were startled to see Shun Fong and Shun En smiling so brightly as they left the hall and headed to their courtyard. Shun Long also followed his memories, and as soon as he left the main hall he started walking towards his own room as well. Shun En suddenly stopped while they were walking and asked Shun Fong in a slightly serious tone, "Although Master Lu came today, he didn't do anything aside from an examination. Isn't it too much to give him a pinnacle grade 3 bronze cauldron as a gift? After all, he wouldn't dare to discuss today's matters that easily, especially when they involve a person who is most likely a heaven grade expert. Did you do it just to make sure that he wouldn't tell anyone about Longer's recovery?" Shun En asked as if she had just come to an epiphany. Although she was a very smart woman, she wasn't as used to dealing with people as Shun Fong, so it took her a while to see through Shun Fong's intentions. But Shun Fong was an old fox and his aim wasn't just that, so he explained to his wife, "Even if it was just to make sure that Lu Wen stays silent, for a matter that involves my, Shun Fong's son, then it would still be worth it. I don't want people to know yet that Longer is alright since he was nearly assassinated today, but I also gave him the cauldron because of Lu Wen himself." Shun En looked at Shun Fong, but she didn't understand what he meant. Isn't Lu Wen just a grade 2 bronze rank alchemist? Although he is talented, he isn't the best in the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, and many grade 2 and even grade 3 alchemists would jump in delight at the opportunity to get their hands on such a treasure. As if looking through Shun En's thoughts, Shun Fong said, "Lu Wen may just be a bronze grade 2 alchemist, but that's only for now. It will probably take less than a year for him to reach bronze grade 3. At that time, having a talented grade 3 alchemist help my son when he needs him will definitely be worth this investment." Shun En looked at Shun Fong's bright eyes in shock and asked as if she had just understood his intentions, "Do you mean that you intend for Longer too?" "Yes," Shun Fong answered immediately in a voice full of confidence and a tinge of pride in it. Then he continued, and with a murderous look slowly filling his eyes he said, "If any stray dogs think that they can just come and try to kill my son without any repercussions, then they really are naive. They better pray I don't find who was behind that attack or else." Shun Fong finished his sentence and then harrumphed, as if he was trying to release part of his pent-up anger that suddenly filled him when he mentioned Shun Long's assassination attack again, as he and Shunan walked to their room to rest. Shun Long then reached his courtyard, and walked straight towards the biggest room at the center. His room had 5 big wooden bookshelves inside it, all of them filled with all kind of books, with subjects that involved alchemy, formations, cultivation, etc. Shun Long directly locked the door as soon as he entered the room and walked toward the bed that was situated at the side of the room opposite to the bookshelves. He decided to sit down at the center of his bed with his legs crossed, and as he closed his eyes his thoughts drifted towards the triangular-shaped stone in his mind. Chapter 9: Explosive Increase in Cultivation. Shun Long finally sat down cross-legged and started meditating on his bed. As soon as he thought of the triangular-shaped stone, his mind instantly transformed into a stream that appeared inside his head, and he saw the stone floating with a golden book next to it. Shun Long was startled. He didn't know how the golden book had appeared next to the stone. He then remembered a sound that he had felt inside his brain earlier, and after that the feeling of his soul getting rid of a pair of shackles that had always weighted him down had come. Shun Long's consciousness moved towards the golden book, but there was no reaction no matter what he did. After trying for a while, he turned his sights back towards the triangular-shaped stone. As soon as his thoughts drifted towards it, the stone sucked in his consciousness and Shun Long felt his body appearing in an empty space. "How many more secrets do you hold?" Shun Long said as he thought of the triangular-shaped stone magical abilities, the Monarch's Hourglass and the Golden Book. Then Shun Long tried to circulate the Monarch's Hourglass art, and an indistinct figure of an hourglass formed around his body. As soon as Shun Long followed the breathing technique of the Monarch's Hourglass art, his meridians started absorbing the chi that came in contact with his body. This was how people of the chi circulation level cultivated, absorbed the chi in the air that came in direct contact with their body through their meridians. They then circulated their cultivation technique and turned the chi into their own energy. Shun Long also followed this principle, but he kept directing all the energy he was absorbing into his right hand, slowly forming a ball of chi that kept growing each second. Only when Shun Long felt that the ball had finally reached saturation and wouldn't absorb any more energy did he finally stop and lifted it in the air as he pushed it in the space above his head. Imagine that you are inside the bottom part of an hourglass and you create a big ball in your hand, and then you shove that ball in the opening hole above your head that exists between the top and the bottom part of the hourglass where the sand usually flows from. Well, in this particular hourglass there was no sand, only that ball that was too big to fit in the tiny hole, but Shun Long kept pushing and pushing until the ball compressed itself and finally went through the hole to enter the top part of the hourglass, sitting there peacefully as if it was floating above Shun Long's head. As soon as the ball went through the hole, Shun Long felt that all the energy inside the ball was coursing through his body and that it belonged to him now. Shun Long didn't stop and repeated this process 2 more times until a bang came from inside his body. Shun Long was drenched in sweat but was infinitely happy as he had finally reached the early rank 1 chi circulation stage. He didn't stop and kept repeating this process again and again until 5 hours had passed and he had finally reached the rank 2 peak of the chi circulation. Just a little more and he could reach the early rank 3, but Shun Long had noticed that every time he repeated the process of pushing the balls inside, he would also face the pressure from the previous balls of chi he had created, which made it harder to advance every time. Finally Shun Long decided to stop for today. He imagined himself leaving the triangular stone space and he found himself back in his room. His tired body finally went to rest after an exhausting day. When he woke up it was already past noon. Shun Long decided to fill his stomach in the dining hall before going to see his father. What shocked Shun Long was that Shun Fong hadn't recognized that Shun Long was at the peak of grade 2 chi circulation already, and took him to his personal study so he could choose a cultivation technique for himself. Shun Long assumed that as long as he didn't intentionally expose his cultivation, others would have a hard time figuring out his realm. Shun Long didn't need another cultivation technique since he had the Monarch's Hourglass art, but still decided to choose one for himself since he couldn't tell Shun Fong about the Monarch's Hourglass or he would have no way to explain how he got it, and in the end he settled for a technique called Pulverizing Gravity Art. Shun Long then returned to his room and sent his mind to his spiritual space. He finally understood that the space the triangular stone was occupying in his mind was his spiritual space that the stone had forcibly opened when it had merged with him. Shun Long had also felt his spiritual strength increasing rapidly every time he advanced a realm last night. He sat down on his bed again and continued cultivating. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye and Shun Long was just a step away from reaching the 5th rank of Qi circulation. If Shun Fang learned about the speed of his advancements, he would probably be frightened to death. A normal Qi circulation cultivator would need at least 2 months to reach the early rank 4 level of Qi circulation, and Shun Long was already at rank 4 peak after only 5 days. 7 more days went by and Shun Long had reached the peak of rank 6 in Qi circulation. Other people needed 7 to 8 months to reach the peak of rank 6, and Shun Long had already reached that level in just 12 days. That was a truly monstrous speed of advancement. Finally, the pressure he felt from the previous balls of Qi as he tried to push the 55th ball of Qi through the opening was too much, and in the end he failed to enter the early rank 7. Shun Long understood that he couldn't yet fully control all of his strength. He needed to pressure his body more, as just cultivating inside his room wasn't enough. Almost half a month had passed by now since Shun Long's assassination attempt near the Blue Forest, and Shun Long hadn't left his room once since he had picked a cultivation technique with Shun Fang. Servants would daily leave the food in front of his door, and even a rumor had started circulating inside the estate that their young master was mentally traumatized and afraid to leave his room after he came back with tattered clothes about a fortnight ago. Shun Fang and Shunan didn't try to put an end to the rumors of the servants, as that served as a perfect cover for Shun Long, who has been cultivating non-stop to make up for the lost time he had lost as a cripple in the past. Finally, after 13 days, Shun Long left his room and decided to go and find some guards to spar with so he would understand how to bring out 100% of his current power, which was precisely what he needed to do if he wanted to reach the early 7th rank of Qi circulation. In reality, if Shun Long hadn't reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, he would have stayed in his room until he reached the Earth rank or perhaps even higher, but now he understood that he first needed to adapt to his new strength after an explosive increase of his cultivation, before he tried to advance even further. Before Shun Long could find someone to spar, a maidservant of his mother came to inform him that the Lin family has come for a visit and his father has already requested his presence in the main hall. Shun Long dismissed the maidservant and headed to the main hall as he tried to recall any memories regarding the Lin family. Then, just before he reached the doors of the main hall, he suddenly stopped and mumbled to himself, "Oh, I have a fiancé. How interesting," he said as he then opened the doors and entered inside. Chapter 10: The Shameless Lin Family. Shun Long's feet just touched the main hall, and as the big 3 meters (9 feet) doors opened, all eyes inside suddenly turned in his direction. As soon as Shun Long entered the hall, apart from his parents sitting at the main seats, he also noticed 3 elders of the Lin family and a middle-aged man all dressed in black clothes with blue stripes on their chests and sleeves sitting inside, along with a young and relatively pretty girl who was with them, with her back straight as she was seated on her chair, but unfortunately because of the straight posture she had adopted, people would instantly notice her flat chest. Everything looked normal at first glance, but Shun Long's past life experience had allowed him to pick on even the most indiscernible of hints, and from their body language how they had seated themselves a fair distance away from Shun Fang and Shunan while being the only guests here. Shun Long understood that this matter had more to it than what meets the eye. After all, the reason that Shun Long had survived alone for so long in his past life was mostly because of his ability to judge people's intentions based on their slightest movements or gestures. Shun Fang and Shunan looked at Shun Long with a gentle gaze, but deep inside, Shun Fang's eyes held a trace of horror. Could it be that there is actually a problem, and that's why Longer didn't leave his room for all these days? He asked himself, afraid of finding out the answer, as that may send him directly, from the heaven he has been experiencing these days, to the deepest depths of hell. It was only natural that Shun Fang hypothesized that there was a problem with Shun Long's cultivation and that he hadn't yet entered even the 1st rank of Qi circulation, otherwise how could his body possibly not emit any aura, if he had already reached it? Even if Shun Long had intended to conceal his aura, Shun Fang assumed that as a peak rank 9 Earth level cultivator he would have seen through it, and since he didn't feel anything now that Shun Long had entered the main hall, he naturally felt that his son must have met a problem. Deep inside him, all these days he and Shunan were patiently waiting, hoping for their son to enter at least the peak of rank 1 in Qi circulation, if not the early rank 2, but what he saw now was different to what he expected, and that's why he had assumed that some problem must have occurred in Shun Long's cultivation session. Shun Long had noticed the trace of shock that flashed inside his father's eyes, but acted as if he didn't even notice anything and smiled at him as he asked, "Father, did you ask for me? Nephew Shun has indeed grown even more handsome since the last time we met. Congratulations, ha ha ha. In the future you will definitely have droves of beauties waiting for you." The main hall instantly turned silent, and even a pin drop could be now heard. Shun Fang's face frowned and the look in his eyes darkened as he looked at the middle-aged man from the Lin family who had just spoken, and with a voice that betrayed his anger he questioned him. Lin Shang, what the fuck do you mean by that? Shun Fang had instantly noticed the meaning in Lin Shang's words. Shun Long would finding some beauties but not someone that belonged in the Lin family. Had these idiots come to ask him to annul the engagement? Of course the pretty girl sitting beside Lin Shang was Shun Long's fiancée in name, and also Lin Shang's daughter, Lin Wu. Lin Wu was already 15 years old, just 1 year younger than Shun Long, and as the daughter of the Lin patriarch she had already reached the rank 5 peak of Qi circulation. Lin Shang was slightly ashamed, but as he thought of his gem of a daughter being stuck in a patch of crippled crap that couldn't cultivate, along with some other matters that had recently popped up, he steeled his resolve and said as he stood up from his seat. Brother Fang, please listen to me. I know that Wu has been engaged to Shun Long for many years and that Shun Long definitely expected to marry her, but some matters have occurred, so I could only shamelessly come and ask you to please call off the engagement, Lin Shang said, and then continued in one breath. Actually, Wu has decided to take the entrance test of the Floating Cloud Sect that will take place 1 month from now in the palace of the imperial capital. The Floating Cloud Sect will send their elders to personally come and accept outer court disciples. Everyone knows that your son is crippled. ****, unable to cultivate due to his meridians, so it would be for the benefit of both of our children to call off the engagement, don't you agree? After all, they will be people of 2 different worlds, now that Wu will enter the Floating Cloud Sect, and while your son won't be able to cultivate, my daughter will definitely end up leaving the Sky Fortune Kingdom this time. Fuck off to the side and don't call me Brother Fang. Shun Fang said furiously, his eyes having turned red from his fury, with veins bulging around his temples. His hair was flying behind him in the air as he unleashed his pressure and revealed his aura of a peak rank 9 Earth level cultivator, suffocating everyone inside the hall as he laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, you shamelessly come and beg me to call off the engagement. Ha 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 ha, you are right, you are truly shameless and your face is so thick that my hand would probably redden from slapping you. Did you think that my house is a place that your tiny Lin family can act as they please at? How many times did you come over the years, and by using your status as in-laws of my family did you shamelessly beg me to help create formations in your home so your family's territory doesn't get annexed by high Earth rank level experts? Who was the person who begged me on his knees 6 years ago to have his daughter betrothed to my son? And now you want to shamelessly beg me to cancel their engagement instead of divorcing you so your daughter's reputation doesn't get tarnished? Ha 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 ha." Shun Fang laughed furiously and mockingly as he looked at the head and the 3 elders of the Lin family, whose faces had all turned deep red and their fists were all tightly clenched underneath the table, unknown if it was shame or fury that they were feeling. Shun Long then took a step forward towards the Lin family and Shun Fang instantly retracted his pressure, allowing them to breathe, as Shun Long looked at the young girl and asked, "What do you think?" An elder from the Lin family with a long beard then raged as he stood up and shouted, "Audacious! This is not a place for children to..." But before he could even finish his sentence, Shun Fang's aura burst out again and the elder that was only at the middle stages of the Earth level was instantly swept off his feet from the pressure, and started coughing blood non-stop, as he dyed his clothes and beard red and his body flew in the air, crashing right at the center of the wall opposite to him, and the sound of bones cracking was heard as he crashed and then collapsed to the ground twitching. "This is not a place for you to speak, so shut your mouth," Shun Fang said arrogantly as he looked down from his seat, his gaze stabbing directly at the members of the Lin family. Shun Long then looked at his fiancée, as he was expecting her to answer his previous question, and although this flat-chested girl didn't dare to look at Shun Fang, she was still bold enough to raise her eyes and meet Shun Long's. Shun Long understood everything from her gaze that was screaming arrogance and pride, as well as, "I am superior to you and hence I look down on you." Unknown where he had found the courage or the strength to speak from, Lin Shang opened his mouth that was already leaking blood from the corner of his lips, thanks to the unrelenting pressure that Shun Fang had put them under, until he said, "Shun Long, you should cons. *****. Lin Shang couldn't even finish his sentence before he ended up spurting a mouthful of blood, that coincidentally landed on his daughter's and dyed half her face a deep red color. Shun Long didn't even glance at him or his daughter, after he had noticed that contemplative gaze earlier in Lin Wu's eyes. He just turned around and shook his head as he walked towards the exit of the main hall and said in a heavily relieved tone as he patted his robes, "Thank God, for I almost ended up associating with a bunch of trashes this time. Father, destroy this engagement. Destroy it completely." Chapter 11 The Golden Book reacts. Shun Long had told his father to destroy the engagement completely, which showed how dissatisfied he was with the Lin family. But what he didn't know was that Shun Fang was even more dissatisfied than him. He was burning with anger. The Lin family wanted to take advantage of him for so many years and then just come and ask for a mutual divorce. These idiots had to be dreaming. For a woman to get divorced by the man's side of the family was an extreme insult, as it deemed that woman unfit to marry. Even prostitutes had better reputations in this world than women who were engaged and then divorced before completing the marriage, unless that divorce was mutual from both sides. A divorce being mutual here doesn't refer to both families not wanting their children to marry each other, but it indicated that nothing had happened in between which would create any suspicions that the woman who had been betrothed to them had been unfaithful. Even prostitutes who sold their bodies did it for work, and the men who slept with them did it for enjoyment, but no man would ever want to marry a woman that was engaged with him and yet eyed another man secretly. That's why the Lin family went in such pains to beg Shun Fong to mutually end this engagement, or Lin Wu's reputation would greatly suffer. But they underestimated Shun Fong's fury this time. Not only did he kick them out of his estate, but in the next 2 days, word had spread throughout the entire Blue Forest City and even beyond that the Shun family would not accept Lin Wu as their daughter-in-law and that Shun Long had divorced her. Shun Long had already heard that the Lin patriarch's daughter had already been labeled as an unfaithful woman in nearly every household of Blue Forest City in the last 2 days, but frankly he didn't care. That woman's family abused their status as their in-laws-to-be for many years, and then they wanted to end the engagement without even giving him a proper explanation. As if Shun Long was naive enough to accept a lame half-assed excuse like, "My daughter will go cultivate in the sect, so you have to break up with her now that she decided that, but thank you for being a fat sheep that we could take advantage of for so many years." Shun Long easily saw through their lies and understood that there was definitely something else at play here, he just didn't know what yet. But one thing was for certain, his feelings for the Lin family couldn't drop any lower right now. He even suspected that the attack he had suffered half a month ago had something to do with the Lin family. He didn't have any clues back then, but now it definitely made sense when he tried to connect the dots. If he died to an assassination, the Lin family could definitely bring up the matter of mutually ending the engagement to Shun Fong, as Shun Long would have already been dead, and Shun Fong would have had no valid reason to refuse them then. The more Shun Long thought about it, the more it made sense, and his eyes turned colder. Then he muttered, "You better not have had anything to do with this Lin family, or you better watch as I play you to death." Shun Long had spent the past 3 days constantly sparring with guards, while revealing more and more of his strength. In the end he had only revealed a cultivation level of an early rank 5. He understood that Monarch's Hourglass was truly a heavenly technique. As long as he didn't intentionally circulate the power inside the balls of chi that he had created and stored in his body, others couldn't tell his level of cultivation, but Shun Long also assumed that if the disparity between his level and his opponent's was too big, then no matter what, he would be seen through in the end. So to avoid such a situation, he decided to not keep his cultivation hidden any longer, the cultivation of an early rank 5 of course. After all, he wouldn't reveal his full strength for no reason. It was already miraculous that he had reached the early rank 5 in half a month. Shun Fong and Shunan already found this unbelievable. He wondered what would they think if he told them that he had already reached rank 6 peak, but in the end he decided not to. That speed of advancement was already too monstrous and he couldn't explain it, unless he divulged the existence of the Monarch's Hourglass and the triangular-shaped stone. But these were his biggest secrets, and it would surely bring him endless questioning from his parents. Also, even if he tried to explain the truth to them, it was unsure whether they would believe him, so in the end he decided not to tell them about his real cultivation level yet. After all, they were already extremely satisfied with his progress so far, and he saw no harm in having a few secrets for his own. After he had revealed his new strength of an early rank 5, Shun Long could hold his own against a guard who was at the middle of rank 7 in chi condensation. This was shocking to both Shun Long and the guards, as well as Shun Fong, who happened to see them sparring. That was more than 2 full minor levels above Shun Long's own. If he had used his full cultivation, Shun Long estimated that he could probably fight against a peak rank 8 or even early rank 9. For someone who has been cultivating for only 15 days to fight against a late-stage chi condensation cultivator was already unheard of. But for that same someone to fight against an early rank 9 chi condensation who was already almost at the peak of his grade, then even the word crazy wasn't enough anymore. After Shun Long had his fill of sparring with the guards, he told his parents that he would stay in his room again for a few days and see if he can advance his strength any further, as he also mentioned that he was planning to participate in the Floating Cloud Sect selection test that was taking place in the Imperial Palace in 1 month, the same test that Lin Shang had talked about. Shun Long's will was to become rich and strong so others couldn't control him, and he couldn't achieve this in a place as small as the Sky Fortune Kingdom. He had already heard from Shun Fong that Sky Fortune Kingdom had more than 100 other kingdoms around it, and that's just what Shun Fong knew. Who knew how big the actual number was? Could he spend his life in a place as tiny as the Blue Forest City? Originally, Shun Long's parents didn't have any hope for him to participate in the Floating Cloud Sect selection test that happened every 3 years, even when they had learned that their son's meridians were cured. But now that they had seen Shun Long's frightening speed of advancement, they were hoping that their son would escape this tiny place called Sky Fortune Kingdom and go cultivate in the behemoth known as the Floating Cloud Sect. Shun Long had returned to his room sitting cross-legged at the center of his bed, as he sent his spiritual strength to his spiritual space, so he would enter the triangular stone space once again, when the Golden Book showed a reaction for the first time. Chapter 12 Absorbing Knowledge. While Shun Long was sitting peacefully in a cross-legged position atop his bed, an apocalyptic scene was taking place inside his spiritual space. The Golden Book had started vibrating inside his spiritual space, and with every passing moment, it was doing so even more intensely. Every time the Golden Book vibrated, it was also slowly discharging some kind of heavenly aura which also nourished Shun Long's spiritual strength every time it came in contact with this aura. Shun Long then noticed a rune that resembled a lock, as it slowly emerged from the cover of the Golden Book, and it suddenly expanded and binded the Golden Book, almost as if the rune was trying to seal it. The book then started struggling desperately as it was trying to rid itself from the rune, but the rune didn't let up at all, firmly wrapping itself around the Golden Book. Just as the book was about to get suppressed by the rune, a tiny fluctuation came from the triangular stone that had stayed silent all this time, and a heavenly pressure radiated from it, that seemed as if it had come from the start of time. Then the stone sent a small stream of blue light straight towards the rune. The rune lock that was suppressing the Golden Book instantly released its hold as it tried to flee, but that tiny fluctuation from the triangular stone had already sealed time and space inside Shun Long's spiritual space, and the rune couldn't even move. It tried to instinctively vibrate and rid itself from the temporal restrictions that the little stone had placed around them, but before it could even do anything, the triangular-shaped stone instantly released a force that sucked the rune inside it, and then as the temporal restrictions retracted, as everything returned to normal, the previously suppressed Golden Book instantly erupted with a burst of golden light, as for the very first time, its cover instantly opened to reveal a blindingly bright white page. As soon as the white page was revealed, the book released a startling kind of force that tried to absorb Shun Long's spiritual strength inside it. A person's spiritual strength was practically their consciousness. If their consciousness was lost or destroyed, they would be practically dead. They would turn into a vegetable, a body without a consciousness. Shun Long tried to resist the force from the Golden Book by retracting his consciousness back to his mind. Fuck, what is this? Am I really going to become a vegetable after just reincarnating? He was terrified to see that his consciousness had already arrived in front of the white page, when the Golden Book instantly absorbed him. His entire spiritual strength had now left his body, which had now turned into an empty shell. Shun Long, however, was startled to see that he was not dead, but he was also shocked because he didn't have a corporeal body anymore. Not just a corporeal body, he didn't have anything aside from his spiritual strength, his consciousness, and his thoughts. There was nothing in front of him, just endless white that covered everything as far as the eyes could see. All of a sudden the scene in front of him changed. A plant appeared right out of nowhere, one that he had never seen before, and yet, just by looking at it this time, a sudden influx of information appeared in his brain that told him everything about the plant. How many stem cells the plant consisted of, how the plant would react in different temperatures, what are its leaves consisted of, how many years does it take for the plant to mature, what is needed for it to mature faster, what are the ideal conditions to nurture it, what are the plant's properties, and how it can be used, along with all of its special individual properties. My brain feels like it will explode any second now, Shun Long thought as he suddenly felt that needles were piercing his consciousness. Sadly, this was only the beginning of his suffering. Ah! Shun Long suddenly roared, as billions of scenes flashed through his eyes, every scene including a plant that went from a seed to its full maturation stage until it changed again to another one. Every scene made Shun Long feel that he was about to die from the pain, and he couldn't even think anymore as information was practically getting crammed in his soul. The pain was so intense that at some point Shun Long felt that it might be better if he just stopped enduring this and gave up. Then he wouldn't have to feel this pain, he thought. Although he had felt pain in the past, and although he had suffered from hunger and physical pain, by fighting, or having his underdeveloped muscles aching and stinging him after overworking himself or suffering injuries, this was a completely different type of pain. The difference in intensity and quantity couldn't even be mentioned in the same breath as anything that he may have felt in the past. If all the pain he had felt in his past 20 years could be considered as a single drop in a bucket, then the pain he was feeling right now would be much more than an ocean. And the worst part was that this was a pain coming directly from his soul. A stab in your soul was thousands of times worse than a knife stabbing your heart. This was a type of qualitative difference that couldn't even be compared in the same breath with a flesh wound. Just as Shun Long felt that he should perhaps give up and that he had already reached his limit, the triangular stone buzzed and a scene replayed itself in Shun Long's brain. That's right. It's better to suffer now and give it my all to become strong after this than give up and die and have people trample upon me in my next life and the next one after that. No matter what, I will not give up, I will rather break than bend. Let's see who is stronger, this pain or myself. Ha ha ha, come, he roared in the end while laughing, and his will was invigorated as he became clear-headed all of a sudden. This was both thanks to the little stone, replaying in his mind the scene when he swore his oaths outside of the blue forest, as well as to Shun Long's will to endure this crazy inhumane pain. But after a few hours, the pain was already so intense that Shun Long couldn't even speak, as his mind had finally reached a point where he just couldn't absorb more information and was already full. This wasn't a matter of whether he was willing to endure more pain but whether his brain had any more mental capacity to absorb all this knowledge. All of a sudden Shun Long started to feel that his mind was now absorbing a strange kind of energy that made his soul bigger and stronger as his spiritual strength was improving at an unbelievable pace. Chapter 13, What's the test like? This was of course the same heavenly aura that the Golden Book was discharging earlier before it sucked him inside the white page. As Shun Long's consciousness absorbed more and more of this heavenly aura, his soul started to expand. His spiritual strength was also improving rapidly, becoming stronger and stronger by the second. This aura was immensely beneficial to a cultivator's soul and spiritual strength. 100 breaths of time had barely passed when Shun Long had already sucked in all the aura around his consciousness. Every second of it had felt like a heavenly massage on his soul, and he couldn't help but thirst for more, but that greedy feeling was instantly forgotten, and his mind met another wave of pain as soon as the blissful, heavenly massage had stopped. Now that his soul had already expanded and could absorb more information, the Golden Book didn't hold back any longer. His mind capacity had already reached a level that was more than 10 times larger than before, and his mind was once again bombarded by scenes of plants. After an unknown amount of time, the Golden Book stopped cramming Shun Long's mind with information and he finally found a chance to catch his breath. Or so he thought. The Golden Book appeared in front of him, and a thing that horrified Shun Long happened. His mind was once again full of images along with a barrage of information just like before, but this time, it didn't involve any plants, but magical beasts. Shun Long wasn't just sweating when the second transmission of information ended, but he even felt that if he was in his body right now, he wouldn't even be able to take a breath before he sorted out all this information. Are you fucking trying to kill me? Shun Long wanted to roar at the Golden Book furiously, but when he saw that he was about to receive a third transmission, he nearly blacked out. Thankfully the third one was actually the last and also the shortest. The information it contained was about the human body, its illnesses and more, but this didn't even take 0.1% of the information that he had first absorbed about the plants and medicines. Actually, even the magical beast information could barely reach 1% of the medicines. This is how immense the amount of information that Shun Long had first absorbed was. By the end of it though, Shun Long was so tired mentally that as soon as the Golden Book stopped transmitting information to his mind, he instantly blacked out. When he woke up he was so shocked that his eyes bulged out. His body was shriveled, his eye sockets were sunken in, and his hands and feet were so bony that you would be hard-pressed to find flesh no matter where you looked at. He was almost like a moving skeleton, and if he wasn't in the peak of rank 6 in chi circulation, he would have probably already died. If his energy wasn't passively sustaining his body. He woke up and with a lot of effort he managed to walk all the way to his door, his clothes hanging off from his body like they were 3 or 4 sizes bigger than what he normally wore. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a young maidservant sleeping outside his room, on the cold hard floor. Shun Long felt some pity for her and walked towards her to wake her up, when the maid just happened to open her eyes. "Ah," she screamed as she rolled a few meters on the ground before slowly standing up, her robe now full of dirt. "Why, you, young ma, stir," she asked stutteringly as she noticed Shun Long's previously handsome but now shriveled face, with his cheeks practically sunken in. Shun Long frowned while watching the maid's antics, seemingly unaware of his own horrible appearance as he ordered. "Prepare for me a huge meal, I am starving." He then walked with difficulty towards the dining hall. It was already the middle of the night, but the chefs were still awake, and in less than 30 minutes they had already prepared a huge meal, which Shun Long ended up wolfing down in less than 10 minutes. The chefs then had no choice but to keep preparing more, as their young master wasn't even close to being full, but they barely managed to get in the new plates of food before Shun Long had completely devoured the previous ones. In the end, it couldn't even be called a meal but an all-you-can-eat buffet, as 6 chefs were working to satisfy the appetite of their famished young lord. Even Shun Fong and Shunan were startled by the commotion their son had caused, but as they saw his shriveled body, which was slowly regaining its original appearance as he ate more and more food, they decided to stay silent. All questions could be answered after Shun Long had filled his stomach. Shun Long hadn't even noticed that his parents had arrived in the hall and only stopped eating when he had eaten enough food for 100 people to fill their stomachs. Then Shun Fong arrived and sat down by his side as he asked, "What have you been doing in the past 25 days? What?" Shun Long couldn't believe that he had spent a whole 25 days digesting the information from the Golden Book. But when he thought about it, it made sense, especially with the amount of information that his head was filled with right now. Right now Shun Long probably knew everything about every single medicinal ingredient that existed in this world. Although he practically hadn't tried yet, his theoretical skills in alchemy should have reached a godlike level by now, considering that alchemy was based on combining 2 things: controlling the medicinal ingredients and controlling the fire. Well, in reality it was much more complicated than that, but Shun Long couldn't wait to try and see if he was right about this guess he had regarding alchemy. He then answered, "I met with some problems, but it's fine now, don't worry. I even advanced a full minor level in my cultivation." Shun Long then revealed his cultivation as an early rank 6 in Qi condensation. He didn't know what the requirements to enter the Floating Cloud Sect were, but he had assumed that he would need at least this much to pass the tests. Shun Fong couldn't believe that his son had already advanced so much in just 1 month, and he even thought that he too would be willing to suffer being famished for a month if it would mean a full minor realm leap in his cultivation. Shun Long was also glad that he could still make it in time for the Floating Cloud Sect test in the Imperial Capital. If he had slept for too long and ended up missing the entrance test that takes place every 3 years, he would have definitely regretted it. Then Shun Long turned his head to look at his father, who was sitting beside him, and asked curiously, "Right, father, what's the Floating Cloud Sect's test like?" Chapter 14: The Way to Advance to a Rank 7. Shun Fong looked at his son and smiled as he said, "Don't worry, according to the previous years you have 100% chance of passing." Shun Long looked at his father with an intrigued expression, but Shun Fong said, "Okay, don't worry, I'll tell you what I know tomorrow, no need to look at me like that. Actually, I had hoped that we would have already left for the Imperial Capital a few days ago, but since you didn't come out from your room for so long, I could only wait until you were done with your cultivation before setting off." Shun Long was once again taken aback and couldn't help but ask his father this time, "Don't we still have a few days until the test in the Imperial Palace? The Imperial Capital isn't even 1 day away from our Blue Forest City, so we don't really need to rush, do we?" Shun Fong looked at his son, who was sitting beside him and didn't know anything about the Floating Cloud Sect, and said, "You are right, son, we don't really need to rush. Go and prepare whatever you need to take with you on this trip. You can also ask me for anything that you want, your father will definitely help you, don't worry." Shun Long looked at his father and his eyes moistened. Since Shun Long had arrived in this world, he was certain that he would have to do everything by himself, just like he did in his previous life, without ever counting on anyone for anything. He was already used to this mindset of his and wouldn't easily change it, but his newfound parents constantly showered him with care and attention, showing him the true meaning of the word family. Shun Long's father was enraged for his sake when the Lin family had come to ask them to annul his engagement. His mother had him constantly on her mind, sending maidservants to send him food, and having them report back to her son's condition and if he had asked or needed anything else. Even a few moments ago, when the maidservant responsible of watching Shun Long's room came and informed them that the young master was now all bones, Shun Long's parents instantly rushed to the dining hall in the middle of the night, worried about their son. And when they finally confirmed that he was now recovering through eating massive amounts of meat and drinking more than a gallon of water in one go, they didn't even ask him any questions about what had happened to him. They were just glad that he was fine. To most people, this may seem how parents should act for their children, but to Shun Long, who had never felt familial love before, these actions were invaluable to him. A feeling of warmth spread inside him, as Shun Long watched his parents moving to their courtyard, while he decided to return and cultivate in his room instead. Breaking through a cultivation barrier wasn't easy, and Shun Long finally noticed the problem that was holding him back all this time, and he couldn't break through the 7th rank of Qi circulation. Every rank of Qi circulation needed Shun Long to condense 3 balls of Qi for each level respectively of early, middle and peak, for a total of 9 levels in each rank according to the requirements of the Monarch's Hourglass. Shun Long right now was at the peak of the 6th rank, which meant that he had already created and condensed 54 balls of Qi above his head. Although it was harder to push in every single ball of Qi that came after the previous one, it still shouldn't have been this hard, yet every time he created 1 inch ball just like he had done in the previous levels, he would fail to push it inside, and its Qi would eventually dissipate into thin air. But this time Shun Long decided that if the balls of Qi didn't have enough power, then he would imbue even more Qi inside them while creating them. And this random guess of his had left him speechless when he tested it. Shun Long noticed that the balls of Qi that would previously be easily filled until they were saturated and couldn't hold any more Qi inside them, were now turned into starved animals that needed more and more Qi to fill themselves. Finally, after 3 hours, Shun Long had managed to condense a new full-powered Qi condensation ball, and he slowly pushed it in the space above his head. Finally, after 2 more hours of bitterly trying, a 55th ball of Qi had appeared in the space where the rest of his Qi balls were. More than 5 hours had already passed and morning would soon arrive, but Shun Long wanted to try one more crazy thing, something that no one in the Qi condensation had ever tried. I wonder if I can put even more energy in the balls of Qi I had previously created and have them all reach the quality of this one, he said as he looked at the brightest Qi ball he had created up until now, the 55th ball. When Shun Long had fought with the guards of the estate, he had already found out that even if the balls of Qi exhausted all their energy, they wouldn't disappear. They would still remain in the place above his head, and when he entered a meditative state and circulated the Monarch's Hourglass, he would just need to refill them with the Qi that he absorbed from the air. Shun Long decided to try out his hypothesis in the very first ball of Qi he had condensed, and he was glad to find out that his energy did actually enter the ball as it slowly made it stronger. After 3 more hours, Shun Long exhausted went to sleep, yet he only slept for 2 hours before his father came to wake him up. It was finally time to leave the Blue Forest City. Chapter 15 Secrets of the Floating Cloud Sect. Shun Long woke up and looked at his father and mother, who had just barged into his room. Shun Fong looked at him with a smile on his face as he asked, "Are you ready?" Shun Long understood that they were leaving, and although he didn't know why his father was in such a rush to reach the Imperial City, he didn't question him for now as he took a deep breath and said, "Actually, I need an alchemist cauldron, not too big in size so I can carry it with me, but the higher the grade the better." Shun Fong was a bit astonished. His son hadn't even started to cultivate for a year and he already wanted to study alchemy. That's like a toddler trying to run before they can walk. Shunan looked at her husband and said smilingly, "Hee, you can finally get rid of that old thing." As soon as Shun Fong heard her words, his eyes twitched. "Old thing? I spent more than a month refining that cauldron, you know." "I'll forget it," he said as he personally went to fetch a bowl-sized cauldron. As soon as Shun Long's eyes met the cauldron that Shun Fong was holding in his arms, he instantly understood, although he was neither an alchemist yet nor a formation master, that this small cauldron was extraordinary. It was emitting some small fluctuations without even being activated yet, so who knew how strong the formations engraved inside it actually were? Shun Fong saw the look in his son's eyes, and with pride he puffed out his chest as he looked at his wife and gave her a smug look. Shunan smiled at Shun Fong's amusing behavior and said, "Your father took nearly 2 months to refine this small cauldron and create its runic inscriptions. The formations engraved inside it are all at the peak of bronze grade 3, and they are even on par with some silver grade 1 cauldrons. However, because your father isn't a silver grade formation master yet, he couldn't perfectly control the power of some of these formations when he inscribed them, and that's why the aura of the cauldron isn't completely concealed." Although Shunan had worded it like that, Shun Long could understand how precious this cauldron truly is. His father most likely couldn't bear to sell it, as it was a priceless treasure for any alchemist below the silver grade. Shun Fong was actually happy that his son wanted to practice alchemy. He was just afraid that he would have too much on his plate and that could potentially delay his cultivation. Nevertheless, he was happy to hand his most prized creation to his own son. He walked up to Shun Long and gave him the cauldron nonchalantly as he said, "Actually, you don't need to take anything else with you aside from this cauldron and some clothes. Come find me whenever you are ready to go." Then Shun Fong walked outside of Shun Long's room, with a wide grin on his face. Shunan was happy for her husband, as it was rare for him to be in such a good mood, but when she thought of her only son leaving them for what would potentially be a very long time, muffled sobbings were heard from her mouth in the end. Shun Long understood what Shunan was feeling. It was hard to watch your child leave, but he had to steel his heart and leave in order to go to higher places. He knew that he couldn't stay behind in Blue Forest City or else he would never be able to fulfill his oaths to himself. Shun Long sorted out his thoughts and then he put a gentle smile on his face as he walked towards his mother. It's not like I'm leaving forever, you know. I'll return when I'm stronger in the future. Shunan hugged her son as she said, You also have to bring me a bride the next time you return. Then she put a bright smile on her face and continued. Hopefully someone that isn't flat-chested like that Lin girl. Also hurry up, your father is waiting for you in the carriage. Shun Long then smiled again at his mother's words and he grabbed some spare clothes, along with the bowl-sized cauldron, and put them all in a medium-sized wooden chest. He then walked to the carriage his father had been waiting right outside of the Shun estate's gates. He turned his head back once, to take a last look at his home, the first home he had in this world. Shun Long's handsome face then resolutely turned, as he looked forward and said to the driver, Let's go. The horses started neighing as 10 minutes later they had already left the Blue Forest City. Shun Long and Shun Fong were chatting, when Shun Long asked, Father, why did you insist on leaving for the Imperial City so hurriedly when we already have plenty of time ahead of us? Shun Fong looked at his son and said, Do you know what the Floating Cloud Sect's test is like? This question left Shun Long a bit stumped, who eventually shook his head. Shun Fong continued and said, Actually the test itself is really simple, as long as you are below 20 years of age, and at the peak of the middle level of Qi condensation then you can definitely pass. You are already an early rank 6 Qi condensation cultivator, which means you are at the peak of the middle level so you don't have to worry about the test. What you should be worried should be what comes after the test. What do you mean? Shun Long asked puzzledly. I myself don't know too much details about the Floating Cloud Sect, but I have heard one important thing. The more connections you make before reaching the sect the more beneficial it will be for you. Actually Lu Wen, Alchemist Master Lu from our Blue Forest City will also participate in the test to enter the Floating Cloud Sect, this time. However the test he will be taking requires someone to be at the peak of the early stages of the Earth grade and to be below 30 years of age. As for why the need to build connections before reaching the sect, even your father doesn't know that. My guess is that you will find out once you finally reach the Floating Cloud Sect. Shun Long and Shun Fong's journey went as expected, and in just half a day, they could see it clearly in the distance. They had finally arrived at the Imperial City. Chapter 16 Inside the Imperial Palace. The outline of the Imperial City was slowly getting bigger in their eyes as the carriage was slowly getting closer and closer. After 3 more hours they had arrived in front of the gates and Shun Long could see that the city gates and the walls were even higher than the Blue Forest City's walls. There were guards standing on the front collecting a fee from everyone who wished to enter. Each person needed to pay 1 gold coin, while each carriage had to pay an extra 10. 1 gold coin could feed a family of 3 for half a year in the Imperial City, but this was a paltry amount to a formation master like Shun Fong. The driver paid the city guards and as soon as Shun Long's group entered the Imperial City Shun Long and Shun Fong left the carriage. Go and book us 2 large courtyards in the Imperial Inn to spend the next 2 nights, Shun Fong ordered the driver, who bowed and left to go to the best inn of the city. The Imperial Inn was under the Imperial family. The prices in the inn were more than 10 times higher compared to any other inn in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, but their service and courtyards were the best in the entire kingdom. However, it wasn't just anyone that could enter the inn, only people with status like Shun Fong and their families could spend their night here. Shun Long and Shun Fong spent their next 2 days touring the Imperial capital since it was Shun Long's first time arriving here. They tasted the best foods and wines of every well-known restaurant in the city during the day and Shun Long cultivated during the night. His focus was on refining the already created Qi balls and bringing their quality on par with the 55th ball he had created. It was a process that required a lot of sweat and effort, but in these 2 nights, Shun Long had further refined 6 more balls of Qi. His cultivation didn't advance with this, but his strength was advancing really fast. Shun Long estimated that when he finished refining all the balls of Qi and entered the 7th rank of Qi circulation, he could probably even beat a middle stage rank 9 Qi cultivator. The morning came as the sun slowly rose from the east and revealed a city that was bustling since very early in the morning. The guards were on tight alert around the perimeter of the palace. Commoners and nobles alike would all have to wait outside today, as special guests from a famous sect had arrived for a selection test to choose outer disciples for their sect. Only the young people who met their listed qualifications were allowed to enter the Imperial Palace today. Shun Fong and Shun Long arrived in front of the entrance of the Imperial Palace where a guard stopped them and said, Unless you are participating in the selection process, entry in the Imperial Palace is forbidden. It looked like he had already said that line more than 100 times today. Shun Long ignored the guard and turned to face Shun Fong as he said, "Father, I'm going." Shun Fong's eyes were proud inside but also slightly red. "What are you waiting for? Just go," he said in an impatient tone that was trying to hide his embarrassment. Shun Long smiled as he turned around and walked towards the guard. Then he revealed his aura of a middle-rank 6 chi condensation as he ordered the guard. "I'm here for the selection test of the Floating Cloud Sect, lead the way." The guard was astonished and a bit angry at the same time that a kid dared to be rude to him, an Imperial guard, especially a kid with a much lower cultivation than him when he himself was at the early rank 9 of chi condensation. But he couldn't do anything about it. The orders were that anyone who wished to participate in the selection process and met the requirements of the Floating Cloud Sect had to be brought to the palace hall. The guard brought Shun Long inside the palace, and from there through a mass of complicated corridors, they went straight to the palace hall. On the way, Shun Long could see plenty of other guards, making it obvious that the security was very tight today. There were even a few Earth-grade guards that were holding their positions when they headed deeper inside the palace. When Shun Long and the guard finally reached the end of the corridor, the guard said in an impatient tone, "Here, at the end of this corridor is the palace hall. I am not allowed inside, so I'm returning to my post." Shun Long ignored the guard for the second time today, who felt as if he had just swallowed a fly. "How is this kid so hateful?" he thought as he turned to return to his post. Shun Long arrived at the end of the corridor and pushed open the large door in front of him. 21 young men and women were in the room in front of Shun Long. The room was decorated with many jewels and stones, golden tables and luxurious chairs along with many couches and sofas. When Shun Long entered, all the young men and women inside turned their eyes to look at him. Most of these people seemed younger than 20 years old, but there were also a few that seemed older than 20. Shun Long then heard a familiar voice speaking to him. "Wow, little brother Shun, I didn't think that we would meet here." A smiling young man dressed in white approached Shun Long. Shun Long's blue robes and his handsome face, along with the young man dressed in white, created a scene so dazzling that made all the young ladies in the room blush. Shun Long turned around and saw Lu Wen smiling at him. Lu Wen walked towards Shun Long's side and patted his shoulder as he said, "Ha ha ha, who would believe it that in such a short amount of time you would advance so much? This is practically unbelievable." Then he whispered and asked, "Is it because of the pill that expert gave you?" Lu Wen knew that although he couldn't sense Shun Long's cultivation, he must definitely be at the 6th stage of the chi condensation, or he couldn't enter the palace. In reality, Lu Wen was an arrogant person deep inside, but he had benefited a lot from the cauldron that Shun Fong had gifted him back at the Shun estate, so his opinion of the Shun family was especially good. Lu Wen's mindset was actually extremely simple: if you help me then I treat you as a friend, but if you don't expect me to give you any face, after all I'm a talented grade 2 alchemist. And that's why he was so warm towards Shun Long this time. Shun Long nodded at Lu Wen, and as they were both ready to find a place to sit, the voice of an unfamiliar man that was oozing hatred came from behind them. "So you are Shun Long?" Chapter 17 Infuriating Words. Shun Long and Lu Wen turned around only to see a relatively handsome young man in red clothes walking towards them. This man had a frosty look in his eyes as he stared at Shun Long threateningly, and if looks alone could kill, Shun Long would have probably died once or twice by now. A young woman in a flowery dress was walking by this young man's side. Although this woman was pretty, her practically flat chest was unique in this entire room. "Master Lu, greetings to you," the young man said as he cupped his hands at Lu Wen. "Today I have some personal matters to settle with this punk, and I hope that Master Lu won't intervene. My Marquis estate will definitely not forget this favor." Lu Wen directly ignored Xiao Shitu, the second son of the Xiao Marquis, and turned to ask Shun Long, "Do you need my help, little brother?" Xiao Shitu, furious that Lu Wen had disregarded him when he himself was so polite to him, began to gnash his teeth in anger, but in the end he couldn't do anything about it. Although his father was a Marquis, he couldn't do anything against a talented alchemist like Lu Wen, especially now that he was about to leave the Sky Fortune Kingdom and enter the Floating Cloud Sect. Shun Long waved his hand at Lu Wen, indicating that he doesn't need any help. Was this a joke? Why and when would he ever need of other people to take care of his business for him? Of course, Shun Long had recognized the young woman by this young man's side as Lin Wu. There wasn't any other woman he had met so far that had such a small chest. While the young man by her side was the second son of the Xiao Marquis of Sky Fortune Kingdom, Xiao Shitu. Although Shun Long hadn't met the men before, he had heard that this person was one of the two geniuses of the Shao Marquis estate. Ah, if you are asking for a beating then you can't blame me, Shun Long thought, as he imitated Xiao Shitu's tone and Lin Wu's arrogant and straight posture as he first looked at her and said, "Hey small boobs, I almost thought that you were a man there for a second. You really did come to participate, but I heard that the Floating Cloud Sect doesn't accept people below the 6th stage of Qi condensation," Shun Long said puzzledly. He then paused for a while as if he was pondering something, and then with a shocked expression on his face, he shakingly pointed his hand at Lin Wu and asked in a tone full of disbelief, "Why, you don't tell me you are here to apply to become a female dog in the Floating Cloud Sect? You bitch. That's too immoral. ****. Lu Wen couldn't help himself as he spat out a mouthful of wine that had just entered his mouth. The rest of the people inside the hall who had heard this couldn't keep a straight face and hurriedly tried to suppress their laughter, leaving behind loud muffled sounds. Most of these people already knew Xiao Shitu and didn't want to offend him over nothing, but that scene was just too comical for them. "Fuck you, Shun Long. I am already an early rank 6 cultivator, you are the female dog." Lin Wu shrieked at Shun Long. Of course Shun Long could tell that Lin Wu was already an early rank 6 cultivator. To have gone from the early rank 5 straight into the early rank 6 in just a month, her tiny Lin family wasn't enough to help her do something like that. She must have definitely consumed some high-level pills, and judging from how she was walking side by side with Xiao Shitu in the hall, it wasn't hard to imagine who the person that had helped her was. Just as Xiao Shitu pointed at Shun Long and was about to curse at him, Shun Long instantly turned his eyes to look at him as he said, "Now what should I do about you, you leftover eater?" Shun Long then shook his head as he looked at Xiao Shitu with a pitiful gaze and continued, "You are obviously the son of a marquis, but you are chasing behind and trying to eat my leftovers. Ah, how pitiful. Don't you know that this young master only throws away food that's spoiled? Why would I throw it away if it was anything good?" TSK. Shun Long clicked his tongue as he shook his head while looking at Xiao Shitu with a face as if he was looking at a beggar. Even the most common people of Sky Fortune Kingdom knew about Shun Long, shamefully divorcing Lin Wu before they completed their engagement, so saying that Xiao Shitu was chasing about his leftovers implied that he had already eaten something but it was bad inside and he ended up throwing it away. Insulting both Xiao Shitu and Lin Wu in one sentence. People in the hall tried to suppress their laughter again, but this time it was even harder than before, as it came one slap in the face right after the other. "Shun Long, you fucker, shut your mouth. Everyone knows that nothing happened between you and Lin Wu." Xiao Shitu's and Lin Wu's eyes were red, unknown if it was from shame, anger, or both. Xiao Shitu couldn't hold himself back anymore as he roared, "Today you will apologize to Lin Wu on your knees in front of everyone here and admit that nothing has ever happened between you two, or I will break both your arms and legs and send you crawling back to your home. Now choose before I end up choosing for you, or you won't like the end result." Xiao Shitu then unleashed his aura of a rank 6 peak Qi cultivator. Oh. Shun Long's eyes instantly turned cold. He would never take threats from other people lying down like that. His oath was to become strong enough so others wouldn't be able to ever trample on him, so why would he back down when others provoke him so blatantly? Shun Long moved towards the empty space at the center of the hall. His chilly eyes looked straight at Xiao Shitu, as Shun Long said in an apathetic voice that made people's hair stand on edge, "Come and show me how you will break my arms and legs today." He then released the aura of a middle stage rank 6 Qi cultivator and people in the room started to feel suffocated from its density. Chapter 18, The Monarch's Domain. Shun Long unleashed his aura of a middle rank 6 Qi cultivator and most people in the hall instantly started to feel suffocated. The person who had it the worst was Xiao Shitu, as he felt the brunt of Shun Long's aura directly. Shun Long's aura was just too pure compared to Xiao Shitu's, and that created a natural form of suppression. He had refined 8 out of his current 55 Qi balls, which made the energy inside them even purer. But the most important thing that made his aura this terrifying was the hint of heavenly energy that he had absorbed from the Golden Book. Even the 3 people that were already in the Earth level, Lu Wen included, could sense this feeling of suppression, but they could easily resist this by circulating their Qi inside them. Xiao Shitu really hated Shun Long right now, but he hated himself even more for becoming afraid after sensing his opponent's aura. When Xiao Shitu saw that his opponent was just a middle rank 6 while he was already a peak rank 6 Qi cultivator himself, what he felt turned into rage and humiliation. He circulated all of his Qi inside his body, and burst it out of his body, forcefully removing that horrible feeling of suppression that was plaguing him. Xiao Shitu laughed as he said, "Ha ha ha, Shun Long, is that all you have? In that case, prepare yourself, I will make yo. In an instant, everyone and everything in the room turned still. Only the 3 early Earth rank experts could move, but obviously much slower than before, and it was obvious that they had to expend quite a bit of their energy to do so. This was a technique that had appeared in Shun Long's mind 2 days ago when he had created the 55th ball of chi through the monarch's hourglass. This was the first time that Shun Long was testing this technique in a real battle, and as soon as he activated it, 2 words instantly appeared in his mind. Monarch's domain. This name was truly accurate. As soon as Shun Long activated this technique, he could feel from inside him the transparent figure of an hourglass that only he himself could see, slowly expanding and covering the entire palace hall. Inside this invisible hourglass, time obeyed Shun Long. Imagine this technique just like when Shun Long creates the figure of the monarch's hourglass to cultivate, but this time instead of creating chi balls and putting them at the top part of the hourglass where he stored his energy, he actually drawed energy from his chi balls and used it to sustain the monarch's domain. This technique truly was godly, especially if it could even affect Earth rank cultivators while he himself was only a rank 6 chi condensation novice. However, Shun Long had just understood the huge drawback of this technique. His chi was being sapped at an alarming rate to keep up with the consumption of the monarch's domain. Shun Long estimated that he could only keep the technique active for 6 breaths of time since its activation before running out of strength. Shun Long didn't waste any time as he walked in front of a terrified Xiao Shidu whose face was still frozen in a laughing state. Shun Long raised his right hand, and ignoring the terror that sprung up inside Xiao Shidu's eyes, he brought it down in full force. Slap. His right hand directly collided with Xiao Shidu's left cheek, sending him tumbling on the floor. His mouth was now flowing with blood as his left cheek and even his lips were suddenly swollen. This slap only contained Shun Long's physical strength, as he couldn't use any chi while maintaining the monarch's domain, or the technique would have collapsed before he even finished slapping Xiao Shidu. Shun Long's hand stinged a bit from the force of this slap of his. Xiao Shidu must really have a thick face, he thought. Shun Long stopped circulating the monarch's domain, and the people in the palace hall could move again, but everyone stayed silent, as if they were still under the effect of the monarch's domain. Such was their shock and dismay that nobody had yet recovered from their terror. The feeling of being unable to move was truly daunting. I don't like threats, and I do not know how to bow my head to anyone or anything. You can't force me to do something I don't want to do, even if you were stronger than me, let alone you who is so much weaker in comparison that you were sent rolling on the floor with a single slap. The room was so silent that his voice echoed through the hall. Shun Long looked at Xiao Shidu disdainfully as he continued. Do not think for a second that I'm kind-hearted or that I won't dare to break your arms and legs just because your father is a marquis. You are simply not worthy of me putting my spot in the Floating Cloud Sect at risk to deal with you. Shun Long's voice was placid but firm, when his tone changed all of a sudden and abruptly became chilly as he said. However, if you dare to provoke me again, then you can only dream of getting away with just a single slap at that time. Everyone in the hall was stupefied by Shun Long's astonishing display of dominance. Even the 3 Earth rank cultivators were unwilling to offend him after this display of power. Although they could probably beat him now, why would they offend a monster like Shun Long for someone like Xiao Shidu who they had no relationship with? Unexpectedly, the first one to react after Shun Long had finished speaking and turned away, was Lin Wu, who rushed to Xiao Shidu's side to support him. She knew that if she lost his support, there was no way she could live a good life in the Floating Cloud Sect. All of a sudden the main doors of the palace hall opened, and an old man with black clothes along with 2 young men and 1 young woman dressed in yellow arrived at the hall, all with the same insignia on their chests. Behind them was the Crown Prince of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, who bowed flatteringly to the old man leading the group and said as he gestured towards the palace hall. Senior Lu, these are the young men and women from my Sky Fortune Kingdom who passed your requirements and wish to join the Floating Cloud Sect. Nobody dared to talk in front of Senior Lu, whose gaze swept everyone inside the hall. Everyone inside the hall had stood up, nobody dared to remain sitting in front of the senior from the Floating Cloud Sect. Senior Lu's gaze planted itself on Lu Wen, who showed a rare smile as he took a step forward and bowed as he said, "Greetings, Uncle Cheng." Chapter 19 Connections. Senior Lu's real name was Lu Cheng, and from the looks of things he probably had a close relationship with Lu Wen, or else Lu Wen wouldn't have called him uncle. Lu Cheng walked into the hall and he patted Lu Wen's shoulder as he said, "Good kid, it's time for you to return home." Everyone around them was stunned, but the most stunned of them all were the 3 disciples that followed Lu Cheng. They didn't understand how Lu Cheng could have an acquaintance in such a backward place like the Sky Fortune Kingdom. The three of them were all outer disciples of the Floating Cloud Sect, and as they traded some stealthy glances between them, it was the young woman who respectfully walked up and cautiously asked, "Elder Lu, you happen to know this young man from the Sky Fortune Kingdom?" Only now did the people in the hall understand that this senior Lu was actually an elder in the Floating Cloud Sect. Usually, outer court disciples didn't have the qualifications to freely speak to elders of the sect, especially like this when this woman directly asked Elder Lu about his relationship with this young man, but since they could all see that Elder Lu was feeling very happy after meeting Lu Wen, the three disciples couldn't help but ask. Elder Lu then proudly puffed his chest as he said to them, "Haha, this is my, Lu Cheng's nephew, Lu Wen." Elder Lu's words were spoken proudly, but the three disciples following behind him were even more shocked as this young man seemed to have a direct blood relation with Elder Lu. They quickly walked forward while cupping their hands and slightly bowing as they said, "Greetings, senior brother Lu." Lu Wen nodded his head at them and then said to Lu Cheng, "Uncle, this is a talented brother I am very fond of, his name is Shun Long." As Lu Wen introduced Shun Long to Elder Lu, Lu Cheng couldn't help himself but take a few more glances at the young man beside his nephew. He wasn't near the hall earlier, so he hadn't observed Shun Long's fight with Xiao Shitu, or he would have already started paying attention to him even without Lu Wen's mention. Shun Long cupped his fist as he said, "Greetings, Elder Lu." Lu Cheng laughed as he patted Shun Long's shoulder and said, "Good kid. If you need anything when you enter the sect, you can directly come find me. Since Wen'er has a good relationship with you, you don't have to be so polite with me." The faces of three people instantly sported different expressions when Elder Lu finished speaking. Xiao Shitu and Lin Wu's faces instantly turned pale, while the Crown Prince's face had slowly turned green. The Crown Prince already knew that there was a talented alchemist named Lu Wen in Blue Forest City, but he never paid any attention to the matter. If he knew that this alchemist had a relationship with an elder of the Floating Cloud Sect, he would have definitely done everything he could to build a good relationship with him. But now it was already too late for that, as Lu Wen was already leaving the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Although Lu Cheng said that Shun Long could directly come and find him if he needed anything after they entered the Floating Cloud Sect, Shun Long didn't really take it to heart. He knew that Lu Cheng was only acting cordial towards him because of Lu Wen, or else there was no way for Lu Cheng, who had never even met Shun Long before, to be so warm towards him. Shun Long himself wasn't planning to count on others' help to get a good and comfortable life in the Floating Cloud Sect. Nevertheless, he cupped his hands again at Elder Lu as he said, "Many thanks to Elder Lu." Elder Lu nodded and then turned his head, scanning the rest of the people in the hall almost as if he was inspecting them before saying, "To be honest with you all, your batch is average among the batches that enter the sect this year. There is no one among you who particularly stands out to me as a genius, so I guess you will all be at the bottom of the sect when you enter. But there is one important thing you need to know before entering the sect." Elder Lu's voice had been indifferent when he was talking, but it suddenly turned serious as he continued. "Those of you who decide to enter the sect, be warned, no one is allowed to leave the sect by themselves until you have reached the late stages of the Earth grade, with the only exception being that you have formally accepted a sect mission. This is an ironclad rule of the sect, and with the exception of undergoing missions, disciples aren't allowed to leave the sect. Now those of you who still wish to enter the sect, take a step forward. Remember, the Floating Cloud Sect won't force you to join, but if you do join it, you have to follow the sect rules." The first to take a step forward was Lu Wen, who already knew the rules beforehand. Surprisingly, almost at the same time as Lu Wen, Shun Long and Xiao Shitu also took a step forward. In the end, all the disciples here took a step forward as they had all decided to join the Floating Cloud Sect. Elder Lu faintly smiled as he nodded and said, "Good, then all of you can come outside the palace, it's time to leave." "Elder, how are we going to reach the Floating Cloud Sect?" A young man with short spiky hair and a knife on his waist couldn't help asking the question that most people here were also pondering. After all, they had 24 people here and most of them had some kind of luggage with them. If you also counted Elder Lu and the three disciples with him, they were 28 people. How were they going to travel to the Floating Cloud Sect? Elder Lu didn't answer, but the three disciples in yellow robes that had come along with Elder Lu all sniggered as they said, "Country bumpkin." The young man's face reddened, but when they arrived at the palace gardens, his mouth, along with everyone else's that were in the palace hall before with him, were all wide open. A huge red bird over 20 meters, 66 feet long, was sleeping on the ground inside the palace gardens. Elder Lu ignored everyone's stunned gazes as he walked towards the huge bird and petted it gently on the head before saying, "This is our ride to the Floating Cloud Sect. All of you, get on." Chapter 20 Shocking Secrets. All of you, get on, Elder Lu said, and although these kids were a bit afraid of sitting on such a big beast, eventually everyone climbed on top of it. When everyone was finally on it, Elder Lu patted the bird's head as he said, "Let's go." The bird's eyes snapped open as a terrifying pressure crushed on the people inside the royal palace of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. The bird then stretched open its giant wings of a wingspan more than 45 meters, 147 feet, and as it flapped them, strong gusts of air hit the ground and blew away everyone in its perimeter that had dared to stand underneath it. Elder Lu was standing atop the bird's head as he explained to these soon-to-be disciples of his sect. This is a red-winged condor, a rank 3 magic beast. It can even fight head-on against a heaven-grade expert, so its power is truly terrifying. The people sitting atop the condor were startled. A rank 3 magic beast. Nobody had ever seen one in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Even if there was any, it was probably deep inside the blue forest if anywhere, but no one had ever seen it or at least lived to tell the tale of it. The condor didn't fly in a straight line but instead kept flying higher and higher. These kids had never reached such an altitude before in their lives, and most of them could feel their legs trembling atop the condor's back. Elder Lu looked at these kids and said, "All of you can be considered as outer sect disciples of my Floating Cloud Sect now, so I guess I should tell you a few things. First of all, it is only now that you kids will enter the true cultivation world. Take a look at the scenery below you." The condor had already flown up so high that every person seated on its back had a panoramic view of the scene below them. When everyone looked down, they had noticed that the place they were looking at was so big and their altitude was so high that they couldn't even spot the Sky Fortune Kingdom anymore. Elder Lu then said, "Do you see this? There are over 170 kingdoms down there. But what you people don't know is that these are only mortal kingdoms." This number astonished everyone from the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Their own kingdom was already so big, and they were now being told that there were more than 170 other kingdoms on par with their own Sky Fortune Kingdom. Their minds couldn't accept this shocking revelation that easily. "Elder, what do you mean by mortal kingdoms?" This time it was a short girl with an immature face and her hair fixed in a ponytail who asked this question. Elder Lu then said, "It means that these kingdoms of yours are mainly comprised of mortals who haven't even embarked on the path of cultivation. This entire continent that you think your kingdom is on, is in reality just a tiny mortal island in the face of my Floating Cloud Sect. If these people were shocked before, when they learned that there were 170 more kingdoms on this continent, then this time they were truly speechless. Even Shun Long was shocked, as his mind couldn't process yet the enormity of the Floating Cloud Sect. Elder Lu then continued, sounding completely apathetic about it. "That's why I said that you will only now have the chance to actually enter the true cultivation world. My Floating Cloud Sect is in charge of this island, and every 3 years we come down and search for the talented people of every kingdom, allowing them to become outer sect disciples." Elder Lu then answered the question with a question of his own. "Have you ever wondered why there are so few heaven-grade experts on this island? Even your Sky Fortune Kingdom didn't have a single heaven-grade expert." Not just the spiky-haired kid, nobody there knew the answer to this question. Elder Lu seemed to obviously have expected that as he continued. "Heaven-grade experts can fly, and they can also absorb the chi in the air around them when they cultivate. Earth-grade experts can absorb the chi from the earth in a certain radius around them when they cultivate, whereas cultivators in the chi condensation grade can only absorb the chi in the air. That comes in direct contact with their bodies. They can't actively seek chi in the air or in the ground as the heaven or earth grade experts do. When cultivators in your island reach the heaven grade, they will notice a barrier high up in the air. This barrier is the dividing line between the mortal world and the cultivation world. Aside from your island, there are many other islands in this sea, many of them belonging to other powerful sects similar to my Floating Cloud Sect. When cultivators from any island reach the heaven grade and fly high enough up in the sky, they can use their energy and pass through the barrier to enter the true cultivation world where my Floating Cloud Sect and the other sects are." Shun Long was truly stunned this time. He didn't expect that he would learn such secrets so soon after leaving the Sky Fortune Kingdom. He now understood why the crown prince of a kingdom would act so subserviently towards the members of the Floating Cloud Sect. At the same time, Shun Long also rejoiced in his choice to leave the Sky Fortune Kingdom and enter the Floating Cloud Sect. Shun Long had sworn to become strong enough to protect his own life, never allowing others to control him, but if he had chosen to stay in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, wouldn't that mean that he allowed the Floating Cloud Sect to have absolute control over his life? If they could control the crown prince, then they could definitely control everyone else in the kingdom. The red-winged condor finally arrived at the place where the barrier was located in the sky. He stopped in front of it and Elder Lu suddenly warned everyone. Prepare yourselves. Shun Long grabbed the condor's feathers tightly as he could sense it gathering its energy. A few breaths later, the red-winged condor's wings were shining brightly with a red light as it exploded forth with an astonishing amount of speed, instantly piercing the barrier. Chapter 21 Arriving at the Floating Cloud Sect. As soon as the barrier was pierced, Shun Long didn't hear any crashing sound but an enjoyable feeling rushed through his body. Earlier when they were above the clouds, the pressure from the high altitude had even made the Earth-grade experts feel some annoyance, let alone the chi condensation rookies. Although Shun Long wasn't heavily affected by this pressure earlier, he had still felt some discomfort. But as soon as the red-winged condor pierced the barrier, every deep breath he took had the feeling of a gentle wave of chi, slowly inserting itself in his body. As soon as their group pierced the barrier, a blinding light suddenly forced Shun Long to close his eyes, and by the time he reopened them, Shun Long noticed that the scenery in front of his eyes had changed. A huge city had appeared in the distance in front of their group and the red-winged condor was heading straight at its direction. Have you noticed yet? Lu Wen asked. Shun Long nodded in understanding. The aura truly is much purer in the air here compared to the Sky Fortune Kingdoms. Shun Long answered. Lu Wen nodded at Shun Long's deduction and said. But of course, otherwise wouldn't the cultivation world be just like the mortal world? Lu Wen then paused for a bit before asking a sudden question. Shun Long, what do you think about my uncle? Shun Long pondered for a bit before saying. From what I have seen so far, he seems to truly care about you. As for you though, you don't seem to like your family very much. When Shun Long finished his words, he saw a shocked expression on Lu Wen's face. Actually, that wasn't hard to guess, Shun Long said. When your uncle said that it's time for you to return home, I was right next to you and could see your reluctance. Shun Long stopped for a bit before continuing to say. So my guess is that someone from your family wanted you to return home and you didn't have much of a choice but to listen to them. ****. Lu Wen didn't know what to say at this point. Shun Long, just from observing his reactions and body language, had already figured out most of his situation. Lu Wen took a deep breath as he said. Actually, there is a huge struggle in my family over who will become the next family head of the house. I have a younger brother who is extremely talented and I also have an older brother who is very smart as well as strong. They both want the position of the family head, while I am not interested in it. That is why I decided to leave my home 3 years ago and descend to the mortal world while I study alchemy. However, my father ordered me to return home with this selection process, and he said that in the next 3 years he will pass the position of the family head to one of my brothers. Originally I objected as returning home would only mean that I would have to be involved in my brother's struggle, but in the end, I didn't have a say in this matter, so I had to come. Shun Long didn't ask anything about Lu Wen's family from the start. He didn't want to involve himself in their family struggle as he had already understood the gist of it even without Lu Wen explaining anything. Lu Wen then left behind one last sentence before heading towards his uncle who was sitting at the head of the red-winged condor. If you need my help inside the city, you can always find me at the Mystifying Fragrance Pavilion. Shun Long was about to ask something when Elder Lu's voice was heard. Soon we will be arriving at the Floating Cloud Sect. First off, I'm sure that many amongst you have brought plenty of gold coins with them. When Elder Lu finished his sentence, plenty of people puffed their chests proudly, wanting to show off as they had already prepared thousands and thousands of gold coins. Elder Lu didn't praise them as these people had expected. Shun Long even noticed the traces of a mocking smile on his face as he said, "Let me explain some things beforehand or you may find yourselves feeling lost when we arrive in the city. First of all, my Floating Cloud Sect is the city." Everyone was speechless until one person suddenly asked, "Elder Lu, do you mean that the Floating Cloud Sect is located inside the city?" Elder Lu looked at him with contempt as he asked, "Is it that this old man didn't make himself clear or that your ears are useless, kid? My Floating Cloud Sect isn't inside the city, it is the city. The entire city belongs to my Floating Cloud Sect, and everyone inside is a member of the sect." Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. Only now did Shun Long understand the reason Lu Wen told him that he could find him at the Mystifying Fragrance Pavilion. That's because the entire city belonged to the Floating Cloud Sect. Elder Lu continued. Everything inside my Floating Cloud Sect can only be bought using sect points. You can obtain sect points by doing missions for the sect, helping other disciples, or conducting transactions with others directly. When you enter the city, each of you will be given a sect-identifying jade. This jade has two main uses. Firstly, it is the symbol of your identity as a disciple of the Floating Cloud Sect, and at the same time, it is also the place where your sect points are stored. Each person's sect-identifying jade can only be used by themselves. If you lose yours, then even if others find it, they won't be able to take your sect points from it. Elder Lu continued, and with a mocking smile he said, "As for all of you who have brought thousands of gold coins with you, did you think that gold has any value to a cultivator? Disciples can use sect points to obtain resources, techniques, skills, or even to eat and drink. What value would gold have in such a scenario?" Only now did Shun Long understand why his father had insisted on him making connections in the Sky Fortune Kingdom before entering the sect. It was for him to get acquainted with the rest of the people entering the sect from the Sky Fortune Kingdom, so they could help each other when they are inside. Nobody said anything to refute Elder Lu, as they all knew he was right. Shun Long then thought, "This old man is right. Did these people think that the others in the Floating Cloud Sect wouldn't have any gold themselves? However, this is a good opportunity. There should be plenty of ways for me to gather sect points inside. Perhaps, I can even try out my skills as an alchemist." While Shun Long was lost in thought, thinking of the best way to gather sect points for himself, Elder Lu's shout interrupted him as he said, "Prepare yourselves, we have arrived in the Floating Cloud Sect. Chapter 22: How to Get Sect Points. The red-winged condor landed in front of the city gates, and Elder Lu turned to look at the people beside him as he said, "Follow me, we will go and get your sect robes as well as your sect-identifying jades." Shun Long and the rest got off the red-winged condor, who let out a screech as it flew up and slowly disappeared in the horizon. Shun Long and his group followed Elder Lu, who walked through the city gates. On the way, they saw countless disciples in yellow robes. The city itself looked to be even bigger than the imperial city of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, and even more bustling as well. Elder Lu then said, "Actually, just from the island that you kids came from, every 3 years my Floating Cloud Sect recruits almost 60,000 outer disciples. Every disciple with average talent will usually take approximately 30 to 40 years to reach the late levels of the Earth grade. And unless these disciples particularly stand out in some way, then until and if there comes a day where they can reach the heaven grade in order for the sect to give them the chance to become sect elders, they can only stay as outer disciples until then, even if they are at the peak of the Earth grade. And that's just the disciples that came from the same island as you. Overall, the sect has more than 1 million outer disciples." Shun Long was shocked as he thought inside that this is not a sect but a small kingdom instead. Elder Lu guided them deeper inside the city as he continued explaining. The city is called the Floating Cloud City, and it is divided into two parts. The outer city where you disciples will stay, and the inner city where the inner disciples and the elders of the sect reside. Inner disciples and elders do not meddle in the affairs of you outer sect disciples, but that also means that you have only yourselves to count on if you get in trouble with other disciples. However, murder in the Floating Cloud City is forbidden unless it is in the arena, so you don't have to be afraid of getting killed over minor things. As Elder Lu was speaking, they had already arrived in front of a huge building with two big words written on it. Administration Building. Elder Lu then explained as he headed inside. This is the Administration Building, and it is also the most important place in the entire outer city. This is where you will get your disciple robes as well as your sect-identifying jades. Administrator Feng will explain the rest to you. The Administration Building had 5 floors, and Shun Long noticed that each floor was as wide as a football stadium. By the time they arrived on the 3rd floor, a middle-aged man wearing black robes similar to Elder Lu's had come out to receive their group. Elder Lu cupped his hands at Administrator Feng as he said, "Administrator Feng, this is the recent batch of disciples that I was in charge of. Now that I have delivered them to you, this old man will take his leave. I hope you don't mind." Then Elder Lu grabbed Lu Wen from his left arm as he said, "Kid, you are coming with me now." He then looked at the 3 disciples that had followed with him when he descended to the Sky Fortune Kingdom, and said to them, "You 3 can go collect your rewards for this mission." He then grabbed Lu Wen and disappeared from the room like a gust of wind. Administrator Feng seemed to not mind Elder Lu as he looked at Shun Long and the rest before saying in a deep voice, "I assume that Elder Lu has explained to you the most important things regarding the city." Then by waving his left hand he magically took out 30 or so yellow robes as he said, "These are your outer sect disciples' robes. You are required to wear them inside the sect, as they prove your identity as an outer disciple. Remember, sect robes are also a classification of your status inside the sect. Yellow robes are the outer sect disciples, green clothes are the inner sect disciples, and black robes are the sect elders. A sect elder or an inner sect disciple will not come to the outer city, and outer sect disciples are also forbidden from entering the inner city. There are always some exceptions, however, for example, my administration building. All of you, come and take a sect identifying jade. Then, Administrator Feng pointed at a desk beside him where a pile of crimson-like jades were arranged in rows. Shun Long walked forward along with the others, and as his hand touched the red sect jade, a cooling feeling rushed through him. Administrator Feng said, "Circulate your qi and send a strand of it to your jade to bind it." As soon as Shun Long had binded his sect jade, he sent inside his spiritual energy to examine it and noticed a number inside the jade. In your jades, you will all see a number if you send your spiritual energy inside. This is the number of sect points that the sect gives to all the newly accepted disciples. Administrator Feng's voice was heard as he continued to explain. This is the only time the sect will ever give you sect points for free. Remember, sect points are your resources in the sect. Without sect points, you can't do anything. Administrator, how can we get more sect points? A young man dressed in golden robes asked. This was one of the disciples who was feeling the most sulky in the group, as he had already prepared thousands of gold coins, but they had turned out to be useless. The most important thing for these young people was to get more sect points and get more things from the sect. When Administrator Feng heard this question, he had a crafty smile on his face as he answered. There are 4 different ways to get sect points inside the sect. Chapter 23, Alchemists Guild. There are 4 different ways to get sect points. The first and safest way would be to become a miner for the sect. There are many outer disciples who decide to work at the spirit stone mines of our sect. The sect will pay you 50 sect points a month for you to help us mine spirit stones. Of course, there is a quota you need to meet when mining, so those who work harder than others can also obtain more sect points at the end of the month. Shun Long wondered for a second whether his triangular-shaped stone was some kind of spirit stone, but he quickly discarded the idea. This stone has a special space inside it that I can enter to cultivate the monarch's hourglass, and it has also integrated itself in my spiritual space. I doubt it is anything even remotely similar to a spirit stone, Shun Long thought. Administrator Feng, we have never heard of spirit stones before, said a disciple with a shining bald head and a burly physique. Right, I forgot that there are almost no spirit stones on the island where you all came from. Administrator Feng said, and then he took out a glistening white stone in the shape of a rhombus as he showed it to these disciples and said, "Spirit stones are stones that are full of pure qi which cultivators at the heaven grade and above can absorb to aid their cultivation. So what do you think, children? Do you want to work in the spirit stone mines? You can get up to 100 sect points in a month if you work really hard." When Administrator Feng finished his sentence, he looked like an old man trying to tempt a child with candy, but the look on his face only served to frighten these disciples. The young girl with the ponytail then asked him nervously, Admiral Administrator 3, isn't there any other way for us to get sect points? Only then did Administrator Feng notice that most of these kids were already frightened by him. TSK cowards, he then clicked his tongue disdainfully as he said. There are 3 other ways to get sect points, but they are not as profitable for you as the spirit stone mines. Administrator Feng tried to throw his bait once more before saying. The second way would be to help an alchemist or to be one yourself. But that would probably not work for any of you. Alchemists are rich and they could always use some help to finish their pill refinement a bit faster. There are even some rank 3 bronze alchemists that were looking for helpers the other day, but their requirements are of course for you to be an alchemist yourself. For a rank 1 alchemist, they would pay 20 sect points a month, for a rank 2 it would be 50, while for a rank 3 alchemist to help them the price could go as high as 200 sect points for a month. When Shun Long heard this, his eyes shone brightly. Not because he wanted to help other alchemists, but because he was already planning to become one even before entering the Floating Cloud Sect. Otherwise, wouldn't all the information he had gotten from the Golden Book and all the pain he had suffered from it be all in vain? Shun Long then thought. So far alchemists really do seem to be the most profitable path to follow if I want to gather sect points, but I should still probably listen to the rest of what this old man says. Administrator Feng continued. Aside from alchemists or the spirit stone mines, you can accept sect missions. Some of these missions are outside the sect and they require you to hunt some strong magic beasts or find specific herbs that alchemists may need, while the missions that can be completed inside the sect are usually requests for alchemists to refine specific pills that the treasure pavilion doesn't have. These are only some examples, as anyone inside the sect can put a request for a sect mission, but the rule is to first deposit the amount of sect points that you are willing to pay for your request to be completed in the administration building before your mission can be officially listed. However, I suggest that you don't visit the mission section just yet, as no one of you should be strong enough to undertake any missions right now. Lastly, you can apply to work in places like my administration building, the treasure pavilion, and others. Now, those of you that are interested in working at the Spirit Stone mines can stay behind. The rest of you leave. In the end, 11 out of the 24 people stayed behind to apply to work as miners in the sect. Shun Long had decided to check the mission section that was on the first floor. What Administrator Feng had said earlier was correct, most of the missions were related to alchemists. After having a look at the listed missions, Shun Long rented a somewhat decent courtyard on an inn that was a few hundred meters away from the administration building before he decided to take a look around the Floating Cloud City. On the way, he saw a lot of street stalls, but instead of selling food like the street vendors in the mortal world would, this time it was the outer disciples of the sect and they were selling everything a person could imagine. Shun Long saw swords, sabers, and spears for sale, and almost all of them had been engraved by runes from high-level formation masters, most of whom were at least of rank 3 in the bronze level. He even saw a saber from a rank 1 silver-grade formation master for sale. The seller was a middle-aged looking man, probably around 45 years old, with arms as big as a person's thighs. The price he was asking for this saber was more than 1,000 sect points. Other stalls were selling medicinal ingredients while some even directly sold medicinal pills. However, the cheapest item that Shun Long had spotted today was still above 50 sect points. Only now did he understand that the 30 sect points that the sect had given to him was truly a minuscule amount. Unknowingly, after walking for a long time, Shun Long saw that he had arrived in front of a huge building that was on par with the administration building in size. It had 2 gigantic doors that even carriages could fit inside and 2 huge cauldrons placed on either side of the doors. There were 2 eye-catching words plated in gold at the top of the building that everyone inside the Floating Cloud Sect respected. Alchemists Guild. Shun Long hesitated for a second before walking towards those gigantic doors. Chapter 24 Conflict in the Alchemists Guild. As soon as Shun Long entered the Alchemists Guild, his nose was assaulted by the fragrance of freshly made pills. His body slightly twitched and his pores opened as if they were trying to breathe the medicinal essence in the air. A young girl around 18 years old approached Shun Long. Her aura was at the early rank 8 of Qi circulation. Her face wasn't that pretty, but her big boobs and curvy buttocks made every young man who saw her feel a heat on his crotch. Her yellow robes were tightly wrapped around her body, accentuating her curves even further. As she bowed at Shun Long, her cleavage was partly exposed, which made Shun Long's body to start heating up as she said, "Welcome, junior brother. Do you need a cauldron or medicinal ingredients? My name is Jing Fei and I am here to help you. Our Alchemists Guild has everything you will need." In every important building, there were some cultivators responsible for receiving and guiding guests, and obviously this girl was one of them. Shun Long then said, "I'm here to take the rank 1 alchemist examination." When he finished his sentence, the woman's expression changed into one of disdain as she said with a mocking look on her face, "Hey kid, do you know how many people take the rank 1 examination every day? More than 300 people. From those 300 people, less than 1% pass. Have you ever studied alchemy before? Ah, I can't be bothered with you, just scram to the reception over there if you want to apply for the examination." Her tone had changed all of a sudden from the friendly senior sister to an annoyed shrew, as if Shun Long was wasting part of her precious time. Shun Long said in an annoyed tone, "It's your job to guide guests and yet you are this rude and irritable. Your face is unpleasing to the eye, to say the least, and your only redeeming quality is your body. Then again, I'm sure that I entered the Alchemists Guild, not a brothel, so I'm not exactly sure what you are doing here. Showing your boobs to your guests. Sadly, I don't sleep with sluts. Who knows how many people have already used you down there. I wouldn't touch your filthy body even if you begged me." Then, without taking a second look at this annoying woman who had already ruined his mood, Shun Long walked towards the reception to register himself. Just then the woman behind him screamed as she said, "Wait. You are not allowed to take part in the examination anymore." Shun Long's eyebrows were raised as he looked at her, and his gaze suddenly turned cold and piercing as he was about to speak, but an authoritative voice was heard from behind him that said, "If she said you are not allowed to take the exam, then you won't take the exam. Scram out of the guild." An obese man around his 50s with a belly so big that he resembled a rugby ball appeared behind Shun Long and Jing Fei. His clothes were white, exclusive only to alchemists inside the sect. The man wasn't exactly short, but because of how big his belly was, he truly resembled a rugby ball. "Alchemist Boo," the woman exclaimed in an overjoyed tone as she rushed towards the man and linked her arms with his. Then she looked at Shun Long as she said in an impatient tone, "Didn't you hear Alchemist Boo? He told you to scram, kid." Shun Long was extremely angry at this point. First, he comes to the Alchemists Guild to take a test, then he gets verbally attacked by an aggressive shrew, and then a fat rugby ball had come to abuse him. Shun Long's eyes turned red as he unleashed his aura of a peak rank 6 chi condensation. This time he had truly unleashed his aura, unlike the time he fought with Xiao Shida where he had only unleashed an aura in the middle of rank 6 in chi condensation. Jing Fei was happy that Shun Long was only at the peak of rank 6 as she hadn't used her spiritual strength earlier to probe him. Although she could feel a suppressive effect from Shun Long's aura, she didn't pay much attention to it as she was already more than a full minor realm stronger than Shun Long. She then walked forward as she said, "Elder Bu, watch as I teach this kid a lesson." "What do you mean by Elder Bu? Fei Fei, how many times have I told you to simply call me Dui?" "Don't worry, just let me take care of this brat for you," Alchemist Bu said in an endearing tone, as the fat on his face jiggled every time he opened his mouth. However, Jing Fei didn't listen to Alchemist Bu as she rushed to attack Shun Long. She already knew what Bu Dui wanted if he were to help her, and she wasn't willing to pay the price just to handle a small rank 6 chi condensation rookie. However, Jing Fei had really underestimated Shun Long. His aura had exploded and Jing Fei was stopped on her tracks, but that wasn't the end of it. Shun Long then unleashed his Monarch's Domain as well, but he didn't target Alchemist Bu as he knew that their difference in cultivation was at far too big of a level to cover. Alchemist Bu had an aura at the late stages of the Earth grade. The difference in both their quality and their quantity of their chi couldn't even be mentioned together. But Jing Fei was a different matter altogether. In front of the Monarch's Domain, with less than 2 minor levels of difference between them, she was incapable of even opening her mouth in front of Shun Long. Shun Long appeared in front of a terrified Jing Fei who couldn't move a single muscle, and his left hand slapped down on her face with so much force, that as it fell on her cheek, bones were heard breaking from the impact. Alchemist Bu's aura then completely exploded as he recovered himself from his stupor. He couldn't understand how could Jing Fei be beaten so badly by Shun Long, but he knew that it was now his chance to get revenge for her as well as having her owe him at the same time. Bu Dui had arrived in front of Shun Long in the blink of an eye, as he clenched his hand tightly before punching Shun Long straight on his chest. Shun Long's body flew backwards as it collided with the wall behind him, before vomiting a mouthful of blood. Chapter 25 Sudden Changes. Shun Long could feel his insides shaking as he crashed on the wall and fragments flew around it collapsed. His sternum had nearly caved in from that punch as he spat another mouthful of blood before exerting all the power he had left in his body to stand up from inside the debris. Shun Long could feel inside him a power that was rapidly healing his injuries, however at the same time, his chi was being depleted at an astonishing rate. Bu Dui was startled. "How are you still alive?" he asked, the astonishment evident in his voice. Bu Dui's aura made it obvious that he had already reached the early rank 9 of the Earth grade. Shun Long surviving a punch from him and still being able to stand after that was already nothing short of a miracle. "Kill him," a shrill voice was suddenly heard from behind Bu Dui. Jing Fei had appeared behind him. The entire right side of her face had now turned similar to a pig's, red and swollen from Shun Long's slap. "I can't kill him inside the Floating Cloud City, or the punishment I will receive will be too big of a price to pay," Bu Dui said regretfully. I will give you what you want, so kill him," Jing Fei said venomously as she grinded her teeth. "Ah, if you insist, my little Fei Fei, then I will take care of this kid for you," Bu Dui said as he looked at Shun Long and said, "Kid, blame your own bad luck for meeting me today and offending my little Fei Fei." Shun Long's mind was filled with endless anger as well as a feeling of powerlessness. He had left the Sky Fortune Kingdom to become stronger so that he can protect his own life, but in the end, he was just a few steps away from death after just one day in the Floating Cloud Sect. His mind suddenly shook, as both the triangular-shaped stone and the golden book buzzed simultaneously. Out of nowhere, a silver-white page had appeared in his spiritual space. This page's appearance was just like the one that had sucked him inside the golden book, but the aura it was exuding was millions of times greater than that of Buduyi's. If Buduyi was a tiny ant crawling on the ground, then this silver-white page was a divine dragon soaring the skies. Shun Long could instantly feel that his mind was connected with this silver-white page, and he was sure that if he were to take it out of his spiritual space, he could definitely kill Buduyi in one shot. The triangular-shaped stone, however, was still buzzing inside his spiritual space. The pressure coming from it even overshadowed the golden book and the silver-white page that had just appeared. Buduyi was slowly walking towards Shun Long, trying to torture him with anxiety. What Buduyi most wanted to see was the expression of despair on Shun Long's face before he killed him. Shun Long understood what Buduyi was trying to do, and he thought inside, "What a shameless old man, he first wants me to feel despair before killing me. Well, if you want to be that vicious, then you better watch how I play you to death today. Even if I have to flee from the Floating Cloud Sect, I can't just sit and die like this." Shun Long then put on an expression full of fear on his face, as Buduyi came closer and closer. As long as he was close enough to him, Shun Long was sure that he could slash him with the silver-white page, even if Buduyi was a rank 9 Earth-grade cultivator. What is going on here? An old man with a white long beard had arrived at the Alchemist's Guild doors and asked in an authoritative voice full of displeasure. This old man was dressed in silver robes, and there was a silver badge of a tiny cauldron on his chest with 1 star embedded on it. Buduyi's face instantly changed as he walked fawningly over to the old man's side and said respectfully, "Seniorly, what a pleasant supper." "Stop the bootlicking, Buduyi, I asked you what happened here." Buduyi's face twitched, and while his expression didn't change, his eyes turned cold inside. However, he instantly suppressed that feeling as he answered, "Seniorly, it was all this kid's fault. This kid has disrupted the peace and quiet inside the Alchemist's Guild, so I asked him to leave but he refused, thus I had no choice but to teach him a lesson. I hope that you will forgive me." The old man snorted as he looked around, his eyes instantly falling on the female receptionist. He walked over as he asked her what had happened, with a stern expression on his face. Buduyi tried to give a threatening glare to the receptionist, but as soon as Seniorly turned to look at him, he instantly felt his heart turning cold. "Fuck, if this bitch doesn't keep her mouth shut, I'll be in trouble later." The receptionist didn't dare to lie in front of Seniorly. After all, there were plenty of other people here that had seen what happened earlier, and if any of them were to step forth and tell the truth, even her life could be in trouble then. When Seniorly heard from the receptionist what had happened, he turned his head to look at Buduyi and Jing Fei threateningly. "How dare you lie in front of Seniorly, you insolent waste? You deserve death." Buduyi rushed over at the receptionist, but before his palm could strike her, Buduyi felt a heavy feeling on his waist. Seniorly's foot had already landed on him from the side, and Buduyi's fat body was sent flying as he destroyed a very thick wall. Seniorly didn't even turn to look at Buduyi, whose eyes were closed as his body was twitching, while his white robes had turned gray from the dust. Instead, he turned his head to look at Jing Fei, who abruptly started trembling as she heard Seniorly's next words. "I'll deal with you two later." Then he turned his head to look at Shun Long as he said in a cold voice, "As for you, although you were partially the victim here, you are too cruel and your mouth is too poisonous. You spat curses at an employee of our Alchemist's Guild. Although I won't ask you for any compensation about the broken walls or the trouble you have caused, you are hereby forbidden from entering the Alchemist's Guild in the Floating Cloud City ever again." Shun Long's eyes instantly turned frosty as he looked at this disgusting old man, who was trying to cover his subordinates' wrongdoings even at this time. Ha 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 ha. However, just then, sudden melodious laughter was heard from a corner of the room, drawing everyone's attention. Chapter 26 Lu Mei. Just then, sudden melodious laughter was heard from a corner of the room, drawing everyone's attention. An enchantingly beautiful woman was standing there, painting a picturesque scene. Her flawless face had left both men and women in the room dazed. Her breathtaking black eyes resembled the starry night, while her perfect red lips were simply mesmerizing. She wore long green robes that indicated her status as an inner disciple in the sect. Shun Long had never seen a woman more beautiful than her in his life. Even those celebrities from my past life couldn't compare with this woman in front of me, he thought while he was looking at her peerlessly beautiful face, when a voice suddenly woke him up. "Hey, what are you all looking at?" The voice was full of displeasure as it reverberated inside the room, coming from behind this peerlessly beautiful woman. Shun Long then noticed another pretty woman in green robes, standing even further behind in the corner. It was this woman who had spoken just now. This woman may be slightly lacking in terms of appearance if I were to compare her with the peerlessly beautiful girl beside her, But to be honest, she is also a great beauty as well, Shun Long thought as his gaze turned to examine this girl too. Senior sister, look, now everyone is looking at us, apparently. This peerless beauty was the senior sister, while the other beauty standing closer to the corner earlier was the junior sister. Nobody knew what method these two girls had used to conceal themselves inside the room. Otherwise, with their extraordinary appearances, it would be impossible for people to not have noticed them. So what if they are looking at us? I didn't expect that the Alchemists Guild in our Floating Cloud City to only be at this level. How dare you? Budui, who had only just recovered from Senior Li Wei's kick on his waist, and was enraged as he heard what this girl had just said. She directly implied that there was something wrong with the Alchemists Guild, and Budui wouldn't allow them to expose him like that when even Senior Li Wei had covered for him earlier today. But contrary to all expectations, it was Li Wei who had cut off his words by sending a heavy slap at his face. Before Budui could even react, Li Wei warned him in a threatening tone. If you speak one more sentence, you will have to collect your rolling head from the floor. Then Li Wei put on the best smile he could muster, and even though it looked like he was half smiling and half crying, he approached the two green-robed girls as he said, Miss Lu Mei and Miss Lan Jingjing, it is an honor for you to visit my Alchemists Guild. Please forgive that ignorant idiot who is too blind to see who you are. If you wish to punish him, however, you can do so freely. I will definitely not object to it. Budui, whose heart was blazing with flames of rage, now felt like he had just been showered with a bucket full of ice. Shun Long was also speechless by how shameless Li Wei could be. These two girls must definitely have some extraordinary origins, or this shitty old man wouldn't be so polite to them, he thought. The junior sister of the two, Lan Jingjing, looked at Budui as she said coldly, For daring to speak like that to my senior sister, you deserve death. Lan Jingjing's eyes were bursting with anger, and she looked like she was just half a step away from tearing Budui's body apart when Lu Mei stopped her and said, We shouldn't kill anyone inside the city, even if it is scum like this person, or we too would become the same as them in that case, Lu Mei said in a cold voice that didn't hide her displeasure towards Budui, before she turned her head to look at Senior Li Wei, saying, Mr. Li, you should allow this junior brother to participate in the test. Everyone inside the hall knows the truth about this matter, and it could possibly affect your reputation. This junior brother only intended to take the test when this woman first insulted him, Lu Mei said as she pointed at Jing Fei. Jing Fei's face had turned completely white. She knew that these two stunning women were definitely inner sect disciples, and this time she was most likely doomed. Shun Long was also surprised. Lu Mei's bluntness astounded him. Nevertheless, he politely cupped his fists at her before turning and leaving the Alchemists Guild. His meaning was obvious. Shun Long had refused Lu Mei's goodwill as this was a matter of pride for him. Since the Alchemists Guild had kicked him out the first time, he wouldn't return even if Li Wei had begged him. Besides, all that he wanted to do this time, aside from participating in the examination for the Rank 1 Alchemists, was to verify some of his theories about medicinal ingredients and see whether a few of his hypotheses were correct or not. But even without the Alchemists Guild, he could still do it. It would just take a bit longer to do it. Lan Jingjing was tongue-tied. It was the first time someone hadn't accepted her senior sister's polite intentions. People would usually rush to fawn over her, but this guy did the complete opposite. Lu Mei wasn't offended by Shun Long's refusal to her. It was actually the first time that a young outer sect disciple had piqued her interest, her sparkling eyes looking at Shun Long's lonely back as he walked out of the guild. Just as Shun Long had left the Alchemists Guild, a big ball of meat could be seen rushing towards him. Shun Long instantly turned around and was about to curse Budui before turning to run, since he couldn't beat him just yet, when he noticed that this person's shape was different from Budui's. If Budui was like a rugby ball, then this person resembled more like a football/soccer ball, since his belly was completely round. Despite being fat, this person had arrived in front of Shun Long almost instantly, as he panted a bit before saying, Brother, you were really impressive back there, the fat person said as he pointed behind him at the Alchemists Guild. Shun Long looked at this person who was also wearing green robes and thought, Aren't inner disciples supposed to all be in the inner city and only rarely to come to the outer city? Then how come I've already seen 3 today? This fat disciple then cupped his hands as he said, My name is Fu Li and I'm from the inner sect. How can I address you junior brother? Shun Long was still on his guard towards this Fu Li, but he didn't sense any ill intentions from this person, so he too cupped his hands as he said, My name is Shun Long. Just as Fu Li was about to respond, a familiar white-robed man approached them as he said, Brother Shun, haha, what a coincidence. Will you accompany this elder brother for a drink at the Mystifying Fragrance Pavilion? Chapter 27 Friends. The young man in white was of course Lu Wen. Eh? Fatty Fu, what are you doing here? I was just going to ask you the same thing. How do you know Brother Shun Long? Asked Fatty Fu. Ah right. Fatty Fu continued, Brother Shun Long, let's go to the Mystifying Fragrance Pavilion. Just now I heard Lu Wen invite us, which means he is obviously going to pay. We need to order the best food and wine. Especially the Mystifying Fragrance wine, its taste is truly heavenly. Fatty Fu quickly started salivating as he thought of the food and wine in the Mystifying Fragrance Pavilion. Hey Fatty, who invited you? I only invited Brother Shun. As for you, take a hike. Don't even dream of having me pay for your meal or I'll go bankrupt. Shun Long smiled as he saw the two bantering like old friends while they were walking towards their destination. Although Fatty Fu seemed to be closer in age to Shun Long, he was still great friends with Lu Wen. After all, in the cultivation world, 10 years were nothing. When a cultivator reached the earth grade, they could already live for 500 years. Their group walked for almost 30 minutes until they finally reached a very large and luxurious building. The building wasn't as big as the administration building or the alchemists' guild, but it was definitely far more luxurious than both of them. After all, the previous two involved pills and administration of the city, while this one was probably the most luxurious building in the entire sect, the Mystifying Fragrance Pavilion. Shun Long, Lu Wen, and Fatty Fu all walked towards it, and as they got closer, Shun Long noticed that the gates of the pavilion looked like they were made from pure gold with many runic lines engraved inside. Lu Wen knew that Shun Long would be curious since it was his first time visiting the Mystifying Fragrance Pavilion, so he explained. This metal isn't gold, but it's a formless liquid that only high-grade formation masters can create. It is first formed in a liquid state, and the formation masters need to hammer it and create the runic inscriptions inside it before it has completely solidified its shape. Fatty Fu interrupted Lu Wen as he said. The gates of the Mystifying Fragrance Pavilion are all created from this metal, and even a full-powered punch from a peak rank 9 Earth-grade expert probably can't destroy it. After all, this gate requires at least a formation master of the silver level to CRE. Enough Fatty, I will explain things, so wait until we get to our table first. Their group had already reached the Mystifying Fragrance Pavilion, but Fatty hadn't noticed it and had kept blabbering. Lu Wen said to the waiter. Bring us to the 3rd floor and bring us 3 jars of Mystifying Fragrance wine. The waiter bowed as he brought them to the 3rd floor and quickly brought over their wine. Fatty Fu then said to Lu Wen. Wow, you really are willing to spend today, Brother Lu. 6,000 sect points for 3 jars of wine, impressive. This little brother will be in your care in the future. Scram Fatty, next time you are the one paying for our wine. Today is an exception since I had to return home and I have been feeling so stifled that I couldn't take it anymore without drinking some good wine. Fatty Fu then asked, right, Brother Lu, how did you meet Brother Shun here? Lu Wen and Fatty Fu both explained how they met Shun Long, and although Fatty Fu had expected such a normal situation, Lu Wen was astonished. Did you really fight with Budui? Lu Wen asked Shun Long, disbelief coloring his face. Shun Long instead smiled self-mockingly as he said, a fight. That shameless old man just punched me once, but I couldn't do anything to him and I almost died from that punch of his. But I will make sure to pay him back tenfold in the future. Although his insides had almost healed by now, and his chest had no injuries anymore, his chi was almost depleted at this point. Shun Long, however, was shocked because even now, the triangular-shaped stone still hadn't stopped buzzing inside his spiritual space. That is still unbelievable. How could a rank 6 condensation rookie survive a punch from a late Earth stage cultivator? This is a miracle, Brother Shun, you are truly amazing, Lu Wen said as he cupped his fists in respect to Shun Long's feet before they all opened their jars of wine to drink. As they were all drinking, the atmosphere in the table became even friendlier, and at this point, the 3 of them really regarded each other as true friends. After all, there was an old saying in the cultivation world, men become acquaintances after meeting each other, they become friends after drinking with each other, and they become true brothers after sharing life and death with each other. Lu Wen then asked Shun Long curiously. Right, Brother Shun, why did you go to the guild? I remember that you only started cultivating less than 2 months ago. Could it be that you are interested in studying alchemy? What did you say? Now it was Fatty's turn to be astonished, as Shun Long needed less than 2 months to reach his current level. Ha ha ha, my Fuli's brother is a genius that needed less than 2 months to reach the peak of rank 6 in chi condensation. Brother, you have to come and meet my grandfather. If he knew that I have a brother who advanced so fast in his cultivation, perhaps he wouldn't beat me every time he saw me. Before telling me to go cultivate harder. Fatty Fu thought for a bit before saying, yes, that's it. It's not my fault that I am not progressing fast enough in my cultivation, it's just that I'm not a genius. Chapter 28 Another Alternative. Shun Long and Lu Wen looked at the fatty and both laughed at the same time, before Shun Long responded to Lu Wen. Actually, I need some books to practice alchemy. Although I have learned a few theories already, I still need to expand my horizons. That's why I was at the guild intending to take the examination to become a rank 1 alchemist. Lu Wen then said, I can give you my own books both for rank 1 and rank 2 alchemists. I don't need them anymore and hopefully, I will soon become a rank 3 alchemist. I have already learned all that I needed to from these books, therefore the only thing that is currently hindering me from becoming a rank 3 alchemist is my cultivation realm. This was the first time that Shun Long had heard something like that. So one needs to advance their own cultivation to advance in ranks as an alchemist? Shun Long asked curiously. It's not that you have to advance realms necessarily, but it's more like that you can't advance as an alchemist unless you advance in your own realm first. Lu Wen's answer was puzzling and didn't make a lot of sense, so he continued explaining. Alchemists rely on their spiritual strength to refine their pills. But every higher rank pill also requires even more spiritual strength from the alchemist in order to succeed in the refinement of the pill. Shun Long seemed to understand where this conversation was headed to as Lu Wen continued. Theoretically, one can become a rank 1 alchemist at the early rank 1 stage in qi condensation, however, that is realistically impossible. There is no way for an early rank 1 qi condensation rookie to have enough spiritual strength to become a rank 1 alchemist. Shun Long understood what Lu Wen was trying to say and he was feeling extremely joyful inside, as his spiritual strength had already advanced by leaps and bounds after absorbing the heavenly aura from the Golden Book. However, how far he had advanced right now could only be understood when he tried to refine pills himself. I'm certain that even if I can't refine rank 3 pills yet, I can definitely succeed in refining rank 2 pills. Even Lu Wen is only a rank 2 bronze alchemist, so wouldn't that put me at least on par with him if my guess is right? Lu Wen then continued. Usually, an alchemist advances 1 rank for every 6 ranks they advance in cultivation. For example, a person usually needs to reach rank 6 in qi condensation before they have enough spiritual strength to become a rank 1 bronze grade alchemist. That same person would then have to advance all the way to rank 3 in the earth grade before becoming a rank 2 bronze grade alchemist. As for becoming a rank 3 bronze grade alchemist, then that would require this person to become a rank 9 earth grade expert. Right now I am still at the peak of rank 3 in earth grade, however, my father told me that if I reach the middle stages of the earth grade before 3 months have passed, he will give me a golden eagle spirit nourishing pill. When Fatty Fu heard this, he almost choked on his wine as he asked Lu Wen in disbelief. Is that the same golden eagle nourishing pill that requires the core of a peak rank 3 golden eagle? That's a magic beast that even a peak heaven grade expert can't defeat in a one-on-one scenario. It also needs at least a rank 2 silver grade alchemist to refine it. Will your family really give something like this to you? Let alone giving it to you, where did you guys even find that? Shun Long was shocked when he learned the pill's origins, but Fatty Fu was even more shocked because he knew how rare this pill is. Even in the treasure pavilion, in the city, one wouldn't necessarily find such a pill even after 10 or 20 years. This pill is actually in my grandfather's possession, and since he said that only I can have it as I'm the only alchemist in the family, none of my 2 brothers dared to object, or my grandfather would give the position of the family head directly to the other. After all, this is something that belonged to my grandfather to begin with. What right does anyone else in the family have to object if he wants to give it to me? It is also due to my grandfather's wishes that I returned back to the city from the mortal world. If I consume this golden eagle nourishing pill, then when I reach the middle stages of the earth grade, I would already be able to refine rank 3 bronze grade pills. So Brother Shun, you don't have to refuse these books as they are already useless to me. Lu Wen then finished his sentence and waved his hand as 5 different books appeared from thin air. Shun Long had already seen the use of a spatial ring back when Administrator Feng had first used his own. Damn, how convenient, Fatty Fu mumbled, and Shun Long nodded his head in agreement. Shun Long then accepted the books before asking, Brother Lu, where can I find medicinal ingredients in the city? Originally I was planning to buy some from the Alchemists Guild, but there have to be other places as well in the Floating Cloud City, right? Lu Wen didn't answer Shun Long's question. Instead, Shun Long noticed that he had turned to look at Fatty Fu, before the fatty stood up from his chair and puffed his chest out proudly. Then Fatty Fu put on a well-pleased smile as he looked at Shun Long and said in a satisfied tone, "Actually, this brother here works for the biggest auction house in the Floating Cloud City, the Treasure Pavilion. Our Treasure Pavilion not only conducts auctions every month, but it also has access to a huge supply of medicinal ingredients. Just tell me what you need and this brother will definitely get it for you as long as it is within my abilities." Then Fatty Fu stopped talking for a bit before calculating something with his hands. After that, he embarrassingly raised 3 fingers before saying to Shun Long, "Right now I can only help you this much, brother." Chapter 29 Sect Points and Medicinal Ingredients. Lu Wen looked at Fatty with disdain as he asked, "Fatty, you only have 3,000 sect points." Fatty Fu replied embarrassingly, "I'm almost out of sect points for this month, but I will definitely have more next time." "At least this much," he said as he then raised all 10 fingers proudly showing off. Shun Long understood that both Fatty Fu and Lu Wen were both very willing to help him. Shun Long's relationship with Lu Wen had only started because of his father's goodwill to gift him a good cauldron, but it evolved into something much purer. It was something that Shun Long had never experienced before. This unconditional friendship, this, was also what brotherhood actually felt like. Things were the same with Fatty Fu. He was a simple-minded man. If he liked you, then you would know it, whereas if he hated you, he wouldn't even hesitate to kick you twice when you were down and struggling. Shun Long now genuinely understood that from today onwards he would have 2 people by his side who could very well be called his brothers. Although this wasn't a brotherhood forged between a life and death situation, Shun Long knew that they genuinely treated him like a brother, and he would do the same. Shun Long and Fatty Fu could both accept Lu Wen paying for the wine this time, and they would pay the next time, be it in the mystifying fragrance pavilion or in some other place. This kind of thing wasn't calculated by sect points between brothers. Sometimes you pay for them when you go out, while sometimes they pay for you. However, Shun Long would never accept charity from anyone, not even from his friends or his brothers. Especially because something like that could damage their relationship. A relationship involving profits was never pure after all. Therefore Shun Long said, "Right now I only want to know whether I'm suitable to practice alchemy or not to actually train to become an alchemist. I can see how my refinement process goes and decide in the future if I truly want to become an alchemist. Also, don't speak about giving me money again. What I want to know is this. I need honey fruit, blue stripped grass, 5-leaf giant flower, and grizzly growing root, 10 sets of these. How much would they cost in the Treasure Pavilion? Don't even think about lying to me, or when I find out, we will definitely not call each other brother by then." Fatty Fu sighed and then he calculated for a bit with his hands before saying, "These are all rank 1 medicinal ingredients and incredibly common at that. Therefore 10 sets of these would originally cost you 140 sect points, however if we buy them on my name we will get an extra 40% discount since I'm an employee in the Treasure Pavilion, which would reduce the overall cost to 84 sect points." Fatty Fu stayed silent for a bit before saying again, "But if you don't try enough times during pill refinement, how will you know whether you are really suited to practice alchemy or not? There is no way you can succeed with such a low amount of medicinal ingredients." Lu Wen also nodded as he had already experienced this firsthand, but they both didn't try to persuade Shun Long further to accept their help as they both understood his thoughts clearly. They too didn't want this brotherhood that they had formed between them to turn into a material relationship. That's why they accepted his decision. Shun Long calculated for a bit before saying, "Then for 3 sets it should be 25.2 sect points, right? There is no 0.2 sect points in the sect. If the number is closer to 10 than to 0, then it is calculated as 1 point. Since 2 is closer to 0, then it is calculated as 0 points, which brings the sum to 25 sect points," Fatty Fu answered. Shun Long thought for a bit before saying, "Then brother, help me buy 3 sets of those ingredients. Here are the 25 points." Shun Long took out his sect-identifying jade as he transferred 25 points to Fatty. They all kept drinking merrily for an hour until they had finished their wine and left the mystifying fragrance pavilion. Shun Long had already told Fatty Fu and Lu Wen the name of the inn he was staying at, and Fatty Fu promised him that he would have someone deliver the medicinal ingredients in less than 3 hours. Shun Long decided to stay in his room and read the alchemy books that Lu Wen had given him. Shun Long eventually found some information that he hadn't learned from the Golden Book. So medicinal ingredients are categorized in 9 different grades, and each grade corresponds to each alchemist's ranks and abilities. For example, a rank 1 bronze-grade alchemist would only be able to refine pills from rank 1 medicinal ingredients, whereas a rank 1 silver-grade alchemist could use medicinal ingredients from anywhere between rank 1 to rank 4 for his concoctions. Shun Long mumbled to himself. Unknowingly, almost 3 hours had passed and Shun Long had lost himself into studying, when a voice coming from outside woke him up from his thoughts. "This guest, a person from the treasure pavilion, has delivered some goods for you." Shun Long collected the goods from the innkeeper before returning to his room and spacing out for a bit as he looked at the medicinal ingredients in his hands. Then he sighed as he thought. "This is make or break now. I already spent 25 of my 30 sec points for these 3 sets, and I have also already paid the innkeeper 4 sec points, to reserve this courtyard for the rest of the month. If I fail this gamble, I would probably have to go and work in the mines for at least a month. Although I am absolutely confident that I can do this, I only have these 3 sets of ingredients and I can't afford to waste them." Shun Long then tried to calm his mind before starting his first attempt in pill refinement, when the triangular-shaped stone in his spiritual space quieted down. His consciousness was once again flooded with images just like it had been in the past before 3 words appeared in Shun Long's mind. The characters were unknown to Shun Long, he had never seen them before, but he could sense an ancient aura from them and Shun Long could understand what these words meant as if their meaning was engraved directly in his soul. Monarch's Eternal Body. Chapter 30, Monarch's Eternal Body. Monarch's Eternal Body. Shun Long instantly understood everything after these images flashed through his mind. The Monarch's Eternal Body was a heaven-defying technique just like the Monarch's Hourglass. However, the Monarch's Eternal Body was completely different from the Monarch's Hourglass. This was a body refinement art. Shun Long had already learned earlier from Lu Wen's books that there were 2 types of cultivators: Qi cultivators and body cultivators. Qi cultivators gathered Qi inside their bodies by circulating their cultivation techniques, whereas body refinement cultivators would refine their bodies instead. When Shun Long had been in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, he hadn't even heard of body cultivators. Body refinement is said to be 100 times more difficult than Qi cultivation, thus it had completely disappeared from the mortal world. Despite the higher difficulty though, there were plenty of cultivators who focused on body refinement in the cultivation world. Shun Long had understood from these images in his head what type of body art the Monarch's Eternal Body was. It was an art that enhanced the body and made the person cultivating in it able to tear space with his bare hands. Shun Long knew that he already had a cultivation technique that could affect time around him, but he was just too weak to properly use it at the moment. Now with a body that could tear through space as well, he wondered. How strong will I become by then? He sat in his room cross-legged as he studied this body refinement art. In the cultivation world, it was unbelievably hard for people to follow a path of both Qi and body refinement as they were 2 completely different paths. To become a Qi cultivator, the Qi you absorbed from nature had to pass through your meridians and circulate through your body, before becoming yours to use. However, the path of body refinement was completely different. The most common way to cultivate in body refining was to train your body for many years, injuring yourself every time before then consuming medicinal pills or taking medicinal baths that could help you recover and strengthen yourself even further. Shun Long, though, knew that he couldn't follow this path of body refinement. Firstly, he didn't have enough time to do so as that would require many years to succeed, and secondly, the Monarch's Eternal Body was completely different and couldn't be trained in such a way. It required Shun Long to refine certain medicinal pills and use the immense energy they contained to destroy and then rebuild his body from the inside. However, every path had its own shortcomings. Although it would be faster for Shun Long to advance in body refinement compared to other body cultivators who have been training their bodies for years, he would have to pay the equivalent price for it. Instead of having your bones, tendons, and internal organs to slowly strengthen themselves like they usually would have during body refinement, the Monarch's Eternal Body would completely crush them before reforming them properly. This was the kind of pain that couldn't be described with just the word excruciating. Shun Long was slightly afraid inside. The smallest misstep could cause him to die this time. After taking a deep breath, he seemed to have realized something as he mumbled. Now that I think about it, this all seems to be just parts of a bigger whole. First I had to cultivate in the Monarch's Hourglass to have enough Qi in my body as well as become a Qi cultivator. Then, when my Qi reached a certain level, the Golden Book sucked me inside and almost killed me when it filled me with all that information. And now that I have the knowledge I need regarding medicinal plants, magic beasts, and the human body, I can cultivate the Monarch's Eternal Body by refining the pills I need. Could it be that the optimal path to follow is this double way of cultivating both in chi and body refinement? Even if it isn't, I still can't pass on such an opportunity. I have to at least try to cultivate in the monarch's eternal body, as soon as I can gather the medicinal plants I need for it. For now though, I should start with becoming more proficient in alchemy. Then Shun Long took out the 3 sets of honey fruit, blue stripped grass, 5-leaf giant flower, and grizzly growing root that he had purchased with Fatty Foo's help and sat down cross-legged. After that, he took out the peak rank 3 bronze grade cauldron that his father had given to him before Shun Long had left the Blue Forest City. Shun Long took a deep breath, his eyes fully focused in front of him as he said, "It's time to start." The first thing he had to do was to turn part of his chi into the fire element and start warming his cauldron. Unless a person had trained specifically in an ice-focused cultivation technique, they should be able to easily turn their chi into fire. After about an incense stick of time, the cauldron was already warm enough, so Shun Long took out the 5-leaf giant flower. According to Lu Wen's books, I first have to pluck the petals before throwing the body of the flower in the cauldron. After it is fully converted to medicinal essence, I have to throw in half of the grizzly growing root before adding the honey fruit and the blue stripped grass. But this doesn't make any sense. If I pluck all the petals from the 5-leaf giant flower, although its energy will be easier to be refined into a pill, the pill would at least be 20% less effective due to this, and the medicinal efficacy will fall even further if you throw in only half of the grizzly growing root as well. The root grows under rocks and absorbs the energy of the earth to mature. Throwing half of it makes no sense if it is just to balance out the wood energy from the 5-leaf giant flower with the grizzly growing root's earth element. Shun Long pondered for a bit before he decided. I will first add in the blue stripped grass before plucking 1 leaf from the 5-leaf giant flower to balance out its energy and refine it faster. Then I will put in the rest of the flower along with the grizzly growing root, and I will add the honey fruit last. This way the chi barrier breaking pill will at least be 60 to 70% more effective compared to the book's recipe. If any competent alchemist had heard Shun Long's thought process this time, they would definitely spit on his face. If it was that easy to modify alchemy recipes, wouldn't everyone just do that? Chapter 31 Refining Pills. Nevertheless, what others may consider as madness, to Shun Long it seemed completely logical after having understood every single aspect of these medicinal ingredients he was handling. Shun Long added the blue stripped grass first and he noticed that it instantly started to wither. Before all of the essence had left the grass though, Shun Long threw in 1 leaf from the 5-leafed flower. The shocking result was that after throwing in the leaf, the blue stripped grass had a reaction as the half-withered grass coiled itself around the leaf while it was being refined. Shun Long smiled proudly as he said, I knew it that this was the correct way to refine the blue stripped grass. By adding 1 leaf from the 5-leafed flower, the medicinal essence of the blue stripped grass that would have been lost in the air is now all focused around the leaf. The refinement is faster and the efficacy of the chi barrier breaking pill will be higher in the end. But I have to throw the rest of the flower inside soon or its quality will quickly drop after it has lost one of its leaves. When he finished speaking, 5 breaths of time had already passed and Shun Long threw the rest of the 5-leafed flower inside the cauldron. When a medicinal ingredient was purified, a sizzling sound could be heard as its body would wither and it would leave behind its medicinal essence in liquid form. The 5-leafed flower was quickly being refined and Shun Long used his spiritual energy to lower the flame's temperature. The grizzly growing root has to be refined slower than the previous 2 ingredients or its essence would evaporate with only a very small amount remaining in the cauldron in the end. However, even though Shun Long had already lowered the flame's temperature, when he threw in the grizzly growing root, more than half of the root's essence was instantly lost and his first attempt to refine the chi barrier breaking pill was a failure. Shun Long sat down with his legs crossed as he pondered for a bit. Although the recipe was perfect, I should have adjusted the temperature of the flame even more. If I had lowered it just before the 5-leafed flower had finished its refinement process, then I wouldn't have failed like this. Even though Shun Long had absolute knowledge regarding the materials he was currently using, alchemy was in the end a process of trial and error. Even if your theoretical knowledge was perfect, you still had to adapt to any sudden changes during the actual refinement of the pills. Although Shun Long had failed, he wasn't demotivated in the least. Instead, he was eager to find out if his guess was correct this time. He rested for an hour to recover the spiritual energy he had expended, before starting the refinement process again from the beginning. This time Shun Long followed the same steps that he took during the first time, but he lowered the temperature of the flames before the 5-leafed flower was completely turned into essence. It took 20 breaths of time for the grizzly growing root to be refined after he had thrown it in. Now there were 3 different colors moving inside the cauldron. Blue from the blue stripped grass, light green from the 5-leafed flower, and a dark brown from the grizzly growing root, each of them guided by Shun Long's spiritual strength to rotate inside the cauldron in a circular motion. All I need to do now is extract the honey fruit's juice before adding it inside the cauldron. Ah, I guess that's why other alchemists need helpers. It really is a tricky situation since you can't remove the juice before you start the refinement process or the fruit will wither and die before a few breaths of time have even passed. Shun Long was having a really hard time right now. If he stopped the refinement to extract the juice from the honey fruit, the rest of the essence inside the cauldron would become useless without the support from his chi flames and the support from his spiritual power, eventually dissipating in the air. If he didn't do this though, the entire refinement process will still go to waste eventually without the honey fruit's needed support to complete the pill. Can I perhaps? Shun Long had a crazy idea in his mind. And yet, although it sounded crazy, once it was stuck in his mind, he couldn't get rid of this feeling. It seemed like something inside him was pushing him to try this idea. Shun Long took a deep breath, his eyes shining brightly. He circulated the chi inside him as he activated the monarch's hourglass. Then he shouted inside his mind. Monarch's domain. The indistinct figure of an hourglass expanded from his body and covered the entire room as time went still. Chapter 32 Chi Barrier Breaking Pills. The indistinct figure of an hourglass expanded from inside his body and covered the entire room as time went still. Crazy. Shun Long couldn't help but exclaim after time had stopped in the entire room. It really worked. I can manipulate time, forcing everything to go still, before finishing the refining process myself. Although Shun Long was inwardly thinking how much of a cheat his monarch's hourglass technique really is, he didn't lose any time daydreaming as he quickly moved to extract the juice from the honey fruit. Right now, he could only keep the monarch's domain active for 6 breaths of time. After that, his chi would be sucked dry from the huge consumption of the technique. A yellow color had added itself into the mix of blue, light green, and dark brown. Guided by Shun Long's spiritual power, the yellow liquid moved inside the cauldron, before it followed the other 3 colors that were already revolving around each other in a circular motion. Shun Long stopped the activation of the monarch's domain, as the invisible figure of an hourglass returned back in his body. And yet, even though less than 3 breaths of time had passed between the activation and the deactivation of the technique, Shun Long still felt that his chi was severely drained. Just activating the monarch's domain requires so much of my chi. I need to solidify my cultivation at the 7th rank of chi condensation soon. I will definitely have more chi then, and sustaining the monarch's domain will be easier. The 4 streams of liquid inside the cauldron were guided by Shun Long's spiritual power as they tried to merge with each other. Shun Long knew that he had reached the most crucial phase in his refinement process. The lid of the cauldron was now closed as it buzzed incessantly, while Shun Long's mind was fully focused on merging the 4 liquids into one. A burst of fragrance came from inside the cauldron as the scent of medicinal herbs suddenly filled the room. Shun Long stood up and opened the lid of the cauldron as he looked inside. 2 small cyan-colored pills could be seen inside as they emitted a sweet-smelling aroma. Shun Long quickly gathered both of them and put them inside the bottle that Fatty had sent over along with the 3 sets of medicinal ingredients. Alchemists stored their pills and herbs in airtight bottles, or else the pills would lose their effectiveness by coming in contact with the air for a prolonged period of time. After resting for an hour to recover his chi and spiritual energy, Shun Long decided to refine the last batch of ingredients he had left. Now that he had already succeeded once, the concoction of the pills was even easier the second time around. The refinement process was even faster than before, and there was 1 more pill inside the cauldron when he opened the lid this time. Shun Long now looked at the 5 chi barrier breaking pills inside his bottle and was overjoyed as he thought of the price that they could fetch. Normal chi barrier breaking pills have a 50% chance of allowing someone at the peak of rank 6 to enter the early rank 7 in chi condensation. My pills, however, have a 70% chance of allowing the people consuming them to directly reach the middle stage of rank 7. Shun Long thought out loud as he looked at the 5 cyan-colored pills in his hand. As for reaching the early stages of rank 7, Shun Long had absolute confidence that anyone consuming his pills would experience a breakthrough in less than 15 days. This was absolutely unheard of in the entire Floating Cloud Sect. It had to be known that rank 7 was a dividing line, and a cultivator with mediocre talent would need to cultivate for more than a year to reach the early stages of rank 7 from the peak of rank 6 if they didn't use any pills. But Shun Long's pills could help someone, regardless of their talent, to directly reach the 7th rank in chi condensation in less than half a month. Shun Long himself understood that his pills would easily fetch a price of 100 sec points each. The problem was how to go about selling these pills. He couldn't tell people that he had just refined these himself. The efficacy of his chi barrier-breaking pills and the ones that were out on the market were on a completely different level. Shun Long then thought, I will first try to enter the 7th rank in chi condensation. Then I will consider the matter of selling the chi barrier-breaking pills. The treasure pavilion should be my best option, but I will think about it again after I complete my breakthrough. Shun Long sorted out his thoughts before entering seclusion to reach the 7th rank of chi condensation. Chapter 33 Breakthrough to Rank 7. Shun Long had already received enough food and water from the innkeeper this time, before entering seclusion to reach the 7th rank in chi condensation. The bottleneck that other cultivators would meet at the peak of rank 6 wasn't a bottleneck for Shun Long at all, hence why he didn't need the chi barrier-breaking pill for himself. He sat down cross-legged as he entered inside the space of the triangular-shaped stone. There were 55 balls of chi above his head, 8 of which were shining more brightly than the others. Shun Long took a deep breath as he said, It's time to start. He then started purifying the rest of the chi balls. His goal was to make them all at the same level as the other 8 above him. Days passed while Shun Long was in seclusion, and soon, it was already the 21st day since he had arrived in the Floating Cloud City. Shun Long had already reached the early stage of rank 7 but still hadn't exited his seclusion. After one more week, Shun Long finally stopped cultivating and stood up from his cross-legged position. His body, that should originally be feeling sore after sitting cross-legged for almost a month, was brimming with energy as Shun Long had already reached the peak of rank 7 in chi circulation. Inside the monarch's hourglass, there were now 63 chi balls of light, all at the same level of power. As Shun Long stood up and stretched himself, he started pondering on how to sell his 5 chi barrier-breaking pills. Suddenly he slapped his thigh as he exclaimed, Damn, why didn't I think of this earlier? He opened the chest he had carried all the way from the Blue Forest City, and searched among the clothes he had brought with him and found a black robe that covered him perfectly. Shun Long tried wearing the black robe, and after making sure that his face and body were both completely covered, he removed it as he stuffed it inside a small bag that he hanged on his left shoulder. Shun Long then stuffed the bottle with the chi barrier-breaking pills inside his robes and left his courtyard. The innkeeper looked at Shun Long, who was just leaving his courtyard, and approached him as he said, Guest, you have used almost the entire month that you paid for. There are 3 more days left. Please remember that the courtyard you are staying in costs 4 sec points each month, so make sure to renew the payment if you wish to extend your stay for another month. The middle-aged innkeeper said somewhat amiably, but his eyes betrayed the scorn he felt. He had seen plenty of new disciples like Shun Long, who had just arrived from the mortal world, and instead of looking for ways to gather sec points, they only looked at the short-term benefits of cultivating in the richer aura of the cultivation world. Only when these people's sec points fell to 0 would they understand their mistakes, but it would be too late by then. Shun Long heard the innkeeper, but he didn't really pay any attention to him. His mind was fully occupied with the matter of the chi barrier-breaking pills. Although Shun Long's plan was good in theory, he didn't know if it would actually work. After asking for directions, he walked for half an hour before arriving at the treasure pavilion. The structure of the pavilion was huge, just as big as the mystifying fragrance pavilions. The treasure pavilion could be considered slightly inferior to the mystifying fragrance pavilion in terms of luxuriousness, but it was definitely above it in terms of grandeur. Its outer appearance wasn't any inferior to the mystifying fragrance pavilions actually. The biggest difference between the mystifying fragrance pavilion and the treasure pavilion was that while only filthy rich disciples like Lu Wen and Fatty Fu tended to visit the first, everyone, whether they were rich or poor, would always need to visit the second. That was because the mystifying fragrance pavilion was a center for entertainment, while the treasure pavilion was a place for disciples to buy what they needed. Shun Long didn't directly walk inside the treasure pavilion. Instead, he took a detour and found a secluded alley a few dozen meters away from it. After making sure that no one was looking at him, Shun Long put the black robe on his body as he headed towards the treasure pavilion. The streets were bustling, and as a result, not many people paid attention to his black robes. After all, it wasn't that uncommon for people to put on a disguise inside the Floating Cloud City. Chapter 34 Treasure Pavilion. Shun Long walked straight towards the Treasure Pavilion's entrance. As soon as he entered the pavilion though, he noticed a drastic change in the atmosphere around him. The air inside the pavilion seemed to be richer in qi, compared to the air on the streets. Also, the loud sounds from the pedestrians on the streets were instantly isolated as soon as he had entered inside the Treasure Pavilion. It was obvious that the pavilion was protected by many formations, some of which even purified the qi in the air to a certain degree, while others isolated the outside noise. Shun Long noticed counters everywhere, where disciples working for the pavilion were stationed to sell the goods on display. As he wasn't in a rush, Shun Long toured around the first floor of the Treasure Pavilion. As he walked around the floor, Shun Long noticed that the Treasure Pavilion had everything that a person would need. Weapons of all kinds as well as armors were for sale in this room. Swords, sabers, spears, whips, hammers, knives, bows and arrows, and many more were up for sale, all of them forged by rank 3 bronze grade formation masters. Pills from rank 3 bronze grade alchemists could also be bought on this floor. Even rare treasures that could only be activated once but could kill someone above your level were up for sale here, but their prices were all terrifying. The prices for such treasures started at 3,000 sect points and went up to 10,000. Shun Long was elated to have even found one of the medicinal herbs he needed to refine the rank 2 internal destruction pill that he required in order to reach the first stage of the monarch's eternal body. Sadly, he only had 1 sect point on him right now, so Shun Long decided to stop wasting time and hurry and find someone to sell his qi barrier breaking pills to. Shun Long looked around the first floor, but since he didn't find anyone who purchased pills here, he decided to move up to the second floor of the Treasure Pavilion. The second floor had much fewer people compared to the first floor, and when he walked in he saw a few young girls in yellow robes giving directions to the people who arrived on the floor. One of the girls in yellow robes approached the black-robed Shun Long as she asked politely, "Hello, senior, welcome to the Treasure Pavilion. Can Mei Yi assist you?" Apparently this young girl's name was Mei Yi and she was there to offer instructions to those who entered the second floor. Shun Long coughed once, trying to change his voice in a much heavier than his usual tone as he said, "Yes, I have heard that the Treasure Pavilion both purchases and sells pills, correct?" Mei Yi looked at Shun Long and replied smilingly, "Yes, senior, if you wish to purchase pills, there are many pills of even better quality than the previous floor here on the second floor. However, in case you want to sell pills, chances are that you won't get a good deal as our Treasure Pavilion has a huge stock of many different kinds of pills. Unless of course senior is planning to sell a rank 4 pill or some other kind of rare pill, in that case, things would be different." Although Mei Yi explained everything clearly and politely, she didn't hold high hopes for Shun Long, as most alchemists who came to sell their pills here would usually end up leaving dejected. The Treasure Pavilion had its own alchemists to refine pills, and it didn't need to rely on unaffiliated alchemists like them. Shun Long looked at Mei Yi as he replied again in his heavy voice, "Indeed, I have some kind of special pills that I wish to sell. In that case, senior, please follow me," Mei Yi said as she took Shun Long to a relatively big room near the end of the second floor, where alchemists could get their pills appraised. Then she bowed politely as she said, "Senior, please wait until I call an alchemist of our Treasure Pavilion to come and appraise your pills." Shun Long nodded and Mei Yi left the room for a while. The room was relatively empty, as it only had a big table at the center, and 2 couches on each end of the table. Shun Long seated himself on one couch as he waited for Mei Yi to return. Less than 10 minutes later, she followed behind a man in white robes who had a white badge with 2 stars and a tiny cauldron on his chest. The man looked to be in his early 30s and he had a placid look on his face as he looked at the black-robed Shun Long and sat down opposite to him without asking for approval or any greetings beforehand. Mei Yi quickly introduced the man to Shun Long as she said, "Senior, this is Senior Wang Bo, a rank 2 alchemist, and an appraiser of our Treasure Pavilion." Shun Long nodded at Mei Yi's words, as he suddenly heard Wang Bo speaking. "Please tell me what pills you wish to sell to our pavilion. Hopefully, you won't waste my precious time." Shun Long's face smiled underneath his black robes. "I have some qi barrier breaking pills, have a look," he said as he retrieved a bottle from inside his robes. "You called me all the way here for some qi barrier breaking pills. Even our rank 1 bronze grade alchemists can create this kind of lousy pill, the arrogant rank 2 bronze grade alchemist Wang Bo exclaimed as he was ready to leave the room. Shun Long didn't reply to him. All he did was to open the bottle with his chi barrier breaking pills, and Wang Bo's expression instantly changed. Chapter 35 Stunning Price. As soon as Wang Bo smelled the fragrance emitted from the chi barrier breaking pills that Shun Long had brought, his arrogant expression instantly vanished as his eyes focused and he sat straight on the couch opposite to Shun Long. As an alchemist, he definitely understood that this pill wasn't just a chi barrier breaking pill. Meanwhile, the young girl's Mei's expression had turned completely pale. She had forgotten to ask what pill this senior wished to sell to their treasure pavilion before she brought him at the appraisal room. She stuttered as she said in a weak voice, "Senior Wang, please forgive me. I didn't check what pill this senior wished to sell before I brought him to the room." It is. Be quiet. Wang Bo said in a serious voice as he didn't even look at Mei, his eyes completely focused on the bottle of pills in Shun Long's hands. Shun Long closed the bottle, but he didn't return it inside his robes. He just stood seated on the couch as he watched Wang Bo, who suddenly stood up. Wang Bo then bowed as he said, "Senior, please forgive me for my disrespect earlier. I will personally go and call Senior Yin, a grade 3 alchemist of our treasure pavilion, to appraise these pills. Please wait here." Wang Bo's voice was full of pleading, as he kept bowing and apologizing. Shun Long didn't say anything, he just waved his hand as Wang Bo flashed a relieved smile before he rushed out to call that Senior Yin in the room. Senior Yin, who was also dressed in the same manner as Wang Bo, except that the white badge on his chest had 3 stars instead of 2, arrived at the room with Wang Bo in tow, and when he entered it, his eyes turned to look at the black-robed Shun Long and the bottle of pills in his hands. Senior Yin then said to Shun Long, "This brother, I heard that you wish to sell some special, chi barrier-breaking pills. Please allow me to inspect them for a while before I can give a proper assessment about their effects." "Indeed, have a look and tell me what you think," Shun Long answered as he placed the bottle of chi barrier-breaking pills on the table in front of him. Up to now, neither Wang Bo nor Senior Yin had managed to ascertain Shun Long's level of cultivation, which made them have some doubts in their hearts. Naturally, they didn't know that Shun Long was training in the Monarch's Hourglass and had completely retracted his aura, and that caused them to assume that Shun Long's level of cultivation was above theirs. Senior Yin then opened the bottle, and his expression was just as stunned as Wang Bo's when he had inhaled this fragrance from the chi barrier-breaking pills earlier. He took out one pill from the bottle and inspected it very carefully for a while before putting it back inside. Then he prudently returned the bottle of pills in Shun Long's hands before saying, "This brother. Oh no, I mean Senior, if you wish to sell these pills to our treasure pavilion, we would be more than happy to purchase them from you." Senior Yin pondered for a bit more before gritting his teeth and saying, "There are 2 ways for Senior to sell these pills. The first, if you aren't in a hurry, would be to sell them in our monthly auction, which will take place 15 days from now, here in our treasure pavilion. As Senior Yin finished speaking, he took something shiny from his spatial ring and said, "This is the VIP invitation to our monthly auction. If Senior decides to attend, you will of course spectate the auction from one of our private VIP booths. I, Yin Xing, hope that Senior will attend the auction, as there will be plenty of good things to buy." Shun Long accepted the shiny silver-colored invitation and put it in his robes as Yin Xing continued. "The second way would be for Senior to sell the pills directly to our pavilion. Although the profit won't be as high as if Senior were to sell them at the auction, our treasure pavilion will still buy them at 500 sec points for each pill." Shun Long almost choked when he heard the price that Yin Xing was willing to purchase the chi barrier-breaking pills at. Normal chi barrier-breaking pills were only sold for around 50 sec points each, but Yin Xing was willing to pay 10 times the normal price for Shun Long's pills. Shun Long was shocked, but Yin Xing took his silence as a sign of displeasure, so he hurriedly said, "Senior, it is not that I'm intentionally giving you a low offer, it is just that although these pills are exceptional and something that I have never seen before, they are still rank 1 pills in the end, as they were concocted by rank 1 medicinal herbs, hence I can only offer you this much." Low offer. Shun Long thought, how is this considered a low offer? I expected this guy to offer me around 100 sec points for each pill, this time I have struck it rich. Shun Long was lucky that he was wearing the black robes, or his delighted expression would have instantly given everything away. Shun Long quickly composed himself, and contrary to Yin Xing's expectations he said, "All right, I will sell them directly to your treasure pavilion this time." Chapter 36 Gathering Medicinal Ingredients. Xing was extremely excited. This was a never-before-seen, improved version of the normal, qi barrier-breaking pill, and as a rank 3 bronze grade alchemist, he could easily understand the effects of a rank 1 pill after inspecting it for a while. Who knows, perhaps if I'm lucky enough, this senior may even give me the recipe for this improved, qi barrier-breaking pill in the end. Although Xing had these thoughts in his mind, he didn't try to push his luck in fear of incurring Shun Long's displeasure. However, Xing was now determined to do everything he can in order to leave behind a good impression on Shun Long. Since Shun Long had said that he will sell them directly to the treasure pavilion this time, he must have meant that he will sell more pills in the future, but he will probably put them up for auction and won't sell them directly to the pavilion like he did this time. Perhaps this senior could take a liking in me and accept me as a disciple. Then I will get to learn all sorts of precious pill recipes like this one. Xing had already started daydreaming, and even his drool had started dripping from the corner of his mouth. Shun Long was a bit disgusted looking at his expression, while Mei Yi's and Wang Bo's faces had turned red from shame. Cough. Shun Long coughed once to wake Xing up before he said, I also need to purchase some things from your treasure pavilion this time. Xing realized his blunder as this was a very shameful display for a rank 3 bronze grade alchemist, so he hurriedly said, Don't worry senior, just tell me what you need and I will personally go and bring everything over. Just then a sudden idea came to Xing's mind, as he took something from his spatial ring before handing it to Shun Long. Senior, please accept this VIP card as a gift from our treasure pavilion. It can give you a 40% discount on everything that you directly purchase from our treasure pavilion. Unfortunately, this VIP card doesn't count inside our pavilion's auctions, but it may still come in handy for when senior visits our pavilion. Shun Long was astonished by this VIP card's features. It had the same use as Fatty Fu's privileges inside the treasure pavilion. Shun Long laughed and accepted the VIP card as he expressed his thanks at Xing, before listing out the ingredients he needed. I need 40 sets of honey fruit, blue stripped grass, 5-leaf giant flower, and grizzly growing root. I also need a white root ganoderma, a blood lotus at least 50 years of age, a fire spirit fruit, a water element grass as well as half a bottle of a rank 3 black-tongued python's poison. Xing was exhilarated that he could manage to leave behind a good impression after his previous blunder, but when he heard the second part of the ingredients that Shun Long had listed, his face suddenly paled. He said in an almost crying tone, Senior, although our treasure pavilion has some of these ingredients, I am not sure if we have everything that you listed just now. Shun Long was a bit disappointed as he had originally thought that he could gather everything in the treasure pavilion, but in the end, he still waved his hand and said, I understand, just tell me what is available. I already spotted the white root ganoderma on the first floor, but if you don't have the rest of these herbs I will understand. Xing seemed relieved that the senior was so understanding, and said, Senior, please give me a moment to check, I will be back very soon. Shun Long nodded and Xing quickly left the room. Half an hour later, Xing returned, and as he waved his hand the previously empty table was now almost full with medicinal herbs. Senior, here are the 40 sets of honey fruit, blue stripped grass, 5-leaf giant flower, and the grizzly growing root. Their total cost would be 560 sec points, but considering the 40% discount of Senior's VIP card, the final cost is only 336 sec points. Then Xing took some more things from his spatial ring as he introduced every ingredient with great zeal. This is the blood lotus that Senior asked for and it is almost 100 years old. Its price with Senior's VIP card is only 300 sec points from the original 500, while this is the white root ganoderma that Senior requires and its final price would be 120 sec points. Xing then pointed at a small bottle filled with black liquid on the table and said, Senior, this is the poison of a rank 3 black-tongued python, and its price is only 900 sec points. I also specifically inquired about the fire spirit fruit and the water element grass, and although they aren't available in our treasure pavilion right now, I actually found out where Senior can acquire them. Shun Long's eyes brightened when he heard that Xing had information about the last 2 ingredients he needed. If he could really get his hands on the fire spirit fruit and the water element grass and refine the rank 2 internal destruction pill, he would then be able to reach the first stage of the monarch's eternal body. Just based on the scenes that Shun Long had witnessed inside his mind, the power of the monarch's eternal body was beyond shocking. Where can I find them? Shun Long asked. Although his tone was heavy, Yinxing didn't fail to notice the unmistakable excitement in his voice, and that made him puzzled. This senior is definitely someone who has reached at least the rank 1 silver grade as an alchemist, just based on the perfection of his qi barrier-breaking pills. Although the fire spirit fruit and the water element grass are relatively rare rank 2 medicinal herbs, they shouldn't be that rare to such a senior or hold so much allure for him. Although Yinxing was somewhat puzzled, he still answered Shun Long's question. They should appear 15 days from now, in our Treasure Pavilion's auction. Chapter 37 Arena Match. Shun Long was already interested in participating at the auction, but now that he heard that the last 2 ingredients he needed would probably appear there, attending the auction 15 days from now became one of his top priorities. Senior, after deducting the cost for the 40 sets of rank 1 herbs, the white root Ganoderma, the blood lotus and the black-tongued python's poison, our Treasure Pavilion still owes Senior 844 sect points for the qi barrier-breaking pills. Yinxing said, as he took out his sect-identifying jade, and transferred the remaining amount to Shun Long. Shun Long then suddenly noticed a problem. He didn't have a spatial ring to carry all the stuff that he had bought today. He took a deep breath as he thickened his face and said to Yinxing, "I will also need a big bag." Yinxing looked like he didn't understand until Shun Long pointed at a finger on his right hand and said, "Recently I met with an accident and my spatial ring was stolen. Until I find the culprit and get it back, I obviously have to carry everything myself. Hence why I wear these black robes, so I don't get recognized while carrying my stuff with me." Even Shun Long admired himself and his ability to spout nonsense in broad daylight. Yinxing showed a look of understanding as if he had just now realized the senior's predicament, and he said to Mei Yi, "Quickly bring a bag for Senior." Mei Yi rushed out and soon returned with a big black bag that Shun Long filled with the ingredients on the table. Yinxing's and Wang Bo's eyes twitched, watching those ingredients worth over 1,000 sect points fill a bag like they were some kind of cheap goods that you could pick up from the side of the road, but they didn't dare comment on it. Although Shun Long's face was pretty thick and could ignore their reactions, he still had bought everything that he needed from this trip of his to the Treasure Pavilion, so he bade farewell to Yinxing and the rest as he left to return back to his room at the inn. After Shun Long left the appraisal room, Yinxing looked at Wang Bo and Mei Yi and said, "You guys did very well today. But remember, if in the future the senior returns to our Treasure Pavilion, you must make sure to inform me immediately." He emphasized the last words, and Wang Bo and Mei Yi both nodded before they all left the room. On the way back, Shun Long first found an isolated corner near the inn he was staying at, and after switching back to his outer disciple robes, he returned to his room where he placed the big black bag that was full of medicinal ingredients on the floor. Shun Long sighed as he said, "It really is difficult to walk around without a spatial ring. I need to obtain one soon, or in the future I will be in trouble if I have to carry so much stuff again by myself." Although Shun Long had said that, he knew that a spatial ring was definitely very expensive if even Fatty Fu didn't have one yet, but he was determined to inquire about it the next time he visited the Treasure Pavilion. After Shun Long left the black bag with the ingredients in his room, he went to find the innkeeper to pay the 4 sect points for the next month as well. As Shun Long now had 845 sect points on his sect-identifying jade, the measly 4 sect points that his room costed for a month didn't mean much to him now. After paying the innkeeper, Shun Long decided to eat outside today. Although he had eaten the food that the inn delivered at his room every day, it was food of the lowest quality, and having to eat that for a month had already made his stomach grumble. Although Shun Long couldn't be considered rich right now, with 841 sect points on him, he was definitely not poor anymore, so he chose a relatively good restaurant to eat. He ate both meat and vegetables until he was full, and although the wine here couldn't compare to the mystifying fragrance pavilions, it was still much better than the plain water he drank every day for the past month that he was locked inside his room. As Shun Long paid the bill and left the restaurant, he noticed a commotion around him, as most disciples on the street were all heading towards the east of the city. Shun Long stopped a young man who was running and asked, "Excuse me, brother, why is everyone in such a hurry?" The young man that Shun Long had stopped looked at him as if he was an alien and said, "Haven't you heard? Today is the arena match between Xiao Juyan and Lei Pong. The winner will advance into the top 100 ranks of the arena." As soon as this disciple finished his explanation, he ran towards the east of the city. Arena matches. How interesting. Shun Long thought to himself as he too followed the rushing crowd. Chapter 38 Gathering in the Arena. After an hour of walking, Shun Long had arrived in front of a huge arena. The line that the crowd had formed in front of the arena was so long that it took more than 30 minutes until Shun Long finally entered. When Shun Long entered and found a seat to spectate the incoming match, he actually noticed a pair of familiar faces staring at him from a few seats away from him. This pair was Xiao Shitu and Lin Wu. When Xiao Shitu noticed Shun Long, who had just seated himself to spectate the match, he walked over at his side as he said, "Haha, Shun Long, what a small world we live in." Then Xiao Shitu lowered his voice as he whispered to Shun Long, "I have not forgotten the humiliation from our fight in the Imperial Palace, and I will definitely make sure to pay you back now that I've advanced into rank 7. Shun Long looked at Xiao Shitu mockingly and didn't even bother lowering his voice as he said, "It's fine, if you won't learn your lesson, I'll make sure to slap you harder this time." When Xiao Shitu heard Shun Long's words, a humiliating memory resurfaced as his eyes brimmed with anger. Just then Lin Wu stepped forward as she said in a loud voice, almost as if she wanted everyone here to hear her, "Shun Long, let's see how much longer you can act arrogant for. Brother Shitu's elder brother is senior brother Xiao Juyan and he is ranked 100th on the arena rankings. Brother Shitu is no longer a person that someone like you can offend." People were startled to find that this young man was actually Xiao Juyan's younger brother. Xiao Shitu's spirits were lifted when he saw everyone around him looking towards them in shock, and with his renewed confidence he said, "Shun Long, if you kneel in front of me now and ask me to spare you, I may put a good word for you in front of my elder brother later. But if you refuse, don't think that the second young master of the Lu family can protect you forever. Haha, you must think that your elder brother is really powerful, huh?" Suddenly a voice was heard from behind Xiao Shitu and Lin Wu. When Xiao Shitu turned his head, he saw Lu Wen and Fatty Fu, along with another young man with a burly build and bald head standing behind them. The one who had spoken just now was obviously Fatty Fu. As they all looked at Xiao Shitu and Lin Wu, the burly man next to Fatty Fu spoke up as he asked Xiao Shitu in a disdainful tone, "Do you think that your brother is invincible in the arena? He is barely scraping at the 100th rank." Xiao Shitu was enraged at this man who dared to belittle his brother, and he asked in a furious voice, "Who do you think you are to dare talk about my elder brother like that?" Just then, some of the spectators had started whispering between each other, "Hey, isn't that Fu Peiji?" "What? The one who is ranked 17th in the arena rankings?" "Yes, I saw him when he challenged the 15th person on the rankings, Li Shuchuan, 1 month ago." When Xiao Shitu heard who this burly man was, his courage was instantly deflated as he now resembled a popped balloon. Even his brother wasn't a match for Fu Peiji, let alone he who was just at the early rank 7 in Qi condensation. Why is Fu Peiji here to watch a match that is going to determine the top 100? Ah, you don't know this. I heard from my cousin who works at the administration building's mission section that Fu Peiji and Lei Pong are good friends. Lu Wen's group ignored the conversations around them as they introduced Fu Peiji to Shun Long. "Brother Shun, this is my cousin Fu Peiji, and he is at the top 20 in the arena rankings." "Greetings Brother Fu," Shun Long greeted Fu Peiji, but Fu Peiji didn't even nod his head in response, not bothering to really talk to Shun Long as he sat on his seat with his eyes closed. Let alone Shun Long, even Fatty Fu and Lu Wen frowned at Fu Peiji's behavior, but Shun Long waved his hand, indicating that he didn't really care, as they instead started chatting between the three of them. Fu Peiji didn't understand why his cousin would associate with this weak country bumpkin who came from the mortal world, but he didn't spare Shun Long a second look as he waited for the match in the arena to start. Shun Long was the first to speak. "Brothers, why are there so many people here for a match that is just going to determine the 100th spot in the arena rankings?" Shun Long had already heard this from the discussions around him, but he couldn't wrap his head as to why there were so many people gathered to spectate this match. Fatty Fu then sighed as he said, "In the future, you must definitely enter the top 100 ranks of the arena, if you ever want to become an inner disciple." Chapter 39 Arrogant Fu Peiji. Shun Long's interest was piqued as Fatty Fu continued explaining. In the Floating Cloud Sect, there are 4 ways to become an inner disciple. The first way is to become a heaven-grade expert and be below 100 years old. The second way would be to be born in a big family like mine or Lu Wen's, then you can directly enter the sect as an inner disciple. However, although this is technically possible, even families like my Fu family or Lu Wen's Lu family can only send very few disciples to directly enter as inner sect disciples. So this method is the most uncommon of them all. The third way would be for an elder of the sect to take a fancy in you and accept you as a direct disciple. But because of how strict their requirements usually are, this method is almost as uncommon as the second one. And the fourth and final way to become an inner sect disciple is to reach the top 100 ranks in the arena and get a chance to fight against an inner sect disciple. Shun Long then asked. So if someone enters the top 100 ranks, they can challenge an inner sect disciple? Lu Wen was the one who answered this time. It's not exactly like this. However, being in the top 100 in the arena usually means that you are among the 100 strongest outer sect disciples. At the end of the year, you may be given the chance to fight against an inner sect disciple then, and depending on the results of the match, you may be promoted to an inner disciple and be allowed entry in the inner city. Shun Long looked around him as he exclaimed. So that's the reason the arena is so full, even though it's just a match for the top 100. Just the top 100. The sect has more than 200,000 outer sect disciples. Is it easy to become one of the top 100? This time it was Fu Peizhi who spoke with unconcealed anger in his voice. Shun Long understood that he had unintentionally belittled the top 100 and that's why Fu Peizhi seemed to be angry, however he wasn't willing to back down as he answered. Ah, I see, so the top 100 must be really amazing and untouchable by mortals like me in your eyes, right? In that case, what are inner sect disciples to you? Gods. It wasn't that Shun Long was intentionally belittling the top 100 outer disciples, but that he himself had already set far loftier goals than that. There was no way he would stop in the Floating Cloud Sect's outer city. His goal was to become so strong that no one else could decide his fate for him, and he knew that he already had the means to accomplish that by training as hard as possible in the Monarch's Hourglass technique. As for people like Fu Peizhi who had already grown complacent by being in the top 20 rankings in the arena, he would sooner or later be surpassed by others with that kind of mentality. The cultivation world was a cruel one, and it wasn't that much different than the mortal world in the sense that you will either eat or you will be eaten. If you didn't strive to become stronger, others would dictate your fate for you instead in the future. Exactly. In my eyes, you and everyone else from the mortal world are all ants. Even that Xiao Juyan is just a slightly bigger ant in my eyes. I only aim to become stronger as I climb through the arena ranks, and my only opponents are those in the top 15 rankings. I don't put any of you in my eyes as you aren't even fit to talk to me. I don't know what the young master sees in you, but in my eyes you will never amount to anything more than an ant. After he finished speaking, Fu Peizhi stood up and left. Brother Shun, please forgive me. He is usually arrogant, but this time he went over the line. Although I'm not strong enough to teach him a lesson just yet, I'll make sure he gets what he deserves after we return to the family. Fatty Fu's eyes were almost spitting fire at this point as he looked at Fu Peizhi's back. However, Shun Long just shook his head. It's not your fault, so what are you apologizing about? It is obvious that he is too arrogant and he doesn't place anyone here in his eyes. However, I will make sure to teach him in the future just how wrong his words from today were. Right, with Brother Shun's talent you won't take too many years to reach the late stages of the Earth grade, since you are already at the peak of rank 6 in Qi condensation already. Before Shun Long could respond to Fatty Fu's words, sudden exclamations were heard from the crowd as two young men had already stepped in the center of the arena. Chapter 40 Open Secret. It's Xiao Juyan and Lei Pong. People in the crowd exclaimed as everyone looked at the center of the arena. There, two young men were standing opposite to each other. Both of them were wearing yellow robes, however each of them was carrying a different weapon on their backs. One of them was relatively handsome and was carrying an iron hammer on his back. Shun Long instantly understood who this man was, as his face greatly resembled Xiao Shitu's. That person is Xiao Juyan, Lu Wen said as he pointed towards that person with the hammer on his back. Sure enough, Shun Long thought as he nodded his head. The person with the blonde hair and the spear on his back is Lei Pong, who is ranked 101 in the arena rankings. Fatty Fu interjected, and just as he was about to continue explaining, Xiao Juyan started speaking. Lei Pong, do you really think that you have a chance against me? You already lost to me once and you will definitely lose again the second time. Xiao Juyan, don't think that I'm the same person that I was 4 months ago. You were already at the peak of rank 5 Earth grade while I was only in the middle stages of rank 5. But today, the result will be different. Fine then, show me how things will be different this time around, Xiao Juyan said in a mocking tone, as his entire body started changing into a rock-like substance, while he held his hammer in his hands. This is Xiao Juyan's rock body. In the same realm, there is almost no attack that can break through his defenses and harm him. That's not for certain. Lei Pong's Thunder Spear art is extremely strong. Now that he has also advanced at the peak of rank 5 in the Earth grade, he can definitely win this time. The crowd was then discussing how the battle would proceed when Lei Pong took out his spear and rushed towards Xiao Juyan. Their fighting styles are completely different. Lei Peng focuses on attacking, while Xiao Juyan focuses on defense. Just as Lu Wen finished speaking, Lei Peng had arrived in front of Xiao Juyan and his spear pierced towards Xiao Juyan's chest. Xiao Juyan stumbled 6 steps backwards as he vomited blood. There was no hole in his rock body, but parts of his rock armor were broken as they fell on the ground after Lei Peng's attack connected. Xiao Shitu's and Lin Wu's faces paled when they saw Xiao Juyan being injured. Xiao Juyan, however, didn't look to be in much pain and his rock body was slowly recovering, as he looked at Lei Peng and said, "Your attacks are strong, but too bad that you are still no match for me." Lei Peng looked at him confidently and responded, "Didn't you just vomit blood from just one of my attacks? I want to see what makes you act so arrogant in front of me." Just as Lei Peng was about to attack again though, the aura on Xiao Juyan's body started to rise higher and higher, from the peak of rank 5, all the way until it stabilized at the early rank 6 of the Earth stage. Lei Peng didn't pause his movement as he attacked again, but deep in his eyes, traces of anger as well as dejection could be seen. Xiao Juyan easily parried Lei Peng's attack with his hammer, as he sent a punch at Lei Peng's chest, who was then sent flying at the edge of the arena. Lei Peng stood up, with blood flowing from his lips as he asked, "When did you reach the early stage of rank 6? Xiao Juyan didn't answer his question, but instead, he asked one himself. "Do you think that you are the only one who is improving here? Even if you are at the early stages of rank 6, you won't stand a chance against an inner disciple 5 months from now, so stop acting so smug." Lei Peng was exasperated as he said this. "Whether I'm a match for an inner disciple or not shouldn't concern someone like you who can't even reach the top 100, should it?" Lei Peng dejectedly left the arena, as Xiao Shitu and Lin Wu quickly rushed to congratulate Xiao Juyan, before they leisurely walked out of the arena. Shun Long was too about to bid farewell to Fatty Fu and Lu Wen, when Fatty Fu looked at Shun Long seriously. "Brother, you need to do your best and improve your strength as much as possible. I have heard that an alchemist in our treasure pavilion somehow found an improved, Qi barrier-breaking pill that can allow people to directly enter the early and even the middle stages of rank 7 in Qi condensation. I tried to purchase one for you, but they were all bought by some of the higher echelons in the sect." Shun Long and Lu Wen were both stunned by Fatty's words, and a warm feeling started spreading in Shun Long's heart. "What I'm going to tell you is somewhat of an open secret, so pay attention. You need to improve your strength as much as you can in the next 2 months. Because there are 2 months before the Outer Sect examination begins." Chapter 41 Outer Sect Examination. Fatty Fu revealed something shocking just now. If there was an Outer Sect examination and it was an open secret, then why hadn't Shun Long heard anything about it? Fatty Fu saw that Shun Long had stayed quiet, so he explained. "It's an open secret because only people who have been in the sect for more than 3 years know about it. This test mostly concerns the newest 60.000 disciples that join the sect every 3 years, so why would the older disciples go about spreading the news of a sect examination for no reason?" Shun Long understood that Fatty's words made perfect sense. Why would the older disciples help the new ones for no reason? Although there must definitely be some new disciples that know about the sect exams, there can't be too many of them. Probably only people like Xiao Shitu who have an older brother inside the sect would know about it. The rest of the disciples are most likely kept in the dark until the sect examination begins, Shun Long thought to himself, and surmised that even if he wasn't completely correct, the truth probably wouldn't be that far off from his guess. When Lu Wen thought about the sect rewards, his eyes shone as he said, "Brother, don't take the sect examination lightly. Just the rewards for the top 3, and even the top 10 are enough to make me jealous." Shun Long couldn't help himself as he asked, "Fatty, do you know what the rewards are?" "Haha, I knew that you would be interested. I don't know if the prizes for this year will be different, but 3 years ago the first place winner got a spatial ring, a rank 1 silver grade sword, and 10.000 sect points." Fatty Fu and Lu Wen were both trying to rouse Shun Long's interest in the rewards, and indeed they were successful as soon as Fatty mentioned the spatial ring. Shun Long was embarrassed when he thought of his previous visit to the treasure pavilion, and how he had to carry 40 sets of medicinal herbs like they were cabbages. However, Lu Wen's next words were like a bucket of cold water to Shun Long. "The top 3 is probably to be impossible for you, brother. However, if you can manage to somehow reach the early rank 8, you can try to get a good place at the exam." Shun Long looked at Lu Wen, who continued, "It's not that I'm looking down on you, brother, but there will be disciples who have reached the peak of rank 3 in Earth grade, while you still are at the peak of rank 6. No matter how talented you may be, you can't fight someone who is 6 small realms higher than you. Shun Long understood that Lu Wen was only looking out for him and he was just trying to be realistic. After all, how could someone who has barely cultivated for less than 5 months by now fight against Earth-grade experts? Usually, the outer sect examination takes place in the demonic mountain region, but there are some rumors circulating that this year's sect examination will be different compared to last times. After Fatty Fu finished speaking, he took Shun Long and Lu Wen to the mystifying fragrance pavilion, where they spent 3 hours before deciding to split up. As soon as Shun Long returned to the inn, he entered his room and started to ponder over what he had learned today. Since the information came from Fatty, it must definitely be true. In that case, I only have 2 months to strengthen myself before the outer sect examination begins. I also need to refine the 40 sets of ingredients that I purchased from the treasure pavilion into medicinal pills before the day of the auction arrives, or I may miss the fire spirit fruit and the water element grass since I don't know what their final price in the auction is going to be. Shun Long then took a deep breath before he decided to first refine the 40 sets of rank 1 medicinal ingredients that he had into chi barrier-breaking pills. He sat on the floor as he warmed up his cauldron before starting refining the pills. Refining 40 sets of medicinal ingredients was very taxing to Shun Long. After 14 days of constant refinement, he had finally refined all the herbs into pills when the day of the auction finally arrived. Chapter 42 The Day of the Auction. The day of the Treasure Pavilion's auction had finally arrived. It was already morning, yet Shun Long was still exhausted, lying down on his bed with his eyes closed, as he had been refining pills non-stop with barely any time for himself to cultivate. However, the results were beyond his expectations. He had managed to fill 12 bottles with chi barrier-breaking pills for a total of 120 pills. In other words, he hadn't failed once in his refinement in the past 14 days. Although part of it was due to the Monarch's Domain cheat-like ability that froze time around him, after refining pills for so long, Shun Long's alchemy skills had also advanced exponentially. Looking at the pill bottles that were scattered around on the floor, all of them filled to the brim, Shun Long felt satisfied with himself. After 2 hours of rest, he stood up from his bed and washed himself, before gathering all the pill bottles from the floor as he started heading towards the treasure pavilion. After checking that he had everything he needed with him, including his VIP card and the invitation for the auction, Shun Long found a secluded corner where he changed into his black robes before walking towards the pavilion's entrance. Although there were 3 hours until the treasure pavilion's auction begun, there was already a huge line outside the entrance. All of them were disciples wanting to participate in the auction. Shun Long had no other choice but to walk towards the end of the line, as he patiently waited for his turn to enter. A pair of young outer disciples who were waiting in front of Shun Long had started chatting. "Hey, I heard that the fee to enter the auction is 100 sect points. Do you think everyone in front of us has that many sect points? TSK, what do you know? You won't even be able to buy the cheapest things with 100 sect points in the auction. This fee is just to stop people from overcrowding the auction when they don't have any sect points and yet they still try to enter." The second young man clicked his tongue as he looked disapprovingly at the men beside him. Half an hour passed like this, when suddenly a person in green clothes walked from the side of the line, completely ignoring the people queuing up, as he headed straight for the treasure pavilion's entrance. "Hey, where is this guy going?" The young man in front of Shun Long was about to protest before the man next to him slapped his head from behind. "Do you want to die? Don't you see that he is wearing inner sect disciple robes? So what? There are other inner sect disciples here and they are also queuing up in front of us, so why can this guy walk all the way to the entrance? How ignorant can you be? He probably has an invitation from the pavilion." The man next to him was exasperated as he kicked his friend. As soon as these words left his mouth, they both fell silent, while the young men in green clothes had completely ignored the discussions around him as he walked towards the entrance. There, 2 young women in outer disciples' robes welcomed him, as the young man showed them his shiny silver-colored invitation. After verifying it, the 2 young women politely escorted him inside. As soon as Shun Long had seen the man's invitation, he understood how dumb he himself was. Of course those with an invitation wouldn't have to wait in line for so many hours. Shun Long left the line as he walked straight to the pavilion's entrance. "Hey, isn't that the man who was behind us just now? Senior brother, don't tell me that you think that he also has an invitation." The 2 young men that were in front of Shun Long had started conversing again as they saw him nearing the pavilion's entrance. The senior brother didn't comment, but he just quietly shook his head, indicating that this man probably wouldn't have an invitation. After all, the invitations from the pavilion weren't cabbages. Shun Long ignored the discussions around him, as two young girls in outer disciple robes asked him for his invitation. When Shun Long took out his shiny silver invitation, the two young girls inspected it before one of them rushed inside quickly. Haha, senior brother, do you think that this guy came here with a fake invitation? Or else why haven't they granted him entry yet? Haha, your guess makes sense, junior brother, I think that you are probably right. Just when the crowd around Shun Long was sneering at him for trying to enter with a fake invitation, a hurried voice was heard rushing from inside the pavilion. Senior, please excuse me for making you wait. When the people outside saw the owner of this voice, their jaws all dropped to the ground as the area outside the pavilion had suddenly turned so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. Chapter 43, Putting Up for Auction. The person that was hurriedly rushing from the pavilion was Yin Xing, the genius rank 3 bronze grade alchemist of the Treasure Pavilion. Every invitation from the Treasure Pavilion had the personal mark of the person who had created it, and Yin Xing's invitation wasn't any different. Since he knew that this senior would be coming today, Yin Xing had ordered the people at the entrance to immediately inform him if a person who was dressed in black robes and was carrying his invitation were to appear today. As soon as the disciples stationed at the entrance recognized Yin Xing's personal mark in Shun Long's invitation, they rushed to inform him that the person he was waiting for had arrived, and Yin Xing in turn hurried towards the entrance. Senior, please come in. As soon as Shun Long and Yin Xing had disappeared inside the pavilion, the people outside started whispering. Senior brother, could it be that this person is some kind of senior alchemist who is of even higher rank than Alchemist Yin? Wouldn't such a person be at the silver grade then? His senior brother nodded his head as he said. He must definitely be at least in the silver grade if Senior Yin came rushing and was so polite to him. While these discussions were taking place at the pavilion's entrance, Yin Xing was guiding Shun Long deep inside the first floor, towards the depths of the Treasure Pavilion, where two huge doors were wide open and guards were stationed at the sides. Shun Long followed Yin Xing as they entered inside, and he noticed that there were two paths that they could follow. One path was leading straight ahead after entering the doors, towards the outer seats where people without invitations would sit. Yin Xing instead led Shun Long through the side entrance until they reached the private booths, where only people with invitations were allowed to seat themselves. Senior, this way please, Yin Xing said as he pointed towards a private booth with the number 6 on it. Shun Long entered inside and Yin Xing followed behind him. Although the room was relatively small, in terms of luxuriousness it was perhaps even superior to the mystifying fragrance pavilion. The room had a luxurious red couch on the center and a table in front of it filled with food and wine. The Treasure Pavilion had paid a lot of attention to the decorations of these rooms, as they were all meant for important people. Shun Long took a look at the room before turning his head to look at Yin Xing, who was standing behind him and was looking at him eagerly. Shun Long laughed before saying in that altered heavy voice of his, "Do you have anything that you want to ask?" Yin Xing hurriedly shook his head as he answered. "No, senior, I just wanted to know if you find everything to your liking." "Yes, everything is good so far. Especially this couch that is made from the fur of a peak rank 2, scarlet-furred wolf," Shun Long answered. Yin Xing's eyes shone as he said. As expected from a great alchemist such as Senior, you understood what the couch is made from just by throwing a single glance at it. Yin Xing was honestly impressed by Shun Long. A great alchemist had to know, not just how to mix medicinal herbs, but also have a wide knowledge regarding magical beasts. Shun Long of course had absorbed so much knowledge regarding medicinal herbs, magical beasts, and even the human body, that it was child's play for him to understand that this couch was made from the fur of a peak rank 2 magical beast. Yin Xing looked at Shun Long eagerly as he asked. "Senior, do you happen to have any more of those chi barrier-breaking pills?" Shun Long just smiled under his robes as Yin Xing continued. "To tell the truth to Senior, the 5 chi barrier-breaking pills that Senior sold to our Treasure Pavilion last time were bought by 2 high-rank elders of our sect, and they have been pressuring me about them ever since." Shun Long felt somewhat afraid inside, as if his identity were to be exposed. Who knew how the sect would react if they were to learn that a rank 7 outer disciple can refine these kinds of medicinal pills? He took a deep breath to steel his nerves and said in a very heavy and stern voice to Yin Xing, "I hope that there won't be any people learning of our deal, otherwise you can forget about obtaining a single pill from me in the future." Yin Xing could make out the irritation in Shun Long's voice and hurriedly said, "Senior, please rest assured. Although I said that the pills were bought from some mysterious senior, Yin Xing would never leak things that Senior doesn't want other people to know." Shun Long nodded his head and said, "That's good then." Then he took out 12 bottles of pills, with 10 pills inside each bottle as he said, Here are 120 chi barrier-breaking pills. Do you think you can put them up in today's auction? Yinxing's eyes shone with excitement when he saw the pills. Chapter 44 Auctioning the Pills. Yinxing's eyes shone with excitement as he happily nodded his head at Shun Long's question. The higher-ups of the Treasure Pavilion had pressured him quite a lot to reveal the creator of these special, chi barrier-breaking pills. However, when they noticed that Yinxing wouldn't reveal anything, they eventually gave up, but they still told him that he had to do everything he can to get more of these pills. Yinxing had heard that some of the seniors in the sect had gifted these pills to their disciples, and just a few days ago, 3 of those disciples who had consumed these pills had left seclusion while their cultivations had skyrocketed from the peak of rank 6 in chi condensation all the way to the middle of rank 7. This was many months of hard work, all skipped thanks to one pill. It was natural that people would go crazy for it. Yinxing received the pills as he said to Shun Long with excitement. "Don't worry, senior, I will definitely place the pills at the end of the auction." Shun Long shook his head as he said, "I want you to put the pills at the start of the auction, the closer to the start the better actually. I also want you to sell them in 4 different batches, 30 pills at a time." Yinxing was baffled as he asked Shun Long, "But senior, isn't it better to put them towards the end of the auction so that they can be sold for a higher price? Usually, the more expensive goods are always placed at the ending of the auctions." Shun Long knew that Yinxing was right, but he wanted to know how much the chi barrier-breaking pills would be sold for, so he could use the sect points from the profits to bid for the fire spirit fruit and the water element grass. Yinxing didn't seem to understand, but he still listened to Shun Long and left the room to quickly arrange for the chi barrier-breaking pills to be auctioned as early as possible. Shun Long sat on the couch and he could see everyone below who was sitting on the outer seats, while he also had a clear view of the main stage where the auctioneer would stand on. Time quickly passed and soon, 2 hours had already gone by. The private rooms were now almost full while the outer seats below didn't have any more room for people to sit. The lights of the auction hall slowly dimmed as a beautiful young woman in green clothes had appeared at the main stage down below. Shun Long's eyes widened as he recognized her. The young woman smiled to the crowd as she said, "Honorable guests, welcome to our Treasure Pavilion's monthly auction. I, Lan Jingjing, will act as your auctioneer today. I hope that you are all excited, as we have many special treasures for today's auction." As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd in the outer seats started to silently discuss. "Isn't that Miss Lan Jingjing? I thought that she acts as the auctioneer only for the yearly auctions of the Treasure Pavilion. Why is she participating in the auction of this month? I also saw Elder Lu Niu and Elder Meng Liang enter earlier. Could it be that there are some special treasures in this auction?" The beautiful auctioneer, Lan Jingjing, was the girl who was next to the stunning Lu Mei whom Shun Long had met when he visited the Alchemist's Guild. Lan Jingjing gestured with her hand and the crowd quietened, as she started speaking. "I'm certain that everyone here knows the rules. Every item starts with a minimum price, and the guests with the highest bid in the end can obtain them. Without further ado, this month's auction officially starts now." Lan Jingjing said as she clapped her hands, and 2 outer disciples carried the first item for the auction on the main stage, a black bow. "Dear guests, the first item for today's auction is a creation of Master Dugu's the air-piercing bow. As you all may know, Formation Master Dugu is a rank 1 silver grade formation master, and although this bow is merely at the pinnacle of rank 3 bronze grade, it is a perfect weapon for anyone below the heaven grade who is proficient in archery. The minimum bid is 1,000 sect points, and every increment must be at least 50 sect points higher than the last bid. In the end, the black bow was sold for 1,500 sect points to an outer disciple girl who was sitting at the outer seats. After 2 more items were sold, the auctioneer Lan Jingjing took a deep breath as she said, "The 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th items in today's auction are a bit special. Originally our Treasure Pavilion would put them towards the end of the auction, but the senior who sold them insisted on them being auctioned at the start. A small table was carried at the center of the main stage, and 3 small bottles with 10 pills inside them could be seen as Lan Jingjing continued explaining. These are some very special, chi barrier-breaking pills that can help people at the peak of rank 6 to directly advance to rank 7. Our pavilion has also verified that there is a high chance for those who consume these pills to directly reach the middle of rank 7 in chi condensation." As soon as these words were spoken, before Lan Jingjing could list the minimum price of the pills, the crowd had already erupted in an uproar. Chapter 45 Water Element Grass Appears. Lan Jingjing understood how amazing these pills were. As a cultivator, directly skipping a minor stage of a rank in cultivation would save you at least a few months of work. However, she still motioned for the crowd to quiet down as she said, "There are a total of 120 pills for sale this time. All of them will be auctioned in 4 batches of 30 pills." When the crowd heard that, many people in the crowd were disheartened that they couldn't buy each pill individually, but the eyes of the richer people inside the private rooms were shining as they were eagerly waiting to start bidding. "Who knew I would be so lucky today? I came here for the golden lion cub, but stumbled upon this instead. Haha Mengliang, I'm sure that I have more sect points than you. Can you afford to not bid for these chi barrier breaking pills? But if you do, then how are you going to compete with me for the golden lion cub?" The voices originated from 2 different private rooms. The 2 people who spoke were Elder Lu Nyo and Elder Meng Liang. Although the 2 of them were friends and were used to bantering with each other, Elder Meng Liang knew that Lu Nyo was right. He gritted his teeth as he said to a young disciple who was standing beside him inside the private room, "Quickly return to the family and ask the patriarch for more sect points. Inform him that the chi barrier breaking pills have appeared in the auction and we probably won't have enough sect points to bid for the golden lion cub later." The young man quickly acknowledged the order as he rushed back to quickly inform his patriarch. The starting price for the first 3 bottles of pills is 6,000 sect points and every increment must be at a minimum of 100 sect points. The crowd below was startled at just the starting price of the pills, but the people in the private rooms weren't daunted at all by the high price. Li Wei bid 10.000 sect points. "I hope that the fellow Taoists will give me some face," suddenly an elderly voice shouted. As soon as this voice was heard, many people stopped bidding. Elder Lu Nyo said then, "If Senior Li Wei wishes to purchase this batch of pills, then of course I won't compete with you." "Right, I am intrigued by this new recipe to create the chi barrier breaking pill. Even though it's a low-level pill, it can prove helpful in my research," Li Wei answered from his private room. Shun Long frowned that this old man wanted to purchase his batch of pills and for such a low price. Shun Long had originally estimated that every 3 bottles of chi barrier breaking pills would be sold for at least 12,000 sect points, but this old man shamelessly used his status when bidding to deter others from competing with him. As an accomplished rank 1 silver grade alchemist, people would be unwilling to offend Li Wei just for 3 bottles of pills, especially when there were 9 more bottles for sale. However, Shun Long was clearly dissatisfied with Li Wei's way of manipulating the prices, so he shouted in a heavy voice, 15.000 sect points. Everyone was agape as they heard Shun Long's altered voice. Not just because 15.000 sect points was an astonishing amount of sect points, but because someone dared to so openly go against alchemist Li Wei. Who is that person? I wonder who is this person who doesn't even give alchemist Li face? Li Wei frowned and his voice was full of displeasure as he asked, "This friend, I wonder who you are. Are you certain that you want to bid against me? TSK, old man, you think you can get my pills for free? Today you will either lose all your face or your money. As for obtaining the recipe for my chi barrier breaking pills, that's just wishful thinking," Shun Long though inside as he felt that he had just released all his anger with his bid. Li Wei waited for a response, but since he received no reply, he declared in a voice that was obviously feeling extremely irritated, 20.000 sect points. If this friend is willing to offer more than this old man, then I will allow you to get these chi barrier breaking pills here, he said as he looked towards Shun Long's private room. Ha ha ha, congratulations, Alchemist Li. I wouldn't pay 20.000 sect points for a few rank 1 pills, but I must still congratulate you for being so well off that you can easily squander 20.000 sect points like that. Shun Long said laughingly. Originally, tampering with the prices by bidding for one's own treasures during the auction was forbidden, but since only Yin Xing knew that the black-robed Shun Long was the seller of the pills, Li Wei couldn't find out anything if Yin Xing didn't betray him. In the end, the first 3 bottles of chi barrier-breaking pills were purchased by Li Wei for the price of 20.000 sect points, but he was actually extremely angry and determined to find out who this black-robed man was, as soon as the auction was over. Lan Jingjing sent someone to deliver the pills at Li Wei's private room as well as collect the payment of the 20.000 sect points, before 2 other disciples brought forth the next 3 bottles of pills. Many people in the private rooms bid for the pills the second time around, and in the end, this batch was purchased by Elder Lu Nyo for 12.700 sect points. The third batch and fourth batch of pills were all sold at 13.000 and 14.000 points each. Yinxing arrived at Shun Long's private room and he was holding a sect-identifying jade in his hands as he said respectfully, "Senior, I have come to deliver you the sect points." The final amount that the pills were sold for was 59.700 sect points. Extracting the 5% fee of our treasure pavilion, which comes at 2.985, the total amount that we owe Senior comes down to 56.715 sect points. Yinxing then transferred the sect points to Shun Long, and just as he was about to speak, Lan Jingjing's voice sounded as she introduced the next item of the auction. Honorable guests, our next item is a rare rank 2 medicinal herb that I am sure many of you are interested in. It is the water element grass. Chapter 46 Terrifying Pressure. Our next item is a rare rank 2 medicinal herb, the water element grass. As soon as Lan Jingjing finished speaking, Shun Long's eyes shone brightly as his attention was all focused on the main stage of the hall where 2 disciples were carrying a bottle with a blue-colored grass inside it. The minimum bid for this water element grass will be 500 sect points, and every increment has to be at least 50 sect points. 1,000, Shun Long's heavy voice was heard from inside the private room. 1,100, surprisingly a young man's voice was heard from the outer seats as he competed with Shun Long for the water element grass. 2,000, Shun Long said in the same tone as before. The water element grass was extremely important to him as he needed it to refine the rank 2, internal destruction, pill. The young man from below contemplated for a bit but still gritted his teeth as he declared, 2,200 sect points. It was obvious that this young man also needed the water element grass. 3,000, Shun Long called again, making the young man in the outer seats to feel dejected. People in the hall were shocked that the price of the water element grass had reached double of its market price. Usually a stalk of water element grass would be sold for 1,300 sect points. Even if the price went up, it wouldn't exceed 1,500 sect points, but Shun Long had already bid 3,000 sect points for it. After Shun Long's bid of 3,000 sect points, no one competed with him for the water element grass any longer, and the staff of the treasure pavilion sent someone to deliver it to his private room as well as collect the payment. After Shun Long got his hands on the water element grass, he mumbled, "Now all I need is the fire spirit fruit." Yinxing looked like he something to say something, but he didn't know how to say it. Shun Long turned his eyes at him and said, "If you want to say something, just say it." Yinxing nodded his head as he responded, "Senior, although no one of the upper echelons of our pavilion would care even if they knew that you slightly inflated the price of the first 3 bottles of chi barrier-breaking pills, I'm afraid that problems could arise due to Senior Li's identity. Senior Li is a high-ranking member in our Floating Cloud Sect, and I fear that he may try to create some problems for Senior when you leave our treasure pavilion." Shun Long nodded at Yinxing's words, but he couldn't show any fear for Li Wei or that could expose his identity. After all, Shun Long was supposedly a high-level alchemist himself as well. After thinking about it for a bit, he said, "Although I'm not afraid of any problems that this Li Wei may try to cause me, I still don't want to waste my time with him." The unconcerned manner in which Shun Long spoke had truly fooled Yinxing, who then replied, "Then if Senior doesn't mind, how about you leave the pavilion after obtaining everything that you require?" Shun Long pondered for a bit before nodding his head. "Not a bad idea. Then let's follow your plan," Shun Long said in that unconcerned but heavy voice of his. Yinxing wiped the sweat from his forehead as he thought inside, "Thank God that Senior is so aloof and doesn't care about fighting with others over minor matters, otherwise if I had to mediate over their fight with Senior Li, I wouldn't have enough layers of skin to save myself." What Yinxing didn't know was that Shun Long was also trying to find a way to avoid Li Wei, or that would end up exposing his identity if they were to actually fight. After all, Li Wei had definitely reached the heaven grade, being a silver grade alchemist, and Shun Long would be helpless in front of him if they were to truly fight. "I have to become even stronger. The rate at which I'm progressing isn't enough. People like Li Wei, and even people like Yinxing, are already far stronger than me. If I want to establish a foothold in the cultivation world, I will need to become even stronger than these people. I will do my best to reach the heaven grade, as only then will I be able to fight with people like Li Wei." Just as Shun Long was about to sort out his thoughts, with his goal of reaching the heaven grade, the triangular-shaped stone sucked in his consciousness, and an insanely strong force repelled everything around Shun Long. The decorations in the room and even the couch created from the fur of a rank 2 magical beast were all blown to smithereens, while Yinxing, who was at the door of the room, was thrown outside like a cannonball. Everything in a radius of 10 meters around Shun Long was repelled, and the heavenly pressure that his body seemed to exude could be felt by everyone in the entire auction hall. Everyone felt like they were about to be pulverized from this terrifying pressure as they couldn't even breathe properly. Even Li Wei was on his knees inside his private room due to this terrifying pressure. His eyes were full of terror as he looked towards Shun Long's room and thought of the men who he had wanted to take revenge against, that was now exuding such a pressure. Chapter 47 Desires. Shun Long could feel that the triangular-shaped stone was releasing a suppressive aura outside his body, but his consciousness was all sucked inside the triangular-shaped stone. This time he hadn't arrived in the space where he practiced his monarch's hourglass but had instead been sucked inside a pitch-black space without the slightest trace of light. Shun Long couldn't see anything around him when a dignified voice that came from inside the darkness asked him, "What do you want?" Shun Long was puzzled as the voice asked him again, "Do you want power?" Shun Long didn't know if it was the triangular-shaped stone that was asking him or if it was someone else, but because the stone had directly merged with his soul, he had always felt as if the stone was part of him, so he replied, "Are you the little stone?" The voice repeated the question. "Do you want power?" Shun Long nodded his head as he answered truthfully, "Yes." "How much power?" the voice asked him again. Shun Long then thought for a bit before replying, "Enough to beat heaven-grade experts at least." For the first time, the voice from the darkness showed some emotion as it laughed and said, "Heaven-grade experts? Then what will you do if you meet someone at an even higher level than a heaven-grade expert?" Shun Long hadn't thought that the voice would ask him such a question, and for the first time, he didn't have an answer in his mind. The voice then asked him, "What is your goal?" Shun Long thought deep and hard for a long time. "What is my goal?" Slowly Shun Long replied, "I want to be free." "What else?" the voice asked. "I want to control my own fate." "What else?" the voice repeated. Shun Long didn't know what to answer as the voice spoke again. "Search deep inside you. What do you really want?" "I want to live more. I want to experience everything in this world. I don't want to be constrained by others. I want to stand at the top of this world. I want to become the strongest person. I want to be the one in control." Desires poured out of Shun Long's heart while his voice grew louder and louder as he kept listing more and more things. Desires were easy to suppress if you kept them in the dark, but hard to control if you showed them even the tiniest bit of light. Ha 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 ha. Yes, that's it. Desire more, ask for more. Use your own hands, master. You are allowed to stand at the peak of this world this time, as the owner of the Stone of Time. Master? Shun Long asked questioningly. The voice grew weaker and weaker. "I will follow you no matter what, as you are my master." In the end, the voice was almost inaudible as the darkness slowly receded. It all condensed at the center of this space into a pitch-black egg. This egg was at the size of a human, and although it was pitch black, there were various ancient symbols on top of it, as it emanated a berserk and powerful aura. Now that the darkness had receded, Shun Long could see the space around him. It was 30 square meters big, and the only thing on this space aside from the black egg was the soil on the ground. When the darkness was condensed into the pitch-black egg, the aura that burst out from Shun Long's body had startled the entire Floating Cloud Sect before it returned back inside his body. Be it the outer city or the inner city, from the weakest outer disciples to the elders, everyone was alarmed by this burst of powerful aura as they fell to their knees, all of them unable to breathe. In the depths of the inner city, inside a restricted area, there was a luxurious mansion. A man who seemed to be in his early 40s was sitting on his bed when he had sensed the burst of aura from the treasure pavilion, as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes looked towards the location of the pavilion in the outer city, and after that horrifying aura was retracted back to its source, the man stood up. "Could it be that some powerful senior has arrived in my outer city?" The man mumbled to himself. This man was the strongest person in the entire Floating Cloud Sect, the sect master Lu Jian. After sensing this aura, he issued a summons to the elders of the sect, ordering all of them to convene at the inner city's main hall. Shun Long's consciousness had been returned to his body before he had time to explore the newfound space in the triangular-shaped stone. However, he clearly remembered that the voice in the darkness had called the little stone, Stone of Time, as well as Shun Long its master. Before Shun Long had time to ponder over things, heavy breathing could be heard from the entire treasure pavilion, as people could finally breathe again. Chapter 48 Above the Spirit Realm. Before Shun Long had time to ponder over things, heavy breathing could be heard from the entire treasure pavilion. Everyone could now breathe again as they looked at Shun Long's private room with different emotions in their eyes. There was horror, reverence, awe, excitement, fear, worship, and more, all at the same time. Yinxing, who had shot like a cannonball outside of the room earlier, was now looking at Shun Long's back with admiration and fanatism. As the loud gasps for air stopped, the entire treasure pavilion was bathed in silence. Nobody dared to utter a word, and most people were drenched in sweat from head to toe by now. Shun Long turned to look at Yinxing, who still on the floor outside the room. Then he looked around the room and noticed that everything was destroyed, leaving it completely empty inside. "Yinxing, are you okay?" Shun Long asked with a bit of embarrassment in his heavy voice. After all, Yinxing was a rank 3 bronze-grade alchemist, and yet he had ended like that, just by being around Shun Long. Yinxing waved his hands hurriedly as he stood up and said, "Of course, Senior, thank you for asking." Yinxing felt flattered that the Senior called his name directly. This person was definitely stronger than Alchemist Li Wei. The aura he had emitted earlier was definitely not in the heaven grade. As Yinxing thought of the fact that this Senior is probably above the heaven grade, he started trembling with excitement and was even more determined to forge a good relationship with Shun Long, as he then asked nervously, Senior, did something happen earlier which caused you to release your aura?" Shun Long understood what Yinxing was talking about. Of course, that aura didn't belong to Shun Long but to the triangular-shaped stone. However, Shun Long had to give an excuse after destroying the entire room, so he said in his heavy voice, "Earlier, something happened that drew my attention, so I couldn't help but accidentally release my aura." Since Shun Long didn't explain explicitly what had happened, and Yinxing didn't ask for more details about that. If the Senior didn't want to explain more, then he wouldn't mindlessly pester him about it. Instead, he switched the topic as he asked Shun Long, "Senior, about the auction." "Right. Yinxing, are there any other private rooms available? If not, this one will do as well, although we may need another couch." "Senior means that you still want to participate in the auction." "Of course, isn't that what I came here for?" "Okay, Senior, don't worry, I will make all the necessary arrangements." Yinxing truly made the arrangements he had promised, as just half an incense stick of time later, he took Shun Long to another private room, and this one was even slightly bigger than the last one they were in earlier. He also informed the higher-ups of the treasure pavilion that what happened in the room was an accident, and that the mysterious Senior wishes for the auction to keep going. The higher-ups of the pavilion didn't raise any questions and instead ordered Yinxing to do his best to forge a close relationship with that person before they called Lan Jingjing and told her that she should continue with the auction. Although the crowd was still terrified by the earlier aura outbreak, Lan Jingjing's exceptional skills as an auctioneer had managed to divert everyone's attention, and people had started bidding again in no time. Meanwhile, in the inner city, the main hall was almost full as the elders of the sect were standing in front of the main seat, where the sect master is sitting on. The elders in the hall were the strongest people in the Floating Cloud Sect. Even the weakest person in the room was at the early stages of rank 7 in the heaven grade. "Sect Master, what was that aura earlier? Could it be that Sect Master had a breakthrough?" "Ah yes, that must be it. Who else could release such an aura in the entire Floating Cloud City?" Lu Jian motioned with his hand for everyone to be quiet before he said, "That frightening aura didn't come from me. Even if I managed to break through and reach the middle stages of the spirit realm, I still wouldn't be able to unleash such an aura." Then he took a deep breath as he said, "Actually, I called all of you here to ask if any of you has any idea why such a powerful person would suddenly appear in our Floating Cloud Sect. The elders were all aghast when they heard Lu Jian's words. Silence permeated the hall until a person with white hair and a white beard said, "Sect Master, do you think that this person has come here for the Vermilion Realm?" The person who asked this question was the Grand Elder of the sect, Lan Hong. His status was only below Lu Jian's and above every other elder's. Lu Jian thought about it, but he eventually shook his head as he said, "Unlikely. It is too early for the Vermilion Realm to open anyway. Also, if the Senior wanted to enter the Vermilion Realm, I doubt our Floating Cloud Sect could assist him in any way. From my estimations, this Senior's strength is above the late stages of the Spirit Realm. Perhaps even." Lu Jian cut off his words and didn't dare speculate any further. Discussions were taking place over this matter, just in the main hall of the inner city, but everywhere in the entire Floating Cloud City. From the mystifying fragrance pavilion, to even the cheapest inns, everyone was discussing about that sudden burst of suppressive aura. Meanwhile, the culprits, Shun Long's eyes were shining brightly at this moment as he heard Lan Jingjing saying, "Our next item for the auction is something that many alchemists need but can't easily find. Although it's only a rank 2 medicinal herb, it can help you improve your control over the element of fire consuming this fruit. It is precisely the fire spirit fruit. Chapter 49 Preparations complete. It is the fire spirit fruit. The minimum bid must be at least 5,000 sec points, while every increment must be at least 200 sec points higher than the last bid. Every alchemist sitting in the outer seats had stood up. Even the people inside the private rooms like Shun Long couldn't stay completely calm as they looked with eyes full of fervor towards the fire spirit fruit on the main stage. The only exception was Li Wei, who looked down from his private room towards those people with a mocking look in his eyes as he thought, "Look at those bumpkins getting so excited over a single fire spirit fruit. Our Alchemists Guild has at least 5 of those fruits." The bidding immediately started as people called their bids one after the other. 5,500 sec points. The price didn't stop increasing until it reached the 10.000 sec points. Is there anyone who is willing to offer a higher price? If not, this fire spirit fruit will go to this honorable guest over here, Lan Jingjing said as she pointed towards a guest at the side of the outer seats who had bid 10.000 sec points for the fire spirit fruit. In reality, although the fire spirit fruit was rare, 10.000 sec points had already exceeded its value, but this was the reality of the auctions in the cultivation world. When you needed something, you would pay as much as you had to, in order to obtain it. 20.000 points, Shun Long called from inside the private room in a placid voice. The people inside the auction hall who heard Shun Long's voice and remembered the terrifying aura he had emitted earlier all started to shudder. The alchemist in the outer seats who had bid 10.000 sec points earlier, now felt dispirited. He had a bit more than 13.000 sec points and he was confident that he could obtain the fire spirit fruit, but the senior had to ruin everything. Even Yinxing couldn't help asking, "Senior, are you certain that you wish to spend 20.000 sec points for a rank 2 fire spirit fruit?" 20.000 sec points was an astronomical price to pay for a rank 2 herb. However, Shun Long didn't mind that. After selling the chi barrier breaking pills earlier, his sec points were now more than 50.000. Shun Long just nodded his head at Yinxing's question. In the auction hall, Lan Jingjing was the first to recover as she said, "If there is no higher offer, then this fire spirit fruit will go to the senior in private room number 2. Since no one put forth a higher offer than Shun Long, the staff of the treasure pavilion sent someone to deliver the fire spirit fruit in his private room. A disciple in yellow robes arrived carrying a small wooden box with the fire spirit fruit inside. Shun Long paid the 20.000 sec points, and after receiving the box, he opened it and saw a red fruit the size of an adult's fist, with red lines all over its surface. Shun Long then closed the box and put it inside his robes along with the water element grass. After the disciple left the room, Shun Long handed Yinxing a paper as he said, "Although this recipe isn't as good as my original chi barrier breaking pill recipe, the pills created from this will still have a 40% chance of allowing a peak rank 6 chi condensation cultivator to reach the middle stages or rank 7. Yinxing was overjoyed when he heard Shun Long's words and held the recipe near his chest as he bowed repeatedly while thanking Shun Long. Yinxing had helped Shun Long a lot while he was in the treasure pavilion, and as an alchemist, Shun Long knew what Yinxing desired the most. Although this recipe was nothing in Shun Long's eyes, to Yinxing it was a priceless treasure that could help him improve his abilities as an alchemist. Even further, Shun Long then decided to leave the treasure pavilion, as he had no more interest in the auction. He had already learned from Yinxing what the rest of the items in the auction were going to be, and the only interesting thing left was a golden lion cub. However, Yinxing's estimation was that the cub would be sold for at least 70.000 sec points. An adult golden lion was a rank 3 beast that could fight against experts at the late stages of the heaven grade. Anyone having such amount would be near invincible in the Floating Cloud Sect. Shun Long walked around the city until he found a secluded corner to remove his black robes, before stealthily returning to the inn. After paying the inn owner another 4 sec points for the next month, Shun Long shut himself in his room. He looked at the water element grass and the fire spirit fruit in his hands, as well as the rest of the ingredients that he had previously purchased from the treasure pavilion, and after taking a deep breath he said, "Finally, I now have everything needed to refine the internal destruction pill." Big announcement in the author's thoughts down below. Chapter 50 Spatial Space. All 5 ingredients needed for the internal destruction pill were all neatly arranged on the ground. However, Shun Long didn't immediately start the refining process but instead aimed to bring his mental state in peak condition first. This was the first time that he was going to refine a rank 2 pill, and it was the internal destruction pill, at that. After studying Lu Wen's alchemy books and the theories that were written inside, as well as all the recipes for the rank 2 pills, Shun Long felt confident that he could refine every pill that was categorized as a bronze grade pill. However, he only had this one batch of ingredients, and in case he failed, he wouldn't get another chance, so bringing himself in optimal condition was necessary before starting the refinement. Shun Long used his spiritual strength to inspect the 5 medicinal herbs that were in front of him when suddenly, the water element grass disappeared from the ground. Shun Long was stunned as he abruptly stood up, but the water element grass had vanished from the room. He sent his spiritual strength around the room but he found nothing, when he suddenly sensed something in his spiritual space. He sent his spiritual strength inside the triangular-shaped stone, and he was shocked by what he saw inside. The water element grass had grown by almost 1/3 of its original size as it was buried in the ground inside the triangular-shaped stone space. Shun Long could feel his chi depleting, but he didn't even react as he looked stupefied, staring blankly at the water element grass in the ground. The black egg was also there but were no visible changes around it. Different possibilities flashed through Shun Long's mind as he thought. Can I store medicinal herbs in this space? Do they grow faster here? Is that why the flow of time feels to be flowing faster in that patch of soil that the water element grass has buried itself at? Shun Long ignored his chi that was being rapidly depleted, as he used his spiritual strength on the fire spirit fruit. Originally there was no reaction, but as Shun Long willed for it to be transferred inside the spiritual space of the little stone, the fire spirit fruit vanished as it appeared near the water element grass. Shun Long removed the seed from the fire spirit fruit, and after burying it near the water element grass he felt his chi being sapped at an alarming rate. Half an hour later, Shun Long forcibly stopped his chi from being transferred towards the soil as his body was almost emptied out, but the effects of the soil were shocking. There was a small sapling at the place where he had buried the fire spirit fruit seed earlier, while the water element grass had already doubled in size. Shun Long wanted to try the same with the white root Ganoderma and the blood lotus, but his body was already out of chi. Shun Long was thrilled as this discovery solved his 2 biggest problems at the same time, while also providing an even more extraordinary benefit. Although the space inside the little stone isn't that big, it's more than enough for me to store what I need here. Wait, I guess I should call the little stone Stone of Time from now on. That's what that voice had called it as well. Shun Long pondered for a bit more as he said to himself, almost as if he was trying to verify his own finds. It seems like I have to exchange my chi for the ingredients to mature faster inside this space, but this way I can ensure that I won't really lack the ingredients for the internal destruction pill. In the future, I can also duplicate any rare medicinal herb I find, and then sell them to make a killing. As Shun Long was having these thoughts, a wide smile was hanging on his face. Although he couldn't really duplicate the rank 3 black-tongued python's poison in the soil as it wasn't a medicinal herb, he could always buy it again from the treasure pavilion if he needed it. Soon, 15 days passed like that, and from the constant depleting and replenishing of his chi, Shun Long had already managed to reach the early rank 8 in chi condensation. He already had a little tree of fire spirit fruits with 3 fruits ready to be plucked. The water element grass had reached 3 times its original size, and the same went for the white root Ganoderma and the blood lotus. Even if he failed the refinement process, Shun Long would only need the black-tongued python's poison since he already had everything else inside the spiritual space now. After sitting on the floor and warming up his cauldron, he started adding in the medicinal herbs. Chapter 51 Space Tear. Refining the internal destruction pill was harder than what Shun Long had originally estimated. The whole refinement process took more than an hour to complete, and in the end, Shun Long was lying on the floor, drenched in sweat, while inside his cauldron was 1 crimson-red medicinal pill. Shun Long didn't even meditate, he just gasped for breath for a while due to his overdrawn chi and spiritual strength. The internal destruction pill had to be consumed within an hour after it was concocted, so Shun Long didn't have much time to rest. After sitting up and observing the pill in his hands, he noticed that there were faint white lines on its surface. Thankfully I managed to refine a high-grade pill. Even pills had their own ranks, from low grade, to middle grade and high grade. All the special, chi barrier-breaking, pills that Shun Long had refined and sold to the treasure pavilion were between low and middle grade. The reason for that was because Shun Long had only just started as an alchemist, so his aim was to complete the refinement process. However, this time was different. The internal destruction pill could only be consumed once, and the higher the grade of the pill, the better the results would be. Without hesitation, Shun Long swallowed the pill as he started circulating the method of the monarch's eternal body. As the pill dissolved inside Shun Long's mouth, the energy inside it followed the circulation method of the monarch's eternal body, as it flowed from Shun Long's meridians to every nook and cranny inside his body. Shun Long roared like a beast in pain. Even if he wanted to stop the circulation of the body refinement at this point, he wouldn't be able to, as the energy had already started to wash every part of his body, bringing along unbearable pain with it. Shun Long had grown much more resistant to pain after his soul had been forcefully enlarged by the Golden Book in the past. However, the pain he felt now wasn't much lower than that. The internal destruction pill had started with his blood as it slowly burned it, while with the help of the monarch's eternal body that was circulating inside him, the healing properties of the pill were slowly replenishing the blood that he was burning, refining it again and again, making it even purer and stronger. After his blood, all of his internal organs as well as his meridians followed, as they were all destroyed and then recreated, from his liver to his heart and, even his brain and eyes, they were all turned into a pool of blood before being reformed. The only reason that Shun Long was still alive was thanks to the monarch's eternal body that was circulating inside his body, reforming his destroyed organs. After that, his bones followed, with his skin coming in last. Everything inside and outside Shun Long's body had turned into blood, before being slowly reformed by the monarch's eternal body. The pain and suffering that he was feeling throughout this process was enough to leave even the most resilient men wanting to die. This whole process took nearly a month. A month of constant destruction and creation. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Shun Long was a different man now, after consuming the internal destruction pill. After this 1 month, his body had been completely reformed. His external appearance could have been considered handsome before refining his body, but now, aside from becoming even more handsome, his body also naturally emitted a domineering aura. He could feel that he was bursting with energy inside, as every part of him was more than 100 times stronger than before. But the most miraculous thing was that he could now sense the space around his body if he willed it. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovelworld.com. He raised his right hand in the air as he tried to touch the space around him. He could sense a matter that was like water and yet not water, something non-existent and yet tangible at the same time. It was almost as if the space around him was hugging his body, while it didn't hinder his movements at all. Shun Long tried cutting through space with his hand, and a small space tear appeared in front of him. After deliberating for a while, his eyes focused as he slowly put his hand inside it. His hand had disappeared in the space tear, as it appeared through another tear in space 2 meters away from his original position. Shun Long tried to move the fingers in his hand, and although the hand was 2 meters away from him, it still moved exactly as Shun Long willed it to. As he retracted his hand from the space tear, the tear then closed. Does this mean that I can now move through space? Shun Long wanted to test some more of his theories when suddenly his sect-identifying jade started glowing. The voice of an old man appeared from the jade as it said, "All new disciples that have entered the sect in the past year are to gather in front of the city gates within 1 hour." Shun Long's eyes brightened as he thought. Could it be for the outer sect examination? Calculating the time that Shun Long had spent in seclusion refining his body, it should be the time for the outer sect examination to begin. After gathering all his important belongings and putting them inside the Stone of Time, Shun Long walked towards the city gates. Apologies. I just woke up and saw that there was a bug in the chapters. They will be released properly now every 4 hours or so in the right order. Chapter 52 Heading Out. Although the city gates weren't that far from the inn he was staying, it still took Shun Long 20 minutes to arrive there. On the way, he saw many disciples heading towards the same direction, all of them seeming perplexed on why the sect had summoned them. By the time he arrived, there was already a huge crowd waiting in front of the gates. After 40 minutes, the crowd gathered had definitely numbered more than 50,000 disciples when 3 sect elders in black robes appeared in front of everyone. The elder in the lead was white-haired, with a white beard, and as the buzzing crowd quietened as they saw him, he started speaking. "My name is Lan Hong, and I am the Grand Elder of our Floating Cloud Sect. I am sure that many of you are curious as to why the sect suddenly summoned you all. I will explain everything only once. Southwest, pay close attention. Every 3 years, our Floating Cloud Sect tempers our newly accepted disciples in the demonic mountain region to the west of our Floating Cloud City. In the demonic mountain region, you disciples will have to compete not just between yourselves, but you will also have to fight against the magical beasts that live there if you want to stay alive. In your sect identifying jades, each of you will be given a special point, which is completely different from your sect points. You can directly rob this special point from others if you acquire their sect identifying jade. Your aim in the demonic mountain region will be to survive while gathering the special survival points that the other disciples here have. The demonic mountain region is a place where you can become stronger and find fortuitous opportunities, but you can also die there. You can call the sect unfair or cruel if you want, but nothing will change. You are all cultivators, and your aim should be to become stronger instead of staying locked up inside the sect. The sect too has no need for a bunch of weaklings in the chi condensation realm who are content with their lives. Inside the city, as the Grand Elder finished this sentence, his voice had turned stern as he then continued. However, this year's outer sect examination will be different compared to the previous years. This time you will also have to compete against disciples from other sects inside the demonic mountain region. Namely, it will be 3 sects at the same size as our Floating Cloud Sect, the Flying Sword Sect, the Roaring Wind Pavilion, as well as the Iron Hardened School. Their disciples will also try to take your special survival points, and you should also do the same. Remember that you may die at any moment inside the demonic mountain region, be it from another cultivator or from a magic beast, so if you want to stay alive you have to be ruthless. Death lurks everywhere in the demonic mountain region, and you only have 2 options. Become ruthless or die. Elder Zhu will give each of you your survival points. As the Grand Elder, Lan Hong, finished speaking, he pointed towards the bald Elder Zhu on the side. After every disciple had a special survival point added to their sect identifying jade, Lan Hong took the lead as he headed outside of the city towards the west before shouting in a loud voice. All disciples are to follow after me. Most of the disciples were feeling downcast as they followed behind Lan Hong. Why do we have to risk our lives all of a sudden for no reason? I agree. Nobody informed us about this beforehand, or I may not have joined the Floating Cloud Sect. The sect is so cruel. They didn't even ask for our permission before ordering us to participate. Shun Long heard all the hushed whispers of the terrified disciples around him, and he just chuckled. After his conversation with the voice in the darkness inside the Stone of Time, his mental state had already changed drastically from before. He was now going to grasp every single opportunity he could to become stronger. These 3 months inside the sect where he did nothing other than cultivating had already felt so stifling to him, so this chance to leave the sect was a good opportunity, albeit a dangerous one. This will be a great opportunity to test my monarch's eternal body, he thought as he kept following the group headed towards the demonic mountain region. Lan Hong knew what the disciples were feeling, yet he didn't pay much attention to them as he said. Elder Lu will explain the rewards that the sect will give you, depending on your results. This was the same Elder Lu that had brought Shun Long from the Sky Fortune Kingdom to the Floating Cloud Sect, Elder Lu Cheng. Following behind the Grand Elder, Lu Cheng didn't even turn around as he started speaking with his back facing the disciples. You will all be able to obtain different rewards from the sect depending on your results. Those of you that manage to keep just 1 survival point by the end of the exam will be able to obtain 10 sect points, while those of you that collect 10 survival points will get 100 sect points. The person ranked in the 100th position will get 1000 sect points, while for every position above that you will get an extra 100 sect points. Aside from that, there will be special rewards for the top 10 and the top 3 respectively. The top 10 will all obtain weapons crafted by silver grade formation masters, while the top 3 will each obtain a spatial ring. As Elder Lu finished speaking, all the disciples were shocked. The rewards this year were definitely much better than the previous years. Elder, what about the first place then? Chapter 53, The Flying Sword Sect. Elder, what about the first place then? In the Floating Cloud Sect, where even the lodging wasn't free for those disciples, and they had to work hard in the sect mines every month just for 50 sect points, an opportunity to earn 1000 sect points at once was worth risking their lives over. However, the prospect of a spatial ring was even more enticing than that. Of course, these people knew how small their chances were to get into the top 3 of the sect examination. In reality, only those disciples that were at the peak of rank 3 in Earth grade had a chance to enter the top 3. The disciple who had spoken just now was short with red hair. His name was Guan Hong, and he was a peak rank 3 Earth grade disciple. Oh. Lu Qing stopped walking as he exclaimed in a surprised manner. He turned around to look at Guan Hong, and after noticing that he was at the peak of rank 3 in Earth grade, he nodded his head as he said, The first place will additionally get 100 spirit stones from the sect, but that's not all. The person who gathers the most survival points out of every other disciple between the 4 sects will also get a blood vermilion fruit. Although most disciples were perplexed, Shun Long's eyes shone brightly when he heard of the blood vermilion fruit. If I can get my hands on it, my strength will definitely advance by leaps and bounds, he thought. Lu Qing saw that most disciples hadn't even heard of the blood vermilion fruit, and he snorted as he explained. The blood vermilion fruit can be directly consumed and allow a disciple at the peak of rank 3 in the earth grade to directly advance to the early rank 4. To Shun Long, though, the blood vermilion fruit was even more attractive than that, as he could refine it into a pill. After consuming it, his strength would directly soar. Everyone in the group was excited as they walked toward the demonic mountain region. The weaker disciples all hoped to enter the top 100, while the stronger disciples like Guan Hong, who were at the peak of rank 3 in earth grade, were all dreaming of taking first place. Their group traveled for 7 days until they arrived at the demonic mountain region. Shun Long was shocked when he saw how vast the region was. There were mountains and trees as far as the eye could see. The Floating Cloud Sect was the second group to arrive. In front of them was another huge group that wasn't any smaller than their own. Their disciples were all dressed in white robes, and they were all carrying swords on their backs. A pair of elders approached the Floating Cloud Sect's group, and the oldest one of them spoke. "Haha, Lan Hong, I didn't expect that you would be the one to lead your fledglings all the way from the Floating Cloud City." This person was the Grand Elder of the Flying Sword Sect, Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong, it seems that your Flying Sword Sect also takes this sect examination quite seriously. Otherwise, with how old you are, you wouldn't have stepped a foot outside your sect. Are you any younger than me, Lan Hong? Ha ha ha, it's okay. I won't hold any grudges against you this time. Let me introduce someone to you. This is my grandson Hui Ming. As soon as Wei Zhong finished speaking, a young man with sharp defined features and a hooked nose appeared from the Flying Sword Sect's group. The man had a golden sword strapped on his back, and anyone who looked at his pair of eyes would suddenly sense a feeling of danger coming from this person. Lan Hong's eyes shone brightly as he saw the young man who now stood next to Hui Zhong, and he exclaimed in a loud voice full of bewilderment. "How is it possible?" Hui Zhong smiled brightly as he said. "Did you notice already? It's precisely what you think. Minger's talent for the sword is even higher than my own. He has already touched upon sword chi while he is only at the peak of rank 2 in the earth grade. I am not afraid to say that even though his cultivation is low, he has the highest chance among everyone here to obtain the first place in this survival examination." Lan Hong couldn't refute Hui Zhong's words, as his Floating Cloud Sect didn't have anyone at the same level as Hui Ming. Usually, sword cultivators would only be able to touch upon sword chi when they reached the late stages of the earth grade. "Old man Hui Zhong, I'm afraid that your grandson won't have that chance." As a manly voice was heard from the distance, 2 big groups could be seen coming towards them. Chapter 54, The Black Egg. 2 big groups had appeared in the distance, and each of them wasn't any smaller than the Floating Cloud Sects. The people leading them were a beautiful woman with long black hair and a 2 meters (6.6 feet) tall, robust middle-aged man with a bald shaved head. Obviously the person who spoke just now was that middle-aged man. Sect Master Da Chao. "Do you think there is anyone in your iron-hardened sect that can defeat my grandson in the same level of cultivation? Why don't you bring that person out and have them compete with Hui Ming then?" He, that's fine by me. Da Chong, just go and beat that kid up until his grandfather can't recognize him anymore. As Sect Master Da Chao finished speaking, a tall and robust young man that largely resembled Da Chao walked from behind him. This young man was wearing brown robes and was almost as tall as Da Chao himself, while his hands and feet were even bigger than his. Just as the situation was taking a turn for the worse, the beautiful woman who had kept quiet so far said in a sweet voice, "I'm sure that everyone here is eagerly waiting for this year's examination to start. After all, what the sect examination tests isn't just brute physical strength, but a disciple's ability to plan ahead as well as their survival instincts. Since everyone has gathered, then how about starting the sect examination now?" The beautiful woman turned her look towards Grand Elder Lan Hong, who in turn nodded and said, "Since Vice Pavilion Master Li Huiyan and Sect Master Da Chao have also arrived, we should all start with the sect examination. If you insist on fighting now, then your Flying Sword Sect and your Iron-Hardened Sect can just stay behind and wait for the results." Both Da Chao and Hui Zhong snorted, but they knew that the important thing in hand was to test their disciples this time, so everyone gathered their groups in front of the demonic mountain region's entrance. Lan Hong went in front of the Floating Cloud Sect group and said, "You will all spend the next month inside the demonic mountain region. When the time is up, your sect-identifying jades will light up as they will point your way towards my location. Until then, do your best to gather as many survival points as possible and try to stay alive too. That is all." As Lan Hong finished speaking, so did the other 3 leaders of their respective groups, as the groups started heading inside the demonic mountain region. Shun Long was feeling excited but also nervous at the same time. After all, it was the first time that he would be participating in something like this. This was going to be a true survival test. Shun Long started heading inside the demonic mountain region along with the other disciples, but as if in tacit agreement, no one fought as they were entering inside. Everyone is probably waiting for someone else to start a fight, since the first person who starts fighting here would be preyed upon by the others in the end. As he was heading deeper inside the demonic mountain region, Shun Long saw that the number of disciples around him had started to lessen. Just as he was about to find a good spot on the trees around him, he felt a spiritual fluctuation from the black egg in his spiritual space. Suddenly, all the chi around the area he was in had started rushing towards his body, more precisely, towards the stone of time where the black egg was in. This wasn't just the chi that was in direct proximity around Shun Long, but the chi inside the earth as well as in the air around him. All of it was now towards him. Shun Long started running deeper inside the demonic mountain region, as the black egg absorbed more and more chi. His speed had already reached such a terrifying level after entering the first level of the monarch's eternal body, that he was far faster than any peak rank 3 earth-grade cultivator. Suddenly, as Shun Long was running deeper inside, a 3 meters, 9 feet long snake jumped at him from the top of a tree. The beast could feel the rich chi around Shun Long and it madly wanted to absorb it all for itself. Shun Long immediately recognized this magic beast. A rank 2, dark venom snake. Shun Long tried to dodge to the side, but the snake coiled itself around his waist with lightning speed. Just as the dark venom snake tried to plunge its fangs on Shun Long's chest, he instantly activated the monarch's hourglass and gathered all of his strength and chi in his right hand as he chopped towards its weakest spot, the snake's neck. Shun Long could feel his hands being bathed in a hot liquid, as the snake's head was severed and green blood dyed his arms and robes. Although the dark venom snake was a rank 2 magical beast, it was only comparable to an early-stage earth-grade cultivator. This was the first time that Shun Long had killed something, and yet, he couldn't stop running as beast roars could be heard from every direction. He could already feel more and more magical beasts chasing him down from all sides. The disciples that were previously around him had all run as far away as they could when they saw the horde of magical beasts that was now chasing Shun Long. The most terrifying thing was that there were even some peak rank 2 magical beasts. A peak rank 2 magical beast was at the very least as strong as a peak rank 9 earth-grade cultivator, yet these beasts were now chasing Shun Long in a mad frenzy almost as if he was some kind of extraordinary delicacy. Thankfully Shun Long's body had been enhanced after having consumed the internal destruction pill, and entered the first level of the monarch's eternal body. Nevertheless, the beasts launched plenty of attacks, and Shun Long was eventually forced to use the monarch's domain. Although his cultivation had already advanced to the early rank 8, in the end he was just a chi condensation novice and he couldn't keep the monarch's domain active for more than 100 breaths of time. As if sensing the monarch's domain, the black egg started vibrating even more intensely while its size was rapidly enlarging. After 49 breaths of time had passed since Shun Long had activated the monarch's domain, the egg that had reached 3 meters, 10 feet, in height by now, finally cracked from the top as a black being slowly emerged from it. Chapter 55 The Black Dragon's Past. As the black egg cracked, a 3 meters, 10 feet, tall creature could be seen emerging from it. As the creature's eyes opened, an aura of absolute tyranny burst from it, suppressing everything around Shun Long. Every magic beast in a radius of 3 miles around him was now on its knees prostrating towards the source of this aura. Shun Long could finally catch his breath, as he hurriedly sent his spiritual strength inside the Stone of Time. What? His mind and thoughts couldn't believe that what he was seeing was real. A black dragon. Dragons really existed and one of them was inside the Stone of Time. The dragon was black from its head to its talons. The only exception was a pair of bright blue eyes that were as deep as the ocean and were glowing with a shining azure light. The dragon was rapidly inhaling from its nostrils, absorbing every single bit of chi that was remaining around it. It suddenly spread its massive wings open and roared from inside the Stone of Time. This roar carried itself towards Shun Long's spiritual space and then continued outside of his body. As the beasts prostrating around Shun Long heard this roar, they all fainted on the spot. It didn't matter if they were rank 1 magic beasts or even peak rank 2, they had all fainted without exception. The dragon then looked at the imaginary Shun Long that had appeared inside the Stone of Time space. His bright blue eyes that exuded absolute tyranny a moment ago, had suddenly turned gentle as the dragon looked at Shun Long and lowered his head in front of him before calling out, "Master." The black dragon didn't open his mouth to speak. Instead, his voice had directly sounded inside Shun Long's head. Shun Long looked at the dragon perplexed and unknowingly. He had put his right hand on the huge head that was lowered in front of him. He then opened his mouth to ask, "Are you the voice that was speaking to me from the darkness?" The dragon nodded his head. "Then, am I your master because the Stone of Time has merged with me?" "What is this stone?" "Since you called it the Stone of Time, then you must definitely know about it." The dragon shook his head at Shun Long's question as his answer shook Shun Long to his core. "Master, you are not my master because you possess the Stone of Time. You have been my master long before you obtained the Stone of Time. Shun Long didn't seem to understand what this black dragon tried to say. Wasn't he inside the Stone of Time? How could the previous Shun Long, or the rock from Earth, to have ever met with any dragons in the past? The black dragon seemed to be able to see through Shun Long's puzzlement as he answered with a question of his own. "Master, why do you think that the Stone of Time chose you?" "Right. Why did the Stone of Time choose me?" Shun Long seemed to be stumped as he couldn't find an answer to this question. Then he turned his bright eyes towards the black dragon as he asked, "Does that mean that you know the answer?" "Of course. Master, there is always a reason for everything that happens. Let me start from the beginning." The dragon then sat down on the space inside the Stone of Time, and coiled his long head around Shun Long before starting to explain through another telepathic message. "A long time ago, I was born in a place called the Skymending World. The birth of any dragon, no matter how weak or strong, is enough to startle countless superpowers in the universe. Usually, when someone from our dragon race is born, there will always be some seniors from our race to protect us. However, my circumstances were different, and in the end, I had to flee the Skymending World while still a newborn, as I ended up being chased by a huge group of people." The dragon spoke with a hint of melancholy as well as grief in his voice as he continued. "Although many people want to enslave a dragon, there are even more who want to kill one. A dragon's body is a priceless treasure. The horns, the scales, the claws, everything, even the tongue of a dragon would be a priceless treasure that many superpowers would kill to obtain." Then the dragon's eyes shone as he said in a proud voice with a big smile hanging on his face, "That was when I and Master met each other for the first time." Shun Long was speechless. Why is he so sure that I've met him before? And yet, he didn't interrupt the dragon, who was explaining more about his past, as this story would probably include parts about the Stone of Time, as well as help Shun Long understand more about this dragon. "Although we dragons are born with exceptionally strong bodies and are very intelligent from the start, I couldn't escape the pursuit of all those people. That was when I happened to run into Master just outside the heaven-trampling city. Back then, Master saw my scarred body while I was still a newborn and took pity in me as he came to my aid. Since Master was already the lord of the heaven-trampling city and the heaven-trampling legion followed Master, aside from a few superpowers, not many would dare to antagonize you. However, there were still 2 exceptionally strong people who were willing to offend Master in order to get their hands on me in the end. They brought their armies in front of heaven-trampling city and demanded Master to hand me over." That was when the black dragon smirked as he continued. "But how could it be possible that they didn't know about Master's temper? Master was already a renowned powerhouse back then and would never succumb to threats or forceful behavior. Their armies clashed in a cataclysmic battle with the heaven-trampling legion, and in the end Master personally killed both of their leaders." Chapter 56 Shun Long and the Black Dragon. Shun Long didn't ask anything as the black dragon continued explaining. "Although dragons don't submit to humans, as a newborn with no one else to rely on, Master became my only family. That was when I first decided to follow Master. Master helped me grow, and after almost 1,000 years of cultivation and the continuous consumption of mountains of pills and natural treasures, I had finally reached a level where I was just slightly weaker than Master. That was when Master decided for us to go to the Dragon Realm and find out more about my origins. After all, it didn't make sense for a dragon to be born alone, outside of the Dragon Realm, and with no seniors to protect him." Then the black dragon's eyes turned chilly as an aura of murder radiated from his body that made even the surrounding space to tremble. "However, that was when we met him. The black dragon then stopped speaking as his body was now trembling from rage, his eyes having turned hazy with a hint of bloodlust as he remembered those scenes. "Who are you talking about?" Seeing that the black dragon wasn't speaking anymore, Shun Long couldn't hold in his curiosity and decided to ask. As the black dragon heard Shun Long's voice, his hazy and bloodshot eyes became clear again as he answered. "The person who called himself my father. One of the 9 emperors of the dragon realm, Long Tianyu. As soon as we met him, he tried to kill me without any hesitation or reason, and he and Master then ended up fighting for 7 full days and nights. After that you brought me away as we left the dragon realm. Since then, I followed behind Master as we traveled the world and explored many different ruins until one day we entered a place called the Ruins of the Universe. In there, we nearly died before Master found the Stone of Time. Are you sure that the person back then had something to do with me? Also, what exactly is the Stone of Time?" The black dragon resolutely nodded his head at Shun Long's question before saying, "Master, you will understand everything as soon as I finish explaining things." Shun Long nodded and let the dragon continue speaking. "The Stone of Time is one of the supreme treasures of the universe. Nobody knows exactly what it is, but it is said that inside it lies the secret to become a god." Shun Long couldn't resist asking, "Do gods really exist then?" The black dragon shook his head as he said, "I don't know, Master, however it was said that inside the Stone of Time lies the secret for a person to ascend to godhood. There are other rumors as well, claiming that the Stone of Time is the key to enter another world. Nobody knows if they are true or not, but one thing is for sure, the Stone of Time is truly a mysterious and supreme treasure. There are always numerous people exploring the ruins of the universe at all times, and people happened to see that Master obtained a peerless treasure before we could leave the ruins. In their greed, many powerhouses banded together to attack Master, and in the end our only choice was to flee. As the Stone of Time merged with Master and became a part of your soul, the situation back then had reached a point where almost 1/10 of all the powerhouses in the universe were chasing us. However, as Master's soul was fusing with the Stone of Time, your strength was also rapidly increasing. And yet, in the end, an old monster that was in seclusion heard about Master finding a priceless treasure and joined in on the chase. Although Master could probably fight him off one-on-one, we couldn't win against so many enemies. As we were cornered then, Master took a huge gamble. Activating the Stone of Time, Master placed me inside this space, before you also sealed part of your memories inside the stone. These memories then became a golden book. A third of Master's soul had also been sealed inside that. After Master sealed me and the golden book inside the Stone of Time, Master also split the remaining 2/3 of your soul in 2 parts. After that, Master detonated his body as well as his remaining cultivation, while sending the 3 parts of your soul in different directions." The black dragon's eyes were now glistening with tears as he remembered that scene. There was a huge explosion as the enemies around them had turned to dust. Shun Long's eyes widened as he connected the rest of the dots. If what the black dragon had said was all true, then nothing in his life would happen randomly. He died on Earth, almost at the same time as the other part of his soul died in the mortal world. The 2 parts of his soul merged, and the third and last one, that was inside the Stone of Time, also found him and merged with him. Shun Long couldn't believe what the black dragon was saying, and yet deep inside he knew that it was most likely the truth. After all, why else would the Stone of Time merge with him out of nowhere? But the most important reason that made Shun Long completely trust the black dragon was that he could sense that the dragon was connected to him. Shun Long took a deep breath as he asked, "Assuming that everything you said so far is the truth, why did you ask me if I wanted power the first time you met me? Why did you ask me what my goal was? And, why can I sense your emotions?" Chapter 57 Unbelievable Strength. The black dragon answered proudly, "Master, have you felt your personality slightly changing lately? That's because all 3 parts of your soul have once again become one. Although back then, you split your soul into 3 parts and reincarnated, your desires were all hidden deep inside you even after your soul fused back together. In other words, you hadn't yet woken up. That was the only way I could stimulate your soul's desires and help you wake up. As for the reason why Master can sense my emotions, as I am soulbound to Master, we can both exchange messages with our minds. However, Master isn't strong enough yet and you have to wait until you reach at least the spirit realm before using your soul to directly transmit telepathic messages." Spirit realm? Is that the realm above the heaven grade? The black dragon nodded. "Also, what do you mean by soulbound?" It means that my soul is bound to yours, Master. In order for my body to enter the Stone of Time, my soul had to be connected to Master's, or the Stone of Time would have rejected me otherwise and I would have died back then. Master, you are my only family and I will make sure to protect you. It's just... The dragon seemed troubled by something and Shun Long could obviously feel it. It's just that I had to restart my cultivation from the start, so I am extremely weak right now. Shun Long was a bit disappointed when he heard that the black dragon was weak. Since he just started cultivating, he couldn't be any stronger than himself, right? Probably around the middle or the late stages of chi condensation. However, he wasn't dejected at all. Instead, Shun Long had a mysterious feeling of intimacy towards this dragon, and he could also sense the familial affection that the dragon felt for him. Shun Long then smiled as he petted the dragon's head and asked, "Right, what should I call you?" "Master, you have always called me Little Black," the dragon answered enthusiastically. "Fine then, I'll continue calling you that." Shun Long nodded before falling deep in thoughts. Little Black should be telling the truth, both based on the feeling I got from his soul when he was speaking earlier, as well as the fact that everything makes sense now that I know the story behind my past. Although I'm not really interested in becoming a god right now, I will still need to visit those ruins of the universe in the future if I want to find out more about the origins of the Stone of Time. Since it has merged with my soul and it doesn't seem to have its own consciousness, I doubt it's anything harmful, but I still have to investigate. I also need to become stronger to keep both myself and my parents safe. If it's possible, I should also try to help Little Black to find out more about himself in the future. It isn't logical for his father to try to kill him as soon as he stepped foot in that place called the Dragon Realm. Right now, however, I'm too weak that I can't even leave the Floating Cloud Sect. For now, I should focus on the outer sect examination. As Shun Long sorted his thoughts, he said, "Little Black, for now it's better for you to recuperate and become stronger. The outside is dangerous and even I don't have absolute certainty of staying safe." The black dragon, Little Black, looked at Shun Long in a weird manner as he said, "Master, the outside is perfectly safe. As far as I can sense at least, there is nothing within 30 miles from your current location that can even match up to me, let alone posing a threat." Shun Long hesitated a bit before asking, "Little Black, what is your current strength right now?" Little Black thought seriously for a while before answering. "Right now I'm extremely weak, much weaker than when I was born the first time, as the chi I could absorb back then couldn't be compared to the thin chi in this place. If I have to put it in magical beast standards, then I'm just a rank 3 magical beast." Shun Long sucked in a deep breath as he heard this, but the shock wasn't over yet. "Despite my low cultivation though, I should be able to easily fight against a spirit realm cultivator who is in the middle stages." Shun Long was left speechless now. Not only could Little Black send his spiritual strength and skin 30 miles around his body, but he was also a powerhouse who could fight against middle stage spirit realm cultivators. Shun Long suppressed his shock as he then asked, "Can you sense any secluded place anywhere near my current location?" Little Black nodded his head as he answered. "About 7 miles towards the east, there is a small lake with a rank 3, double-headed fish hiding inside. There is no magic beast or human anywhere near the lake." Shun Long then followed Little Black's directions and quickly reached the small lake. "Little Black, take care of the double-headed fish, then. Also, use your spiritual strength to keep watch around the lake. If anyone comes close, whether a human or magic beast, let me know." "Understood, Master," Little Black responded as he flew out from Shun Long's body and directly headed towards the lake. Little Black stretched his pitch-black wings as the majestic form of a dragon could be seen diving inside the lake, sending a huge current of water up in the sky. The dragon looked just as agile in the water as he looked in the air. The double-headed fish watched in horror as Little Black approached it, and yet in front of a dragon, it couldn't move at all. The battle had no suspense as Little Black used his sharp talons to instantly tear the fish in half. A shiny blue core fell out from the beast's body as Little Black grabbed it with its talons and delivered it to Shun Long. Shun Long looked at the rank 3 beast's core in his hand excitedly, as he put it inside his spiritual space. Then he took a deep breath as he thought, "I didn't have the time earlier, but now it's finally time to test the first stage of the Monarch's eternal body." Chapter 58 Monarch Eternal Body's Fearsome Strength. With Little Black keeping watch, Shun Long had nothing to worry about as he stood in front of the lake and decided to test the Monarch's eternal body's might. He had already found out earlier that his speed was simply incomparable to the past. He was outrunning even rank 2 magical beasts at this point. However, what other change had occurred aside from his speed and his external appearance? Shun Long clenched his right fist tightly as he punched in front of him, and an air current traveled through the lake, creating a disturbance in the water's surface. Little Black's eyes shone as he saw this, and he thought inwardly. Master seems to be at the peak of the first stage in body refinement, and yet his punch can rival a full-out blow of an early second stage body cultivator. After throwing that punch, Shun Long stood still and closed his eyes as he stood in front of the lake. Without opening them, he raised his left hand as he threw a downward chop in the air, and the space in the area was suddenly torn. This chop was much stronger than the one he had used back in his room in the Floating Cloud City. The tear in space was so large that a human could easily fit inside it, but 1/10 of Shun Long's physical energy was sapped to create this. Having experienced this once already, Shun Long didn't put his hand inside the void this time. Instead, he took a step forward as he walked inside the space tear. There was a ripple in the space above the lake, and 10 meters away from Shun Long's original location, Shun Long's body appeared above the lake. Having miscalculated this time, Shun Long fell inside the lake, his body now drenched in water. And yet there was a big smile hanging on his face as he had just figured things out. Little Black's shock was evident as he flew in the air around Shun Long, who was now swimming towards the shore of the lake. Master, how can you tear space open when you haven't even reached the spirit realm? Shun Long was still smiling as he swam over to the shore. He lied down on the grass next to the lake as he looked at Little Black and said, "This is thanks to the Stone of Time's body refining technique, the Monarch's eternal body." Shun Long didn't hide anything from Little Black as he continued. "This was the second time that I tried to tear space open. The first time, the tear in space was very small, and as my hand passed through it, it had appeared just 2 meters away from me. However, this time the tear I created was at the size of a human, and the distance I traveled was 5 times larger than before. This time I could also clearly feel my energy being drained as I was tearing the void open. The larger the tear in space I create and the bigger the distance it covers, the more energy I have to use, it seems." Little Black's astonishment was evident from his expression as he still hadn't recovered. His jaw was slightly trembling as he said, "Master, your affinity with the element of space must be at a very high level for you to be able to tear space open and only have to use such a small amount of energy for it. Usually peak rank 3 spirit realm experts can tear space open just 100 meters away from their original location, but they have to use almost all their chi to do this, while Master can create a tear in space 10 meters away just by using some of your physical energy. This is simply impossible to believe." And yet Shun Long knew that 10 meters wasn't his limit yet. After taking a deep breath, he clenched his fist tightly as he used his full strength to punch the air in front of him. A gust of wind followed after Shun Long's hand, as the space in front of him was once again torn apart. The size of the space tear was the same as the last time. However, Little Black could feel a qualitative difference this time around. More than half of Shun Long's strength had been consumed with this move. His body then instantly disappeared, as it appeared again on a patch of grass 45 meters away from his original location. Shun Long then looked at Little Black and pondered seriously for a while. If I used Little Black's strength, no one in the Floating Cloud Sect would probably be a match against him, but Little Black is a dragon after all, and right now he is extremely weak. If his existence is exposed, it's unknown what problems it may bring. If anyone above the middle stages of the spirit realm happens to hear about a black dragon, I doubt that they will let the opportunity go like that. In the end, I shouldn't allow Little Black to reveal his existence unless absolutely necessary." With these thoughts in mind, Shun Long explained to Little Black the situation they were in, as well as everything about the Floating Cloud Sect and the demonic mountain region, as well as the outer sect examination. Little Black returned to the space inside the Stone of Time, but his spiritual strength was scanning everything around Shun Long. Shun Long also stored the rank 3 double-headed fish's body inside the Stone of Time, as he asked Little Black if there were any people or beasts around them. "Master, in direct proximity of 2 miles around us, there is no human or magic beast. However, there are approximately 400 humans and more than 500 magic beasts in the surrounding 30 miles. From these magic beasts, more than a third of them have already reached rank 2. I also sense a group of humans in a secluded area around 14 miles away from our current location, fighting with a middle stage rank 2 earth bear. Apparently, the bear is protecting a profound earth fruit inside its cave." Chapter 59, Gathering in the Dark. "Quickly, lead me there," Shun Long said in a slightly anxious tone. Now that Little Black was inside the Stone of Time space, Shun Long could directly use his spiritual strength to communicate with him. The reason that he was so anxious wasn't to save those disciples or the Earth Bearer but instead to obtain the profound Earth Fruit. There were 3 different ways for Shun Long to advance his monarch's eternal body. The first way was to consume the flesh of higher rank magic beasts. The flesh rank 2 magic beasts or the rank 3 double-headed fish inside the Stone of Time was one such example. The second way was to directly consume rare herbs or fruits like the profound earth fruit or the blood vermilion fruit. Although a big part of the fruit's medicinal efficacy would be wasted this way, it was still more than 100 times faster compared to slowly strengthening the body by eating magical beast's flesh. However, there was an even better and faster way to advance. That would be by first refining the fruits into pills and then consuming them. Although it would be possible for a rank 3 bronze grade alchemist to refine something like the profound earth fruit into a pill, the same would be absolutely impossible if we swap the profound earth fruit with a blood vermilion fruit. Although both fruits were rank 3 medicinal ingredients, the profound earth fruit needed at least an alchemist at the rank 3 bronze grade to be refined into a pill, while the blood vermilion fruit needed at least a rank 1 silver grade alchemist to successfully refine it into a pill. And so the third way was the most uncommon of them all. Following Little Black's directions, Shun Long soon arrived at the place where the battle was taking place. There were 5 disciples banded as a group, all of them fighting the Earth Bear. Of those disciples, 2 of them wore the Floating Cloud Sect's robes while the other 3 were dressed in brown robes, indicating that they were disciples of the Iron-Hardened Sect. It's him, Shun Long thought while he was sitting at the top of a tree watching the fight. One of the 2 disciples that were dressed in yellow robes was short and had red hair. He had left an impression on Shun Long when he had asked Elder Lu earlier about the first place reward. This person was Guan Hong, the peak rank 3 Earth grade expert. The other disciple of the Floating Cloud Sect was at the middle stage of rank 1 in the Earth grade, while from the 3 disciples of the Iron-Hardened Sect, 2 of them were at the middle rank 3 while the only woman in the group was at the early rank 1 in the Earth grade. Shun Long wasn't going to let these people take the profound earth fruit now that he knew about it, but the problem was how to take it. Everyone, including the Earth Bear and the 5 people in their group, were paying attention to the profound earth fruit even while they were fighting. Shun Long could use his teleportation ability to take the fruit and then leave, but he didn't want to expose himself just yet. All of a sudden Little Black's voice was heard in Shun Long's head. "Master, don't be anxious to make a move yet. Did you discover something?" Shun Long asked. There is a rank 2, iron-winged eagle, 300 meters away from our location and it has set its sights here. Of course it has. The iron-winged eagle is a natural enemy of the Earth Bear. Now that someone has come to find trouble with it, how could it let this chance go? Aside from the iron-winged eagle, there are also 2 little girls who are approaching, around 1 mile away from our east. They will surely stumble upon this fight and I doubt that they will let the profound earth fruit go like that. One of them is at the peak of rank 3 in Earth grade while the other one is in the middle rank 3. If the fight kept going for much longer, the number of people who would find out about the existence of the profound earth fruit would increase over and over. Meanwhile, in the fight happening in front of the cave, the 2 middle rank 3 disciples of the Iron-Hardened Sect, as well as Guan Hong, were fighting the Earth Bear head-on, while the girl from the Iron-Hardened Sect and the other disciple from the Floating Cloud Sect were providing support from the distance. The Earth Bearer was very tough as both its offense and defense were balanced. Every time that Guan Hong's group attacked it, it defended back with its sharp claws, and every attack that the bear sent would prove life-threatening if their group didn't dodge in time. Shan, if you keep holding back, more and more people will gather after they notice our fight, and taking the profound earth fruit then will be much more difficult than, Guan Hong shouted at the 2 Iron-Hardened Sect disciples that were fighting with him. These 2 were a pair of brothers, called Shurchang and Shurshan. Although they weren't the strongest in the Iron-Hardened Sect, when the 2 of them were fighting together, they were even slightly stronger than Guan Hong. The elder brother of the 2, Shurchang, who was using a long saber, snorted as he responded. "Are you trying to say that you have been going all out by now, Guan Hong? If you want us brothers to use our strength for you to take the profound earth fruit for yourself, you must think that we really are naive. After all, even if we brothers used our full strength, we still wouldn't be able to kill this Earth Bear just by ourselves, or else why would we fight together with you then?" The spear-wielding Shurshan nodded his head and Guan Hong just snorted, but he knew that everything Shurchang said was the truth. His eyes had turned determined as he looked at the 2 brothers and said, "Distract the Earth Bear for 10 breaths of time. I need this much time to activate my martial skill." When I use it, you better not hold back either, because that will be our only chance to kill this beast, or else forget about the profound earth fruit. As Guan Hong finished speaking, he took out a dagger from his robe and started infusing his qi in it. Meanwhile, a pair of girls dressed in blue robes had also arrived at the scene, their eyes fully focused on the profound earth fruit. Chapter 60 Snatching the Profound Earth Fruit. Everyone, including Shun Long, were startled that Guan Hong knew a martial skill. There were plenty yellow-grade cultivation techniques spread around in the mortal world and the cultivation world as well. However, yellow-grade martial skills were much rarer than yellow-grade cultivation techniques. Martial skills were different from cultivation techniques to begin with. Although one needed a cultivation technique to train in and become stronger, martial skills were a cultivator's hidden card as well. Of course, cultivation techniques at the black grade and above weren't freely circulated in the world, but instead were all kept as a tight secret inside every sect. The value of these cultivation techniques was at least on par with black grade martial skills, if not higher. After all, the grade of a cultivation technique would indicate how fast a disciple would progress, while a martial skill was a way for the disciple to protect themselves. The two girls that had just arrived on the scene started discussing. Senior sister, look. That guy over there also knows a martial skill. The shorter one of the two girls, who had her hair in two small buns, said as she pointed towards Guan Hong. The senior sister, however, only glanced at Guan Hong once, before turning her sights on the profound earth fruit, as she said. It's only a low yellow-grade martial skill. He requires so much time to prepare for it that if he was fighting the earth bearer one-on-one, he would already be dead by now. The senior sister, who was also dressed in blue robes, had a beautiful face and short black hair as well as a slender body. Her boobs were average in size, but her butt was definitely a handful. If one compared her with Lu Mei, who Shun Long had met in the Alchemist's Guild, her appearance may be slightly lacking. However, she was still a beauty that was on par with Lan Jingjing. As Shun Long watched the two brothers, Shi Chang and Shi Shan, alternate between themselves trying to draw the earth bear's attention, Guan Hong had already finished charging up his martial skill. As he had infused a lot of his qi inside his dagger, he shouted, "Flying slash!" As he slashed with his dagger in the air, the qi he had infused became a blade that flew towards the earth bear. The bear had already split its attention between fighting Shi Chang and Shi Shan, as well as defending itself from the occasional attacks from the other two members of this five-man group, while also paying attention to its profound earth fruit at the same time. As Guan Hong's attack approached it, it didn't have any time to dodge and tried to defend with its claws, but that was when the pair brothers showed their teamwork, as they both attacked the bear toward its eyes and heart simultaneously. The bear could only defend against the brothers' joint attack, as Guan Hong's slash hit it straight at its neck, leaving behind a huge cut that had nearly reached the bear's bones. Blood was sent high up in the air as the bear roared in pain. However, thanks to its thick hide, it had survived the hit, although it was now heavily injured. Just when everyone thought that their fight was almost done, a huge screech sounded in the air, as a 2-meter, 6 feet, eagle, with sharp, gray-colored feathers appeared from the sky as it directly chased the earth bear. The injured earth bear instantly turned to flee as it saw the eagle, completely disregarding everything else at this point. The eagle chased the bear relentlessly around the forest. As everyone's attention turned to the iron-winged eagle, who was chasing the earth bear, Shun Long, who was waiting for this chance, instantly opened a space tear as he appeared next to the profound earth fruit. It only took a moment for him to appear inside the cave, snatch the fruit, and then open another spatial tear to leave the cave from the other side. However, just as he was about to leave, the senior sister from the Roaring Wind Pavilion had then screamed, "The profound earth fruit!" Everyone's attention immediately turned to the cave, as they saw Shun Long, who had his back turned on them, disappear inside the spatial tear. Although they saw his yellow robes, which betrayed that he was a disciple of the Floating Cloud Sect, they couldn't see anything else, as he had suddenly vanished into thin air. "Nuamai, profound earth fruit!" Both the senior sister and Guan Hong shouted at the same time. Guan Hong's group had suffered the biggest loss this time, as they had been the ones who had first discovered the fruit and injured the earth bear as well, only for someone else to play the fisherman and steal their spoils from underneath their nose. Guan Hong's eyes were spitting fire as he looked at the blue-robed senior sister, who had just claimed that the profound earth fruit belonged to her. Since the person who stole it had disappeared into nothing, Guan Hong's group had nowhere to vent their anger to. Now, as if they had suddenly found an outlet for their pent-up emotions, their group of 5 eyed the pair of female disciples from the Raging Wind Pavilion. "Who are you?" Guan Hong and the Shi brothers asked threateningly as they surrounded the two girls. The senior sister ignored them as she turned to leave, however Guan Hong blocked her path as he said, "No matter who you are, if you want to leave, you will also leave behind your survival points." Anger clouded the senior sister's eyes as her peak rank 3 aura exploded as she attacked Guan Hong and a fierce battle of 2 versus 5 started. Meanwhile, Shun Long, who had just appeared 30 meters away from the other side of the cave, could now hear the fight that had broken out. Directly leaving the scene, Shun Long sent his spiritual strength inside the Stone of Time to inspect the profound earth fruit before heading towards the deeper parts of the demonic mountain region. Chapter 61 Requirements. It was unknown if Shun Long's luck was good or bad, but not long after he left the Earth Bear's cave, an early rank 2 silver-haired fox attacked him. Without using any of his chi, just by relying on the monarch's eternal body's strength, Shun Long sent a full-powered punch towards the fox's ribcage. Although the silver-haired fox also managed to bite Shun Long's hand before the punch had connected, Shun Long only felt a sting before the fox was sent flying towards the nearby trees. As a rank 2 magic beast, the silver-haired fox had expected its teeth to tear through the human's arm without a problem. However, Shun Long's body was extremely durable and the fox didn't even last one punch before it was heavily injured. At this point, unless a magic beast had some sort of natural weapon, like the iron-winged eagle's sharp wings, they probably wouldn't be a match for Shun Long, unless the beast had reached the middle level of rank 2. This outer sect examination truly is a survival test. You may die at any moment if you aren't careful here, Shun Long thought. After killing the silver-haired fox and storing its body, he then headed deeper inside the demonic mountain region. "Master, there are plenty of rank 2 beasts in this area," Little Black warned. Shun Long was more than 50 miles away from the demonic mountain region's entrance by now, and the more he walked the more he noticed how the rank 2 magic beasts around him had started to increase in number. However, with Little Black scanning the area around him, he didn't have anything to worry about, as he avoided the magic beasts that were at the middle stage of rank 2 and above. Night soon arrived and Shun Long jumped on top of a tree when he heard Little Black's voice inside his head. "Master, I feel that as we are heading deeper inside this demonic mountain region, the chi around us is becoming purer compared to when we were still on the outskirts." Shun Long nodded his head as he too had discovered this earlier. As he activated the monarch's hourglass, his chi balls were being refined faster than usual. "Did you find out the reason behind this change?" Little Black shook his head before replying. "There is definitely something extraordinary deeper in this demonic mountain region, or the density of the chi in the air wouldn't have changed for no reason." Then with a joyous voice Little Black said, "Master, the rank 2 blood wolves that we were looking for earlier have now appeared almost 4 miles away from our east." Elated, Shun Long stood up and followed Little Black's directions as he quickly headed towards the wolves' location. The blood wolves were magic beasts that always hunted in packs, and it wouldn't be easy to kill them, but their hearts as well as their beast cores were important to Shun Long, who wanted to refine the profound earth fruit into a pill. After a short while, Shun Long had arrived in front of a valley where 5 early rank 2 blood wolves had encircled a small group of blue-robed disciples. There were 4 people in this group, 1 man and 3 women, each of them covering each other's back so the blood wolves wouldn't pick them off one by one. Shun Long could sense that the strongest among these disciples was the good-looking young man with the blue sword in his hand, who was at the early rank 3 in earth grade, while the 3 women's strength was only at the early rank 2 in earth grade. Just as he was about to sit at a tree and wait until the blood wolves had tired themselves with this group of disciples from the Roaring Wind Pavilion, Shun Long's mind had a sudden idea as he looked at this group of 4 people before he walked towards them. As soon as the good-looking young man noticed Shun Long, he waved his hand as he screamed, "Brother, please help us!" He was fighting off 3 wolves on his own while the 3 young women behind him were also struggling to contain the 2 wolves that were left for them. Shun Long then looked at the young man whose body was riddled with bites and claw marks as he asked bluntly, "What will I get if I help you?" Both the young man and the 3 young women were stunned. "Right. Why will he risk his life to help us?" The young man then gritted his teeth as he said determinedly, "We can give you 4 survival points." But Shun Long just shook his head at this suggestion as he responded, "Won't I be able to get your survival points if I just let the blood wolves kill you? I will also be able to get all your possessions by then." The young man was shocked at Shun Long's bluntness, but he knew that his words were correct. He then asked in a frantic voice, "What do you want then?" "I want the 4 survival points, as well as the blood wolves' hearts and beast cores." As soon as they heard Shun Long's demands, all 4 of them were furious as the girls were the first to scream, "Impossible." The young man also shook his head as he said, I can concede and also give you the blood wolf's hearts along with the 4 survival points, but I need the beast cores as well as the wolf's pelts. Shun Long shook his head at this group's greed as he turned and walked away. While he may have sounded to be asking for too much, the truth was that if he didn't help them, not only would these people have no chance to kill the blood wolves by themselves, but at least 3 of them, if not their entire group, would end up dead here. As the young man in blue robes saw that Shun Long was leaving, he gritted his teeth as he shouted, "Wait." He then took a deep breath as he continued. "If you can really help us, then you can take 3 of the beast cores as well." Chapter 62 You Don't Know. Shun Long thought for a moment, before nodding his head as he unleashed his aura of an early rank 8 chi condensation cultivator. Before the young man and the 3 young girls had any time to get angry at this chi condensation rookie who had been playing them for so long, Shun Long had already arrived behind a blood wolf as he gathered his chi in his right hand and punched towards the wolf's back. As Shun Long's fist connected with the wolf's spine, a cracking sound was heard as the wolf whimpered before it collapsed on the ground, and after twitching for a while, it stopped breathing entirely. The group of disciples from the Roaring Wind Pavilion were shocked when the young man was the first to recover as he shouted, "Careful." As one of the 3 women was still absorbed watching Shun Long kill the wolf, another one had appeared above her head as its sharp claws headed straight towards her neck. The girl screamed and turned to run, but the wolf's claws had ripped off the robes on her back as a bloody imprint of a huge claw was left on her skin. This girl instantly passed out, while the rest of the blood wolves had suddenly turned frenzied as they smelled the scent of blood from this young woman. Shun Long, who had just killed one of the 3 blood wolves that were attacking the young man, saw what happened and rushed to kill the other 2 wolves which were now madly attacking the 2 girls. His speed was extremely fast as he had arrived in front of the 2 wolves in less than 2 breaths, before he ruthlessly kicked with his left foot in a sweeping manner, towards one of the 2 wolves' front legs. A cracking sound was heard as the wolf's front legs were broken, and before it had much time to react, one of the 2 girls used her sword as she stabbed its head. As this wolf died, the other one was also taken care of quickly, before Shun Long turned to help the young man who was fighting off 2 wolves with his sword. The hunters had turned into prey as the wolves tried to escape, but in a 2 against 4, their heads were soon chopped off by the sword-wielding young man. As soon as the fight was over, the 3 disciples of the Roaring Wind Pavilion quickly rushed to help the young woman whose back was injured by the blood wolf and was now unconscious. After they made sure that she was going to be alright, the young man looked at Shun Long as he said, "Thank you for your help, brother." Shun Long just shook his head though as he replied, "It was a mutual exchange." Just as the young man was about to speak, one of the 2 girls looked at him as she whispered, "Senior brother, are we really going to give him the wolves' cores along with our survival points? No matter how strong he may be, he is just a chi condensation rookie in the end. If we all fight against him, then maybe we can." Shun Long's eyes turned chilly as he heard this, and he turned to look at this woman with undisguised killing intent. Now that he had saved them, this woman wanted them to go back on their word. The woman staggered back a few steps as her face paled when she thought of how brutally Shun Long had killed the blood wolves just now. Contrary to her wishes though, the young man headed towards Shun Long as he cupped his hands before he handed the survival points that he had promised. After that, he turned his head to speak to the woman who had whispered to him just now as he answered with anger obvious in his voice, "Since we promised something, it's only proper to hold our own end of the deal as well." The woman hanged her head dejected as she replied in a weak voice, "Yes, senior brother, Fei Fong was wrong." Shun Long was impressed by this man's forthrightness as he nodded at him before he turned to remove the wolves' hearts and beast cores. Among the 5 wolves, they found 4 beast cores, while the last wolf hadn't formed one yet. However, as per their agreement, Shun Long took 3 of the cores for himself as he left the other 1 for them. Just as he was about to leave, the young man from the Raging Wind Pavilion asked, "Brother, judging from your robes, you must be a disciple from the Floating Cloud Sect, correct?" Shun Long nodded his head as the man continued by cupping his hands. "My name is Yong Ru and these 3 are my junior sisters from the Roaring Wind Pavilion. They are Fei Fong, Ming Zhu, and Qiao Lian. Please forgive Fei Fong as she is still immature. May I ask for brother's name?" Although Shun Long was just a chi condensation cultivator, Yong Ru, who had witnessed his strength, actually considered him to be a peak rank 3 earth cultivator who was seemingly hiding his true strength for some reason. "My name is Shun Long." Shun Long also cupped his hands at Yong Ru. Yong Ru tried to think, but he didn't seem to have heard about any strong disciple from the Floating Cloud Sect with this name. He then put that matter on the back of his mind as he continued. To tell the truth, Brother Shun, me and my junior sisters are heading towards the central mountain. If Brother Shun is also heading there, perhaps we could travel together. Based on Shun Long's extraordinary strength, Yong-ru knew that their journey would be a lot safer if he joined them. Central Mountain. Shun Long was perplexed as he hadn't heard anything about a specific mountain in the demonic mountain region. Brother Shun doesn't know. Yong-ru asked, bewildered, as he started explaining. Well, it isn't really a secret anyway. The demonic mountain region covers a vast distance of more than 5,000 miles. Among those 5,000 miles, there is a large number of mountains. However, the most important of them all is the one at the center of this region, the Central Mountain. Chapter 63, Unable to Hide. Around the Central Mountain, there are also many other mountains, and most of them are filled with priceless treasures, Yong-ru said in a tone filled with desire. Shun Long felt that something was wrong as he asked. If there are so many treasures around the Central Mountain, then why haven't they all been picked by the various sect elders, or at the very least the disciples who were here at the previous sect examination tests? Yong-ru shook his head as he said. Your words are slightly wrong here, Brother Shun. Actually, this involves a big secret that my grandfather told me. My grandfather is an elder in the Roaring Wind Pavilion, and in the past, he and some other elders followed the pavilion master inside the demonic mountain region to pick these very treasures. That day, a terrifying magic beast at the peak of rank 4 emerged from the Central Mountain, and as it attacked them, barely half of their group managed to escape that day, while the rest of them perished. Ever since that day, no one above the Earth grade has stepped foot inside the demonic mountain region, in fear of being attacked by this magic beast. That is why this region is now used as the examination ground by our sections. As for the mountains around the Central Mountain with their priceless treasures, all of them are guarded by magic beasts who are at least in the middle of rank 3 if not higher, hence why no one has managed to obtain any treasures from them. However, the chi coming from the Central Mountain is much thicker than the chi inside any of our 4 sects, and that's the reason why every sect believes that there is a huge secret inside the Central Mountain. However, with a peak rank 4 magic beast standing guard. As Yong-ru finished speaking, he sighed as he thought of the many unobtainable treasures that they couldn't be able to get their hands on. However, there is also a bout of good fortune even for us. Every 30 years, the Central Mountain erupts with pure chi that enriches the atmosphere in the demonic mountain region. The closer you are to the Central Mountain during the eruption, the more benefits you would be able to obtain if you manage to absorb the pure chi. As Yong-ru finished speaking, Shun Long said. And yet, the closer you are to the Central Mountain, the bigger the danger to meet a high-rank magic beast, right? That is why I asked Brother Shun if you wanted to come with us. We can better protect each other until we find a place to hide near the Central Mountain, while we will wait for the chi eruption to start. Shun Long nodded his head at Yong-ru's words as he said. Traveling together doesn't sound so bad. We can at least go together until we reach the perimeter of the Central Mountain. Everyone in the group was excited to hear that Shun Long would be joining them, as they would now have another strong person to rely on. Haha, thank you, Brother Shun. With you in our team, it will be an even more enjoyable journey. Shun Long smiled, as he had already formed a favorable opinion of Yong-ru earlier, as he now asked. Right, I have a question. Won't the sects care if a disciple somehow manages to find a priceless treasure near the Central Mountain? Yong-ru shook his head as he said. How could they not care? Even if a disciple finds something precious, how are they going to hide it without a spatial ring? When we leave the demonic mountain region, the elders will check all the disciples for treasures, and they will of course offer to recompensate the disciples with sect points if they have found anything valuable. In other words, if you find something precious, you won't have a chance to hide it from the eyes of the sect and you would be practically forced to exchange it for sect points. Unless of course, a disciple has a spatial ring. Disciples at the early Earth grade who have spatial rings usually belong to the large families, and the sects won't strain their position with those families if it's not for a good reason. However, if the treasure is important enough, then of course anything can happen. Shun Long smiled as he cupped his hands and thanked Yong-ru. However, deep inside, he started detesting the 4 sections. So the disciples would be forced to risk their lives in the outer sect examination, and yet if they find something they would have to give it to the sect in exchange for sect points whether they like it or not. The sect would also make sure that the disciples would be searched in case they tried to hide something from them. As Shun Long thought of this, his opinion of the Floating Cloud Sect drastically dropped. Since it was already nighttime, their group decided to camp here for the night before heading towards the Central Mountain in the morning. Grouping around, Yong-ru started a small fire as they began to cook the blood wolf's meat. Senior brother, won't the magic beasts around us be attracted by the fire? The girl who had her robes torn earlier, had now changed in a new set as she asked Yong-ru nervously. Shun Long shook his head while Yong-ru smiled and answered. When the blood wolves die, their bodies emit a poisonous substance, and if another magic beast below the rank 3 consumes them, they will most likely die from this poison. However, by cooking the wolves' meat, the poison is excreted along with the fat of the wolves, leaving behind the purest of their meat. Hence, no beast below the rank 2 would come close after smelling the blood of the blood wolves, so this could also be considered the best form of protection for us. Shun Long nodded his head at Yong-ru's explanation. He was impressed as pretty much everything he had said was correct. It seemed that Yong-ru was very well prepared for this sect exam. But senior brother, what if a rank 3 magic beast spots us? Are rank 3 magic beasts that idle that they would be casually roaming outside their territories for no reason? Yong-ru asked in return, when suddenly, the excited voice of a man could be heard around 100 meters away from their group as it shouted. Boss, we found some more prey. Chapter 64 Killers. As this voice was heard, 2 young men, followed behind a huge burly man. They were all wearing brown robes, indicating that they were disciples from the iron-hardened sect. The burly man in the front was over 2 meters, 6.5 feet, tall, and his fingers were dripping with blood, while the other 2 behind him also had blood all over their robes. At that moment, the young man behind the huge burly man shouted. Look boss, they even prepared food for us. Ah, you are right Shaoli, what a good first day we had. First we killed those ants from the Floating Cloud Sect, and gathered so many survival points, and now there is food and even beauties to keep us company. The boss is right, there are 3 of us and there are just 3 beauties, 1 for each of us, ha 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 ha. Little beauties, you should obediently listen to our boss, or you won't be the first women to die by his hands today. That's right. If you are obedient, our boss will definitely let you live. Shun Long's eyes slightly narrowed while the 3 girls rushed to hide behind him and Yong-ru. Yong-ru faced the burly man as he said in a bold tone. Who do you think you are to dare speak to us like this? The man named Shaoli then looked at Yong-ru mockingly as he replied. Punk, who do you think you are to talk to boss like that? If you are sensible, you will quickly hand over your survival points before scramming. The boss though looked at the other young men beside him as he said. Shaowan, Shaoli, just take care of these punks quickly. After he gave this order, the burly man started walking towards the food. Of course boss. Both Shaowan and Shaoli immediately responded as they slowly walked towards Shun Long and Yong-ru. Senior brother. The 3 girls shouted but Yong-ru looked at them and said. Just stay back, you can't help here. Yong-ru had noticed that these 2 men's auras were at the same level as him, the early rank 3 in Earth grade, that's why he just told the 3 women to stay back. Shaoli didn't immediately start to fight and instead looked at Shun Long as he said. You will be the 3rd person I kill today. Too bad that you didn't cherish the opportunity to give up your survival point and flee while you had the chance, kid. But you can still be considered lucky to be killed by me. If the boss had decided to kill you guys, you wouldn't be dying as easily, while I will make sure to give you a quick death in return. Shaowan and Shaoli then, both unleashed their auras at the early stage of rank 3 Earth grade. Shaowan fought with Yong-ru while Shaoli was holding a saber as he rushed towards Shun Long with a big smile on his face. Shun Long immediately activated the Monarch's Hourglass followed by the Monarch's Domain, as everything around him went still. In a sphere around Shun Long, time was frozen. Inside the Monarch's Domain, Shun Long was king. Unless the discrepancy in cultivation was too big or a person had some kind of secret technique, no one could move inside the Monarch's Domain. Not just Shaoli, but even Shaowan and Yong-ru along with the 3 girls, everyone was now in a frozen-like state. It wasn't just their bodies that couldn't move, even their thoughts were all frozen. The Monarch's Domain had grown even stronger after Shun Long had advanced into the 8th rank in Qi condensation. The boss was the only one who could somewhat move his body and thoughts, but even he was extremely slow under the suppression of the Monarch's Domain, as he turned his horrified eyes towards Shun Long. Shun Long, who was now at the early rank 8 in Qi condensation, could render an early rank 3 Earth grade cultivator absolutely helpless. Even their boss, who was at the middle of rank 3 in Earth grade, was heavily affected by the suppression. Shaoli's face was still frozen with that smile on his face as Shun Long walked towards him. Shun Long had arrived in front of him as he spoke in a low voice, even though he knew that Shaoli couldn't hear him. Unfortunately for you, I won't be the 3rd person that you kill today. After that, Shun Long's hand was clenched in a tight fist as he punched ferociously towards Xiao Li's abdomen. That was the place where a person's dantian was at. The place where Xiao Li held all his qi and cultivated from. Shun Long's heavy punch went through Xiao Li's body as it completely shattered his dantian. Then he turned his head to look at the boss, who was still struggling under the heavy suppression of the monarch's domain, as he said, "Although I don't consider myself some kind of hero, thanks to you I can now see the truth. This is just a survival test and a dog-eat-dog world after all. You have killed people on your first day here just because you wanted to do so. I was so immersed in the mentality from Earth that I had almost forgotten that people attacked me outside of the Blue Forest that day. I almost forgot that punk Xiao Shita threatened to break my limbs inside the Imperial Palace. Threatening to kill me again and again. I guess this is the true cultivation world. After Shun Long finished speaking, he walked towards this man step by step as he slowly approached him. That's right, master. This is the world of cultivation after all. When I was born, people tried to kill me again and again, just because they were stronger than me. While you shouldn't become like those people, you still shouldn't be afraid of killing those that threaten your life. Little Black's voice sounded inside Shun Long's mind. Shun Long looked at the men in front of him whom these people called the boss, and his eyes narrowed as he told him. From the first moment I saw you walking here, I knew what kind of person you are. You walked with your hands filled with blood, acting so proud while you boasted of the disciples that you had just killed before you stole their survival points. Don't misunderstand, I am not doing this for justice or because I care about those that you have killed. It's simply because in my eyes, scum like you just doesn't deserve to live. Chapter 65 Killing. The burly man could sense Shun Long's killing intention. His voice was resolute as he sounded like there was nothing that would stop him from killing this man. Shun Long looked at the man right in the eyes as he said, "Prepare yourself." He himself also took a deep breath as he tried to calm his breathing that had turned somewhat erratic. Despite everything else, Shun Long still hadn't killed a man in his life. He has killed magic beasts, but beasts only act on instinct, not intelligence. They either kill you or you kill them. But killing a man was different. There were two types of killers. People who killed wantonly and people who killed with a goal and reason in their minds. In the end, no cultivator could escape from the cycle of killing. To advance in life, you must step on someone else. Wait. Do you know who I am? I am Wang Hua from the Iron-Hardened Sect. The burly man could sense Shun Long's disturbance in his frame of mind as he quickly tried to take advantage of it. If Yongru could hear this man's name, he would definitely be startled. It was too bad that he was under the suppression of the monarch's domain, and couldn't even sense that time had stopped around him. Shun Long just shook his head as he tightly clenched his right hand. As the monarch's eternal body provided abundant energy, Shun Long sent a punch at Wang Hua, straight at the temple. No. You can't kill me. Wang Hua screamed terrified as he saw the approaching punch but couldn't escape fast enough due to the restrictions of the monarch's domain. As the punch connected with his temple, Wang Hua's head exploded like a watermelon as his body was then sent spinning through the air. Blood filled Shun Long's right hand and robes, as brain matter splattered all over the ground. Shun Long watched this scene and his hand started to tremble. The scene of Wang Hua screaming before he died reverberated in his ears for a good while. Shun Long took a few deep breaths, as if trying to digest the whole scene and calm his rapid heartbeats when Little Black's voice was heard in his head. Master, don't think too much into it. Killing is part of the natural cycle. It's the same whether it involves animals, magic beasts, or humans. Animals kill each other to survive, whether it is for food or because they feel threatened. Magic beasts kill everything that they encounter to consume their flesh and become stronger. They don't differentiate between humans, animals, or even other magic beasts. Humans are the same as well. They kill animals and magic beasts for food, while they kill other humans for countless reasons, whether that involves a personal feud, treasures, and many other reasons. This is the life of cultivators, stepping through countless corpses as they walk forward. Shun Long found himself slightly lost in Little Black's words. After all, the mental impact of when you kill a person the first time doesn't go away that easily. However, the more he thought about it, the more he found that Little Black's words made sense. Although his soul originally belonged to this world before it was split into 3 parts, it was only now, after killing Wang Hua, that Shun Long had started to truly accept this world. The mental barriers in his heart had now started to slowly unshackle themselves. Shun Long then stopped the monarch's domain, and a scream that sounded like a pig being butchered was heard. Xiaowan and Yongru, who were heading towards each other, suddenly turned their heads to look at the source of the scream, only to see Xiaoli sprawled on the ground unable to move. "Nu!" Xiaowan rushed to Xiaoli's side as he supported him while Xiaoli was still screaming in pain. "Brother, what happened to you?" Xiaowan asked anxiously, but Xiaoli didn't reply. He couldn't reply. The pain from having your dantian shattered was both a mental and a physical torture, beyond what most humans could endure. At the same time, another scream was heard, this time from behind Yongru. Yongru turned around and saw his junior sister, Xiao Lian, staring at something with frozen eyes. Yongru and his other two junior sisters also followed her line of vision, only to see a headless corpse dressed in the iron-hardened sex robes lying on the ground. Shocked, Yongru's eyes looked around searching for Shun Long, only to see him sitting on a patch of grass with his eyes closed, as blood dyed his robes and his right hand. This headless corpse obviously belonged to the leader of the enemy's group, Manhwa. Yongru didn't ask anything and instead turned his head to look at the three girls behind him. As if in tacit understanding, the girls followed Yongru as they encircled Xiaowan, who was still trying to calm the screaming Xiaoli. Earlier, the three girls at the early stage of rank 2 would be completely useless in such a fight, but now, surrounding just the early rank 3 earth grade Xiaowan and the crippled Xiaoli, they could definitely turn the tables on them. Xiaowan looked around warily as he saw the four of them surrounding him and his brother, and he asked in an angry voice that tried to conceal his fear. "What do you want? What did you do to my brother? If you don't answer, I will kill you all." Yongru and the three girls who had now surrounded this pair of brothers, all looked at Xiaowan disdainfully as Yongru was the one who spoke. "Even I can see from here that your brother's dantian has shattered, don't tell me that you haven't noticed it yet." Xiaowan's face paled as he shouted. "Bo boss! Save me!" As he screamed, Xiaowan turned his head around to plead for help from Manhwa, but when he saw the headless corpse behind him, his head almost blanked out. Chapter 66 Death and Aftermath. BBOBOSS. How is this possible? Xiaowan's eyes had turned frantic, as despair started gripping his heart. He knew that even if he was stronger than Yongru 1 versus 1, he couldn't win against him combined with the three girls that surrounded him. As for wondering how his brother got crippled and his boss died, he had no idea, while his frame of mind just couldn't process that information right now. His only goal was to escape as far as he could. He turned his eyes to look at Yongru as he said in a pleading tone. "Please, let us leave. We will give you our survival points and everything else we have. Please." Xiaowan was practically begging at this point, and Shun Long, who had just heard him, opened his eyes from the distance as he watched this scene coldly. Yongru looked at Xiaowan with cold eyes. Although he didn't want to kill a man who was begging for his life, he didn't have many options right now. These people didn't just want to take their survival points earlier, they also wanted to kill them, and even rape his junior sisters. He simply couldn't allow people like them to live, now that they are in a bad spot, even if they are begging for their lives. "Kill!" Yongru shouted as he and the three girls attacked Xiaowan. Yongru, who was brandishing his sword, was enough to keep Xiaowan at bay. However, now that the three young women were also added into the mix, Xiaowan quickly found himself caught in a bad situation. Yongru's attacks were all powerful and his sword was extremely sharp, while each one of the girls was holding a small dagger as they looked for opportune moments to attack. Xiaowan quickly found himself riddled with injuries as Yongru's sword had left deep cuts in his body. His arms, legs, and even his face were already injured. After an incense stick of time, Xiaowan could no longer keep up against the heavy barrage of attacks and finally turned to retreat. As he parried away Yongru's sword with his own and looked to escape, a dagger was suddenly plunged in his back, as it reached all the way inside him until it pierced his heart. Blood filled Fei Fang's hands as she pulled the dagger out of Xiaowan's body. Xiaowan's eyes turned dull and unfocused, as his breathing grew weaker and weaker. He couldn't even turn his head to look at the face of his killer, as he collapsed on the ground, a pool of blood forming underneath his body. Yongru threw a last look at Xiaowan's body, before turning his head to look at Xiaoli, whose screaming had just stopped after he heard a loud bang and saw his brother's body fall to the ground. Shun Long was watching everything from the distance as he saw Yongru walking towards Xiaoli step by step. Xiaoli wanted to speak, but his fear had overtaken his reason. His mouth made inaudible sounds as he saw Yongru raising his sword and slashing it towards his neck. His head rolled off from his body as a fountain of blood spurted from his neck. The headless corpse rolled on the ground before it finally stopped moving. Shun Long watched everything as he observed the cruelty of this world and mumbled in his head. I was right. It won't matter if you beg, it won't matter if you cried, it won't matter if you are right or wrong, it won't even matter if you are good or evil. In the end, the only thing that matters is who will be stronger. The Floating Cloud Sect is stronger than its disciples, so it can afford to take everything for them without an explanation, and just give them sect points if they want to. These people too thought that they were stronger, so they decided to rob everything from us, including our lives, without an explanation. Yet now that the situation changed, Yong-ru, who was stronger than them, got to decide the two brothers' life and death. There isn't even a need for explanations or reasoning. The strong live and prosper while the weak kneel and get stepped on, or they die. Master, do you think that's cruel? No, I understand this world now. There is only one rule: if you don't want to get trampled on, become stronger. If Wang Hua was stronger than me, I also would have died. After Shun Long finished speaking to Little Black, he stood up as he walked towards Wang Hua's body. There was a red jade just like his own, sect-identifying jade, near Wang Hua's chest. Shun Long grabbed it and sent his spiritual strength inside it, only to be extremely surprised. There were 13 survival points inside it. Aside from the survival points, he also found 2 early rank 2 magic beast cores inside a small bag. After absorbing them inside the Stone of Time, Shun Long walked towards Yong-ru and the 3 girls. Seeing the fresh blood in his right hand and robes, the 4 of them were perplexed, and Yong-ru couldn't help asking, "Are you okay, Brother Shun? What happened to you?" None of them could understand how Shun Long had suddenly got injured. "I'm fine, how about you guys?" Shun Long shook his head as he responded. "Thankfully, no one got hurt," Yong-ru exclaimed. Yong-ru still thought that Shun Long had somehow gotten hurt, but he didn't want to explain it so that he wouldn't embarrass himself. Yong-ru tacitly stopped mentioning it, but after turning his head to look at the headless corpse of Wang Hua, his voice started trembling as he asked with dread evident in his eyes, "Brother Shun, do you have any idea what happened earlier? How is it possible for their boss to have been killed in a split second, and for that Shaoli to be also crippled?" Chapter 67 Regions. In his mind, Yong-ru didn't even connect the death of Wang Hua directly to Shun Long. Although Shun Long was strong, he couldn't kill someone in the blink of an eye. Especially someone as strong as Wang Hua, even if he was at the peak of rank 3 in Earth grade. However, since he was quite a bit stronger than Yong-ru, perhaps Shun Long should have noticed some clues. At least that's what Yong-ru had assumed. Shun Long just shook his head at Yong-ru's question though. Obviously, he wouldn't admit that he was the one who did it. Keeping his trump cards hidden was extremely important. In the past, when he had used the monarch's domain inside the imperial palace, the pressure from it was truly similar to the pulverizing gravity art from the mortal world. However, after advancing to rank 8 in chi condensation, the monarch's domain had also evolved. What it exhibited wasn't just pressure like it did in the past, but a type of temporal restriction that stopped everything around Shun Long. It was almost as if Shun Long only had access to an elementary part of the technique at the start, and it was becoming stronger as he advanced in his cultivation. Yong-ru and the 3 girls were disappointed after seeing Shun Long's reaction. If even he hadn't seen anything, then they wouldn't know what happened. How terrifying would it be to have an enemy that can kill you without knowing when or how you were attacked? Yong-ru then took out 2 red sect-identifying jades as he said, "Right. These guys also had 7 survival points on them. To tell you the truth, brother, me and my junior sisters are attending this sect examination for 2 reasons. The first is to take advantage of the chi that will erupt from the central mountain to advance our cultivation, while the second reason is to try and find a hellflower for my grandfather. We know that it's impossible to get to the top 100 spots with just our strength, so we don't aim to gather survival points at all. My grandfather is an elder in the Roaring Wind Pavilion, and the measly amount of 10 or 100 sect points is useless to me anyway." As Yong-ru finished speaking, he handed the sect-identifying jades to Shun Long. Shun Long didn't refuse and instead said, "Thank you. If we do find a hellflower, I will help you obtain it. However, I don't think it's going to be that easy to find one." Yong-ru shook his head as he said, No, how could these 7 survival points match up to the value of a rank 3 spiritual herb like the hellflower?" Shun Long, however, shook his head and didn't respond. Yong-ru had treated him sincerely and had shared with him a lot valuable information. If they were going to find a hellflower, then Shun Long would really do his best to help him obtain it. However, as a rank 3 spiritual herb, The Hellflower was usually guarded by rank 3 magic beasts which were equal to heaven-grade cultivators, and it was an issue whether there was a Hellflower in the demonic mountain region in the first place. As Shun Long extracted the survival points from the 2 sect-identifying jades of Shaoli and Shaowan, as well as counting Wong was 13 survival points that he had obtained before and the 5 that Shun Long already had, he had now gathered 25 survival points. After throwing away the sect jades, Shun Long and the rest finally started eating the blood wolf's meat. Ah, this meat is so tasty. Yes, senior brother, we should eat this wolf meat more often. I agree, senior brother, this is so good. As the 3 girls were praising the taste of the meat, Shun Long could even sense that his body had started to slowly absorb the energy inside it. Qi cultivators could also use the energy inside the meat of magic beasts to replenish their qi faster, but it wouldn't help them advance in cultivation. However, it was completely different for body refinement cultivators. Shun Long could sense that although minimal, his body was slowly becoming stronger as he consumed the magic beast meat. Yongru just smiled at the 3 girls' words as he asked, "Was it that easy for us to kill this group of blood wolves?" The 3 girls' faces turned red from embarrassment. If they weren't lucky enough to meet Shun Long earlier, they wouldn't be eating blood wolves' meat, but instead the wolves would be having a grand feast right now. Yongru was still smiling as he saw the 3 embarrassed girls and said, "Don't worry, if I manage to advance 2 more minor stages and reach the peak of rank 3 in Earth grade, then we can hunt 4 blood wolves without any problems." Then Yongru's eyes turned serious as he said, "This will probably be the last time that we will get to be so relaxed in this sect exam. From now on we will have to be more careful, as we will soon enter the inner regions of the demonic mountain region." "Senior brother, what do you mean by inner region?" Mingzhu asked as everyone's attention was on Yongru. "My grandfather told me that the demonic mountain region is split into 3 main parts. The outer region where we are right now, the inner region where we will soon enter, and the most dangerous of them all where few people enter and even fewer survive, the central region where the central mountain lies. The outer region is the weakest, where you will only find rank 1 magic beasts, or at worst, early rank 2 magic beasts roaming around. There are of course some very rare places in the outer region, where even higher rank magic beasts reside, but they will usually stay in their territories and you should avoid provoking them at all costs. However, the inner region is completely different. One wrong step in there, and our entire group is dead." Chapter 68 Heading Towards the Inner Region. One wrong step in there and our entire group is dead. Although the demonic mountain region covered a vast distance of over 5,000 miles, the biggest problem was the many magic beasts that were increasing in strength as they walked deeper inside the region, so they had to proceed with caution. The 3 girls sucked in a cold breath while Shun Long had already estimated that even without Yongru's warning. "Senior brother, are the magic beasts in the inner region that much stronger compared to the outer region?" Fei Fong asked nervously. The outer region could only be considered a playground if you compared it with the inner region. Not only are most of the beasts at the middle stage of rank 2 or higher, but there is a possibility that we will even meet rank 3 magic beasts in there. "Then, senior brother, how about we don't dash?" Yongru cut her off as he said, "Even though it's dangerous, the deeper we go inside the demonic mountain region, the bigger the benefits we will be able to obtain from the qi eruption of the central mountain. Don't worry, there is also a safe place in the inner region as well." The 3 girls' eyes darted between each other as they looked at Yongru pleadingly, who then sighed as he asked, "Why did you even want to come along if you are that afraid? You can just stay in the outer region if that's the case. Me and Brother Shun can just go to the inner region by ourselves. But it's true that there is a safe place. Almost every disciple who makes it to the inner region will probably gather there to rest and take shelter as they wait for the qi eruption to start." The 3 girls hanged their heads low in embarrassment. Yongru had probably seen through their intentions already. Before they entered the demonic mountain region, the 3 girls had insisted on following Yongru inside, in order to form a better relationship with him and hopefully, rely on him when they returned back to the Roaring Wind Pavilion. But now, after hearing about the dangers in the inner region, and after they were almost killed twice in the first day in the outer region, these girls no longer had the courage to follow Shun Long and Yongru inside. Shun Long sighed inside with disappointment. No matter what, in the end not only did the 3 girls forget that Yongru had fought for them twice already today, but they also chose to abandon him now that they learned of the dangers inside. "Master, don't be disappointed. Such is human nature. Not many people are willing to do things that will put their lives in danger. I understand. Yongru needs to search for a hellflower, and he also wants to absorb the chi from the central mountain, while these girls only wanted to rely on him. Now that their goals don't align, or should I say, now that they don't consider the benefits good enough to risk their lives over, they decided to abandon him. Shun Long shook his head as he left that scene and climbed the top of a tree to cultivate for the night. Yongru had a ridiculing smile on his face as he said, "I was such a fool to not understand earlier the reason that you wanted to travel together. You truly understand a person only when you are in a difficult situation. After all, everyone can add flowers to a brocade, but few people will actually send charcoal during the snow. Let us part ways here then. Senior brother Yong." As he finished speaking, Yongru walked in the distance as he too climbed on a tree near Shun Long and closed his eyes. Dejected, the three girls didn't have any reason to stay around as they left towards the outskirts of the region. Yongru opened his eyes as he saw them walking away and thought that if they were lucky, they would find a place to peacefully wait out the period of 1 month, until the sect examination ends. After a few hours, the sun soon rose and the morning rays warmed Shun Long's body as he opened his eyes. His cultivation was slowly advancing towards the middle of the rank 8 in chi condensation. It would probably take a few days to advance, but fighting in the demonic mountain region was also helping him get accustomed to the rapid increase in his strength. Yongru seemed to have just opened his eyes as well as he greeted Shun Long. After eating some fruits from a few nearby trees, their group of 2 started walking towards the inner region. Traveling by just the 2 of them, Shun Long and Yongru didn't waste much time in their journey. Shun Long had Little Black constantly scan the way, so he could avoid any situations that they couldn't deal with. They traveled during the day while they cultivated during the night. Their second day proved to be relatively uneventful. Aside from meeting one early rank 2 magic beast and a few rank 1 beasts, nothing notable happened. The central mountain was estimated to erupt in around 15 days since the disciples had first entered the region, but it could still erupt earlier or later than the 4 sects' original estimations. Hence, it was better to get to the inner region earlier. On the 3rd day however, as Shun Long and Yongru were heading towards the inner region, they were ambushed by a big group of people. There were more than 15 people in this group as they threateningly surrounded the 2 of them. The disciples in this group belonged to the Flying Sword Sect, and surprisingly, the Floating Cloud Sect. A woman in yellow robes as well as a man dressed in white with a red sword strapped on his waist walked out from the front of the group. The woman was around 16 years old with a pretty face and beautiful blonde hair as she looked at Shun Long and Yongru before saying in a commanding tone, "Hand over your sect-identifying jades and we will allow you to pass." Chapter 69 Gaining Experience. Of course, Little Black had already warned Shun Long about the ambush beforehand, but he didn't bother changing directions. He was participating in the outer sect examination. What would he gain by avoiding every fight? After taking a look at the blonde young woman and sensing her early rank 3 earth grade strength, Shun Long's eyes focused on the white-robed young man. This young man who had a red sword on his waist was at the middle stage of rank 3 in earth grade, and he was the strongest person in their group. The man's eyes were also staring intently at Shun Long, as he then turned his head to look at the pretty young woman beside him before speaking gently. "Lei Xiang, I will take care of this guy. You can take care of that guy from the Roaring Wind Pavilion. Ziming, are you okay?" the blonde girl asked the young man after she saw him staring at Shun Long intently. Ziming had a feeling that Shun Long was more dangerous than Yongru, even though he couldn't sense his strength, so he decided to test him out directly. As for the rest of the disciples, they had surrounded Shun Long and Yongru as they waited for orders. Although Lei Xiang was also from the Floating Cloud Sect, she didn't have any scruples teaming up with a disciple of the Flying Sword Sect, or attacking another disciple from her sect. You could do anything you wanted in this outer sect examination, after all, and the sect wouldn't care. Yongru pulled out his blue sword as he stared at Lei Xiang, who was holding a yellow bow in her hands. "What do you think? Do you feel like surrendering your survival points now?" Lei Xiang asked Yongru smilingly. Yongru shook his head as he charged straight towards her. Shun Long instead looked at Ziming, who had unsheathed his bright red sword as he said to the disciples around him, "Make sure to assist Lei Xiang properly." As they heard Ziming's words, both the disciples from the Flying Sword Sect, as well as the Floating Cloud Sect, who had surrounded them, charged towards Yongru while Lei Xiang had taken cover behind the trees as she shot arrow after arrow at him. "Draw your weapon," Ziming said sternly, but Shun Long simply shook his head as he clenched his left fist. He could use his monarch's domain to take care of the guys attacking Yong-ru as well as this Iziming, but he didn't do so for two reasons. The first reason was that Yong-ru had already seen the inexplicable scenario where Wang Hua had died in a split second a few days ago, and he would instantly connect the dots if the same thing happened again now. While the second reason was that Yong-ru didn't seem to be in a bad spot and was seemingly smiling as he fought the disciples of the Flying Sword Sect and the Floating Cloud Sect. These disciples' strength was ranging between rank 9 in Qi condensation, while the strongest among them was just at the middle rank 1 in Earth grade. However, Lei Xiang's arrows that were covering these disciples were truly dangerous. "Are you looking down on me?" Iziming roared in anger after seeing that Shun Long wasn't using a weapon, as he then rushed towards him with his sword in hand. Shun Long didn't directly attack Iziming and instead focused on dodging his attacks. With the enhancement in his speed from the monarch's eternal body, he could actually keep up with Iziming's fast attacks as he dodged his sword again and again. Iziming was advancing forward while Shun Long was moving backwards, but no attack had connected with him just yet. This was a very frustrating fighting style where you couldn't hit your opponent no matter how hard you swung your sword, but the truth was that this was dangerous for Shun Long as well. It wasn't easy to avoid a sword every time, and it took a lot of mental focus as well as immense physical strength to keep up with the speed of Iziming's sword. And yet, Shun Long could sense that he was getting better and better at fighting the more this fight dragged on. He had already spotted a few openings during Iziming's attacks, but because he wasn't prepared earlier, he couldn't take advantage of them. Iziming seemed to be getting increasingly frustrated as beads of sweat were now rolling off his face as he roared. "Is dodging all you can do, brat?" Shun Long, however, ignored him as he continued to dodge repeatedly. Although his body had been reforged from scratch with the help of the monarch's eternal body, Iziming's sword was definitely at rank 3 bronze grade if not higher, and Shun Long was sure that he wouldn't be able to withstand it just yet, if his fist were to directly clash with a rank 3 bronze grade sword. Iziming was starting to get tired after hacking with his sword unsuccessfully for such a long time. Hitting your opponent and missing them were two completely different concepts. Constantly hitting the air affected not only your physical performance but your mental ability as well, as it both tired the mind and the body much more compared to if your attacks were getting blocked. Iziming had started hacking senselessly around him, feeling extremely frustrated, as Shun Long's eyes narrowed while he gathered his strength in his right hand. As Iziming's sword once again slashed the air, Shun Long's right hand directly collided with Iziming's lower ribs as a cracking sound was heard loudly before he was sent flying through the air. Shun Long had used more than 80% of his strength in this punch, and the results were devastating. Iziming's body flew through the air as it landed a few dozen meters away, on Yong-ru's and Lei Xiang's battlefield. Chapter 70 Robbing Back. No. A woman's scream was heard as Iziming landed on the ground in the midst of their fight, while he was clutching tightly his left ribcage as he then screamed in pain. Lei Xiang rushed to his side, and the fight suddenly halted while everyone's eyes turned towards Shun Long. Yong-ru looked at him too as he laughed loudly, drawing everyone's attention as he walked by his side. "Haha, as expected of brother Shun." Shun Long smiled at him as he asked, "Are you okay?" "Just a few cuts here and there, but I'm okay. I haven't been able to fight like this before in my life. I will make you pay for this." Lei Xiang's voice was suddenly heard as she looked at Shun Long with eyes full of hatred. Shun Long, however, looked at her disdainfully as he said, "Hand over your sect-identifying jades quickly." "What?" Lei Xiang's voice was incredulous as she couldn't believe what she had heard. This guy wanted to rob them instead. Yong-ru looked at her as if he was looking at an idiot and asked, "Didn't you want to rob us first? Of course, you will lose your sect-identifying jades now. What do you have to complain about anyway? Isn't this a survival test in the first place? Do you know who I am?" Lei Xiang completely ignored Yong-ru's logical words as she looked at Shun Long and spoke in a threatening tone. Shun Long's look in his eyes chilled, when all of a sudden Iziming struggled to stand up before he threw his sect jade over. "Brother E." Lei Xiang looked at Iziming, who in return simply shook his head at her. Shun Long grabbed his sect jade and took his survival points that had already reached a staggering number of 43. Lei Xiang gritted her teeth as she also threw her sect jade at Shun Long. After Shun Long took Iziming's, Lei Xiang's, as well as the rest of all their survival points, he now had close to 120 of them. Yong-ru was laughing in schadenfreude as he looked at Lei Xiang, whose eyes looked as they were about to spit fire after having lost all of her survival points, and said in a mocking tone, "You are Lei Xiang, right? Are you going to cry to your elder brother after you return to the Floating Cloud Sect? It's simply bad luck that you tried to rob me and brother Shun though. You. Lei Xiang was extremely angry, but she didn't know what to say as she watched Shun Long and Yongru leisurely heading deeper towards the inner region. After taking a deep breath, she asked Yi Ziming. Brother Yi, what happened back then? Yi Ziming lowered his head as he whispered. Xianger, that guy is a monster. He is a body refining cultivator. What? You mean that he is the same as De Chong from the Iron-Hardened Sect? He is the same type of cultivator as De Chong, but he is definitely weaker than him in terms of strength. De Chong beats people with his immense physical strength, while this kid used his speed to beat me. I'm not sure if he is a match for De Chong at all, but he is definitely more than what we can handle now. Yi Ziming shook his head as he answered. Since he is a member of my Floating Cloud Sect, I will definitely have my brother teach him a lesson when we return. Lei Xiang frowned and her pretty face was filled with displeasure as she thought of this guy who stole all of her survival points. Meanwhile, Shun Long and Yongru were walking deeper inside as Yongru said. Brother Shun, I have 3 important things to tell you. Shun Long then looked at Yongru, who continued speaking. The first thing is this girl named Lei Xiang. Although she by herself isn't anything to worry about, I need to warn you about her elder brother. You have certainly heard about him since you are an outer disciple of the Floating Cloud Sect. Her elder brother is Lei Pong. Brother Shun, I'm saying this so you can be prepared when you return back in your sect, as this person may personally find trouble with you for messing with his sister. Although we didn't do anything that went against any sect rules, petty-minded people like Lei Xiang will definitely look to get back at us in the future. Shun Long heard this and laughed coldly inside. If he managed to get first place in this sect examination and get the blood vermilion fruit, then he would probably be a match for Lei Pong by himself then. As Yongru looked at Shun Long, who seemed to be slightly smiling, he continued. I'm certain that with your strength, Brother Shun, you will definitely try to enter the top 3 in the overall sect rankings for this examination, right? In that case, there are 2 things that you need to pay attention to. The survival points that you have gathered up to now are not even enough to enter the top 100. I don't know exactly how many points you will need to enter the top 3, but it will definitely be at least 5.000 of them. And also, since you aim to get in the top 3 rankings, there are 3 people that you need to pay close attention to in this sect examination. These people are all at the peak of rank 3 in Earth grade, but it is rumored that their strength is even a match for some early rank 4 Earth grade experts. Shun Long's eyes shone as he was intrigued by this. Seeing that he had captured his attention, Yongru said. One of these 3 people is my senior sister from the Roaring Wind Pavilion, and I'm sure that you have heard of her before. Her name is Jiaoming Xia. Chapter 71, Parting Ways. Yongru looked at him expectantly, as he was certain that Shun Long would have heard of his senior sister's name, but when he looked at his face, Yongru felt like a deflated balloon that had just lost all of its air. Brother Shun, you don't tell me that you don't know who my senior sister is. Shun Long looked at him and answered matter-of-factly as he nodded his head. Never heard of her before. Yongru felt like an arrow had just pierced his heart as he said. Then Brother Shun, let me explain. My senior sister, Jiaoming Xia, is a very strong ice element cultivator, and she is probably the strongest out of everyone else in this sect exam. I'm not looking down on you, Brother Shun, but you are probably not a match for my senior sister at all. Aside from my senior sister though, there are 2 more people that you must be wary of, brother. One of them is the son of the sect master from the Iron-Hardened Sect. People call him the Little Giant, De Chong. You probably saw him when Sect Master De Chao was arguing with the Grand Elder of the Flying Sword Sect when we were at the Demonic Mountain region's entrance. It is rumored that De Chong is a body-refining cultivator, as well as the person with the strongest physical strength in this sect exam. The last of the 3 is the grandson of the Grand Elder from the Flying Sword Sect, Hui Ming. Aside from him being a sword cultivator like most of the disciples in the Flying Sword Sect, I don't have any other information about him. As Yongru finished speaking, Little Black's voice was heard inside Shun Long's head. Master, sword cultivators are usually extremely proficient in attacking techniques as well as in swiftly killing their opponents. I guess that the reason why people don't know much about this Hui Ming is so he can keep his trump cards hidden. Shun Long nodded his head as he was now interested in meeting these 3 people. One of them was the woman who Yongru called the strongest in this sect exam. Although Shun Long didn't take his words to heart, there must still be something special in this woman for Yongru to say something like that. The other one was a strong body-refining cultivator just like Shun Long, while the last one was the strongest sword cultivator from the Flying Sword Sect that was participating in this exam. Yongru then continued. Aside from Brother Shun, your Floating Cloud Sect must have some peak rank 3 Earth-grade cultivators as well, but none of them is a match for those 3 that I just mentioned. Brother Shun, even though I know you are strong, you cannot take those 3 lightly. Shun Long walked towards Yongru and patted him on the shoulder as he said, "Thank you." Heading deeper towards the inner region, the two didn't meet with any more surprises on the way. Apart from the magic beasts that were at the early rank 2 and needed some effort from Shun Long to get killed, the rest of their journey was easy. On the 5th day, Shun Long and Yongru arrived in front of a huge plains area. There were almost 20 people, forming 3 different groups, all of them being disciples of the 4 sections. As the two walked in, everyone had turned their heads to observe the newcomers. The people who had already managed to arrive here were all in the Earth grade, with some of them having already reached the peak of rank 3. Yongru looked at Shun Long as he said, "Brother Shun, we are now in the inner region. This is the safe area where most disciples in the Earth grade will gather. As we came too early, it is relatively empty, that's why we don't see many people here. But in the next 5 to 10 days, this place will surely get crowded as no one will want to miss the opportunity to absorb the chi from the central mountain." Shun Long's eyes were focused ahead, deeper inside the demonic mountain region, as he could faintly make out the shadow of a few huge mountain peaks, when Little Black's voice was heard in his head. "Master, I am certain that there is an extraordinary treasure in this demonic mountain region." Shun Long nodded his head as he responded to Little Black. "I had guessed so as well. The chi around us has more than doubled in density and purity, compared to when we were on the outskirts a few days ago. I assume that the deeper inside we head, the purer the chi we absorb will be, all the way until we reach the central mountain." "You are right, Master. But this won't be an easy journey for us. Master, you should probably leave that Yongru fellow here. He will only become a burden to us later on, and there is a high chance that he may die as we head deeper inside." At the same time, Yongru's voice was heard as he looked at Shun Long and asked, "Brother Shun, how about we stay here in this place, while we wait for the chi eruption to start?" Shun Long, however, shook his head as he replied, "Brother, it's better if we part ways here for now. I'm going to enter deeper inside the inner region." Yongru's eyes widened as he asked in a trembling voice, "Brother Shun, are you serious? It is too dangerous to wander around the inner region." Shun Long looked at Yongru as he nodded his head and said, "I have my reasons for heading deeper in the inner region. Although it is dangerous, this is something that I have to do." Yongru gritted his teeth as he said, "I will follow you then, brother." Chapter 72 Red Fang Flame Bat. Yongru gritted his teeth as he said, "I will follow you then, brother." Shun Long shook his head after he heard Yongru's words and said, "It's better if I go alone. We should part ways for now and meet again after the chi eruption of the central mountain ends." Yongru sighed in his heart as he understood that he would be a burden with his strength if he followed Shun Long in the inner region. He was barely of any help while they were traveling through the outer region. He then took a deep breath as he said to Shun Long, "Brother Shun, you have to be careful. The inner region is extremely dangerous and there are many rank 3 beasts here." Shun Long nodded his head as he responded, "I know. Let's meet again after the central mountain's eruption then." After parting ways, Shun Long headed deeper inside the inner region. Everyone sitting in the safe area turned their heads to look at him as he was leaving and started discussing between themselves. "Who is this guy? He dares to enter the inner region by himself. Seems like he came together with senior brother Yong. So what? Isn't he just a normal disciple from the Floating Cloud Sect?" "That's right, the Floating Cloud Sect doesn't have anyone at the same level as our senior sister anyway. Even our senior sister didn't dare to walk alone inside the inner region." "Exactly. Does this guy think that he is at the same level as the 3 geniuses? He will certainly die for overestimating himself." Discussions were taking place between the 3 groups that were stationed in the safe area, but Shun Long completely ignored them as he walked forward. If other people headed deeper inside the inner region, they would surely be suicidal no matter how big their group was, if they were just rank 3 Earth-grade cultivators. However, Shun Long was different. He had a trump card to rely on that could take care of the magic beasts in the inner region. After traveling forward for a bit more than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, this is approximately 10 to 15 minutes, Shun Long had already left the safe area far behind him when Little Black's voice sounded in his head. "Master, I can sense 2 rank 3 magic beasts. One of them is 17 miles towards the west while the other one is 23 miles to our south. Let's go towards the west first since it is closer. Do you sense any humans anywhere near us? No, master, there are only magic beasts here. If there are any humans, then they must be more than 30 miles away from us for me to be unable to sense them. Good, then let's go. Shun Long said as he summoned Little Black from the Stone of Time. Although Shun Long hadn't summoned him when he was in the outskirts, that was because there were far too many disciples there while there were barely any threats to Shun Long's life, aside from beasts like the double-headed fish or the iron-winged eagle. But the inner region was different. The magic beasts here were all far stronger than what Shun Long could handle alone, while the human groups were practically non-existent, and with Little Black's powerful soul, sensing their surroundings, Shun Long didn't have many things to worry about. A 3 meters, 10 feet tall black dragon had then appeared in front of him. Little Black stretched his head as Shun Long climbed on his neck, and sitting on his back he said, "Let's go." Little Black spread his majestic black wings as he soared from the ground heading directly towards the west. A huge gust of air hit the ground as the black dragon flapped his wings soaring in the sky, causing every magic beast that sensed his aura to immediately prostrate themselves. Dragons were, after all, kings among magic beasts. Shun Long was enjoying the view, as well as the feeling of flying, while he was sitting on top of Little Black's back, and in a very short time they had arrived outside a small cave. The cave was about 2 meters, 6.5 feet, in height, but it was wide enough for 3 people to walk inside it side by side. Screech. As soon as Little Black and Shun Long arrived outside of the cave, a screeching sound was heard, as a swarm of black bats flew towards them. Roar. Little Black opened his mouth as he roared towards the swarm of black bats that were attacking them from the cave. As the sound of this roar hit the bats, all of them crashed into the ground with blood flowing from their ears. More than 20 rank 2 bats had directly died from a single roar. A black shadow flew from the cave as it directly tried to escape through the air. It's actually a middle rank 3, red-fanged flame bat. Little Black quickly, don't let it escape. Don't worry, master, how could it ever escape from us? Little Black flapped his wings and the distance from the bat was immediately halved. The red-fanged flame bat was a magic beast at the middle stages of rank 3, but as soon as it had sensed Little Black's aura outside its cave, it was instantly terrified as it fled without a second thought. The aura of a dragon, a king of magic beasts, was one of the most terrifying things to every living being. Forget about a middle stage rank 3 magic beast like the red-fanged flame bat, Little Black could probably fight against even a middle stage rank 4 magic beast right now, and he would only get stronger in the future as he recovers his strength. In almost no time, Shun Long and Little Black had arrived above the flame bat's head as Little Black used his talons to grab the bat's wings. The bat screeched loudly as Little Black brutally tore its wings from its body, making it crash on the ground. A small pool of blood had formed beneath the bat's body while it was still struggling to move and escape from this monster that was chasing it. Little Black's talons landed on the bat's neck that was now on the ground, as it brutally teared off its head. Finally, the bat stopped breathing as a pitch-black core rolled off from its now torn head into the ground. Shun Long fiddled with the beast core in his hand for a while before putting it inside the Stone of Time space along with the bat's body. Although the red-fanged flame bat's body wasn't edible, parts of it could still be used as ingredients for alchemy, while its fangs could be used by formation masters to create silver-grade weapons. Aside from the red-fanged flame bat, there was still that swarm of rank 2 bats that could be sold for a good price in the treasure pavilion. Although rank 2 magic beasts rarely had a beast core in their bodies, the rest of their body parts would usually fetch a good price. After Shun Long put everything inside the Stone of Time, he walked towards the cave that the bats were living in. Little Black looked at his master, but his own body was too big to enter the small cave, so he couldn't help asking, "Master, do you think that there will be anything good inside this cave?" Although the chance is minimal, the truth is that when the red-fanged flame bat inhabits a cave, the powerful chi that it oozes from its body will sometimes be absorbed into its surroundings to produce rare alchemy materials. One of those materials is the rank 3 Hellflower. Shun Long remembered that Yong-Ru needed this flower for his grandfather. However, after searching the cave, Shun Long was confused as well as a bit disappointed to not having found anything of use. Apparently, the red-fanged flame bat's chi hadn't produced anything inside the cave. After Shun Long failed to find anything inside, he left the cave as he climbed atop Little Black's back before he pondered for a while. "I don't understand. I could sense some chi inside the cave, but it was very faint both in quality and quantity. Unless the bats had started living in this cave today, the Yin Chi here shouldn't have been so faint. However, based on their sheer numbers, it's impossible for them to have migrated here today. Little Black, can you sense anything? Shun Long was truly perplexed this time, and his senses weren't strong enough to understand what was going on, so his only option was asking Little Black. The black dragon closed his eyes as he sensed his surroundings for a long time. After that, he abruptly opened his eyes with an unfathomable glint inside them as he looked towards Shun Long and once again said telepathically, "Master, you were right. There should have been enough Yin Chi in the air to create some precious medicinal herbs, but..." After that, Little Black turned his head to look outside of the cave as he continued, "It's all been sucked away." Shun Long's eyes widened as he looked at Little Black incredulously before asking, "Can you sense who is sucking away the Yin Chi then?" "Master, it's not just the Yin Chi here. Aside from the pure Chi in the air, every other kind of Chi in the surrounding 30 miles is all being sucked deeper inside towards the central region." Chapter 73 Hunting Rank 3 Magic Beasts. A chill run through Shun Long's spine as he heard Little Black's words. What kind of existence did it have to be able to absorb every kind of energy, and from so many miles away? Something is wrong. No matter what kind of magic beast it is, as long as it hasn't reached an extremely high rank, it shouldn't be able to absorb every other kind of energy like the Yin Chi from the red-fanged flame bat, while being so far away. Shun Long surmised after thinking about it thoroughly. Master is right. Even if I wanted to absorb the Yin Chi here, I wouldn't be able to do this from more than 1 mile away, and I am a black dragon. I refuse to believe that there is a peak rank 5 magic beast inside this demonic mountain region that would do this. Shun Long nodded his head at Little Black's words as he said, "We will find out everything when we enter the central region, so there is no need to worry about it just yet. It's time to go towards the south." The black dragon stretched his majestic pitch-black wings after hearing Shun Long's words, and flew towards the south where he had sensed another rank 3 magic beast earlier before. His flying speed was extremely fast, bringing a sense of horror to the magic beasts that saw a black dragon flying in the sky as they hurriedly cowered away inside their nests and caves. Little Black and Shun Long quickly arrived in front of a small forest. Little Black's speed didn't decrease at all as he headed towards one of the tallest trees in the distance. The tree was green and more than 8 meters, 26 feet, tall, but its branches had a bright yellow color towards their ends that resembled flower petals. Shun Long's eyes glinted while Little Black opened his mouth and spat out a black ball of fire towards the tree. The tree immediately turned to black ashes as a small green beast core could be found inside them. Little Black snorted disdainfully after reducing the tree to ashes and said, "Just an early rank 3, man-eating tree, and it thought that it would escape my senses." Shun Long grabbed the beast core of the man-eating tree, and after storing it inside the Stone of Time, he asked Little Black if he could sense any other rank 3 magic beasts around them. The pair of the young men riding his dragon flew non-stop as they relentlessly hunted every rank 3 magic beasts they found in their vicinity. After almost 1 day of hunting, Shun Long's spatial space had been filled with all sorts of rank 3 beasts. Most of these magic beasts could easily kill heaven-grade experts as easily as killing chickens, and yet, Shun Long's spatial space had nearly a dozen of them now. Little Black looked at his smiling master that was now collecting the body of a rank 3 magic beast they had just killed, and he too smiled as he looked in the distance ahead of them, towards the central region before he sent a message to Shun Long. "Master, we are now very close to the central region. If there is a chance, we should also hunt an early rank 4 magic beast." As Little Black finished speaking, however, he saw that Shun Long's eyes had turned serious as he said resolutely, "No." Little Black looked at Shun Long puzzledly as he said, "Master, won't the body of a rank 4 magic beast be of great help? Although it may prove a bit hard to kill one, I am still more than 80% certain of being able to kill any early rank 4 beast with my current strength. We have nothing to worry about, and even if the rumored peak rank 4 magic beast from the central mountain comes, we can still flee then. Even if it is some kind of aerial flying beast, it will certainly be unable to match me in terms of speed." Little Black's words were spoken with absolute confidence. Shun Long, however, shook his head as he replied, "Although the body of a rank 4 beast would be of tremendous help to me, there is something even more important in this demonic mountain region for us. Additionally, if you fight with a rank 4 magic beast, even if you swiftly kill it, you will certainly attract the attention of even stronger magic beasts. The central region isn't the inner region after all, and I assume that there are more than just a few rank 4 magic beasts inside. Before we find out about the treasure of the Central Mountain, we can't attract the attention of the strong magic beasts in the Central region. Little Black didn't speak anymore as Shun Long walked in front of him and patted his head as continued. Don't worry, after we find out what the secret of the Central Mountain is, we may still have time to hunt a rank 4 magic beast. After Shun Long finished speaking, he noticed that it was almost nighttime by now. After hunting magic beasts for the entire day, Shun Long had already arrived just a few dozen miles away from the Central region. After finding a secluded cave in a mountain peak close by, he had Little Black ensure that there were no magic beasts around them before he started cultivating. Taking a deep breath inside the cave, Shun Long felt the chi around him madly rushing towards him. The quality of the chi here is truly much better compared to the outer region. Perhaps I can even break through to the middle stage of rank 8 tonight. Sitting cross-legged in the middle of the cave, Shun Long circulated the monarch's hourglass as he absorbed the pure chi in this place. Little Black was also cultivating, but he hadn't entered a state where he was unable to sense his surroundings like Shun Long and was instead keeping watch of their surroundings at all times. 3 hours soon passed and a small popping sound could be heard from Shun Long's body as he then opened his eyes and exclaimed joyously. I managed to reach the middle stage of rank 8 in chi condensation in such a short amount of time. Just 3 hours of cultivating here is more efficient than 5 full days of cultivation in the outer region. Taking advantage of the opportunity to cultivate in this place, Shun Long quickly closed his eyes as he once again activated the monarch's hourglass, absorbing the chi around him. Morning soon came and as the sun rose, Shun Long finally stopped cultivating. After stretching his hands and feet for a while, he walked out of the cave and patted Little Black's head as he said, Little Black, when we enter the Central region, it's better for you to stay in the Stone of Time. The dragon's eyes widened as he heard this and anxiously he asked, Master, it is too dangerous for you. What if you dash? Shun Long patted his head as he said, I know. But it's also dangerous if you are exposed. We could do as we please in the inner region, but if the magic beasts in the Central region turn their attention towards us, then the best we can do will be to flee by then. Shun Long saw the dejected dragon as he said, Don't worry, if I really get in a dangerous situation, you can always come out and help me. Little Black nodded his head as he went inside the Stone of Time before he used his powerful soul to sense Shun Long's surroundings. Shun Long had 3 major advantages that gave him enough confidence to walk by himself towards the Central region that was now just a few dozen miles away from him. The first was Little Black's soul sensing, which could warn him from most dangers beforehand. The second was the monarch's eternal body that had both increased his physical strength and his ability to tear space and escape a few dozen meters away. Shun Long was also certain that after refining the profound earth fruit into a pill, his monarch's eternal body would become a lot stronger. If I concoct and consume the pill before the sect examination ends, by the time I finish absorbing the pill's medicinal effects, I would have probably already run out of time to gather enough survival points to first place. However, the third and most important advantage that he had was the monarch's hourglass ability to completely conceal his aura. As long as he was careful enough, he could probably avoid most of the dangers as he explored the Central region. After more than 2 hours, Shun Long had arrived precisely 300 miles away from the tallest mountain in the demonic mountain region, the Central Mountain. The Central Mountain was nearly 10.000 meters, 32.800 feet, tall, while the 300 miles around it was what everyone categorized as the Central region. Shun Long took a deep breath to calm his rising heartbeat as he looked at the Central Mountain, and taking a step forward, he finally entered the Central region. Chapter 74, The Central Region. Stepping inside, Shun Long felt the increasing quality of the chi in the air around him, as it was being absorbed by the magic beasts living in the Central region. Master, you have to be careful inside. I can sense many magic beasts and none of them is below the rank 3 foot. Little Black warned Shun Long as he used his soul to sense everything in a 30-mile radius around him. Shun Long nodded as he asked, Little Black, won't we get discovered by the magic beasts here if you keep using your soul to sense the surroundings? Don't worry, Master, unless a magic beast has already reached the rank 5, it is impossible for it to notice my soul sense. Shun Long breathed out in relief, but he was still extremely careful as he slowly headed deeper inside. The magic beasts in the Central region were all at the rank 3 or even higher, and attracting their attention would be disastrous. Beast roars could be heard everywhere around Shun Long as the Central region seemed to be a constant battlefield for the magic beasts here. After all, this was the place with the purest chi in the entire demonic mountain region, so how could the fighting here be avoided? However, with Little Black's directions, Shun Long had managed to avoid the lurking dangers around him as he headed deeper inside. Anyone who had the guts to enter the central region would witness abundant scenes of rank 3 magic beasts fighting and killing each other. However, these scenes had started to become less frequent as Shun Long entered deeper inside the region, while the strength of the magic beasts around him grew stronger and stronger, the closer he approached to the central mountain. After 8 hours of careful walking and detouring, Shun Long had arrived in front of a huge lake that was 150 miles away from the central mountain. The lake was more than 10 miles wide, and if Shun Long wanted to reach the central mountain, he either had to go through it or go around it. On the left side of the lake, there was a big mountain, while on its right, one could see a large lush forest. Little Black, can you sense anything? Master, the lake is extremely dangerous. I can sense a magic beast lurking inside that is very close to the peak of rank 4, so we will have to take a detour. Inside the forest on our right, I can sense a middle rank 4 aerial magic beast, as well as quite a big number of rank 3 beasts, while in the mountain on our left, I can only sense the aura of an early rank 4 magic beast, but I can't identify what kind of beast it is yet. So I think it's best if Master passes through the mountain. Shun Long thought deeply for a while, before he shook his head and said, "We will go through the forest." Little Black was confused after hearing that they will go through the path that had the most magic beasts. One could argue that this forest was even more deadly than the lake. Sensing the dragon's bewilderment, Shun Long laughed lightly as he explained. The lake is obviously impossible to traverse if we don't fly over it, which leaves us with only the mountain and the lush forest as our options. However, although the forest looks to be more dangerous at first glance, in reality this is actually the best choice for us. Since the middle stage rank 4 beast inside it is a flying type magic beast, it will most likely have a bad sense of smell. Little Black's eyes inside the Stone of Time glistened brightly as he heard Shun Long's words. Meanwhile, we don't know what kind of magic beast that early rank 4 living on the mountain really is. If it's not an aerial beast, then even with me hiding my aura there is still a chance that it will locate me through my smell. But even if it is a flying magic beast, while I can use the environment of the trees to hide myself in the forest, there won't really be any place to take cover in a mountain. Little Black was dazed for a good while. As a dragon, he would never consider the physical attributes of other magic beasts. He would simply use his strength to do everything he wanted. But Shun Long seemed to have thought through everything and had already calculated the best route to take. Entering the forest, Shun Long found nearly a dozen rank 2 medicinal herbs lying around. However, not a single rank 3 herb was anywhere in sight. I guess that the magic beasts here have already hoarded the good stuff, Shun Long sighed as he kept walking forward. The forest had more than 10 magic beasts lying in wait inside, but Shun Long easily avoided them with Little Black's soul sense. Nearly 2 hours later, Shun Long arrived in front of a stream, as he saw a huge bird more than 5 meters, 16 feet, tall, sleeping atop a big tree at the other side of the bank. This is a 4-winged ice bird. Shun Long mumbled as he looked at the sleeping bird atop the tall tree. The bird had 4 icy blue wings wrapped around it, that were in stark contrast with its brown body and red beak. To pass through the forest, Shun Long had to get to the other side of the bank. If he actually wanted to swim through the stream, or even jump all the way to the other side, he would definitely end up waking the magic beast. However, Shun Long simply smiled and thanked his lucky stars that the bird was asleep, as he clenched his right hand and punched the air in front of him. As his fist hit the air, a space tier big enough to fit a person was formed as Shun Long entered it and instantly arrived at the other side of the bank. Almost as if sensing something, right after Shun Long entered the space tier, the 4-winged ice bird snapped open its eyes as it looked around the stream. Although it didn't find anyone, the magic beast was now keeping a vigilant watch over its surroundings. As a middle stage rank 4 beast, the 4-winged ice bird's senses and intelligence were nothing to scoff at. Thankfully, Shun Long had instantly taken cover underneath a tree, before opening another space tear to flee deeper inside the forest. At the same time that Shun Long entered the second space tear, the 4-winged ice bird suddenly set its sights on the tree that he had taken cover at earlier. After flapping its wings, the bird instantly arrived in front of that tree. All 4 of its wings then lit up with a snow-white light as shards of ice had suddenly formed on them. Flapping its wings once again, the 4-winged ice bird sent a barrage of ice flying at the tree, filling it with countless holes. Only after seeing that there wasn't anyone there, did the bird finally leave. Shun Long sighed in relief a few tens of meters away after seeing this scene. This 4-winged ice bird is really terrifying. I didn't make the slightest sound and yet it still seemed to have somehow felt my presence. Master definitely didn't leave any traces behind after your spatial leap. It was probably the bird's intuition that alarmed it. Little Black exclaimed with confidence. Earlier, he was ready to jump out from the Stone of Time and fight against the four-winged ice bird if its attack was about to threaten Shun Long. After a few more hours, night had already fallen as Shun Long finally reached the end of the huge forest. He could now clearly see the huge central mountain that was just a few miles away. The mountain had many caves in it and surprisingly, it was void of any vegetation. Forget about trees, not even a single plant existed on it. Master, I can sense two presences inside that mountain, Little Black said after he sent his soul to scan through it. Two? Shun Long asked confused. Could it be that there are two magic beasts instead of one in the central mountain? Little Black nodded his head at Shun Long's question as he continued. Master, actually, I don't understand what is going on here. There seem to be two presences but only one of them seems to actually be alive. Even Little Black, who had lived for so many years, hadn't met with such a situation before. Shun Long pondered over it for a bit, before he decided to rest for the night and continue towards the central mountain tomorrow after his strength had replenished, when a loud screech filled with hatred came from the central mountain, shaking the entire central region. Chapter 75 Cancel the Exam. The screech was so powerful that it didn't just shake the entire central region but also traveled through every single place of the entire demonic mountain region. Even the big shots from the four sects were alarmed, as they looked at each other with fear in their eyes. Grand Elder Hui Zhong of the Flying Sword Sect looked at the other three people around him as he said. That was definitely the cry of the overlord of the demonic mountain region. Do you think that perhaps someone has managed to anger it? Everyone looked at Hui Zhong stupefied before Grand Elder Lan Hong was the first one to respond as he lashed out at him. Nonsense. How could anyone even get close to that magic beast, let alone provoke it? Hui Zhong, I say, have you gone senile due to your old age? Hui Zhong was immediately angered by Lan Hong's words as he responded. You are the one who has gone senile, Lan. Do you think that monster would cry out for no reason? Lan Hong snorted disdainfully before the Vice Pavilion Master from the Roaring Wind Pavilion, Li Huiyan, came forth to meditate as she said. Seniors, please calm down. There is no mistaking it, as per to whom that beast cry belonged to. However, it's also unlikely that there is anyone strong enough in our desolate East that can fight that bird. Even the head priest of the Golden Buddha Temple doesn't have any confidence in fighting it. However, at that moment Lan Hong's expression suddenly changed as he remembered something that the sect master Lu Jian had said, back in the central hall about 2 months ago. Everyone instantly noticed his change in expression as sect master De Chao was the first one to ask. Elder Lan, could it be that you know something about this? Author's note. The usage of the word elder here refers to someone's age and it isn't the same as the word elder which refers to someone's status. Lan Hong, however, shook his head as he said. What Vice Pavilion Master Li Huiyan said earlier may not be necessarily true. After taking a deep breath, Lan Hong continued. About 2 months ago, a mysterious person appeared in my Floating Cloud City. No one managed to communicate with him, aside from a small rank 3 bronze grade alchemist. However, that mysterious person happened to release his aura once, and the entire Floating Cloud City trembled. Lu Jian then ordered everyone to keep what had happened a secret as that person had most likely exceeded the spirit realm. Even I wouldn't have mentioned it today if the circumstances weren't as such. Everyone suddenly sucked in a cold breath as they considered the implications of this shocking revelation. After hearing Lan Hong's words, Hui Zhong asked gravely. Old Man Lan, are you certain that this person has reached that stage then? Everyone stared intently at Lan Hong, who in return shook his head as he said. This is just the estimation of Lu Jian. However, even if this person hasn't reached that stage yet, he shouldn't be too far from it. Silence suddenly permeated the place as this news was like a hammer that struck everyone's hearts. The Vice Pavilion Master Li Huiyan suddenly asked. Then, what will happen to the sect examination? De Chao and Hui Zhong's eyes flashed with panic as both their son and grandson were inside the demonic mountain region. I think that we should cancel this sect exam and summon all the disciples back here. De Chao nodded after hearing Hui Zhong's words and said. I agree. Things have gotten out of our control. If every disciple inside dies, then that would be a tragedy for our sections. Lan Hong, who heard their words, immediately understood what they were worried about. He turned his head to look at Li Huiyan as he said. Vice Pavilion Master, I think it's best if we first wait for the Qi eruption to finish before we end the sect exam prematurely. Since this was a joint sect examination, and 3 out of 4 people had already taken their stance, everything depended on what Li Huyan's vote. If she sided with De Chao and Hui Zhong, then the sect examination would end now, while if she agreed with Lan Hong, then the sect exam would continue normally as it would, until the central mountain erupted. As everyone looked at the blue-robed vice pavilion master of the Roaring Wind Pavilion, she sighed as she turned her eyes at Lan Hong and said, "I think that we should end the sect examination ahead of time. The dangers for our disciples have already escalated beyond our control." De Chao and Hui Zhong sighed in relief while Lan Hong felt a slight sense of loss. Although the other two had a chance to lose their direct descendants in the chaos, the Qi eruption that happened once every 30 years had always allowed the disciples that survived to become stronger than the other batches. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was an opportunity filled with endless danger that allowed a carp to become a dragon. The 4 of them took out their sect-identifying jades, and as they activated them, countless strands of red light flew towards the demonic mountain region. What is this? Did the sect exam end prematurely? Haha. I'm sure it's the Grand Elder. He couldn't bear seeing so many talents of our Flying Sword sect die here, so he must have persuaded everyone to end the sect exam ahead of time. All the disciples who had been frightened silly previously by the terrifying screech that came from the central region, now felt a sense of relief as they saw their sect jades emit a red light that indicated the end of the exam. At that moment, in the central region, every rank 4 magic beast was looking at the central mountain where that screech had originated from. After Shun Long had heard that loud cry, his brows shot up as he muttered, "It can't be. How can something like that ever be a rank 4 magic beast? I must be mistaken." "Master, did you find out anything?" Little Black asked after hearing Shun Long mumbling to himself. "It's nothing," Shun Long replied as he shook his head before he saw a faint strand of red light coming all the way from the outer region, as it headed towards the sect-identifying jade at his pocket. The sect jade lit up with a red light that was like an invisible string which Shun Long could follow to return back to the demonic mountain region's entrance. They decided to end the sect exam already. There is no way that I will simply go back after having come so close to the central mountain. Originally, Shun Long was planning to rest for the night before heading towards the mountain in the morning, but now, he had to alter his plans. Little Black, who saw that Shun Long was ready to go to the central mountain, now said, "Master, the magic beast that cried out earlier is no ordinary peak rank 4 magic beast. Based on the strength of its roar earlier, I'm afraid that its power could probably match up to even some early rank 5 beasts. I'm afraid that even with your monarch's eternal body, it will be hard for us to escape after entering its lair." Shun Long nodded his head after he heard Little Black's words and replied, "I know. Don't worry, I still have a trump card if things really turn bad for us." Absorbing the pure Qi in this demonic mountain region had incited Shun Long's greed. If the treasure inside the central mountain was really connected to the purity of the Qi here, then it was worth taking the risk to obtain it. Shun Long already knew that both his monarch's domain, as well as his monarch's eternal body, would probably be useless against a beast that was at the peak of rank 4 like the overlord of the demonic mountain region. Although treasures were important, one still had to be alive to obtain them, hence without a certain degree of assurance, Shun Long wouldn't head at the central mountain since he already knew of the dangers beforehand. Little Black didn't warn Shun Long again. He had absolute faith in his master, and if he really was about to die, then the Black Dragon would accompany him to the other world without a second thought. This was what it meant to share life and death. Almost half an hour later, Shun Long arrived at the foot of this barren mountain. Looking up from the base of the mountain, one couldn't even see its peak that was hidden inside the clouds. Now that they were closer to it, Little Black once again sent his soul to sense the surroundings. A couple of breaths later he said, "Master, I can sense the 2 presences from before. They are both inside a cave at the heart of the mountain." Taking a step forward, Shun Long followed Little Black's directions as he started climbing the central mountain. Chapter 76: The Secret at the Heart of the Central Mountain. The central region had turned completely silent after the King of the Beasts had let out that screech earlier. In the dark night, the only sound that could be heard in the central mountain amidst the eerie silence was Shun Long's footsteps as he slowly climbed up. His aura was completely concealed by the monarch's hourglass as he walked towards the heart of the mountain. The closer he approached towards the mountain center, the thicker Qi in the air around him was becoming. Shun Long even felt that if he sat down cross-legged to cultivate here, he could probably break through from the middle of rank 8 all the way to the early rank 9 of Qi condensation in less than a day. However, As soon as this thought took form in his head, it was instantly extinguished. The central mountain was the territory of a peak rank 4 magic beast. If Shun Long cultivated here and failed to keep his aura suppressed, he would definitely expose himself and his plan would be ruined. Meanwhile, as Shun Long was climbing up the central mountain, the outer region had turned into chaos as the disciples from the 4 sects were running around recklessly as they looked to leave the demonic mountain region, causing countless fights with the magic beasts on their way. Numerous disciples had fallen victims to the magic beasts in the process, as the outer region now completely resembled a battlefield. The dead bodies of the sect disciples were lying around everywhere and even more were piling up as time went by. After all, the vast majority of the disciples participating in the sect exam were between the rank 7 in Qi condensation to the early rank 1 in Earth grade. Even the disciples that were previously in the safe area of the inner region like Yong-Ru and the others had already left as they were heading back to the demonic mountain region's entrance. Yong-Ru, who was now resting along with 3 other men and 2 women at the outer region, turned his head to look towards the inner region as he sighed and said to himself in a low voice, "I hope that Brother Shun will be all right." One of the girls that were together with Yong-Ru looked at him as she asked, "Senior Brother Yong, are you talking about the person that you entered the safe area with?" Yong-Ru nodded his head. One of the 3 men that was wearing the robes of the Iron-Hardened sect heard their conversation and butted in as he said, "TSK, entering the inner region alone is tantamount to suicide. Even my elder brother died in there as he followed Senior Brother Dachong. I heard that Senior Brother Dachong and a few others barely managed to survive by the skin of their teeth after they entered the inner region, so that person who was arrogant enough to enter in there alone has probably already turned into magic beast food by now." Yong-Ru's face was visibly angered, but he knew that what this person said was the truth. However, since Shun Long had saved his life back when they were at the outer region and even helped him get to the safe area, Yong-Ru couldn't stay silent in front of this taunting. Snorting, he looked at the young man in brown robes as he said, "Do you really think that your senior brother Dachong is the strongest person in this sect exam? I heard that Hui Ming from the Flying Sword sect only lost 3 people from his group inside the inner region as he came out safely. So what, do you think that your friend is at the same level as senior brother Dachong or Hui Ming? If that's the case and you are so confident in him making it out alive, then why didn't you wait for him to return to the safe area, and instead left with us?" Yong-Ru felt extremely ashamed and angry as he heard these words. He felt ashamed because that person was right, and yet he felt angry because this man had also just exposed him. Indeed, he too believed that Shun Long would die inside the inner region, and that was the reason why he didn't wait for him to return to the safe area. Although he knew that Shun Long was strong, Yong-Ru still felt that Shun Long was quite a bit weaker than the 3 geniuses. And since the 3 geniuses were having problems in the inner region and Dachong's group from the Iron-Hardened sect had almost faced destruction in there, how could one Shun Long possibly survive? As these people were arguing, Shun Long, who was climbing up the central mountain at the time, had almost reached the midway point already, as he had now completely retracted his aura, and even suppressed his own breathing. A huge cave could be seen in front of him, with an entrance more than 9 meters, 30 feet, high. Shun Long could feel a powerful dark aura, as well as wave after wave of pure qi coming from inside this cave. This aura wasn't directly attacking him, and yet Shun Long now felt a heavy feeling in his chest as his steps halted right before the entrance. A feeling as if he was getting suffocated overcame him, and just as Little Black, who had noticed this, came out from the Stone of Time, the monarch's hourglass had started circulating by itself inside his body, instantly getting rid of this suppressing feeling. Shun Long breathed out in relief while he was shocked to find out that his body still wasn't emitting any of his aura. Presumably, as long as he didn't exert himself now, the monarch's hourglass could stay active and keep suppressing this dark aura, without leaving behind the slightest trace. After entering the cave, Shun Long's surroundings completely darkened as he walked deeper inside. It felt as if he was walking inside a giant tunnel that was completely devoid of light. Thankfully he had Little Black's soul sense, and after about a dozen minutes had passed, he could finally see some light in the distance. Heading towards the origin of this light, Shun Long, who had finally reached the end of the cave, saw a stupefying scene unfold in front of his eyes. Chapter 77, Heaven-Swallowing Vine. As Shun Long reached the end of the cave, the scene in front of his eyes had left him tongue-tied. A huge bird almost 10 meters, 33 feet, tall had wrapped itself around a giant vine, that was no smaller than the bird itself. The bird's wings were a shiny silver color while its wingspan was more than 30 meters, 100 feet, long. Shun Long, who looked at the bird, felt like an explosion had just set off inside his head. Little Black was shocked as well, as he said in disbelief, Master, that green vine must be the treasure of this demonic mountain region. Also, what is a rock doing in a place like this? How can a rock be at just the peak of rank 4? Rocks are very similar to us dragons, so its strength should have at least been at the peak of rank 7 as it was born. Shun Long didn't even answer Little Black's question as his eyes were glued at the huge vine at the heart of the mountain. The silver-winged rock had tried to completely encapsulate the green vine by wrapping its wings around it, looking almost like it was trying to absorb it inside its own body. The green light that the vine emitted held a kind of fatal allure to magic beasts. Even Shun Long's heartbeat had started speeding up at the thought of obtaining this treasure. After taking a few breaths to calm himself down, Shun Long answered Little Black's question. This isn't a pure rock, that's why it is only at the peak of rank 4. Its bloodline seems to belong to the silver-winged rocks, but it is extremely impure. I guess that one of its ancestors was a pure-blooded silver-winged rock, but as time passed, the pure blood of the silver-winged rock became thinner and thinner with every passing generation. Taking another deep breath, Shun Long continued. However, the important thing here isn't the silver-winged rock, but the green vine at the heart of the mountain. Little Black's attention was also on the green vine. As he had too felt the attraction that the vine was emitting, he curiously asked, Master, do you know what this vine is? I don't seem to recall ever seeing a plant like this. Shun Long nodded his head as he said, If I'm not wrong, this is a heaven-swallowing vine. Impossible. How could such a treasure exist here? Little Black asked, but his voice seemed to be slightly trembling. To Shun Long, Little Black's reaction wasn't exaggerated at all. Instead, he nodded his head as he answered, I don't know how, but it's definitely real. Originally, I didn't even think that a heaven-swallowing vine could exist in this place, but now I understand why the chi in this demonic mountain region is so pure compared to the floating cloud cities. The heaven-swallowing vine is absorbing the chi from its surroundings as it turns it into purer chi. Seeing the silver-winged rock wrapping itself around the heaven-swallowing vine, Little Black felt fury as well as envy in his heart. How could an impure small rank 4 rock try to eat a heavenly treasure like the heaven-swallowing vine? Even Little Black in the past hadn't seen such a treasure as this vine, if you excluded the Stone of Time, of course. This heaven-swallowing vine was a treasure that could advance the rate of your cultivation, if your body cultivated close to it. However, the heaven-swallowing vine was also rumored to have its own spirit, and it was known in the cultivation world that things that were alive couldn't enter. Spatial rings. As Shun Long was staring at the vine with greed evident in his eyes, the rock's eyes suddenly snapped open. Its bright red eyes were staring at Shun Long with extreme hostility as it let out a screech before it slowly unwrapped its wings from the vine. Master, it's going to attack. As soon as Little Black finished speaking, he instantly appeared in front of Shun Long. Now that the rock had noticed them, he knew that they couldn't avoid a fight. Shun Long was standing behind Little Black as he asked him through their mental connection. Little Black, can you pin it down just for 3 breaths of time? Little Black didn't know what plan Shun Long had, but he agreed without hesitation as he said, Leave it to me, Master. The rock flapped its wings once, as it instantly appeared in front of Little Black and Shun Long, who were still situated at the end of the cave. Little Black flapped his wings as he took the rock head on. However, the disparity in cultivation was too big, and Little Black was the one who suffered in the first exchange as he was sent flying, crashing into the inner walls of the mountain. The silver-winged rock didn't let up as it attacked the black dragon, continuously using its talons to tear off the dragon's flesh from his body. Little Black's body had turned bloodied as wounds appeared all over it, while even his scales were injured as they weren't enough to defend against the rock's onslaught. However, the dragon didn't even let out a single sound as he kept enduring the rock's violent attack. This was the pride of the king of magic beasts, who even in the face of death would never bow down. Shun Long, who had just retrieved a silver-white page from his spiritual space, looked at the scene and his eyes had instantly turned red. Little Black and Shun Long were sharing a spiritual bond, and that's why he knew what the dragon was thinking in his mind as the rock was destroying his body. Buy time for Master, I need to buy more time for Master. Shun Long raised his left hand as he slashed the space in front of him, creating a space tear big enough for him to walk inside. After Shun Long stepped inside, he had directly appeared above the rock's neck that was still attacking the black dragon relentlessly. Holding the silver-white page in his hand, he circulated his chi to activate it, and as a pair of white runes appeared on the page, Shun Long threw it straight at the rock's spine. Chapter 78, Absorbing the Vine. The silver page seemed as if it had automatically found its target, as it headed towards the rock's spine. As soon as it touched the rock though, it didn't pierce a hole in its body like Shun Long had expected. Instead, it looked as if the silver-white page had turned into something intangible after leaving Shun Long's hand, as it buried itself deep within the silver-winged rock's body. Screech! The rock cried out in agony after that silver-white page had entered its body. Letting out cries of indescribable pain, it didn't have any strength to keep attacking Little Black as it immediately collapsed to the ground. The black dragon, whose body had suffered terribly after the rock's onslaught, was still lying on the ground as well when he saw Shun Long approaching him. Little Black tried to stand up, but the wounds he had suffered were just too heavy. Shun Long patted the dragon's head while his eyes had started to redden seeing the condition he was in after fighting the rock. Cuts were present all over his body, while blood was flowing from his mouth. Shun Long was also certain that even some of his internal organs were damaged, before he sent Little Black inside the Stone of Time. After handing a purple fruit with red lines on it to Little Black, along with 2 pieces of blood lotus, Shun Long said, "Directly eat this rank 2 purple fire fruit, as well as these 2 pieces of blood lotus. They will stop your injuries, while I will make sure to refine a pill for you in a bit." Shun Long had picked this rank 2 purple fire fruit from the lush forest earlier along with a dozen more rank 2 medicinal herbs. He had also gathered the seeds from every fruit that he had obtained so far, including the rank 3 profound earth fruit, and had planted them all inside the Stone of Time. Although they hadn't matured yet, as Shun Long hadn't found the time to enhance their growth speed, it was only a matter of time until they did. Little Black seemed to be smiling as he instantly swallowed the purple fire fruit, as well as the pieces of the rank 2 blood lotus. Although his strength was enough to match a middle rank 4 magic beast and rank 2 medicinal herbs shouldn't be of much use to him, the purple fire fruit's effects when combined with the blood lotus were enough to stop his injuries until Shun Long refined a medicinal pill for him. After handing the rank 2 herbs to Little Black, Shun Long turned his eyes to look at the silver-winged rock that was still writhing in pain on the ground. Half an hour later, the rock's cries had started to weaken as its struggle started to lessen. At the same time, Shun Long could feel that his connection with the silver-white page was becoming thinner by the second, and after an hour, at the same time as the rock stopped moving, the silver-white page had completely disintegrated inside its body. From the first time that the silver page had appeared inside his spiritual space, back in the Alchemist's Guild, Shun Long had instantly understood its use. It was a killing weapon that was meant to save his life once. The 9 meters, 30 feet, rock's body was now sprawled on the ground. Its red eyes that were still open had now completely lost their luster as its body didn't have the slightest trace of life in it anymore. Seeing the dead silver-winged rock in front of him, Shun Long touched its body without hesitation as he put it inside the Stone of Time. Then he completely turned his attention to the heaven-swallowing vine that was buried at the heart of the mountain. The biggest challenge was about to start now. The moment that Shun Long removed the heaven-swallowing vine from the central mountain, he expected pandemonium to take place in the central region. As soon as the magic beasts here noticed the absence of the silver-winged rock, as well as the disappearance of the heaven-swallowing vine, all of them would definitely rush to the central mountain. And now that Little Black was hurt and couldn't fly, if even a middle rank 2 magic beast noticed Shun Long, he would be in danger. Since it's only a matter of time before the rank 4 beasts notice that the silver-winged rock has disappeared, there is no reason to hesitate. After all, I can't leave such a treasure here in the first place. Hearing Shun Long mumbling to himself, Little Black nodded his head as he agreed with him. "That's right, Master, the magic beasts here have taken enough advantage of this heaven-swallowing vine. I'm actually curious as to how no high-level expert has noticed this place yet." Shun Long nodded his head at Little Black's words as he moved his hand towards the huge vine. As his hand came in contact with the green body of the vine, Shun Long felt an immense repelling force the moment he tried to put the vine inside the Stone of Time. After all, although the heaven-swallowing vine wasn't alive, it had its own spirit and understood that Shun Long was trying to store it inside a spiritual space. The heaven-swallowing vine burst forth with a blindingly bright green light that forced Shun Long to close his eyes. However, just as the vine's spirit started to resist, the Stone of Time also reacted, as it emitted an even stronger blue light that completely suppressed the heaven-swallowing vine. The 10 meters, 33 feet, vine was instantly absorbed inside the Stone of Time, but before Shun Long had any time to rejoice and check his spoils, Little Black's voice sounded inside his head as he said, "Master, I can sense a lot of magic beasts moving from the forest on our east, and they are all coming towards our direction." Chapter 79: A Way Out. Shun Long hadn't expected for the magic beasts to immediately react as soon as he took the heaven-swallowing vine from the central mountain. How many magic beasts are there? What about that four-winged ice bird? Master, it's coming as well. The middle rank 4 magic beast inside that lake, as well as the early rank 4 beast from the mountain next to the lake is also coming. Shun Long was stuck in an impossible position. Without Little Black, there was no way that he could escape before the rank 4 magic beasts arrived here. Every escape path was blocked as well. Stuck in this desperate situation, Shun Long tried his hardest to think for a way out when he suddenly remembered the layout of the central mountain. Looking around him, he asked Little Black. Little Black, are you certain that the magic beasts below rank 5 can't use their soul to sense? Master, I am certain, but we don't have any more time to leave. The four-winged ice bird has almost arrived at the foot of the mountain. Even if we leave now, it's too late. Shun Long then said, I won't be able to see anything, so you have to guide me through this if we want to avoid all the magic beasts here. Little Black didn't understand what Shun Long was saying. His words made no sense until he saw Shun Long looking around before he entered in one of the caves that were inside the mountain's heart. This central mountain is full of caves, big and small. If I can navigate my way through them, with Little Black's help we can certainly leave. At the same time as Shun Long entered the cave, the middle rank 4 magic beast, the four-winged ice bird, had already reached the foot of the mountain as it was flying towards the huge entrance in the middle at breakneck speed. To these magic beasts living inside the demonic mountain region, nothing mattered as much as the heaven-swallowing vine. In the distance, more than a dozen rank 3 magic beasts could be seen leaving the forest as they all headed towards the central mountain. At the same time, a ferocious beast that resembled a crocodile could be seen running on all fours as it emerged from the big lake, while it too headed towards the mountain. From the smaller mountain on the left side of the lake, a 3 meters, 10 feet tall spider was madly rushing towards them as well, but that was just the start. Hundreds of beasts from all over the central region were now also rushing towards the central mountain. Screech! The four-winged ice bird issued a loud cry as soon as it reached the heart of the mountain. Not only was the silver-winged rock missing, but their most important, heaven-swallowing vine, had disappeared along with it. As Shun Long had expected, the beasts that had just arrived at the foot of the mountain didn't head towards the mountain's heart, but instead entered from the many empty caves at the base, madly searching for the heaven-swallowing vine. Little Black, who was relaying the situation to Shun Long, was also calculating the routes to avoid the magic beasts inside. Master, there are many beasts coming from our left side. Enter the second entrance from our right, and then directly the first entrance from the left. Although Little Black had his soul sense and could still guide Shun Long, there were just too many beasts inside the mountain at this point. Although the central mountain was huge, there was almost one beast in every entrance by now. Master, we are in trouble. There is a middle rank 3 magic beast coming straight ahead of us, and there is no way to avoid it from the other caves. Shun Long was now very close to the foot of the mountain, but in the end, it seemed that they couldn't avoid every magic beast inside. Facing this situation, Shun Long's heart had turned cold. Could it be that there was no other choice than for them to fight here? Little Black's voice was then heard inside Shun Long's head. Master, I can leave the Stone of Time and kill it with my darkness fire, but... Shun Long shook his head as he replied. We will definitely be discovered then. I know. I also know the burden that it would place on you if you fought in your current condition. Stuck under this situation of extreme pressure, Shun Long tried his best to stay as calm as possible before he said. There is no other choice. We will either pull this off or we are doomed this time. Little Black, you have to tell me the exact moment when this magic beast enters a 40m distance from us, and then again when it enters within a 20m distance from us. Little Black wasn't sure what Shun Long was trying to do, but he agreed to his request regardless as he said. Master, right now it is 600 meters away from us. 500m, 400. 200, 100 foot. The magic beast was closing the distance between them extremely quickly. As this beast was approaching closer and closer, Shun Long tightly clenched his fists as he emptied his mind from all other thoughts. 80 meters. 60, Master. It is 40m away from us. As soon as Little Black's voice sounded in his head, Shun Long punched the air in front of him and a spatial tier was forcibly opened. As soon as he created the space tier, Shun Long heard Little Black's voice in his head again saying, Master, it's within 20 meters. Shun Long instantly entered the space tear, while at the same time, the magic beast had just arrived in front of where he was just standing. His body had appeared 20 meters behind the beast, as he heard it while it was running deeper inside the mountain. The absolute darkness inside the cave had saved him from being noticed by this magic beast, and approximately an incense stick of times later, he had finally arrived back at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 80 Healing Little Black. Leaving the cave, Shun Long had finally arrived back at the foot of the mountain. As the starry sky shed some light to his surroundings, Shun Long heard Little Black's voice saying, "Master, there are many magic beasts coming from both the forest on our left, as well as the mountain on our right. The rank 4 beasts are all inside the central mountain, so this is probably the best time for us to leave." Nodding his head, Shun Long headed directly towards the big lake in the middle. Since all of the beasts had now entered the central mountain, this was the best chance to leave this place. Running at full speed, Shun Long had quickly arrived in front of the lake as he directly dove inside. Since this lake was the territory of a magic beast that was infinitely close to the peak of rank 4, no other beast was living here, making it the best path for Shun Long to take to return back. While Shun Long was swimming through the lake, the magic beasts in the central region were swarming the lush forest in droves, as they were all heading towards the central mountain. Meanwhile, neither the magic beasts in the inner region, nor the big shots from the 4 sects at the demonic mountain region's entrance had noticed anything yet. After all, the fact that a heaven-swallowing vine existed in the depths of the central mountain was a closely guarded secret that the magic beasts had never allowed the humans to find. Although the 4 sects had their suspicions about a mysterious treasure existing at the heart of the central mountain, which increased the chi in the air of this region, they were unable to find out anything thanks to the silver-winged rock and the other powerful rank 4 magic beasts inside, that were guarding the vine with their lives. More and more disciples were gathering back at the entrance of the demonic mountain region, while the disciples that were deeper inside, like Yong-Ru and his group, or the 3 geniuses and their own groups, would take at least a few days to return. Nearly 2 hours later, Shun Long had already swam to the other side of the huge lake. Completely ignoring his clothes that were drenched in water, he rushed towards the inner region. The sun soon rose and a bit more than 6 hours had passed by since Shun Long had left the central mountain. After many hours of non-stop running and many detours to avoid the waves of magic beasts, he had managed to return back to the inner region. And yet, Shun Long was now exhausted both physically and mentally. Not having slept for so long, along with the stress from barely escaping the pandemonium in the central region, had really tired Shun Long out. After finding an isolated cave, he sealed the entrance with a big rock as he then immediately fell asleep. It was only after 10 hours that Shun Long had woken up. After waking up, the first thing he checked was Little Black's condition to make sure that his wounds hadn't reopened. After making sure that he was alright, Shun Long heaved a sigh of relief before he took out his cauldron from the Stone of Time. Taking out the beast core of the rank 3 man-eating tree, as well as a few other medicinal herbs, Shun Long threw them all inside the cauldron as he mumbled to himself. The man-eating tree is a magic beast of the wood element. Its beast core has plenty of wood energy inside, and it's brimming with vitality, which will help you fully heal your injuries. Adding a stalk of a rank 2 ice grass along with the purple fire fruit will also enhance the pill's effectiveness. Since I don't have any better ingredients at hand, I have to at least create a high-grade rank 2 pill, or its effect won't be enough to fully heal you. As Shun Long was mumbling to himself, his hands were also moving non-stop as he was adding the ingredients inside the cauldron. The rank 2 ice grass required Shun Long to be very careful with the cauldron's temperature, or it could easily be destroyed, losing all its medicinal properties, while the purple fire fruit, instead, needed a very high temperature to be properly refined into medicinal essence. Shun Long, who was aiming to create a high-grade rank 2 pill for Little Black, had to completely split his attention into 3 parts as he placed the ingredients inside the cauldron. The beast core of the man-eating tree, the ice grass, and the purple fire fruit had to all be refined at the same time as Shun Long merged their essence into one. If he failed to do so, part of their medicinal essence would be lost during the refinement process, and he would at most create a middle rank 2 pill. Beads of sweat rolled off his forehead, as 30 minutes later, Shun Long had reached the most crucial part of the refining process. The cauldron had started to tremble as Shun Long was mixing the medicinal essence inside it. With the monarch's domain, though, he had managed to successfully finish the refinement. Opening the lid of the cauldron, Shun Long saw a bright green pill inside it. The pill had red and white lines on it, and it was emitting a very refreshing smell. Shun Long smiled as he saw the high-grade rank 2 pill in his hands, before he handed it to Little Black. As Little Black consumed the pill, his internal injuries had already started to heal. His external injuries followed right after them, and in just a few hours, his body had already been restored back in perfect condition. Laughing, the black dragon flew around the heaven-swallowing vine, as he said, Master, I feel really good. Even better than before actually. Now that we have this heaven-swallowing vine, our cultivation will surely advance greatly. Shun Long smiled as he watched Little Black eyeing the heaven-swallowing vine greedily, like a kid that had just discovered a treasure. Little Black, however, seemed as if he had just remembered something as he suddenly asked, Master, do you really have to return to this Floating Cloud Sect? Chapter 81 The Sect's True Face. Shun Long was slightly taken aback by the dragon's sudden question. Thinking about it for a while, he nodded his head as he said, For now, I have to return. I'm still not strong enough to even protect my parents, let alone establish a foothold for myself. I also don't know anything about the regions around the Floating Cloud Sect. If it wasn't for the sect forcing the new outer disciples to participate in this sect examination, we wouldn't even have a clue about this demonic mountain region either. So for the time being, it's more beneficial for me to stay there. Little Black agreed with Shun Long's words. Even he had never heard of this Floating Cloud Sect, so he had no idea where they were right now. Staying inside the sect and gathering more information was probably the best decision. Shun Long then thought for a bit before saying, We have to quickly return to the safe area first. From there, I will head towards the entrance in the outer region alone. I guess that many disciples must have already gathered there by now. After Shun Long walked out of the cave, Little Black came out from the Stone of Time, as he unfurled his black wings and flew towards the safe area. While flying, Little Black was also using his soul sense at the same time, to see if there were any humans anywhere near them. However, they didn't find a single disciple from the 4 sects inside the inner region. After all, only a few elite groups like Yong Ru's senior sister, or the son of the sect master from the Iron-Hardened sect, would dare to enter deep in the inner region in the first place, and even they had probably left already after the sect exam was officially cancelled. One day later, Shun Long, who was flying on the Black Dragon's back, had arrived near the safe area. However, he had already noticed from the sky that the place had already been completely deserted. Landing near the safe area, Shun Long had Little Black return inside the Stone of Time before he continued on foot for the rest of the journey. With Little Black scanning the way with his soul sense, Shun Long didn't meet a single beast above the early rank 2 or any disciple from the 4 sections. After 3 days, he had returned back to the outskirts of the demonic mountain region. I'm probably just a few hours away from the entrance. Shun Long inferred as he then remembered what Yong Ru had told him while they were traveling together. Searching inside the Stone of Time, Shun Long grabbed the beast core of an early rank 2 bat that Little Black had killed when they had hunted the rank 3 red-fanged flame bat in its cave, and put it inside his pocket. Then he proceeded to walk towards the demonic mountain region's entrance. 2 hours later, Shun Long had arrived in front of the entrance as he saw 4 huge rows of disciples queuing up in front of it. The disciples were all split according to their sect uniforms, and it seemed that at the start of each line, there was an elder from each sect, doing some sort of inspection. Shun Long walked at the end of the Floating Cloud Sect's line as he stood behind a young man seemingly no older than 14 years old. Although Shun Long was relatively certain of what was happening, he still decided to ask the kid in front of him. Junior brother, do you know what's happening in the front? Why do we have to line up here? The young man looked at Shun Long, who had just queued up behind him nervously, as he clutched something in his hand before he responded. Actually, I heard from a senior sister that there is some inspection going on. I think that they are checking for what we acquired from the outer region and also count our survival points. The young man replied stutteringly when the voice of a young girl sounded from the front of the line as she was shouting pleadingly. Please, elder. I need this rank 2 water pearl to advance into the earth grade. I beg you, don't take this from me. Shun Long looked at the young girl, who seemed to be around 16 years old and was clutching a pink pearl in her hands, as her eyes had turned red from tears. She was begging on her knees in front of the bald Elder Zhu. Elder Zhu, however, looked at her coldly as he forcefully snatched the pink pearl from her hands before he said, It is thanks to the sect that you could even come here. Not only that, but the sect has helped nurture you since you arrived, and now you dare to deny when the sect is asking you for something. After all, I am not stealing this water pearl from you, but I am giving you sect points in return. This is a fair trade, you know. Shun Long snorted inwardly as he heard the bald Elder Zhu's words and thought, what a joke. The sect has helped nurture the disciples. Everyone has to work to get any sect points in the Floating Cloud City. It's thanks to the sect that she managed to come here. Yes, she had to risk her life whether she agreed or not, as the sect forced her. You are not stealing from her. A fair trade, you say? She is clearly being forced to trade whether she agrees or not. So this is the true face of the Floating Cloud Sect, then. The line was slowly moving up, and people who seemed to be hiding something or didn't offer something of value by themselves were personally searched by Elder Zhu, regardless if they were men or women. 3 hours later, the line had come close to its end, and the person in front of Elder Zhu was now the young man who was in front of Shun Long. Chapter 82. Not first place. Elder Zhu looked at the young man who had hidden his hands behind his back and just smirked as he said, "Show me your hands." The young man started sweating as he shook his head, but Elder Zhu just moved behind him as he pried open his hands and took a small beast core that this young man was holding. "TSK, just a middle rank 1 beast core. Come here." As he heard Elder Zhu's voice, the young man took a step forward and Elder Zhu started his body search. After finding nothing else, Elder Zhu was disappointed. He then looked at the young man and said in a generous tone, "You are lucky, kid. I will give you 50 sec points for this beast core." The young man, however, shook his head at Elder Zhu. Elder Zhu then frowned as he asked in a commanding voice, "What? Don't tell me that you don't want to exchange this small middle rank 1 beast core. Could it be that you want me to expel you from the sect then? If you keep refusing, I will have no other choice." The young man's face paled instantly as he heard about being expelled from the sect and hurriedly shook his head as he said, "Elder, it's not that. I have just heard from a senior sister from the Flying Sword Sect that the elders of the 4 sects may not be fair to small disciples like me when they purchase our goods." The young man spoke weakly, and Elder Zhu looked towards the group of the Flying Sword Sect in anger before he turned his attention to the young man in front of him and said, "Who said that? Ask your fellow disciples here if I have treated any of them unfairly." As Elder Zhu finished speaking, he turned his head to look at the nearly 40,000 disciples of the Floating Cloud Sect behind him, who then turned their heads away as if they didn't dare to make eye contact with him. Shun Long's mouth was agape at Elder Zhu's shamelessness. His face was probably thicker than the Floating Cloud City's walls, for him to be able to spout lies like that in broad daylight. A middle rank 1 beast core could easily be sold for 70 sec points in the treasure pavilion, and yet he was righteously purchasing it for 50 points here. Even Elder Lu Cheng and Grand Elder Lan Hong felt their faces somewhat redden as they heard Elder Zhu's words. The young man suspiciously handed his middle rank 1 beast core to Elder Zhu, who then transferred him 50 sec points in his sect jade. As the young man had already lost his survival point long ago, he didn't get an extra 10 sec points from Elder Zhu. After patting this young man's shoulder, Elder Lu looked at the last person in the line, Shun Long. Shun Long shrugged in indifference as he took out a rank 2 early beast core, making everyone's eyes widen. Even the strongest people in this outer sect examination, belonging to the Floating Cloud Sect, like the peak rank 3 Earth Grade Guanhong, could at most kill an early rank 2 magic beast. Although they couldn't sense Shun Long's cultivation as he had completely hidden it with the Monarch's Hourglass, most disciples thought that he must be a peak rank 3 Earth Grade expert who had hidden himself before the sect exam. After all, magic beasts at the middle of rank 2 and higher were strong enough to easily kill rank 4 Earth Grade experts, so an early rank 2 magic beast was the limit for these disciples. Although some disciples at the peak of rank 3 in Earth Grade could team up to defeat a middle rank 2 magic beast, the possibilities of killing the beast were almost nil. After all, defeating and killing a magic beast were two completely different things. Most disciples looked at Shun Long in pity. Being forced to give the beast core of a middle rank 2 magic beast that he had worked hard to kill must have been heart-tearing for him. Elder Zhu, however, looked at Shun Long with shining eyes as he patted his shoulder and said, "Good job, this is how disciples of the sect should conduct themselves. Helping the sect is also helping yourself. Right, give me your sect identifying jade now. I will give you 1,000 sect points for this beast core, as well as count your survival points." Shun Long handed his sect-identifying jade to Elder Zhu, who after grabbing it was stumped for a good while. Taking another look at Shun Long's face, he asked seriously, "What is your name, kid?" "Shun Long." "You did very well." Elder Zhu then turned his head to look at the rest of the Floating Cloud Sect's members as he said, "The first place in our Floating Cloud Sect belongs to Shun Long, who has gathered 118 survival points." Everyone from the Floating Cloud Sect who heard this were shocked, including Elder Lu Cheng and Grand Elder Lan Hong. The previous person in the first place had only gathered a bit more than 80 survival points. Among the group of shocked disciples were Xiao Shitu and Lin Wu, who looked at Shun Long incredulously. Due to the huge transformation that had occurred in his body thanks to the monarch's eternal body, they only recognized him after Elder Zhu had called out his name. Lei Xiang and her followers, however, were the only ones who looked at Shun Long with eyes that were spitting fire when they remembered how Shun Long had robbed them of all their sect points back in the outer region. Aside from Lei Xiang, one more person looked at Shun Long with hostility, the red-haired Guan Hong. Before Shun Long arrived, Guan Hong was certain that he would obtain the 100 spirit stones that the sect would give to the first-place winner along with a spatial ring when they returned. There was also the 100.000 sect points that the person who got first would also obtain. Although second place would only get 100 sect points less, there was a huge drop in prestige between being first or second from the sect. A mocking voice, however, brought everyone from the Floating Cloud Sect back in reality as the Grand Elder from the Flying Sword Sect, Hui Zhong, looked at Grand Elder Lan Hong and said, "Haha, congratulations Lan Hong. It looks like your Floating Cloud Sect managed to at least get the 4th place this time." Chapter 83 Challenge. Shun Long was shocked to find out that he had only won the 4th place. Based on his estimations, unless the 3 geniuses from the other 3 sects didn't head in the inner region at all and only hunted for sect points in the outer region, they shouldn't have been able to gather more points than him. Lan Hong, however, looked at Hui Zhong with a mix of both anger and disdain as he said, "You really have the face to speak. Old man, I definitely didn't expect you to be so shameless. You actually had the disciples of your sect hand their survival points to your grandson and you still think that your family has any face left." Hui Zhong wasn't angered at all by Grand Elder Lan Hong's insults. Instead he looked at him gloatingly as he said, "This is called strategy, old Lan. What do you know? If you were smart enough, you would have done the same as well as the rest of us." Shun Long finally understood what had happened. "Master, these people are too shameless." Little Black felt indignation for Shun Long. Shun Long, however, simply shook his head as he responded to him. "Although you could call them unfair or shameless, the fault still lies with the Floating Cloud Sect. After all, for the other 3 sects to do the same thing under the Floating Cloud Sect's nose is truly shameful for them. However, I do feel that it's a pity that I can't get my hands on that rank 3 blood vermilion fruit. The blood vermilion fruit would have really helped Shun Long advance in his cultivation by quite a bit." Grand Elder Lan Hong looked at the group of the Floating Cloud Sect and said, "We will wait here for 2 more days. If no disciple shows up after these 2 days, we will assume that they have died inside and will return back to the Floating Cloud City. After hearing Lan Hong's command, the disciples set up camp outside the demonic mountain region. However, it seemed as if Shun Long was really among the last people that had left the region. In the next 2 days, very few disciples actually showed up, and Grand Elder Lan Hong summoned everyone to return back to the Floating Cloud Sect. "I expected less than 10,000 disciples to come back alive from this outer sect examination. I guess they are lucky that we had to cancel it ahead of time, or there would definitely have been more than just 20,000 that died this time." Elder Zhu was chatting with Elder Lu as they were heading back to the Floating Cloud Sect. Their return journey was just as peaceful as the first one, and 7 days later, they had arrived outside the Floating Cloud City. The people inside the city were startled to see the huge group of new disciples returning back to the sect. Usually, the outer sect examination was extremely bloody and only half of the disciples that set out would return alive. However, this year should have been even bloodier as it was the joint sect exam between the 4 sections. And yet, more than half of the disciples had returned back alive, and most importantly, ahead of time. Not even a month had passed since the Grand Elders group had set out. And yet they had already returned back to the sect. Something must have definitely happened. The disciples inside the demonic mountain region that participated in the sect exam had also asked the Grand Elder why they were called out prematurely, but the Elder simply didn't answer. After entering the city, Elder Lu Qing called for the disciples to disperse while he had Shun Long, Guan Hong, and a female disciple called Fan Liqing that was also at the peak of rank 3 in Earth grade, to come to the administration building with him to obtain their rewards. Following the Grand Elder and the other 2 elders, Shun Long soon arrived in front of the huge administration building. Inside, the disciples hurriedly bowed to the Grand Elder, who directly asked to meet Administrator Feng. A middle-aged man could be seen running from the distance, as he soon arrived in front of the Grand Elder and politely greeted. "Greetings to the Grand Elder." The Grand Elder, Lan Hong, nodded his head at Administrator Feng, who looked at him puzzledly, obviously wondering why they had returned back to the sect so soon, when he said, "Xiao Feng, give them the prizes for the top 3. First place is Shun Long, second place is Guan Hong, and third place is Fan Liqing, Lan Hong said as he introduced the disciples to Administrator Feng one by one. It seemed that neither Lu Cheng nor Administrator Feng, whom Shun Long had met in the past, realized who he was. Administrator Feng handed Shun Long and the rest a silver ring that was identical to his own. This was a spatial ring that only people with status could have in the sect. After transferring the sect points to their sect jades, Administrator Feng also handed 100 spirit stones to Shun Long as he said in an envious tone, "Ha, 100 spirit stones is really not a small sum." Shun Long nodded his head at Administrator Feng without really paying much attention to his words when Grand Elder Lan Hong suddenly ordered them to leave as he had some matters to discuss with Administrator Feng. Not just Shun Long and the rest, the entire third floor of the administration building was quickly cleared from all the disciples. Only the Grand Elder, the Administrator, and the two elders were left inside. As they left the building, Guan Hong turned his head at Shun Long and said, "I don't know where you came from or how you gathered so many sect points, but I have my eye on you now. You better not become a laughingstock and forfeit when I challenge you in the arena in the upcoming days." Shun Long looked at Guan Hong inquiringly, but Guan Hong simply snorted and left. Fan Liqing also cupped her fists at Shun Long before she went on her own way. Shun Long then decided to rent a room in the most expensive pavilion inside the outer city, the Mystifying Fragrance Pavilion. Chapter 84, Subduing the Heaven-Swallowing Vine. The Mystifying Fragrance Pavilion wasn't only a restaurant, but disciples could also rent rooms to stay there if they had the required sect point. The pavilion had 6 floors overall. However, only the first 3 could be used to dine. The other 3 were reserved for the disciples who decided to stay there. Walking towards the east of the city, Shun Long quickly arrived in front of the Mystifying Fragrance Pavilion. The pavilion was actually located just a 10-minute walk away from the arena as well. Walking through the pavilion's golden gates, Shun Long was soon greeted by a male waiter who asked him to take his order. Shun Long, however, shook his head as he said, "I am here to rent a room." The waiter was startled. Rarely would anyone come to the Mystifying Fragrance Pavilion to rent a room. It wasn't that their rooms were of low quality. No, it was simply a difference in price. A room in a random inn anywhere in the Floating Cloud City would cost you anywhere from 4 to 8 sect points for a month's stay. The Mystifying Fragrance Pavilion, however, priced its rooms starting at 100 sect points for each month. The waiter, who looked like he seemed to be in his early 20s, looked at Shun Long as he nodded his head and said, "Each room in our pavilion's 4th floor costs 100 sect points for a month's stay. The 5th floor rooms are priced at 150 sect points a month, while the rooms on the 6th floor cost 200 sect points. Of course, the rooms on the 6th floor are much better than the rooms at the 5th or the 4th floor. Our pavilion had a rank 1 silver grade formation master personally inscribe runes to every room on the 6th floor, making cultivation inside them to be much faster compared to any other place. Inside the outer sect." "Oh." Shun Long was intrigued as he then said, "I'm curious to see how good a room inscribed with the runes of a rank 1 silver grade formation master actually is." As he finished speaking, Shun Long took out his sect-identifying jade and transferred 200 sect points to the waiter. The waiter bowed as he led Shun Long towards the 6th floor. Someone who could pay 200 sect points to rent a room for 1 month definitely wasn't a nobody. Arriving on the 4th floor, Shun Long only saw closed doors compared to the previous 3 floors where there were tables and chairs everywhere on the floor. On the 5th floor, the number of rooms seemed to be less than those of the 4th floor, while when Shun Long arrived on the 6th floor, he only saw 6 doors. The waiter looked at Shun Long and said, "Dear guest, you only have to put your sect-identifying jade on the door and it will recognize you as the owner of the room for the next 1 month." Shun Long nodded his head as he pressed his sect jade on top of the door, and after a small buzzing noise sounded, the door opened to reveal a luxurious room inside. Seeing that Shun Long had opened the door, the waiter bowed and left the floor. Entering inside the room, Shun Long was stunned by its interior. Although the chi inside the room wasn't as good as the inner region of the demonic mountain region, it was almost on par with the safe area there. The room had a big bed in the middle, while from the wooden window on the wall, Shun Long could even see the arena that was close to the Mystifying Fragrance Pavilion. There were even 2 special rooms inside, one specially made for formation masters while the other one was for alchemists. The room for formation masters had a large hammer as well as a small knife along with some other stuff inside it, while the room for alchemists had a pinnacle rank 3 cauldron that was actually on par with Shun Long's own. Ignoring everything else, Shun Long directly sat cross-legged on the bed as he sent his spiritual strength inside the Stone of Time. In the 9 days that Shun Long stayed outside of the demonic mountain region, he had already reached the peak of rank 8 in Qi condensation and was just a step away from the 9th rank. Since he wasn't in a secluded environment though, he hadn't dared to mess with the heaven-swallowing vine these days, and had simply let Little Black absorb the pure Qi that the vine was emitting. Now however, Shun Long sat down as his mind entered the Stone of Time. Sending his spiritual strength towards the heaven-swallowing vine, Shun Long noticed that the vine immediately turned to absorb his spiritual strength as if it was some sort of food. This was the way for Shun Long to connect with the vine. Sending his spiritual strength to it would let the vine become more familiar with Shun Long. The heaven-swallowing vine could absorb almost every kind of energy and turn them into pure Qi. And yet it felt like Shun Long was trying to fill a bottomless hole no matter how much spiritual strength he was sending in. After a full hour, the vine finally stopped sapping his spiritual strength as it became completely docile to him. Even with Shun Long's strength though that was on par with a rank 3 alchemist's, after a full hour he was completely spent as he lied down on the bed. Little Black laughed after seeing that the vine inside the Stone of Time had now become completely obedient and said happily, "Congratulations, Master. This is a true, heavenly treasure that will surely raise our strength. It was truly a waste for that silver-winged rock to hold on to such a priceless treasure. After absorbing some Qi in these 9 days I can already feel that I am close to another breakthrough, and my strength will definitely reach the peak of rank 4 by then." Shun Long smiled as he heard Little Black's words, and after sitting cross-legged for a couple of hours to recover his spent spiritual strength, he mumbled to himself, "Little Black, let's see the effects of the heaven-swallowing vine now." Chapter 85 The Heaven-Swallowing Vine's Effects. Little Black's eyes shone as he heard Shun Long's words, while Shun Long sent a mental order to the heaven-swallowing vine to start absorbing the Qi in the air around him. Shun Long knew that the heaven-swallowing vine had a lot of Qi inside it that it had absorbed over the years, and every 30 years it would usually discharge it in the demonic mountain region. Now however that Shun Long had taken the vine from the central mountain and had formed a mental connection with it, he could choose when the vine would discharge this pure Qi. However, Shun Long didn't want to have the vine discharge its Qi recklessly like that. If the silver-winged rock could control the heaven-swallowing vine and slowly absorb the Qi for itself instead of having it discharge it all in the environment of the demonic mountain region, the rock would have long since broken through to the 5th rank. Shun Long didn't touch the Qi reserves that the vine had inside it. He decided that it was better to use the Qi when he was about to break through the earth grade. The heaven-swallowing vine then started absorbing the Qi around Shun Long. During this time, Shun Long could feel that the vine was practically filtering the Qi, condensing it more and more before it released it inside the Stone of Time. Shun Long activated the Monarch's domain as he started absorbing the pure Qi that the vine was releasing. As time went by, Shun Long absorbed more and more Qi as he tried to create his 73rd ball of Qi and enter the early rank 9 in Qi condensation. The more that Shun Long advanced in his cultivation, the harder it became to advance into the next level. However, with the heaven-swallowing vine, the Qi he was absorbing was simply incomparable to before. Soon, 12 hours had passed since Shun Long had started refining the Qi that the heaven-swallowing vine was incessantly producing when a small popping sound could be heard from his body as he was still circulating the Monarch's hourglass. In just 6 hours he had entered the early rank 9 in Qi condensation. However, Shun Long didn't stop refining the Qi even after his breakthrough. Instead, he started absorbing even more of it. After 12 hours had passed since he had started cultivating, Shun Long had entered the middle rank 9 and yet his cultivation still didn't show any signs of stopping. Almost a full day later Shun Long had finally created his 81st ball of Qi, reaching the peak of Qi condensation. Only then did Shun Long stop absorbing any more Qi from the heaven-swallowing vine. There was no way to create another ball of Qi as the Monarch's hourglass above his head was already full. However, after creating the 81st ball of Qi, Shun Long noticed that there were inconsistencies in his previous balls of Qi. The balls of Qi he had created towards the latter parts of the Qi condensation were much purer and brighter than the earlier ones. To reach the earth grade, Shun Long had to condense all his previous balls of Qi into one. However, the strength of his first ball of Qi when he reached the earth grade would be dependent on the strength of his previous balls of Qi before they were merged together. Taking a deep breath, Shun Long started absorbing Qi from the heaven-swallowing vine once more. He was ready to purify all of his previous balls of Qi, bringing them at the same quality as the last one he had condensed. As Shun Long had started purifying his chi balls one by one, the entire Floating Cloud Sect's upper echelons had another meeting inside the main hall of the inner city. These meetings, where every high-ranked elder of the sect was summoned, were supposed to be extremely rare, and unless the sect was facing an extremely serious situation, they would never happen. And yet, around 2 months ago, they had started their first meeting thanks to the mysterious expert who had appeared in the treasure pavilion, and now they started the second one. The sect master Lu Jian was sitting on the main seat, while everyone's eyes had turned towards Grand Elder Lan Hong, the bald Elder Zhu, and Elder Lu Cheng. Grand Elder, what happened for you to summon another sect meeting? Grand Elder, weren't you supposed to be in the demonic mountain region? Did something happen there? I heard that Grand Elder brought back more than 40,000 disciples this time from the outer sect examination. Discussions and questions were being thrown around the hall when Lu Jian raised his hand and said, "Silence." The discussions immediately stopped as Lu Jian continued. The Grand Elder must definitely have a good reason to summon everyone for a sect meeting. Everyone looked at Lan Hong, who then started explaining the situation at the demonic mountain region. At the same time, the exact same situation was taking place in the other 3 sects as well. The representatives of the 4 sects that had been in the demonic mountain region this time had been startled by the silver-winged rock's cry. If something had happened to the rock, then perhaps the sects would have a chance to head to the central mountain and get a hold of the treasure there. After Lan Hong had explained everything, there was absolute silence in the main hall as everyone's eyes had turned to Lu Jian on the main seat. Lu Jian wore a serious expression on his face as he said, "I will have to discuss this with the Chao and the rest. This is a serious matter that requires a lot of thought. Even if something had happened to that silver-winged rock and caused it to be injured, there are still other middle-rank 4 magic beasts inside the central region. And in case that the rock is actually alright, then stepping foot in that hellhole will mean death for us." The elders wore serious expressions as well when they heard Lu Jian's words, who was ready to meet up with the other sect masters and discuss about what course of action they should take. After all, a single, Floating Cloud Sect couldn't swallow the entire demonic mountain region, no matter how big their appetite was. Almost a month quickly went by while Shun Long was in seclusion, and serious changes had occurred in the sect when he finally opened his eyes. Chapter 86: Sharing the Pills. After 1 month, Shun Long had finally purified all of his 80 balls of qi, bringing them to the level of the 81st. This was the absolute peak of qi condensation. His cultivation now was just a step from entering the Earth grade, while his strength would probably easily destroy any peak rank 3 Earth grade cultivator. Although Shun Long was just a step away from reaching the Earth grade, he was first planning to make a trip to the treasure pavilion and purchase some ingredients before attempting his breakthrough. Just as Shun Long reached the 3rd floor of the mystifying fragrance pavilion, however, the familiar silhouette of a fat young man dressed in green robes could be seen rushing at him before that person asked in a somewhat confused voice, "Bro, brother?" Shun Long looked at this person and smiled as he nodded his head. This familiar person was Fatty Fu, and he was looking at Shun Long slightly dazed. The last time that these two had met was 2 months before the outer sect examination. However, just before the sect examination had started, Shun Long had refined the rank 2 inner destruction pill, and his body had changed from the inside out, bringing a huge transformation to his outer appearance. Shocked, Fatty Fu looked at him from close up, and after making sure that he was truly Shun Long, he said, "Brother, your face seems to have changed." Shun Long nodded his head as he smiled and walked towards an empty table. He gestured for Fatty to sit as well before calling over a waiter and saying, "Bring us 2 jars of mystifying fragrance wine. I'm also staying in a room on the 6th floor. Here are 4,400 sec points for the wine and for 2 months of payment for my room in advance." The waiter bowed as he received the 4,400 sec points and hurried to bring Shun Long's order, while Fatty Fu was looking at Shun Long with a wide open mouth before he asked, "Brother, where did you find so many sec points?" Shun Long smiled as he opened his jar of wine, before he started explaining to Fatty Fu that he had gotten first place in the outer sect examination. Aside from some secrets that involved Little Black, the central region, the profound earth fruit, and of course the heaven-swallowing vine, Shun Long recounted most of his experiences inside the demonic mountain region to Fatty Fu. Nevertheless, Fatty Fu was still extremely shocked when he heard that Shun Long had taken first place in the sect on this outer sect examination. "Brother, I still can't believe that you managed to get first place when there were even peak rank 3 Earth grade disciples participating. Luwen will definitely be happy when he finds out about this too. Right, have you been in seclusion since you returned from the demonic mountain region? Shun Long nodded his head at Fatty Fu's sudden question, who then continued. In that case, let me fill you in on some things that you probably are unaware of. First of all, Luwen is in seclusion after his grandfather gave him the Golden Eagle Spirit Nourishing Pill, and if he successfully refines it, he will probably be on par with rank 3 bronze grade alchemists. Fatty then took a sip from his wine before leaning towards the table and lowering his voice as he continued speaking. The next two things I'm going to tell you are extremely important. Firstly, I heard from my father that the Floating Cloud Sect is going to ally with the other 3 sects that were in the demonic mountain region this time, and asking for the help of another very strong power. They want to probe the demonic mountain region. But since this mostly affects the upper echelons of the sect, it is useless for us to worry about it. Shun Long nodded his head as Fatty Fu continued. Remember how I told you that you need to enter the top 100 ranks in the arena if you wish to have a chance to become an inner disciple? Well, my father said that in the next few months, a secret realm will open and that it's the chance of a lifetime for us. There will be many precious treasures inside, and even some elders of the sect will enter along with the disciples. However, although all of the inner disciples will be able to enter this secret realm, only the top 100 from the outer disciples will be allowed to enter. As he finished speaking, Fatty Fu took out 2 bottles of pills as he pushed them towards Shun Long and said, These are half of the rank 2 congealing chi pills that my father has given me to reach the peak of the earth grade. Although half of them won't be enough to reach the peak of the earth grade, I hope that after refining them, you can reach at least the late stages of the earth grade, brother. Then we can enter the secret realm together. Fatty Fu saw that Shun Long didn't accept the 2 bottles of pills yet and said, If you consider me your brother, then you have to accept the pills no matter what. Shun Long, however, shook his head as he smiled and simply said, Thank you, brother. He then pushed the bottle of pills back to Fatty Fu as he said, It's because I truly consider you my brother that I won't accept these. Shun Long now clearly understood Fatty's character even more than before. This gesture from Fatty couldn't be counted with money or with anything else. This was genuine brotherhood. Shun Long, however, had the heaven-swallowing vine, as well as enough medicinal ingredients to refine pills. Thus he had to give a good reason why he couldn't accept the congealing chi pills, one that Fu Li couldn't deny. Don't misunderstand, Fatty, I will definitely do my best to enter the top 100 in the arena ranks in the next few months. The truth is, however, that I am mainly a body refining cultivator, so pills that aren't specifically meant for body refiners can't help me advance. Don't worry, soon I will be able to concoct some rank 2 bone tempering pills or even some marrow cleansing pills for myself. Fatty Fu was stunned when Shun Long continued. I need to make a trip to the treasure pavilion and purchase a few ingredients before entering seclusion once again. Chapter 87, Meeting Lu Mei again. Fatty Fu then stood up as he quickly gulped down the rest of the wine in his jar before saying, Great. I also wanted to see my Jinjing. Shun Long looked at him questioningly when Fatty suddenly cleared his throat and said, Cough. What I meant was that it's better for me to accompany you and help you get a discount on the things that you want to purchase, brother. This is what brothers are for, right? Shun Long snorted, before also cracking a smile seeing Fatty's antics and said, Okay then, let's go together. Also, who is that Jinjing of yours? As they walked towards the treasure pavilion, Fatty Fu puffed out his chest as he heard Shun Long's question and responded proudly. It's my beautiful fiancée. You have also seen her before, back in the Alchemist's Guild. Shun Long tried to think for a while, and as he recalled the time when he had visited the Alchemist's Guild, a crazy idea swept through his mind as he looked at Fatty Fy and asked in a voice filled with disbelief. Fatty. You don't tell me that your fiancée is Lan Jinjing from the treasure pavilion. Fatty Fu started laughing proudly as he said, Of course, who do you think this young master is? Her Lan and my Fu family have had a great relationship for many years. Actually, there are 5 main families that have the most power in the Floating Cloud Sect. My Fu family and the Lan family are among those 5. The other 3 are the Lu family, which Luwen comes from, the Meng family, and lastly the most powerful one is the family of the sect master, the Lu family. Every family has many powerful experts and most of them are high-rank elders inside the sect. Just as Fatty Fu finished speaking, they had already arrived outside of the treasure pavilion. As soon as they entered, the staff of the pavilion greeted Fatty Fu respectfully as Auctioneer Fu. Fu Li happily accepted everyone's greetings as he nodded while he took Shun Long deeper inside the treasure pavilion. After arriving on the second floor, Fatty didn't stop as he continued straight towards the third. The third floor of the treasure pavilion was exclusive only for people with high status inside the sect. Of course, as the heir to the Fu family, Fatty Fu had no problem going upstairs and bringing people with him. Shun Long could also enter by himself using the VIP card that he had received from Yin Xing, but since he wasn't wearing his black robes he simply followed Fatty Fu. Entering the third floor, Shun Long noticed that the items on display here were much better than the previous two floors. There were even parts of rank 3 magic beasts that were for sale. Shun Long even saw the beast core of a rank 3, red-scaled python, being sold for 37.000 sect points. Fatty Fu looked at Shun Long and said, "The best things of the treasure pavilion are always in this floor. There are even some things that you may not find in the auctions here." Fatty Fu followed Shun Long as he looked for medicinal herbs. Stopping in front of a certain counter, Shun Long was slightly taken aback as he looked at the price of a certain rank 3 medicinal herb. "Oh, a rank 3 purple fragrant grass. I will take this stock," Shun Long said to the young man behind the counter, whose eyes lit up as he heard him. Although the purple fragrant grass was a rank 3 medicinal herb, the truth was that nobody wanted to purchase it. Hence, even though it was a rank 3 medicinal ingredient, the treasure pavilion had priced it at only 1,000 sect points. The reason that nobody purchased the purple fragrant grass was because it was practically useless for alchemy. It couldn't be used as the main ingredient to concoct pills, and it could only be used as a side ingredient to improve the pill's fragrance, hence why no one had bothered to buy it. Shun Long, however, had some special plans for it as soon as he saw the grass. Looking around the third floor, Shun Long also found some more medicinal ingredients that interested him, and after 2 hours, he had spent almost 15.000 sect points. As Shun Long and Fatty Fu were looking around the third floor, the door of one of the private rooms opened, and a pair of beautiful women attracted everyone's attention as they walked side by side. Both women were around the same height as Shun Long, and they seemed to be wearing the green robes of an inner sect disciple. Behind the two women was a handsome young man in green clothes around 19 years old, who seemed to be fawning over one of the two women. Shun Long too had turned his attention towards them as well, and surprisingly, both women were also looking towards him and Fatty Fu. Fatty Fu smiled brightly as he exclaimed happily, "Jinjing." These two were the most beautiful women in the Floating Cloud City, Lan Jinjing and Lu Mei. Lan Jinjing was a bit annoyed as she looked at Fatty Fu, but when she thought that he could take care of the guy pestering her senior sister, her eyes lit up as she told him, "Fu Li, come here." Fatty Fu smiled brightly as he hurriedly grabbed Shun Long's and brought him along to introduce him. "Brother, this is my fiancée, Jinjing. Jinjing, this is my brother Shun. You and sister Lu have also briefly met him before at the Alchemists Guild." Lan Jinjing and Lu Mei were astonished to see Fatty Fu bringing someone with him. As the young master of the Fu family, Fu Li didn't have that many people that he called friends and even fewer that he called brothers. Given his frank character, bringing someone along with him, and especially one that he called brother, meant that he must have a really good relationship with this person. Lan Jinjing and Lu Mei both scrutinized Shun Long with their gazes, trying to see when they had met this handsome man before. Shun Long's and Lu Mei's gazes met, and he was once again mesmerized by her beautiful black eyes and peerlessly beautiful face. Lu Mei was also stunned for a second as her gaze was attracted by Shun Long's deep eyes when a sudden voice came from the young man behind her, drawing everyone's attention as he said, "Fu Li, stop spouting nonsense. How could just any stray dog know Sister Mei?" Chapter 88, Lu Mei's Troubles. Everyone's attention had turned to this young man who was looking at Shun Long with a hostile gaze. He had caught him looking at Lu Mei, but what had frustrated him even more was that Lu Mei seemed to be dazed for a second looking at him as well. The cold and proud Lu Mei, who had never showed him any special attention, had her gaze glued to another man. Fatty Fu was the first to react as he looked at this man, and in a voice full of anger he said, "Meng Shengyi, you pathetic bootlicker, how dare you insult my brother? Why is trash like you even following Sister Lu and my Jinjing anyway?" The young master of the Meng family was furious after hearing Fatty Fu's insulting words, but before he could even respond to him, Lu Mei's cold voice sounded as she said, "Young Master Meng, please don't call me Sister Mei as if we are intimate together. You and I barely know each other." Lu Mei was extremely annoyed by Meng Shengyi's words. Although he had occasionally pestered her privately calling her sister May even though she had expressed her dislike numerous times, calling her like that in public was almost hinting that they were closer than they really are. However, although Lu Mei disliked Meng Xingyi, she had her own personal problems as well. Lan Jingjing however gave a thumbs up to Fatty Fu secretly as she then said, "Senior sister, I had an appointment with Fu Li today, can you please accompany me?" Lu Mei nodded her head at Lan Jingjing as they followed behind Fu Li, who was heading with Shun Long towards one of the private rooms in the back. Meanwhile, Meng Xingyi was still like a statue in the middle of the third floor, as everyone watched him being left alone. His face had turned scarlet, unknown if he was embarrassed or angry as he looked at Lu Mei's and Lan Jingjing's back thoughtfully before he turned to leave the floor while he thought to himself, "Lu Mei, you ungrateful bitch. I have been chasing you for over a year and yet you still refuse to acknowledge me even after all of my sincerity. Watch how I make you pay in the future." As Meng Xingyi left the third floor of the Treasure Pavilion, Fu Li and Shun Long along with the two girls had just entered in one of the private rooms near the back. As soon as the door closed, Lan Jingjing started laughing as she said, "Fu Li, good job. Although you can be considered a lazy pig most of the time and Grandpa Fu is right to beat you, you really made me happy today seeing Meng Xingyi's bitter face like that." Lu Mei was also smiling as she heard that while Fu Li had a serious expression on his face as he asked Lan Jingjing, "Meng Xingyi can be a real problem for Sister Lu though. He has been trying to court her for such a long time, and his father has even asked for permission from the sect master. Although the sect master said that he will consider this matter, wasn't today equivalent of slapping Meng Xingyi in the face?" Lan Jingjing seemed as if she wanted to say something, but she then looked warily at Shun Long before she threw a look at Fatty Fu. Fatty Fu understood her meaning as he said, "This is my brother Shun Long Jingjing, you don't have to look warily at him. You had also seen him when he had come in conflict inside the Alchemist's Guild with that Budui. Anyways, he is my brother, you don't have to worry about anything and can speak freely." Lan Jingjing and Lu Mei turned to look at Shun Long in astonishment as they suddenly remembered that scene from 4 months ago in the Alchemist's Guild. Lu Mei then smiled as she looked at Shun Long and said, "So that's why you look somewhat familiar." Seeing Lu Mei's beautiful smile, Shun Long felt his heart stirring for a few moments. However, despite her enchanting appearance and even though he had a relatively good opinion of her, Shun Long wasn't going to judge a woman simply based on her looks. Lan Jingjing nodded her head and looked at Fatty Fu as she said, "Since no one of us here have any connections with the Meng family, I will speak freely. Although Meng Xingyi is an eyesore and has pestered senior sister a lot, we have put up with him since his Meng family has a good relationship with their Lu family. However, today he declared to senior sister that he will bring his father and officially ask for senior sister's hand in marriage in a few months. Senior sister said that she doesn't intend to marry him, and yet all he said was that it doesn't matter as they can learn to love each other in the future." As soon as Lan Jingjing finished speaking, silence permeated the room for a while until Lu Mei looked at Lan Jingjing and said, "It's okay, I will return and speak to my father about this. I think that he will understand. But senior sister, no need to worry, I understand what you want to say, but you also know the position that I am in." Lan Jingjing nodded her head and didn't continue to speak. Lu Mei looked at Shun Long's eyes and noticed that his eyes were also looking at hers with hints of curiosity as well as interest inside them. Lu Mei blushed and bowed her head at him as she said, "I apologize if I have caused you any trouble." Shun Long shook his head as he smiled at her while Fu Li responded happily, "No trouble Sister Lu, no trouble at all. Of course she didn't cause you any trouble Fu Li." Lan Jingjing looked at Fu Li as she spoke matter-of-factly before hooking her arm around Lu Mei's. After the two women bade their farewells and left hurriedly to find Lu Mei's father, Fu Li turned his head to look at Shun Long and asked, "Brother Shun, have you fallen for Sister Lu?" Chapter 89 Undercurrents in the Floating Cloud Sect. Shun Long smiled as he shook his head and said, "I don't know if I have fallen for her, but I am definitely interested in her." "Haha, but I think that Sister Lu has definitely fallen for Brother Shun. I saw how her gaze was locked at you the entire time we were speaking. Haha, congratulations brother. I as your brother will definitely support you." However, Fatty Fu's expression turned serious as he remembered something and said, "However, brother, if you really want to court Sister Lu, then it will definitely be very hard. Putting aside Meng Xingyi, that piece of trash from the Meng family, Sister Lu has many admirers even inside the inner sect. And although she definitely seemed to be interested in you, her opinion actually won't matter at all." Shun Long looked at Fatty Fu puzzledly, who then continued explaining, Right now, if it's true that Meng Shini said that he will bring his father and propose to Sister Lu's father, then he will definitely accept. Sister Lu's father is the sect master and his Lu family has always had good relations with the Meng family. Shun Long then couldn't help but ask. Even if they have good relations and even if her father is the sect master, is it worth to sacrifice his daughter's happiness if she doesn't want to marry someone? After all, since the Lu family is the strongest in the Floating Cloud Sect, then the Meng family shouldn't be able to pressure the sect master into marrying his daughter. Fatty Fu shook his head as he then said, "You are right, brother. However, things aren't as simple as they seem. In reality, although Sister Lu Mei's status in the sect is second to no one as the daughter of the sect master, there is a known rumor going around inside the powerful families of the sect. It is said that Sister Lu's elder brother hates her a lot, since a little more than a year ago, when his best friend, the third son of the Flying Sword sect master came to ask for her hand in marriage, she directly refused him saying that she doesn't want to marry him and that she will be the one who will choose who she marries. Ever since then, Lu Changpun, Sister Lu's elder brother, has had very strained relationships with the Flying Sword sect. Since Sister Lu's elder brother is the son of the sect master's first wife and he is also going to become the next sect master, his opinion is taken very seriously by the sect master. Because of his extraordinary talent, the sect master views him even more importantly than the sect itself. Meanwhile, although Sister Lu is the child that the sect master had with his second wife, her status in the sect is far below her elder brother's. Lately, the Meng family is also said to have come very close to Lu Changpu as well, so if he really decides to intervene on Meng Xingyi's behalf, considering how much the sect master listens to him, there is a very high chance that the marriage will actually go through. Master, if you want this Lu girl, then you don't really need to care about anyone and what they think. If worse comes to worse, then I can come out and destroy everyone here. Shun Long smiled as he heard Little Black's suggestion and said as he looked at Fu Li, "Fatty, do me a favor. I'm planning to enter seclusion, so keep an eye on Lu Mei's situation and if something really happens, send someone to let me know. The truth is that I am really interested in her and I don't want someone else to get her." Ha ha ha, that's the spirit. I was already going to keep an eye on the situation anyway. The truth is that my family as well as the Lus and the Lands don't want for Sister Lu to get married to the Meng family, so if something really happens, they will all definitely oppose it. This concerns the balance of power in the Floating Cloud Sect, after all. Rest assured. If something really ends up happening, then I will send someone to let you know, brother. Also, since I have told my grandfather about you, he said that he wants to meet this brother of mine who has such an amazing talent, so when you are free you should come with me to the inner city. Shun Long nodded his head as he said, "Thank you, brother. For now, I still have to enter seclusion and increase my strength if I want to reach the top 100 in the arena and enter the secret realm, but you can tell your grandfather that I will definitely come and visit in the future." After bidding farewell to Fatty, Shun Long decided to directly return to the mystifying fragrance pavilion. As he entered his room, Shun Long sat down cross-legged on his bed and he seemed to have remembered something as he took a look inside the spatial ring that Administrator Feng had given to him as his reward. The space inside this spatial ring wasn't big, barely 10 square meters big, and as expected, a black dagger with small runes on its surface was inside it. It was obvious just from its aura that this dagger was a silver-grade weapon. I guess that's the reward for entering the top 10, a weapon from a silver-grade formation master. It's too bad that I am not proficient in any weapons, so this dagger is useless to me for now. After putting the dagger back in his spatial ring, Shun Long planted everything that he had purchased today from the treasure pavilion inside the Stone of Time before he said, "Little Black, as I attempt to break through to the Earth grade this time, you should also try to break through as well. The chi inside the heaven-swallowing vine is more than enough for both of us." As Shun Long finished speaking, he sent a mental message to the vine to release part of its stored chi inside the Stone of Time. Activating the Monarch's Hourglass, Shun Long's body greedily absorbed the pure chi from the heaven-swallowing vine as he started his breakthrough. Chapter 90, Breakthrough to the Earth Grade. The heaven-swallowing vine was constantly filling the Stone of Time with its pure chi, while Shun Long was greedily absorbing as much as his body could handle. At the same time, in the Monarch's Hourglass, the 81 balls of chi were being compressed again and again. Shun Long's aim was to compress them all into one ball of chi that would contain even more power than the 81 balls combined. Shun Long was surprised to find out that the pure chi from the vine was even more potent than what he had originally estimated. Little Black also listened to Shun Long as he too started to absorb the chi from the heaven-swallowing vine around him. After 3 hours, Little Black had absorbed nearly 1/3 of the pure chi inside the Stone of Time, until he finally started his breakthrough to rank 4. In reality, Little Black was close to breaking through even without the heaven-swallowing vine. However, it would have taken him at least 2 more months to reach that point. Meanwhile, inside Shun Long's body, the 81 balls of qi had been compressed down to just 3. The energy inside these 3 balls of qi was so powerful that Shun Long was finding it hard to keep them under control as he tried to merge them into one. Sweat had started dripping from his head as he had now reached the most crucial phase of his breakthrough. His mind was entirely focused on merging the 3 balls of qi into one. This process required absolute focus, and every second felt like an eternity. Seconds turned to minutes, and minutes slowly turned into hours. Almost 1 full day had passed, and inside the Stone of Time, above Shun Long's head, there weren't 3 white balls of qi in the monarch's hourglass anymore. Instead, only a small, silver-white ball was left in their place. This was the ball of qi made with the help of the pure qi from the heaven-swallowing vine, as well as the 81 balls of qi of the qi condensation stage. And yet, Shun Long didn't seem to have any intentions to stop, as his body started absorbing the qi around him even more greedily. A day later, there seemed to be 2 identical silver-white balls of qi in the monarch's hourglass. Shun Long's cultivation was rising non-stop, and 10 days later he had already reached the peak of rank 1 in Earth grade. And yet, although the qi inside the Stone of Time had started to thin, Shun Long didn't stop cultivating, and a few days later he had already reached the early rank 2. Early rank 2. Middle rank 2. Peak rank 2. Early rank 3. Half a month went by, and Shun Long was now just a step away from the middle rank 3 in Earth grade. But what horrified Shun Long was the incredibly high requirements of the monarch's hourglass. With every minor rank that he advanced, the monarch's hourglass required more and more qi. Finally, 5 days later, another popping sound was heard from his body as his cultivation reached the middle rank 3. Little Black, who had long ago finished his breakthrough, was staring at Shun Long with eyes shining brightly. Nearly a month has passed, and Master has already reached the middle rank 3 in Earth grade. However, it seems like the qi from the heaven-swallowing vine has almost all been sucked dry by Master. A few hours later, Shun Long's cultivation had already stabilized at the middle of rank 3 in Earth grade as he opened his eyes. However, the moment that he opened his eyes, Shun Long felt a stinging pain while the Stone of Time started rotating inside his spiritual space. Shun Long almost felt as if needles were piercing his eyes, and yet he couldn't even close them, while Little Black could only look at him horrified without having any way to help him. It took almost an hour for the pain to start subsiding, and yet, there was still a numbing feeling in his eyes. Turning his head to look at Little Black inside the Stone of Time, Shun Long noticed that the black dragon was looking at him tongue-tied. Little Black watched the entire process as Shun Long's eyes had turned into a golden color, while they were also emitting a faint blue light. As Shun Long turned to look at Little Black, a scene suddenly appeared in his mind where the black dragon stood in front of him and said, "Master. Your eyes, their color." 5 seconds later, Shun Long's eyes had turned back to normal, only to notice that Little Black was looking at him, repeating the exact same words after just a few seconds later. "Master. Your eyes, their color." Shun Long was stunned as a feeling of déjà vu overcame him before he felt something akin to a small explosion coming from his spiritual space. It was at this moment that the Stone of Time had stopped rotating, and it radiated a horrifying suppressive aura that made even Little Black, who had just experienced a major breakthrough, feel like he was just an ant. Scene after scene flashed by Shun Long's eyes, as they had unknowingly turned back to that golden color again. A bit more than an hour later, Shun Long woke up and sent his consciousness back to his body before he sat up from his bed. Little Black, who saw that he had finally woken up, then asked, "Master, what happened to your eyes earlier? Are you okay?" Although Shun Long's eyes had turned back to normal now, Little Black wouldn't forget that they had changed colors earlier. Shun Long was ecstatic as he thought of his new ability and explained to Little Black, "Don't worry, I'm okay. I just didn't expect that the Stone of Time would have such a gift for me as soon as I advanced to the Earth grade." Chapter 91 Future Eyes. Little Black was confused as Shun Long then said, "Take a look at my eyes." As he finished speaking, Shun Long circulated his qi to flow into his eyes. His eyes immediately turned golden, and Shun Long then mumbled, "Master, what is this?" Almost at the same time, Little Black also said, "Master, what is this?" The black dragon was stunned for a second, until a horrifying thought flashed through his mind and his breathing suddenly became faster. Shun Long saw that Little Black had an idea of what was happening, but he wasn't planning on keeping it a secret from him anyway, so he explained in a serious tone. I can glimpse into the future. As soon as these words left his mouth, they were akin to an explosion as they reached Little Black's ears, making the dragon unable to even speak. Shun Long, who saw Little Black's reaction, continued. When my eyes turn golden, I can glimpse about 5 seconds ahead into the future. If used properly, this ability can even be stronger than my monarch's domain. Little Black nodded his head at Shun Long's words as he said, Master, this ability will definitely be much stronger than your monarch's domain. Just thinking about the possible uses of this ability, both Shun Long and Little Black were trembling with excitement. Shun Long then asked Little Black with a hint of expectation in his tone. Little Black, what about your breakthrough? Did you succeed? The black dragon roared as he spread his wings and revealed his aura that had reached the early rank 4. Thankfully, Little Black was still inside the Stone of Time, and his aura was contained inside it, or else the entire sect would have been alarmed. Then he said proudly as he looked at Shun Long. I have already reached the early rank 4, Master. If I were to fight that silver-winged rock again, I am more than 80% confident that I could beat it. Shun Long was happy that Little Black managed to increase his strength as well, and after sitting down and thinking seriously for a bit, he decided. I can still advance my strength while I let the heaven-swallowing vine recharge the pure chi inside it, but it's better if I get accustomed to my current strength first. I can take this chance to speed up the maturity of the profound earth fruit, the purple fragrant grass and the other medicinal herbs, and then refine the pill I need. As Shun Long sorted out his thoughts, he sat cross-legged on his bed and sent his spiritual strength inside the Stone of Time, in the place where Little Black stayed, and the heavenly swallowing vine, as well as the rest of his medicinal herbs, were stored. As his consciousness entered inside, Shun Long was stunned. Somehow, the space inside had grown from 30 square meters, all the way to 300. Little Black noticed the stunned Shun Long and said, Right, Master, I noticed that the space here grew larger as soon as your cultivation entered the Earth grade. Shun Long was happy that the space inside had actually increased. With Little Black practically living inside here, the heavenly swallowing vine, and all the planted medicinal herbs, as well as the dozens of rank 3 beast corpses, there really wasn't any more room left here before. But now, Shun Long could plant as many medicinal herbs he wanted, or store magic beast corpses without worrying about the space inside. Sitting on his bed, Shun Long used his chi to hasten the growth of the medicinal herbs inside. After 3 hours, his chi had been completely depleted, but the effects on the medicinal herbs were simply astonishing. After advancing to the middle of rank 3 in Earth grade, Shun Long's chi, be it in quality or quantity, was incomparable to before. Shun Long spent the next 3 days growing the medicinal herbs in the Stone of Time, as well as getting accustomed to his increase in strength after his consecutive breakthroughs. 3 days later, he had more than 5 profound earth fruits, while his stalks of purple fragrant grass had reached more than 20. Shun Long took out a few big wooden barrels that he had purchased from the treasure pavilion, and sat down inside the special alchemy room as he started warming the peak rank 3 bronze grade medicinal cauldron that was placed inside. Little Black was somewhat puzzled as he asked curiously, Master, why aren't you using your own cauldron if you want to refine pills? Shun Long shook his head as he said, My cauldron is too small to refine what I want this time. Little Black curiously watched Shun Long, who had just started his preparations. As Shun Long sat down in front of the medicinal cauldron, more than a dozen rank 2 medicinal herbs, as well as almost all his stalks of purple fragrant grass, were all neatly arranged in front of him in precisely 20 different sets. After the cauldron was warm enough, Shun Long started throwing in the rank 2 medicinal herbs, adding the purple fragrant grass last. After advancing to the middle rank 3 in Earth grade, Shun Long could easily refine rank 3 medicinal herbs like the purple fragrant grass. He assumed that even the profound earth fruit wouldn't pose much of a problem either, with his current spiritual strength that had advanced by leaps and bounds along with his cultivation. Half an hour later, Shun Long opened the cauldron and a red-colored fluid could be seen inside instead of a pill. Little Black, who saw this liquid, immediately said, Master, don't worry, everyone fails in alchemy sometimes. There are no alchemists that can always succeed every single time. Shun Long, however, didn't seem disheartened at all. Instead, he lifted the alchemy cauldron that was more than twice the size of his own, as he poured the red-colored liquid in the wooden barrels. Chapter 92 Arena Challenge. After emptying the red liquid from the medicinal cauldron, Shun Long started refining again. Half an hour later, Little Black was stunned as he saw the same result inside the cauldron for the second time. Following the same movements as before, Shun Long poured the red-colored liquid inside the wooden barrel. He continued this process 18 more times until 3 wooden barrels were completely filled. Shun Long's entire room was now permeated by an intoxicating fragrant smell that even wafted outside his room. After sealing up the barrel tops, Little Black was surprised to see Shun Long placing the barrels inside the Stone of Time as he buried them in the field along with his medicinal ingredients. A fragrant smell assaulted Little Black, who was now looking expectantly at the 3 barrels. Shun Long smiled as he saw the eager black dragon and said, "Although we will have to wait for a few days, I'm sure that the wait will be worth it." Little Black nodded his head as he heard this, and he took a deep breath, inhaling the lingering smell in the air. Now that the barrels were sealed, the intoxicating aroma had stopped diffusing in the air. Unknown to Shun Long, a commotion had already started in the upper 4th and 5th levels of the mystifying fragrance pavilion, as people were now trying to locate the origin of this aroma. Just as Shun Long stood up from his bed, his sect jade started shining as 2 words appeared on it. Arena Challenge 689. Shun Long's eyes shone as he understood what this meant. It was said that those ranked in the top 1,000 in the arena could directly ask for this kind of challenge once per week. The challenged would then be notified by a message in their sect-identifying jade, stating the arena rank of the challenger. As Shun Long opened the door of his room then, he saw a young man in yellow robes sitting on the ground, waiting outside. The young man's eyes shone as he saw Shun Long, and he quickly sat up as he bowed and said, "Senior brother, my name is Jie Chu. Young Master Fu has sent me here to deliver a message to senior brother." Shun Long guessed that the message would probably be about Lu Mei and Meng Xingyi, as he then nodded his head and asked, "What did the message say?" Jie Chu looked around to see if there was anyone spying on them before he lowered his voice as he said, "The Meng family will ask for her hand in marriage after the secret realm closes." As Jie Chu finished speaking, he bowed again, and without another word he quickly left the mystifying fragrance pavilion. Shun Long watched the disappearing Jie Chu and thought seriously for a while before he also left the mystifying fragrance pavilion as he headed towards the arena. "Master, it looks like the Meng family must have come to some sort of agreement with Lu Changpun if they are going to make their move after the secret realm closes." Shun Long agreed with Little Black's words and nodded his head while he kept walking towards the arena as he thought, "There is definitely more to this situation than what meets the eye." The arena was just a 10-minute walk from the mystifying fragrance pavilion, and soon, Shun Long had arrived in front of that huge building. Since there didn't seem to be any important matches today, there wasn't any huge crowd queuing up to enter inside either. After entering the building, Shun Long first walked towards a counter with the words "registration" above it. A red-haired man was waiting there, and as soon as he saw Shun Long, his eyes lit up as he said, "Surprised to see me?" Shun Long shook his head as he had already thought earlier of who his challenger would be. There were very few people that would specifically challenge him in the arena, as he didn't even have a rank here yet, and one of them was precisely Guan Hong. Guan Hong looked at Shun Long, who didn't seem to show any shock, and raised his voice as he said, "Don't tell me you are going to chicken out now that you know who the person that challenged you is. Aren't you the strongest who won first place in the outer sect exam 2 months ago?" As Guan Hong had raised his voice intentionally, the disciples around them all turned their attention towards him and Shun Long. "So this is the person who took first place in our sect in this outer sect examination. I heard that he is nothing much. This batch of new disciples is really weak." "I agree. I heard that even the person who got first place from our Floating Cloud Sect only managed to get the 4th place in the overall rankings of this year's joint sect exam." Guan Hong's expression turned somewhat ugly while Shun Long looked at him and nodded his head as he said, "Don't worry, I accept." Then he turned his head to look at the female outer disciple who was in charge of the registration as he asked, "Can you tell me the rules of the arena here?" The female disciple looked at Shun Long in a weird manner. Was this handsome young man going to fight in the arena for the first time? But the person who challenged him is at the top 700. She smiled at Shun Long as she said, "Firstly, you need to be registered in the arena if you want to participate in a fight. Please give me your sect-identifying jade." As Shun Long handed his sect jade to that woman, he saw her pulling out a black jade from the bottom of the counter as she placed it above Shun Long's sect jade for a few breaths of time. A light then came out from the black jade as it entered Shun Long's red jade. The woman then placed the black jade at the bottom of the counter, and as she returned Shun Long's jade back she said, "You are now officially registered in the arena. If you want to participate in a fight, you are free to challenge anyone that is not at the top 100 rankings. A person can only refuse a challenge if he has already fought for that day. Otherwise, refusing a challenge will count as a loss and the challenger can then take the ranking of the challenged. Now please take a look behind you. As she finished speaking, the woman pointed at a big wall behind Shun Long that was filled with various names and numbers. As Shun Long turned to look at this wall, the woman explained, "This is the top 100 arena rankings. Only the top 100 strongest outer disciples can be ranked here." At the top of the rankings there were 3 names shining with a golden color that were different from the rest. As Shun Long's eyes glanced over them, the person sitting at the top of the list shocked him. Rank 1. Name, Wen Zihao. Wins, 147 losses, 2 foot. Chapter 93 Beating Guanhong. Both Guanhong and Shun Long were now looking at the name at the top of the list in the arena rankings. When the woman saw them, she started explaining. That person is the strongest out of all the outer disciples, Senior Brother Wen Zihao. It is said that Senior Brother Wen is not only extremely talented, but he is also said to possess some kind of special physique that is unbeatable within the same level of cultivation. Guanhong nodded his head, and it seemed that he already knew about this person. Shun Long's gaze moved downwards as he observed the other names as well. The person ranked second was named Kong Sun, and although his wins and losses weren't as exaggerated as Wen Zihao's, he still had 110 wins and just 33 losses. Shun Long kept observing the names in the rankings until he caught sight of a familiar name near the bottom of the list. Rank 93. Name, Xiao Juyan. Wins, 36 losses, 20 foot. The woman was also staring at the rankings as she said, "Belonging to the top 100 is a form of honor for every outer sect disciple, and only the people ranked 101 to 200 are allowed to challenge them. Putting the top 100 aside, even entering the top 1000 is exceedingly difficult. The sect has millions of outer sect disciples, but only about 200,000 of them have reached the Earth grade and participate in the arena rankings. To be in the top 1000 among 200,000 disciples, I'm sure you can guess how difficult that is." As the woman finished speaking, Guanhong looked at Shun Long provocatively as he puffed out his chest, before the woman continued explaining. After entering the top 1000, one can issue an official challenge to another person directly through the sect identifying jades, even if the other person isn't registered in the arena yet, just like Senior Brother Guanhong did today. Cultivators at the top 1000 ranks and above will also receive spirit stones from the sect every month depending on their rank. I don't know why Senior Brother Guan challenged you, but I suggest that you forfeit the match. Anyway, in your case, since Senior Brother Guan is higher ranked than you, even after forfeiting you won't drop in rank. Although you can't cripple or kill others in the arena, accidents have happened in the past as well." Shun Long shook his head after hearing the woman's words, and having understood the rules he turned to look at Guanhong before saying, "Let's go then." Guanhong was excited seeing that Shun Long didn't choose to forfeit from the challenge, and he followed him inside the arena. Guanhong and Shun Long both had to wait as there was already a battle going on inside. 10 minutes later, as soon as the previous battle finished, Guanhong jumped at the center of the stage. Some of the disciples in the audience immediately recognized him as they said, "It's Senior Brother Guanhong." "Senior Brother Guan? Who is that?" "It's Senior Brother Guan who got the second place in the outer sect examination. 6 days ago, he even beat Senior Brother Yu He and entered the top 1000 in the arena rankings." "The top 1000? Then, is his opponent today also in the top 1000? "I don't know, I haven't seen this person before." After seeing Shun Long, none of the disciples in the crowd recognized him as they watched him enter the arena. Shun Long, who had just advanced to the middle rank 3 in Earth grade, was also excited to test out his new strength. Guanhong then took out a saber from his spatial ring, and as he held it in front of his chest he said in a voice that oozed confidence, "I had already warned you that the day would come when I would challenge you in the arena, since you stole my first place in the outer sect exam. I'm sure that you accepted today's challenge thinking that you have a chance against me, but it's time to show you the difference between us." As Guanhong finished speaking, he completely unleashed his aura, and he surprisingly had already advanced to the early rank 4 of the Earth grade in these 2 months that he had returned to the sect. Shun Long wasn't surprised at all by this, and after looking at Guanhong in the eyes as he finally spoke, "You have been boasting since the first moment I saw you. You even challenged me in an arena fight after breaking through to rank 4 in Earth grade because you felt that I stole your spotlight in the outer sect exam, and you are certain that this is your chance to take it back, right?" After taking a breath, Shun Long continued. But what you don't seem to understand is that from the start I didn't even care about you. I have to admit that if this was 2 months ago, then you would definitely be a troublesome foe to deal with, but now. As Shun Long finished speaking, he unleashed his aura of a middle-rank 3 Earth-grade cultivator that made Guanhong suddenly laugh. Just a middle-rank 3 Earth-grade disciple and you dare to stand in front of me? Brat, I don't know what trick you used to get first place in the sect exam, but you have no chance against me. Holding his saber with his right hand, Guanhong rushed towards Shun Long as he sent slash after slash at him. Shun Long's eyes turned golden as he dodged left and right, avoiding Guanhong's slashes by a hair's breadth. Shun Long didn't even activate his Monarch's domain as he tested his golden eyes. Seeing in the future and knowing every single attack that your opponent would do was a massive advantage. 2 minutes later the crowd had started booing as they said, "Why are you only dodging? Are you even a man? Fight! Fight senior brother Guan fairly." However, there were others within the crowd that argued with these people as they said, "Fairly? Is dodging not a part of fighting? That's right, idiot. Senior sister Tong is also an expert at dodging. Are you implying that senior sister isn't fighting fairly in the arena?" As the arguments were getting more heated in the arena, Guanhong had started to lose his patience when he sent a wide slash towards Shun Long's face. Shun Long's golden eyes shone brightly with a feint of blue light inside them as he then tightly clenched his right fist and took a step back. It was simply one step, and yet Guanhong's slash completely missed its target. Shun Long gathered his physical strength in his right fist, as he then sent a full-powered punch at Guanhong's ribs, that were completely undefended when he had lost his balance after his wide saber slash. Crack! A cracking sound was heard from Guanhong's ribs as he was sent flying for a dozen meters into the air, before he fell on the ground sideways, his right hand still clutching his saber. Shun Long looked at him with apathetic eyes, not feeling even the slightest sense of pity for his plight as he asked, "Give up yet?" Shun Long's golden eyes shone as he saw Guanhong's left hand grabbing a concealed dagger from his robes and throwing it right at his face. Without giving him a chance, Shun Long sent a kick at Guanhong's body, who was then sent flying once more as it crashed in the arena walls. Guanhong spat out blood from the impact as his eyes bulged out before he lost consciousness. As soon as Guanhong's body fell to the ground, Shun Long felt that his sect jade was warming up as 3 numbers appeared on it. The crowd was completely shocked as everyone had now fallen silent. An expert at the top 1,000 ranks in the arena had been beaten senseless and toyed around as if he was a kid before falling unconscious. Amidst this silence, the voice of a woman in the audience was particularly ear-piercing as she said, "Brother. He is the one." Chapter 94 Lei Pong. Brother, he is the one. Everyone in the audience turned to look at the source of this voice, only to see a pretty young woman with blonde hair, with a young man who was standing next to her. The man had blonde hair and was carrying a large spear, over 2 meters (6.6 feet) long on his back. Exclamations sounded from the crowd as people immediately recognized this blonde-haired man. "It's Lei Pong. Senior brother Lei. Also, who is that beautiful woman beside him? Is it his girlfriend?" A disciple slapped this person in the head as he said, "Idiot, shut your mouth. That is senior brother Lei's sister. I think her name is Lei Xiang." "Ah. Then why are they here? Does senior brother Lei have a fight today? Don't tell me that they came for Guanhong. How should I know, idiot? The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovelworld.com. As the disciples in the crowd were discussing among themselves, guessing the reason that Lei Pong had come in the arena today, Lei Xiang's eyes were staring hatefully at Shun Long at the center of the stage. Lei Pong looked at Shun Long, who was also staring at him and his sister nonchalantly. Lei Pong then jumped all the way from the audience seats, landing straight at the center of the arena, his eyes glued at Shun Long in front of him as he asked curiously, "You are the person who dared to rob my sister during the sect exam. Kid, do you know who I am? If you beg my sister for forgiveness, perhaps you will still be able to walk by yourself out then." Shun Long looked at Lei Pong, who was caressing his spear in his hands, before he nodded his head seriously and said, "You are the person who lost to Xiao Juyan 2 months ago, right? What was your name?" "Lei Pong." The crowd was silenced after hearing Shun Long's serious words, while Lei Pong himself looked at him with narrowed eyes. "Brat, you only have one chance. Kneel and apologize right now, and then crawl in front of my sister as you ask for forgiveness. Otherwise..." Shun Long's eyes narrowed as he asked Lei Pong. Otherwise what? You will kill me. You will cripple me. Even if the sect rules permitted it, do you even think that you have that ability? The crowd exploded in discussions as they heard the exchange of words between Shun Long and Lei Pong. This guy dares to taunt Senior Lei even though he knows that he is the strongest person outside the top 100. Is he tired of living? I bet that this kid doesn't know that Senior Lei Pong can find other ways to make his life hard inside the sect. That's why he is acting arrogant now. He is dead meat for sure. Senior brother Lei will definitely beat him badly. Brother, you have to take revenge for me. Even Lei Xiang started shouting from the audience seats after hearing Shun Long's words. Lei Pong looked at Shun Long placidly, but he still couldn't hide the anger in his voice as he said, "Don't tell me that you are all talk and you don't dare to fight, kid." Shun Long looked at him mockingly as he asked, "So I, a middle stage rank 3 Earth grade cultivator, have to fight a peak rank 5 Earth grade like yourself just because you say so? Are you an idiot?" Just as Shun Long saw that Lei Pong was finally angry, he smiled as he said, "Actually, it's not like we can't fight at all. You just have to be willing to put a wager for our match. What do you think?" As Shun Long finished speaking, he removed 100 spirit stones from his spatial ring as he showed them to Lei Pong and said, "How about it?" Lei Pong's eyes shone brightly as he said, 100 spirit stones. Ha ha ha. Brat, since you have brought gifts I will gladly accept. The crowd was once more astonished as they heard that these white stones that Shun Long was holding were spirit stones. What? These are 100 spirit stones. This kid is definitely the idiot here. Damn, Senior Brother Lei is so lucky. I wish I could get paid to beat people I don't like as well. Even if you could get paid, you first have to be strong enough to do it. Didn't you see that kid beating Guanhong senseless earlier? Can you beat a rank 4 Earth grade expert yourself? So what, idiot? Don't compare Guanhong to Senior Brother Lei. Shun Long and Lei Pong didn't pay any attention to the crowd, as they both called for a representative of the arena who handled official bets during fights, before they handed 100 spirit stones each. The winner of the fight would take all 200 of them. Little Black had already told Shun Long that he will need spirit stones if he wants to swiftly advance to the heaven grade. Although cultivators at the peak of the earth grade could also advance to the heaven grade by slowly absorbing the earth chi, even with the heaven swallowing vine, if Shun Long didn't have any spirit stones it would him take at least a few years to advance. That's how Shun Long came up with the thought of scamming some spirit stones from Lei Pong. Although Lei Pong was strong, as long as he hadn't reached the peak of rank 6 in earth grade, Shun Long was confident that he could at least fight him evenly. Lei Hong's mood had obviously improved after thinking of the 100 spirit stones that would soon fall in his hands, and looking at Shun Long he said, "You must be really dumb if you think that you can defeat me, just because you managed to beat that garbage Guanhong." As Lei Pong finished speaking, he held his spear with both hands as he started infusing his chi inside it, making his spear buzz as it started to tremble. Lei Pong seemed to have already reached the early stage of rank 6 in earth grade, instead of the peak of rank 5 that he was when he had fought Xiao Juyan. Shun Long's eyes instantly turned golden, and with a serious look on his eyes he said, "Come." Chapter 95 Fighting Lei Pong. Lei Pong's feet kicked the ground as he quickly arrived in front of Shun Long before thrusting his spear forward. The tip of his spear was shining brightly with thunder sparks forming on top of it, as it was heading straight towards Shun Long's chest. Shun Long tried to dodge to the side, but the spear tip instantly changed its course as it chased after him. As Lei Pong's spear was relentlessly chasing after him, Shun Long seemed to have entered a passive position as the fight went on. Lei Pong's explosive attacks weren't that hard to avoid thanks to his golden eyes, but the fact that these attacks never let up, had left Shun Long without any windows to counterattack. Lei Xiang, who watched the scene, smirked as she cheered for her elder brother. Lei Pong had trained his spear arts for many years, even before he had entered the sect. Although Shun Long had also received some basic training in weapons from his father, he couldn't compare to Lei Pong in this regard. Even Lei Pong's cultivation technique was a perfect fit for him using a spear, and finally, Shun Long had understood his weakness. He didn't have enough fighting experience yet. Although he had trained with the guards on the Shun estate in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, these people couldn't even be compared with Lei Pong. In his fight with Guanhong, Shun Long could easily exploit the openings that Guanhong showed after each failed attack as well. However, Lei Pong continued his attacks one after the other, as if they were all part of a set. It looks like this kid doesn't have a chance after all. Of course, Who do you think senior brother Lei is? After all the boasting, it looks like this kid is only bark and no bite. Hearing the comments from the crowd, Little Black was actually feeling indignation for Shun Long as he asked, "Master, why don't you use your monarch's domain? Although there is a big difference in cultivation, it should still be able to slow him down and give you enough room to attack." Shun Long, who seemed to be stuck in a passive position, where all he did was dodge Lei Peng's attacks, replied to Little Black contentedly, "This guy is so fast and his attacks are like a chain. My biggest flaw right now is my lack of combat experience. Although this is exhausting, this person is also the best sparring partner I could ask for." Little Black's eyes shone as he stopped speaking, allowing Shun Long to completely focus on the fight. As long as his concentration was focused on Lei Peng, with his eye's ability to see in the future, he could still avoid his attacks. 20 minutes soon passed and Lei Peng's attacks had started to slow down. Both he and Shun Long were drenched in sweat, but the fight didn't stop. The crowd had also noticed this anomaly. Since Shun Long couldn't fight back and Lei Peng's cultivation was so much higher than his, then shouldn't he have already lost by now? Senior brother Lei's movement seemed to have somewhat slowed down. "Stop spouting rubbish. They haven't slowed down. It's obvious that senior brother is conserving his strength. He just wants to tire this kid out before beating him." But senior brother Lei and that kid both looked tired. Lei Peng had really started to get frustrated now. It was one thing to not be able to beat Xiao Juyan due to his abnormal defense, but now, fighting against this kid who constantly dodged his attacks was even more frustrating. "This kid's ability to dodge my attacks is even scarier than senior sister Tong's." Although he was tired, Lei Peng didn't stop. He was certain that since he was the one with the higher cultivation in this battle, Shun Long would be the one to succumb to the exhaustion first. As he thrust his spear at Shun Long's left leg, Lei Peng seemed to have changed its direction at the last moment, sweeping it upwards towards Shun Long's abdomen, and yet Shun Long still managed to avoid the attack, as if he somehow knew where Lei Peng was aiming from the start. The fight continued as the 20 minutes soon turned into an hour. No matter whether it was straight attacks of pure speed, feints, or attacks from a tricky angle, Shun Long managed to avoid every single one of them. Even the people in the crowd didn't believe that Lei Peng was toying with Shun Long anymore, as they now understood that this was a real fight. Lei Peng had already expended more than 70% of his qi, and his body was also exhausted as he was drenched in sweat from head to toe. Although Shun Long's robes were also drenched with his sweat, since he was also a body-refining cultivator, he could actually fight for even longer than this. Finally, frustration kicked in and Lei Peng stopped chasing Shun Long as he mumbled, "You asked for it, brat." Shun Long's golden eyes shone as he quickly understood what Lei Peng was trying to do, and finally, he activated his monarch's domain. Inside the domain, Lei Peng's speed had unknowingly dropped by more than half as Shun Long rushed straight at him. The crowd saw Shun Long heading towards Lei Peng, who didn't seem to have realized this yet as he was still infusing his qi in his spear. "Brother, watch out." As Lei Xiang's voice was heard, Shun Long's full-powered punch hit Lei Peng straight on the chest. Before he could even process what had happened, Lei Peng's body was flying in the air. He crashed on the ground with a bang, and after vomiting a mouthful of blood he had finally lost consciousness. The entire arena had fallen dead silent as everyone's eyes were now on Shun Long, who had just won against the strongest expert below the top 100 in the arena rankings. Chapter 96. You don't want to touch her. No. Lei Xiang screamed as she watched her brother's body crashing on the ground before he lost consciousness. She frantically ran in the arena to support Lei Peng before turning her head to give a venomous look to Shun Long as she said, "I will kill you. How dare you hurt my brother? I swear that I will definitely kill you." Her scream seemed to have waken up the entire arena, as everyone turned their heads to look at Lei Xiang, who was now madly screaming at Shun Long. Shun Long's eyes finally chilled as he then walked up to her. Lei Xiang seemed to have finally felt fear as she stumbled backwards, seeing Shun Long coming closer and closer to her. As Shun Long stood in front of her looking at her with his cold eyes that didn't conceal his anger, an apathetic voice sounded from the crowd as it said, "You probably don't want to touch her." Shun Long turned his eyes to see a handsome young man in blue hair and yellow robes, around 20 years old, staring at him. The men seemed to be examining Shun Long before he revealed a smile and said, "Threatening her is fine, but if you touch her you will probably have more on your plate than what you can handle." The blue-haired young man seemed to be warning Shun Long out of good intentions, but the tone in his voice was definite, saying that if Shun Long touched Lei Xiang he wouldn't be able to handle the aftermath of it. Shun Long looked at this man as he asked placidly. Are you saying that I should let her go because someone is backing her? The man smiled as he nodded his head. Lei Xiang seemed to have just gained some newfound courage as she looked at Shun Long and said in a commanding tone. Kneel down now and wait for my brother to come back to his senses. If my mood improves by then I can actually consider letting you go. Or else, when Brother Ren hears about today, you won't have a place to hide anywhere in the outer city. The blue-haired young man looked at Lei Xiang with an interested gaze, before his eyes noticed Shun Long's left arm slowly rising in the air. The young man's eyes bulged as he understood what was going to happen, but without any time to intervene all he could do was just watch. Slap. A crisp sound was heard throughout the arena as Shun Long's hand connected with Lei Xiang's face as she collapsed on the ground. A bright red palm print was on Lei Xiang's right cheek as her eyes seemed completely unfocused. The arena was so silent that even a pin drop could be heard, everyone's eyes staring at Shun Long who stood in front of Lei Xiang and said, Did you think that I wouldn't hit you just because you are a woman? As Lei Xiang raised her head, she saw Shun Long staring straight into her eyes, his eyes having a chilling look on them that seemed to have sent shivers all over her body as he continued. There will be no mercy if you dare to threaten my life again. Know your place. As Shun Long finished speaking, he took the 200 spirit stones from the arena representative before he turned around to leave, leaving behind him a dumbfounded crowd. The blue-haired young man watched Shun Long as he walked away and shook his head before he too left the arena as he mumbled with a sly smile on his face. It looks like Rengue and Fu Peiji will both be really mad when they hear about this. As Shun Long walked back towards the mystifying fragrance pavilion, Little Black was laughing, feeling completely refreshed after having seen Shun Long slap Lei Xiang in the face. Master, that was a great slap. Truly a great slap, ha ha ha. Did that girl really expect you to get scared and kneel in front of her? Shun Long shook his head and smiled after hearing the jubilant black dragon laughing, and 10 minutes later he had already returned back to the pavilion. After entering his room, Shun Long immediately sat down on his bed, as sent his spiritual strength inside the Stone of Time, feeding 10 spirit stones to the heaven-swallowing vine. The vine seemed to instantly get invigorated as it absorbed the energy from the spirit stones, immediately producing qi that seemed to be even purer than last time. Shun Long was disappointed to see that although the quality of the qi that the vine emitted had increased and the qi was now purer, the quantity was really small. I wonder how much my cultivation will advance after feeding all the spirit stones to the heaven-swallowing vine. Shun Long then fed 90 more spirit stones to the vine before he started absorbing the refined pure qi that it produced. As Shun Long was cultivating using the heaven-swallowing vine, the entire outer sect was learning of what had transpired today in the arena. A person named Shun Long, who was rumored to have taken first place in the sect during the outer sect examination, had first defeated Guan Hong, who had recently advanced into the top 700 of the arena rankings, before he proceeded to defeat Lei Pong right after. Of course, the details of him slapping Lei Xiang were also not omitted. Xiao Juyan and Xiao Shitu were chatting inside the treasure pavilion when they learned of these news. Xiao Juyan was shocked to hear that a newbie had beaten Lei Pong and looked at his brother questioningly as he asked. Wasn't Lin Wu's previous fiancé also named Shun Long, entering the sect with you half a year ago? Xiao Shitu however simply shook his head as he said. Although that's true, brother, the Shun Long who entered the sect with me half a year ago was just a rank 6 qi condensation disciple. Do you believe that the same person can break through to the middle or late stages of the earth grade in just half a year? Xiao Juyan shook his head as he laughed at his own idea before saying. Your words make sense, little brother. It's your elder brother who was foolish. Among millions of outer disciples, it's not that abnormal for two people to share the same name. As Xiao Shitu and Xiao Juyan were laughing over this matter, in a private mansion near the entrance to the inner city, inside the main hall, a young man was filled with killing intent as he looked at the person in front of him and asked furiously. What did you just say? Chapter 97, Refining the Profound Earth Fruit. What did you just say? Someone dared to slap Xiang'er. Explain everything. This young man looked to be a bit more than 20 years old, with long black hair and a burly build. In front of him was an outer disciple that was on his knees, describing what he saw inside the arena earlier. Senior Brother Ren, this is what happened. As the outer disciple finished speaking, he suddenly felt as if a hammer had hit his stomach before he was sent flying all the way from the main hall, to the gates of the mansion. Say Senior Brother Ren. Shut your mouth. How dare you still call me Senior Brother? My woman was slapped in front of you and you didn't do anything. You still have the face to call me Senior Brother. Scram. The outer disciple felt aggrieved at this behavior as he was only a small disciple at the middle of rank 1 Earth grade. He couldn't possibly fight with Shun Long over Lei Xiang's face slap. Swallowing down this injustice, he quickly left the mansion without another word. After all, he couldn't just express his anger at Ren Gui, who was ranked 7th in the arena rankings. Ren Gui was looking towards the direction of the arena as he narrowed his eyes. To think that there are people who dare touch my woman without giving me any face, Shun Long, huh? You must definitely be tired of your good life in the Floating Cloud Sect. Fu Peiji's reaction was similar to Ren Gui's when he received the news of Shun Long's fight with Lei Pong, as he too vowed to make this Shun Long's life miserable when he would meet him. Not even for a moment did Fu Peiji think that the person who defeated Lei Pong was the same person that he had met in the arena with Fu Li and Lu Wen back then. Meanwhile, the culprit who had stirred the entire outer city was still inside his room cultivating using the heaven-swallowing vine. One day later, a small popping sound was heard from inside Shun Long's body as his body felt brimming with energy. Master, congratulations for advancing to the peak of rank 3 in Earth grade already. Shun Long, who was still sitting on his bed, replied. This is mainly thanks to the qi inside the spirit stones, that became even purer after it was refined by the heaven-swallowing vine. And yet, after just one day of cultivation, I'm left with less than 90 spirit stones already. Then, Shun Long took a look at the space inside the Stone of Time, and as his eyes stared at his 5 profound earth fruits, Shun Long pondered over his available options. I was originally only planning to use the hearts and beast cores of the rank 2 blood wolves to concoct the earth refining pill, but it seems that I have better options in hand. Although it's somewhat of a waste to use the beast cores of rank 3 magic beasts to create rank 2 pills, the most important thing is to improve my current strength. Even if the earth refining pill can't help me advance my qi cultivation, my strength will still soar after breaking through to the earth grade in body refinement. Little Black then said in an aggrieved tone. If only those shameless people from the Flying Sword Sect and the others didn't cheat during that sect exam, Master would have also gotten his hands on the blood vermilion fruit as well. Shun Long nodded his head after hearing Little Black's words, but he wasn't really too bothered with that. Although it would be nice for him to have the blood vermilion fruit, at the end of the day he could still do without it. On the other hand, the heaven-swallowing vine was something that Shun Long wouldn't give up no matter what, since its value couldn't be measured even with 1,000,000 blood vermilion fruits. After sitting on the floor of his room, Shun Long took out his alchemy cauldron, as well as 4 of the profound earth fruits. He also took out the beast core and heart of the middle rank 3 red-fanged flame bat, together with the cores and hearts of 3 more rank 3 magic beasts. Shun Long first placed the rank 3 profound earth fruit along with more than 10 rank 2 medicinal herbs inside, refining them until only their medicinal essence was left. He then rotated the medicinal essence inside the cauldron using his spiritual strength again and again until it had turned into a small liquid ball, before placing the bat's heart inside. The heart of the middle rank 3 red-fanged flame bat was refined almost instantly as it quickly turned into a small puddle of blood. Black smoke seemed to come out from the bat's heart as Shun Long was forcing out its impurities, keeping only the purest of its blood inside. Finally, Shun Long's eyes were completely focused as he put inside the bat's magic core. The magic core contained the entirety of a magic beast's energy inside, which was why it was the most difficult part of the magic beast that an alchemist had to refine. After placing inside the beast core, Shun Long split his spiritual strength into 2 parts. One of them was controlling the temperature of the cauldron as it was attempting to melt the rank 3 beast core, while the other aimed to protect the ball of medicinal essence inside. This was a delicate process, and even with Shun Long's vast spiritual strength, he found this pill refinement extremely taxing to his mind. This process continued for 4 more hours, until the beast core had turned completely into liquid, before Shun Long finally merged it with the medicinal essence. The essence of the beast core as well as the medicinal essence from before had now combined into one big ball of essence inside the cauldron. Shun Long used his spiritual strength to split this ball into 9 smaller little balls that were slowly refined inside. Ding! Half an hour later, the lid of the cauldron made a dinging sound indicating that the pill refinement had finally ended. Chapter 98, Second Stage of the Monarch's Eternal Body. Opening the lid of the cauldron, Shun Long could see 9 sparkling pills inside. The pills were all bright red and they emitted a strong scent of blood. Seeing the pills, Shun Long seemed extremely happy as he collected them in a pill bottle before hearing Little Black's surprised voice. Master! Are these top-grade rank 2 pills? Shun Long nodded his head as he held one of the pills and explained. Originally the earth refining pills should have just reached the high grade. but because they were refined flawlessly this time, and thanks to the profound earth fruit's high quality, as well as the rank 3 beast core of the red-fanged flame bat, it's normal to refine top-grade rank 2 pills. Although Shun Long had put it like that, in reality, there was no bronze grade 3 alchemist that could refine a top-grade rank 2 pill anywhere in the Floating Cloud Sect. Even a rank 1 silver grade alchemist wouldn't necessarily be able to produce a top-grade rank 2 pill, let alone 9. Author's reminder, bronze grade alchemists can refine up to rank 2 pills, is the equivalent of the earth grade. Rank 3 pills and above can only be refined by silver grade alchemists and above. For more info, remember to go back and check the auxiliary chapter. After all, it was thanks to Shun Long's massive spiritual strength that had allowed him to refine rank 3 ingredients like the profound earth fruit and the rank 3 bat's beast core, which normally only silver grade alchemists or above were able to use. After collecting the pills, Shun Long closed his eyes as he rested to recover his spent spiritual strength. It was only 6 hours later that he opened his eyes again after his spiritual strength had completely recovered, before he started another pill concoction. Soon, 2 days had passed and Shun Long had refined 36 glistening, bright red pills. Looking at the 4 pill bottles in his hands, Shun Long mumbled. 33 top-grade pills and 3 high-grade ones. I'm curious how much my monarch's eternal body will advance after I refine their energy and absorb them. Just as Shun Long finished speaking, his sect-identifying jade had suddenly lit up as 2 words appeared on it. Arena Challenge 17. Arena Challenge 17. Fu Peiji. Shun Long's lips curved up into a smile after seeing the challenger's rank, before he put his sect jade away, completely ignoring it as he turned his eyes back to the pill bottles. Taking out a top-grade, earth-refining pill, Shun Long could feel the immense amount of energy inside the pill. A top-grade rank 2 pill was after all more than 2 times more effective than a high-grade pill of the same rank. The moment that Shun Long placed the pill in his mouth, he could feel it as it immediately dissolved, turning into a stream of energy that went down his throat like a burning liquid before it spread throughout his body. Unfortunately, the energy inside the earth-refining pill was extremely violent, and Shun Long had to withstand tremendous pain as his monarch's eternal body was circulating by itself, absorbing every bit of the earth-refining pill's violent energy. After an hour, Shun Long's body had finally started to get used to the pain. The monarch's eternal body was absorbing the pill's energy like a starved beast, as it started to strengthen every single part of Shun Long's body once again. From Shun Long's blood, to his meridians, tendons, and internal organs, all the way to his skin and bones. It took 2 hours for the monarch's eternal body to completely absorb the energy of the first top-grade, earth-refining pill. And yet, Shun Long could feel that his body was now starving for energy as he continued absorbing a second top-grade pill. At the same time, in front of the arena's registration counter, Fu Peiji was waiting for Shun Long to come here, as a huge crowd had gathered around him. Although people were excited at first, after 2 whole hours even Fu Peiji had started to get impatient as he waiting for Shun Long to enter. One of the disciples then looked at Fu Peiji as he said, "Senior brother Fu, I don't think that this kid will come. How could he have the guts to fight against senior brother after all? He is probably hiding somewhere, afraid that you will find him and teach him a lesson." Fu Peiji nodded his head after hearing these words, as he had already started to get impatient long ago when he said, "You are probably right, if he is bent on hiding then I can't do anything to him. However, if any of you see him, you must immediately inform me. Don't worry senior brother, if we see the kid we will immediately call for you. He won't be able to hide from us senior brother Fu, rest assured." Fu Peiji nodded his head after hearing these words, before leaving the arena. Since Shun Long wasn't coming, he would look like a fool if he kept waiting here. 2 days went by in the blink of an eye before Shun Long opened his eyes. His body and face were covered by a layer of blood, and even his yellow robes were now dyed red. His eyes however were shining brightly while his body was now naturally exuding a powerful and majestic aura. The 4 pill bottles on the floor in front of him however were completely empty. "Master, you advanced from the peak of the first stage in body refinement all the way to the middle of the second stage in just 2 days. I have never heard of anything like this before." Shun Long smiled as he clenched his fist that now felt full of endless energy before he said, "I can feel that my body is many times stronger than before. I'm not sure if I can win against Fu Peiji just yet since I don't know the extent of his abilities, but I'm certain that if I fought with Lei Peng again now that my monarch's eternal body has reached the middle of the second stage, the fight would only take 1 punch." After Shun Long finished speaking, the look in his eyes suddenly turned ice cold as he mumbled, It's finally time to settle some old accounts. Chapter 99 Rank 4 Earth Grade. Master, are you talking about that Xiao Shitu and the girl from that Lin family? Since Shun Long had already told Little Black about how he had nearly died outside the blue forest of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, Little Black immediately understood what Shun Long meant when he said that it's time to settle some old accounts. After all, the timing between his assassination attempt and the Lin family coming to ask to break the engagement was far too close to be simply a coincidence. Shun Fong, as well, as a peak rank 3 bronze grade formation master, didn't have any enemies, and instead people always rushed to please him and tend to his every need. The status of a rank 3 bronze grade formation master was too illustrious in the mortal world after all, for people to plan an assassination against Shun Long for no good reason. Shun Long nodded his head at Little Black, as he always had these thoughts in mind, and now that his strength had advanced enough, it was finally time to unravel the mystery and settle this old account. After removing his robes and taking a shower to get rid of the blood all over his face and body, Shun Long also removed the blood from his robes before he heard Little Black saying, "Master, I think that we should celebrate your advancement in body refinement. After all, body refinement is harder than chi cultivation, and Master has been cultivating for such a short time." Shun Long smiled as he heard Little Black's words and laughed before saying, "Haha, fine. I was planning to let it ferment for a bit longer, but we can try one now." Then, under Little Black's expectant eyes, Shun Long sent his spiritual strength inside the Stone of Time, as he removed one of the buried wooden barrels from his herb field. After he removed the barrel's top, a fragrant smell filled the entire room, while Shun Long's face had turned red after smelling this intoxicating scent. Shun Long took out a big bowl, and after filling it with the red liquid from the barrel, he handed the entire barrel to Little Black inside the Stone of Time. Then, both at the same time, they drank the red liquid, one man from a bowl and one dragon from a wooden barrel. Little Black took a deep gulp before he exclaimed in bliss, This is definitely among the 3 best wines I have ever drunk." Shun Long also nodded his head, as the taste of this wine that he had made using the rank 3 purple fragrant grass and a dozen more rank 2 medicinal herbs was truly exceptional. But what was also important was that he had fermented the wine for more than 100 years of time inside the Stone of Time. That was the reason why the barrel was buried in the herb field. Since everything inside the wine was medicinal essence from spiritual herbs, they were affected when Shun Long used his chi to speed up time inside his herb field. The black dragon greedily emptied the barrel before asking Shun Long, "Hee, Master, we still have 2 more barrels." Surprisingly, Shun Long nodded his head as he took out one more barrel from the herb field. After removing the barrel top and filling his bowl to the brim, he handed the barrel to Little Black. Little Black didn't expect his suggestion to work, as the black dragon then blissfully gulped down the wine in the second barrel. Shun Long, who had just emptied his bowl, however, closed his eyes as he circulated the monarch's hourglass. Little Black's eyes shone as he thought, "Right. Although the effect the wine has on me is almost negligible, it is after all created by Master after mixing a rank 3 medicinal herb with a dozen rank 2 ones, so it can definitely help with Master's cultivation." Shun Long's chi had reached its peak, as he attempted to break through to the early rank 4 in Earth grade. After every 3 minor ranks there was a bottleneck in cultivation, and to advance from the peak of rank 3 to the early rank 4 was precisely one such bottleneck. Shun Long, who had just created his 28th ball of chi in the Earth grade, tried to push it upwards inside the monarch's hourglass above his head, next to the previously created balls. However, his 27 balls of chi already existing inside were like an immovable wall that simply refused to budge. After purifying his 28th ball with so much of his chi that he was practically exhausted, Shun Long had finally managed to push it inside, finally entering the early rank 4 in Earth grade. This wasn't just the difference from a single ball of chi but a qualitative one that greatly enhanced the strength of his chi balls. "Congratulations on your breakthrough, Master. Are we going to find that Xiao Shitu and his brother now?" Shun Long nodded his head as he said, "I will challenge Xiao Juyan in the arena today, but first, I have to make a trip to the Treasure Pavilion. Leaving the mystifying fragrance pavilion, Shun Long walked for half an hour until he arrived at the Treasure Pavilion's entrance. After finding an alley to put on his black robes, he then entered inside. After taking a look at the first floor, Shun Long didn't find anything of interest before he went up to the second floor. Surprisingly, among the girls that greeted the guests on the second floor, Shun Long spotted Mei Yi, the young girl that had greeted him the first time that he had arrived on this floor. Shun Long approached her and after taking out the VIP card that Yin Xing had given him he asked in a deep voice, Little girl, is Xing here? After seeing Xing's VIP card, Mei Yi immediately recognized Shun Long as she stuttered and said in excitement. Say Senior. Alchemist is here, I will call him now. Please Senior, come with me first. After leading Shun Long to a spacious private room, with a table full of delicacies inside, Mei Yi immediately left to call Xing. Not even 5 minutes had passed since Shun Long had entered the room, when an excited Xing could be seen rushing through the second floor. The customers in the pavilion were shocked to see a dignified rank 3 bronze-grade alchemist run like that, but Xing didn't pay them any attention as he soon arrived at the private room that Shun Long was sitting in. After entering inside, Xing bowed his head as he greeted excitedly. Senior.